immediately if you have sudden vision loss. Most common side effects are headache and eye redness. Ask your eye doctor about Vuity and see for yourself. Learn how to sign up to save at mybeautypoints.com.
$6 for the best kind of wings, paired with the best kind of celery sticks. Crinkle fries. Arby's, we have the meat.
Breaking news from Capitol Hill, the U.S. Senate voted tonight to move Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination from the Judiciary Committee to a full Senate vote. A key step, obviously, in her historic nomination to the Supreme Court. Every Democrat and Republican senators from Murkowski, Alaska, Mitt Romney in Utah, Susan Collins in Maine voted in support of Judge Brown Jackson. All three Republicans are expected to do the same in the final vote later this week. Stay with CNN for the latest from Ukraine. The news continues. We head over to Jake Tapper and CNN tonight. Jake?
Anderson, thanks so much. I'm Jake Tapper. This is CNN tonight live from Ukraine on night 40. Being west of the laws right now. Eastern Ukraine right now. That's where Russian troops seem to be repositioning from the Kyiv area. It could be preparing for a new large-scale offensive. Ukraine's defense ministry says the Russians seem to be focused on capturing the second largest city of Kharkiv, which is about 20 miles away. The Pentagon says they have also seen operations in the southeastern Donbass. It's a new phase of the forces failed to capture the capital of Kyiv. Now, most of that's how much picture across a sickening picture of the town of Bucha, which is on the western outskirts of Kyiv. By now, you may have seen the images. If you have not yet seen them, I have to warn you, they're extremely disturbing. But they're also an important record of history. Scenes of a massacre, slaughter, torture, civilians, bodies of civilians lying all along the streets. Some victims found with their hands bound, shot execution style by gangsters or accounts of rapes and beatings and lootings. Kids were killed. Also jarring is the sight of mass graves. Around 150 victims estimated to be buried at one site. The mayor of Bucha says that they have actually 300 bodies. They said it's, of course, horrified. Question is what will stop many things. President Biden says that hesitation with these are war crimes. Biden says he wants to see Vladimir Putin flip on Friday.
Right now, guys are calling Putin a war criminal. Well, the truth of the matter is no one has to prove it. This warrants that he is a war criminal. We have to gather all the details so this can be an actual have a war crime trial. This guy is brutal. I think it is a war crime.
So how to stop him? How to stop the war criminal? The White House said the U.S. will issue additional sanctions against Russia this week in response to what happened in Bucha. The U.S. will continue to back Ukraine with military aid and humanitarian aid and economic support. But what is going to actually stop this? Can Putin be stopped? Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky today visited the town of Bucha, and he's calling the atrocities there genocide. Zelensky also visited the nearby Kyiv suburb. What's going on there in Ukraine? And these are new drone images of the massive destruction there. Meanwhile, a very close call for one of our CNN crews today, positioned in southern Ukraine, just south of the city of Mykolaiv. Their vehicles were damaged significantly by incoming artillery rounds. Thankfully, all are physically okay, including CNN senior international correspondent Ben Wiedemann, who we just saw there in that clip. Let's turn now to another senior international correspondent, Fred Blanket, who, with his own eyes, bore witness to those horrific mass graves in Bucha today. Fred is described as tragic. And I think one of the things that really stands out is that the Russian forces withdrew from that place 4 days, a little more than 4 days ago, and yet down there on the ground, the people who are searching there are still finding bodies in the streets, in cars that were shot up, in basements, generally in houses, also in houses, quite frankly, that were destroyed also in the fighting as well. So the situation there is tragic for the people there. They're sad, they are angry. At the same time, they also vow that they want to carry on and rebuild their town. But at the same time, they are still finding a lot of dead people, and they fear there will be a lot more. And I need to warn our viewers that what you're about to see is extremely graphic, extremely disturbing. Ukrainian authorities in Bucha lead us into a basement they call a Russian execution chamber. It's a gruesome scene. 5 bodies, their hands tied behind their backs, shot. The bullet casings collected by Ukrainian police, pot marks from bullets in the walls. The Ukrainians say these men were killed when Russian forces used this compound as a military base while occupying Bucha. An advisor to Ukraine's interior minister not even trying to conceal his anger. After the liberation of Bucha, 5 corpses of civilians were found here, he says, with their hands tied behind their backs. They were shot in the head and in the chest. They were torn before. Even the body collectors find it hard to keep their composure. Vladislav Minchenko is usually a painter. Now he collects the dead left behind after Russian forces retreated from Bucha. This is not what we learned in school, he says. Do you see my hands? Hundreds of dead. Hundreds, not dozens. The Kremlin has denied Russia was behind any atrocities in Bucha. Now, the Russians say the notion of their troops having killed civilians is all fake news and propaganda, but it does seem clear that they were here. That looks like a sort of foxhole position, and over there, they seem to have dug in a tank. On the outer wall, the
Jackie, I'll be back, okay?
Painted on their building
Be good.
for invading this part of Ukraine. Hardware lies destroyed in the streets of Bucha and other towns around Kiev. The Ukrainians made a stand and prevented Vladimir Putin's army from entering the city. Russian forces left by the show. Tragic. Vladimir has been searching for his younger brother Dmitry, but is convinced Dmitry lies here, but he can't be 100% sure. The neighbor accompanying him has strong words for the Russians. Why do you hate Ukraine so much? Since the Ukraine just wanted to destroy it. This is wrong, but everything will be okay. I believe it. But more corpses are found on the way. At the end of the day, we meet Vladislav and the body collectors again. Another 9 bodies found in this tour alone. It's unlikely they'll be the last. One thing that we have to keep in mind, Jake, is that the crews that are doing all this, they are all volunteers. And they tell us that they've already recovered those hundreds of bodies. And as they were unloading that van, one of the things that really struck us the most is that, first of all, some of those body bags were really ripping apart because they had so many bodies in the back of the van. There were also some body bags that they had in some places really badly burned. It seemed to make it difficult to identify some of the victims of this disaster. And they say there will be many, many more to come. Well, that's the thing, right, Fred? I mean, there's this growing fear that there are going to be other places like Bucha with mass graves and atrocities. Bucha was not the only city under Russian control for this long period of time. actually exactly the words that the foreign minister of Ukraine used today, saying that they do fear that there are going to be places, and the president, Volodymyr Zelensky, he also said there could be other towns where the situation could even be worse. If that's something that can be imagined, judging by the horrors that we've been seeing in Bucha over the past 2 days that we visited that place. One of the things that I actually did take over this weekend is I went to other sort of small towns around Kiev that were held by the Russians. There's another one to the north called Borodyanka, and there you also see absolute massive destruction as well. And the authorities there told us, we saw a lot of houses that were completely destroyed. We have some of the video here. And there they said they believe that there's a lot of people who are still buried dead under those houses. They simply haven't been able to get to. But actually, as we were in Borodyanka, there were people who came to us and said that they had found a dead body in their backyard that we then went and saw with his hands tied behind his back and bullet wounds to the head. We still found the shell casings next to that body as well. So certainly, it could very well be the case that there could be more atrocities that could be discovered, and certainly a lot more civilians that have come to harm and been killed. Dr. Blanken and Keith, thank you so much for that important report. Appreciate it. All the devastation that we're seeing took place in just a matter of weeks. That only magnifies really what could be to come.
It may not be just a matter of a few more weeks before all is said and done. That first quote-unquote phase of the conflict that the Russians put in was measured in weeks. This next phase could be measured in months or longer.
Timelines matter and more, even more so given that a U.S. military officer tells me the Biden administration is simply not doing enough or moving fast enough to get needed supplies, military supplies, into Ukrainian hands. We're joined now by former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Ivo Dolber, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and Retired General Wesley Clark. Welcome to both of you. General, what can be done to get the Ukrainians the supplies they need quicker?
Well, for one thing, some of the supplies they need are not in American hands. They're in the hands of our European allies. So in order to fight the next phase of this battle, the Ukrainians have got to have tanks, they've got to have mobile artillery, they've got to have maybe 100,000 artillery rounds. This is big lift stuff. And not coming from the United States, got to come from Poland, Bulgaria, and so forth. I'm told the White House is still not cleared our allies to release this. Now, I don't know what the issue is. Maybe the issue is the allies say, no, we can't give this stuff until you give us M1 tanks and new self-propelled artillery. Or maybe the allies, maybe we're measuring this in some way and say, well, we don't want to give them too much because we don't want to escalate this so that Putin uses a nuclear weapon. But Jake, my view on this is that we've got a window of opportunity here to give the Ukrainians exactly what they're asking for. We've got to do it quickly and let them finish the fight with the Russians. This is not about stabilizing Ukraine. At this point, it's about getting the Russians out entirely. After what we've seen today, how could you reward an aggressor by giving him a peek to this country after what he's done? Russia has to be forced out. And it's up to the force arms of the Ukrainians to do it.
Mr. Ambassador, what can NATO do? What should NATO do about the kind of atrocities we're seeing in places like Bucha? I get it that Ukraine's not a NATO country, and there's a lot of reluctance and hesitation to have NATO or U.S. boots on the ground. I totally understand. But what more can NATO do?
Well, NATO is an institution other than actually moving forces in can do very little. But NATO countries, as General Clark just said, can do a lot more. And flowing in not just the kind of weapons that have been sent in great quantities, but really the more major capabilities what are we prepared to do in terms of securing much more of Ukrainian territory now that the Russians are moving very far away from some of the major cities? I think that's an issue that, frankly, NATO can and probably will be discussing as it runs up to the summit in June.
General National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said earlier today that the administration is going to announce more sanctions this week. What more can they do? Is it enough given that the ruble's about to rebound to what it was worth before the invasion?
Well, I think anything you can do with respect to sanctions is fine. As the president said in the beginning, it's not going to stop the Russian attack. It's a form of punishment. We know from previously putting sanctions in on countries like Haiti or Iraq or Iran that it causes a lot of problems. It doesn't produce regime change, and it doesn't necessarily affect the government's policies. So here I think the United States needs a clear-eyed policy analysis and say, what is our aim with Ukraine? Now, what we said was we were going to do our best to help Ukraine. Ukraine's done a lot to help itself. So what's our objective here? To stabilize it? One former ambassador says, oh, just stop the killing. Give Russia Donbass. Give up Crimea. Just stop the killing. We have to understand Putin's aims are not limited to Ukraine. This is the opportunity to stop Putin in his tracks. If he takes Ukraine, the rest of NATO is at risk. So we've got a window of opportunity to give these fighting soldiers in Ukraine what they need. And one thing, Ambassador Gallo, and I didn't mention so far, I want to underscore, they need air support. They've got pilots, they'll fly. What is the difference between a drone provided by Turkey and a MiG provided by some other country, both operated by Ukrainians? What's the difference? It needs to be in there. It needs to be in there now. If there's some kind of policy hold up on the part of the White House because they're afraid, well, let's get this calibrated exactly right. Let's don't have the Ukrainians go too far too fast. We might cause Putin to be upset. Putin doesn't need an exit strategy. Putin started a war, and it needs to be finished by the Ukrainians.
General Clark, Ambassador Dollar, thanks to both of you. Really appreciate your thoughts this evening. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says we cannot become numb to these atrocities. We're going to talk to a member of Ukraine's parliament about how these images out of Bucha affect her personally, what consequences she would like to see for Russia. That's next.
Save yourself money farmers. That's not wrong. You switch your home and auto policies to farmers, you can save yourself an average of $730. That's something. You know, a whole lot of something with farmers. We are farmers.
Keep cool and comfortable in Fundy's Bus Catchers. They're colorful, lightweight footwear that are stylish, comfortable, and 100% waterproof. Plus, they're washable and come in fashionable styles for the whole family. Make a splash in colorful comfort with Fundy's Bus Catchers. This is the game changer who dares to be fearless even when her bladder leaks. Our softest, smoothest fabric keeping her comfortable, protected, and undeniably sleek. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you. Now is the time for yes. Wear that. It's time to stay ahead of the curve and join the fashion conversation. Now is the time to play to our strengths and show off our essence. It's time to be more you. Find your style at dia.com. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them for me. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Help keep elephants in our world. Visit WWFheals.org or call this number and symbolically adopt an elephant
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Vazalore, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsule, is amazing.
You might have heard of Carvana. Now we sell cars online. We believe buying a car should be something that gets hyped up. And then your new car ought to come with new car values and zero surprises. And all of us stop at nothing to drive you happy.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Should have called a pro. I got this. I watch a lot of home improvement shows on Sling TV.
I'm going to need a gallon of Spackle 5 tons primer and a stud finder. A big one. With Sling, you'll be confident you're getting the TV you love for a price you love. Sling. Try it today. Oh, my brother, don't you worry about me. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
You're packing a giant bag of buttons? Yeah, they're lucky. Oh wow, just someone covered covers.
Yeah, you did.
So you're keeping the buttons and selling the car? Yep. And she instantly got the best, most competitive offer from our network of thousands of dealerships.
And the best part?
We can pick up the car right from your home. Well, clearly. You guys pick up buttons too? Cars are more our thing.
Car gurus.
Get the best offer for your car.
I want to turn now to Ukrainian member of parliament Inna Susan. She was recently reunited with her son after being separated from him for the first 3 weeks of this war, this invasion by Russia. She's in western Ukraine right now, where she's actively tweeting about the atrocities that we've been covering, atrocities in Bucha, Ukraine. She joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us. In a recent tweet, you wrote about an image stuck in your head from the Bucha massacre. It was the image of a woman's dead body. You said she had shoes similar to yours. Tell us what was going through your mind when you saw that image.
Well, first of all, you have to realize we are all in shock when watching those videos and photos from Bucha and the neighboring towns around Kiev, which have just been returned under Ukraine's control. And then I was looking through the images and I saw a picture which just stuck in my head and I couldn't understand what amazed me most. And I realized that that woman on the picture had the sneakers, which was similar to the one that I had. And it stuck with me because I was thinking like, she's exactly like me. We have the same taste. We would even similar lives. She was living not far away from me. We were shopping in the same shops. We were going to the same stores and everything. And now she's dead. And it's just random that she is dead and I am not. It's just random death that came to her. And I was thinking about that image and I was feeling that this is silly, remembering this image because of the shoes. And I talked to a friend of mine and he said, you know what, I was feeling silly as well, but I saw a man who was wearing the shoes exactly like the one I have. And that struck me most as well. Just because this gives you this intense feeling that that person is exactly like myself and he or she is dead right now.
We've been showing the video of these corpses strewn about the streets in Bucha. Has the Ukrainian parliament discussed any efforts to identify people on these streets and identify those buried in the mass graves?
Not as right now. We had the last parliamentary session, the end of the last week, and we don't know when the next emergency session will take place. They typically take place once a week, but the next one has not been announced yet. But different members of parliament are making different efforts in terms of helping people who suffered, but also in collecting evidence about the victims. So that is the process that is being done right now. But we are more involved in the work regarding the international proceedings of the war crimes that have been committed there. And that is something that many members of parliament are trying to help with, including myself. Because what we want is justice done to those victims, but we also want the world to make an official statement. These were the war crimes which were part of the genocide of Ukrainian people by Russians. And we want the world to say that out loud. the many people who are still suffering under Russian control on the east and the south of Ukraine. And I'm afraid to say that, but what we have seen in Bucha, we shall see much worse of that in Mariupol. We shall see worse of that in Kharkiv and in many other cities that are under Russian control right now. And that is why, while we are being in shock about Bucha, what we're asking for is please give us weapons so we can stop from many more cases like Bucha taking place in other cities that are being under Russian control right now. And the only way to stop them is, I'm sorry, not with sanctions, not with the general condemnation of Putin and his soldiers, but with weapons provided to the Ukrainian army.
And Putin seems to be even more popular than ever in Russia. Do you think that is because of the propaganda that he feeds his people who don't believe these facts and figures and what's going on, the atrocities that Putin and his army are committing?
I can't imagine what is happening in the heads of Russians, but there are some facts that I know. We do know that the Russian soldiers in the areas that they take under their control, they stopped looting the houses. And we have also seen them stealing stuff from the people's homes here, and then going back to Belarus, and then sending that stuff back to their homes, to their wives, to their parents. Those people know what their soldiers, what their family members, their sons, their husbands are doing here. And they're quite okay with that. They're okay with their soldiers, with their sons, with their husbands, coming here, raping Ukrainian women, stealing stuff from their homes, and sending those back to Russia. Those people know that, and they're okay with it. And I can't imagine how is that possible in normal person's mind. But I believe this hatred towards Russians, towards Ukrainians, is so strong among Russians. And of course it has been supported by Putin's propaganda. But it also, you have to remember there were centuries of complex relations between Russia and Ukraine. This is not the first time that the Russians are trying to kill Ukrainians in great numbers. In 1932-33, in Great Famine, they killed 10 million Ukrainians. They keep on doing that. And that is a historical reality. So I believe that many Russians, they understand what is happening here. And they support Putin precisely because he's killing us here. And that is even more scary because I wish there was an easy solution of hoping for Putin to die soon and then everything will be fine. But I don't think so. I think this hatred towards Ukrainians is much stronger than Putin, actually.
Thank you so much, Ina Susan. Appreciate your time tonight. Ahead, photographic proof that the Russians are lying when they claim those bodies in Bucha were placed on the streets after Russia withdrew from the region. That's next.
Turn hot pots into homes with signage that gets you noticed. Fast Signs. Make your statement.
It's time to start your own business, to turn your dream into something official. LegalZoom has helped launch and support millions of small businesses. Start an LLC corporation or nonprofit with LegalZoom. Let's make it official.
This is our premium platinum coverage map, and this is consumer self-awareness map. See the difference?
No, I don't see the difference. Do you?
Well, that one's purple. Exactly. That's our premium.
What does that mean?
I think it means it costs more.
For the same coverage.
That's what makes it premium. That doesn't make sense, does it? No. But it is premium. I just go with consumer self-awareness. Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carrier, starting at $20. Consumer self-awareness.
St. Jude was founded with an understanding that no child should die in the dawn of life. To work with many partners all over the world, nothing stops in the way of us achieving that mission, not even war. When there's a need, people stand up and do what is right and ensure that they restart medical therapy as quickly as possible.
Any child suffering today of cancer is our responsibility.
Let's get started. No. Where's your mask? I really tried sleeping with it, everybody. Now I sleep with Inspire. Inspire? No mask? Just sleep.
Inspire. Learn more at inspiresleep.com. solution for your mental health needs. You can get help for anxiety, depression, ADHD, insomnia, and more. It's easy, accessible, and you get to pick your therapist. You can have weekly therapy sessions, but if you need, you can have prescription medication delivered right to your door. Your mental health is worth more than gold. Get started for $30 today at Cerebral.com.
Before Clear Choice, my dental health was so bad. I would be in a lot of pain. I wasn't able to eat. It was very hard.
Kimberly came to Clear Choice with a bunch of missing teeth, struggling with pain, with dental disease. Clear Choice dental implants solved her dental issues.
I feel so much better. I feel energized to go outside and play with my daughter. I can eat anything. Like, I don't have to worry. Clear Choice changed my life.
On the CNN original series, Nomad with Carlton Lahore coming to the screens to CNN. Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020. Do you have an idea for an invention? Call today for free information. Call 800-710-0020.
White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said this afternoon that scenes such as what we're witnessing in Bucha are, quote, part of the plan that Russia has for this invasion. U.S. intelligence does not believe Bucha was a rogue act. Instead, U.S. intelligence thinks Russia is looking to, quote, impose a reign of terror across any territories that the Russians capture in Ukraine. The Kremlin is now lying about these horrors. Satellite imagery shows the truth that the Kremlin cannot refute. CNN has been able to match geolocated video to satellite pictures showing bodies in the street. The sat images show bodies that have been there since at least March 18th. Keep in mind, Russia controlled that area until March 31st. As far back as March 10th, weeks before the Ukrainians retook control of the town, we saw trenches being dug. Trenches now filled with corpses. A new report from Human Rights Watch documents numerous cases of Russian soldiers raping victims in Ukraine, and even summary executions of civilians, which reportedly happened before what we are now seeing in Bucha. The question is, what can the West do about it? I'm joined now by Rachel Denver. She is Deputy Director of Human Rights Watch. Rachel, thanks so much for being with us. Human Rights Watch is doing such important work here, but explain for our viewers the importance of documenting these atrocities.
Thank you, Jake. It's really good to be with you. Yes, we documented 7 summary executions, one in Bucha that took place on March 4th, and one in the village of Stary Lukiv in Chernihiv region that took place on February 27th. And we also, like you said, we did document one case of rape in Kharkiv region, and we documented other just horrific incidents of horrific violence against civilians. And it's really important right now to secure evidence. We have to consider Bucha, for example, the bodies that are strewn all over the place there, and in pits. We have to consider them like a crime scene. So the evidence needs to be preserved so that experts, forensic experts, ballistic experts, can that have training in war crimes investigations and know how to follow and have experience following protocols for evidence preservation so that they can do their work, preserve the evidence for eventual justice.
Rachel, explain to our viewers what a summary execution is.
Summary execution is where somebody like sets you up and basically just shoots you in the back of it. Just shoots you. It's a shooting. It's a murder. And in the context of a war, an armed conflict, it's a war crime. So what we documented in Bucha, we had a woman who witnessed Russian soldiers bringing 5 young men out to a square, putting them on their knees, forcing them to put their t-shirts over their head, and then one man, who seemed to be the commander, just popped one in the back of the head, and when the woman left the scene, the 4 others were still there kneeling. She, by the way, left Bucha on March 9th, and when she left Bucha, she saw that young man's body still lying on the scene, and she saw lots of other bodies.
describing that testify to the presence of bodies on the scene of Bucha well before the town changed hands back into Ukrainian forces. But we have witness testimony telling us all about these bodies. We don't know the circumstances for each and every.
Keep going.
I think it's important to underscore that each one of those bodies has its own story. Some people might have been killed through summary execution, like the young man whose execution we documented. Some people might have gotten caught in crossfire. Remember, there were lots of military hostilities in Bucha. Some people might have been killed by Russian forces just shooting them as their cars were trying to escape. We documented another case in Bucha of a man who was killed because he was in his home and Russian soldiers came up to the house and just shot through the door, and he died of he bled out and died. So there are many different circumstances under which people were killed, and each one of those is a potential crime scene, and each one needs to be thoroughly and impartially investigated.
Rachel Denver with Human Rights Watch, thank you so much for your work and for your time this evening. Coming up, we're live in Odessa in southern Ukraine, where Russian missiles destroyed an oil refinery and fuel storage facilities across the street from homes, civilian homes. How much worse could things get in southern Ukraine? Plus, I'm going to talk with an American born in Ukraine who's now back here on a humanitarian mission to try and save people in his native country. That's it.
No manual fee on any Discover card.
Applebee's Irresistibles are back. Now starting at $8.99. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Now is the time to find a game-changing dress and show off our assets. It's time to find your favorite jeans and love the winter bottoms. It's time to reinvent what we wear to work, at the office, online, wherever. Find your style at dia.com.
The first step in selling your home is to find out how much it's worth. HomeLight uses the same tools banks and lenders use and is connected to the nation's best real estate experts. Find out how much your home is worth for free at HomeLight.com today.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Help keep elephants in our world. Visit WWFheals.org or call this number and symbolically adopt an elephant for just $12 a month. Your support will help WWF protect elephants and other threatened wildlife and their habitats. Go online or call in the next 5 minutes and we'll send you an adoption kit with this adorable plush elephant. Don't let them disappear forever. Act now to help keep elephants and other precious wildlife in our world. Go online or call now.
Toss, buffalo, sauce, hot honey, flipped, bonus, dipped, RV, razzled, buffalo, dazzled, hot honey, $6 bonus wings and crinkle fries each. RVs, we have the meat.
Chillin', spillin', fillin', BTCing, never freeing, smoking, yoking, flipping, dipping. If you're not boozing, then you're losing. Take your time, pull your eye, feeling, trying, color your spread, upgrade your breath, share it, last and square it.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have vowed to take away your Second Amendment rights through gun bans, gun confiscation, and government regulations. Now, Joe Biden is no longer hiding his real intentions, and we need you to take action now.
Whether it's a 9mm pistol or whether it's a rifle, is ridiculous. I'm continuing to push to eliminate the sale of those things.
The Biden administration is coming after your right to own any gun. We need to stop his gun-grabbing agenda, and it starts with your phone call
President Zelensky is warning now that civilian casualties may be higher in other newly liberated areas, such as Bucha outside the capital of Kyiv. Meanwhile, civilians in the port city of Odessa in southern Ukraine are bracing for more Russian attacks after Russian missile strikes targeted two major facilities early Sunday. CNN's Ed Lavandera joins us now live from Odessa. And Ed, we've seen strikes in multiple southern cities, including Odessa. What stands out from the way these Russian attacks are carried out?
Well, if you look at the 2 rounds of airstrikes that hit the Odessa area on Sunday, seemed very specific, targeted to these oil refineries and fuel storage facilities. The Russian officials had said that they had used high-precision missiles to attack those very spots. U.S. military officials say they have no reason not to believe that that is what exactly happened in this case. And then you drive about 2 hours east of where we are, Jake, in Mykolaiv, and you see the shelling that has happened there. And in the words of one local official there, that they believe that those attacks there are designed to harass and panic the public. This is much more sporadic, no rhyme or reason, actually more deadly, as there was one strike in particular that killed 10 civilians and injured many more earlier today. So it's that indiscriminate nature of the way these attacks are being carried out right now here in the southern region that is perhaps most perplexing and terrifying for residents here.
Parts of the south, other than Odessa, have been pummeled more than Odessa has, like Mariupol, for example. What do Ukrainian officials believe is the Russian strategy here?
Well, the concern and the fear is that the Russians still have their eyes set on Odessa. That's what the concern has been from the get-go. Obviously, perhaps this dynamic changes given how Russian forces were beat back and pushed away and had to retreat ultimately in the north around Kyiv. But if Russian forces are able to regroup and resupply and then focus with all of their resources into the east of this country, the concern is that they will have enough firepower and manpower to be able to come as far down south as Odessa. And that's the question they have is exactly what are their intentions here at this point.
Ed Lavandera in Odessa, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Here in the city of Lviv, a cultural center, sometimes compared with Paris, now turned humanitarian hub, we're seeing so many people working tirelessly to help those in need in other parts of the country. I want to share with you the story of just one man, one volunteer, a young Ukrainian-born American who felt compelled to return to his native homeland.
I just wanted to come and help.
Compelled to come.
This is where I'm from, like Ukraine is in my blood.
One American traveling thousands and thousands of miles to give back to the country he once called home.
I'm adopted from here. 2001, my American family adopted me and my 3 other siblings from a small town. I just want to provide back to where I came from, just help the country I came from, was born from.
Originally from a small town near Donetsk, Eric grew up and still lives in New Mexico. And now the 27-year-old is among the roughly 300 volunteers working around the clock at one of the biggest humanitarian centers in Ukraine, where he helps with packing and unpacking humanitarian aid.
Even though we're not on the front lines, this work that we're doing here plays a key role.
The Lviv Humanitarian Center helps up to 700 displaced people directly every day and sends donations directly to the most hard-hit areas of the country. Today's shipment is going to Hostomel and Bucha, where the city is reeling over the discovery of this mass grave site.
I feel like as a society, we do forget to realize that it still is going on.
But it's not something Eric can forget about, seeing a chance to serve a country where his roots run deep.
I want Ukraine to be more of me, and I like to serve. So giving back to those are less fortunate because, I was adopted and then I had everything, and now coming here, I see that there's people a lot less fortunate than me.
All our thanks and best wishes to Eric. His parents in New Mexico must be very, very proud. Coming up, Polish schools open their doors to a flood of Ukrainian refugee children. CNN goes inside their classrooms as a teacher learns how to educate students in a language she simply doesn't speak. That's next.
Wow, we're crunching tons of polygons here. What's going on? Where's Regina? Hi, I'm LaDonna. I invest in Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives me access to NASDAQ 100 innovations like real-time CGI. Okay. Yeah, don't worry, I got it.
Become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ. For investing, you have to be considered for investment objectives, risk charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
This is Vuity, the first and only FDA-approved eye drop that improves age-related blurry near vision. Wait, what? Sounded like you just said an eye drop that may help you see up close. I did. It's an innovative way. So wait, I don't always have to wear reading glasses? Yeah. Vuity helps you see up close.
So I can see it close. Adjust my eye.
With one drop in each eye once daily. In focus? Yep. Like, really? Really. Vuity is a prescription eye drop to help you see up close. Wait, what? Wait, what? See for yourself. Use Vuity with caution in night driving and hazardous activities in poor light. Also, if your vision is not clear, do not drive or use machinery. Contact your doctor immediately if you have sudden vision loss. Most common side effects are headache and eye redness. Ask your eye doctor about Vuity and see for yourself. Learn how to sign up and save at mybeautypoints.com.
For just a little bit more, and get you unlimited minutes, data, and text, 6 hotspots, concert coupons, cable subscription, dental cleanings. We need all that?
Do we need all that?
I wouldn't think so. You should use Consumer Cellular. They have everything you need, nothing you don't. I'll throw in this tiny little fan. Car wash voucher? Light up so expensive. Think you lost. Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers. All the talk, text, and data you need starting at $20. Consumer Cellular.
Every day, I work with small businesses in my community, helping them grow and create jobs. American technology empowers Main Street businesses to innovate and reach their customers through social media and online advertising. But some politicians in Washington are pushing new laws that will weaken American technology, threaten jobs in our community, and make our economy more dependent on China. This misguided agenda will leave small businesses behind. Congress needs to protect, not weaken, American technology.
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ruby's A1C is down with Rebelsis. My A1C wasn't at goal. Now I'm down with Rebelsis.
Mom's A1C is down with Rebelsis.
Once daily Rebelsis significantly lower A1C better than leading branded pill. Rebelsis isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rebelsis if you or your family ever had vigilante thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or an allergy to it. Stop Rebelsis and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rebelsis may sulfonylurea or insulin increases your blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
Ask your healthcare provider about Rebelsis today. When you need hot or cold therapy for strained or injured muscles, don't give up your freedom to get your therapy. Get that healing feeling with CopperFit Mobile Rapid Relief Wraps. Hot or cold therapy wraps that strap in place and stay in place, so you can do what you want while getting the therapy you need.
This is the best solution for icing and heating that I've ever found.
Get that healing feeling with CopperFit Rapid Relief Wraps. Find the entire line of CopperFit Rapid Relief Mobile Wraps now in Walmart Pharmacy.
Welcome back. We're live in Lviv. The UN says roughly half of Ukraine's children have left their homes and forced to flee since Russia's invasion of this country. Many found refuge in neighboring Poland and in Polish schools. CNN's Ken Love visited a school in Warsaw, Poland, where communities are taking in refugees with open arms in spite of the many challenges.
To learn the full scope of war, take a seat in Missouri. Miss Magda's classroom. She's a Polish teacher using Google Translate to communicate in Ukrainian with her new foreign students. Her class has grown by 40% this month. New children who've just fled the only home they've ever known.
You're translating on the internet as you teach.
Yes, because I know only Polish language. How important is it for you as a teacher to help these kids?
To jest dla mnie bardzo ważne, very ważne, bardzo ważne.
Primary School 157 with bilingual classes has welcomed every new refugee. Classes are more cramped, but these public school students don't complain because they feel they already know the strangers sitting next to them.
A lot of kids have come to our school, and some of them have told us stories about what happened. They've left people that they love behind.
Edward Krzyzewski is 13 years old, a Polish student, seeing the influx of war survivors come through his school doors.
The more we take in, the better we're doing.
The better.
Yes.
So you don't mind that the
No.
rooms are crowded.
No. It's a very good cause.
So these are all Polish kids.
Eva Rex-Renat is the vice director. She feels for every child in the building and only wishes she could do more.
Especially when I see people helping. And I don't know, we can have only small part.
Warsaw's mayor tells us the strain on his city schools is enormous. The 100,000 additional refugee children in Poland's capital need an education. It's an increase of 30% just this last month. Nazar Samodenko is 13. He's from Kyiv. Your mom is here.
Yes.
Your father?
No. He's staying in Ukraine.
Nazar's father is a minister helping fight in the war. It took a week for Nazar to escape Ukraine with his mother. School offers the structure of a life he's lost. Your favorite subject is math. You like math.
Yes. Is it easier
Being around other Ukrainian kids?
than
Yes, he says. We can talk. They understand. Of the 4 million refugees fleeing Ukraine, half are children, paying the price of adult sins.
How hard is it for kids your age to live through this?
I think it's practically impossible to go through this. It's just mind-boggling how this could happen to someone that young.
Well, the school told us that they're not experts in war trauma, that there really isn't a system set up to deal with all of this at the public school level here in Poland. But despite that, and even if there's another wave of refugees who may come in, they will not turn one single child away. Jake.
Tagline, Warsaw, Poland. Thank you so much. We'll be right back from Libya.
Now is the time for yes. You can wear that. It's time to stay ahead of the curve and join the fashion conversation. Now is the time to play to our strengths and show off our assets. It's time to be more you. Find your style at dia.com.
I've traveled every road in this dear land. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. I've traveled, I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere.
For muscle cramps and spasms, TheraWorks Relief works fast. So get back at it.
TheraWorks works.
For fast muscle relief, TheraWorks works. Available in stores everywhere.
I see trees of green,
selling cane at hurricane.com. One of my favorite supplements is Qunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Unlike regular turmeric supplements, Qunol's superior absorption helps me get the full benefits of turmeric. The brand I trust is Qunol.
DirecTV brings you the best of live and on demand.
This will be exciting.
And watching what you want has never been easier. Press the dash button on your remote and find shows and movies faster with Smart Search. Press the bottom right enter button to see what else is on without missing what's on now. Push the up arrow and get to your favorites with QuickTip. Or customize your guide to feature all your favorite channels. I got DirecTV. Having the best keeps getting better. Bravo! With DirecTV, entertainment you love.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business, he relied on freshness, quality, variety, and service. We still deliver the freshest nuts, dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families all around the country. Nuts.com. Enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Don Lemon Tonight, next on CNN.
Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with CNN Tonight live from Ukraine, and I will also see you tomorrow afternoon on The Lead, which begins at 4 p.m. Eastern. Don Lemon Tonight starts right now. Hey, Don, how are you?
Hey, Jake, how are you? You just arrived in Ukraine. What are your impressions there on the ground?
Well, if the Russians thought that their atrocities were going to get the Ukrainian people to sit down and shut up and surrender, this is what we saw when we entered Lviv. On the right, you see a sign welcoming us to the city. That's Lviv in Ukrainian. On the left, this massive sign that reads, Russian occupier, go F yourself. That's the big banner right there. But I gotta say, it does feel, Don, like we're entering a new phase, kind of, the slaughter of civilians, what we saw in Bucha. It's not an errant missile strike. It's not an accident. This was execution-style killing of innocent civilians.
Yeah, and let's hope those who are responsible are held accountable as many as can be, I should say. Jake, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Get some rest, my friend. Back tomorrow night. Thanks so much. This is Don Lemon Tonight. Our breaking news: President Volodymyr Zelensky, who will address the UN Security Council tomorrow, by the way, warning of untold civilian casualties in liberated Ukrainian cities.
There is already information that the number of victims of the occupiers may be even higher in Borodyanka and some other liberated cities. In many villages of the liberated districts of the Kiev, Chernihiv, and Sumy regions, the occupiers did things that the locals had not seen even during the Nazi occupation 80 years ago. The occupiers will definitely bear responsibility for this.
The world reacting in horror tonight to what we have seen in Kyiv, in the suburb of Bucha. Civilians facing a brutal, cruel enemy and paying terrible, terrible price for it. And I have to warn you, it is painful to look at these pictures that I'm about to show you. They're graphic and they're disturbing. Yes, the warning we give you to tell you that you should brace for it, brace yourself. But can you ever be prepared for this? For people, for human beings killed and left in the streets where they fell? For the world to see and bear witness? Russian troops retreated. This is what they left behind. Some people shot execution style. Some allegedly tortured. One man there, surrounded by what looks like his groceries, a bag of potatoes spilled in the road. Another next to a bicycle. A dog sitting beside him. Some people with their hands still tied behind their backs. Ukraine's foreign minister says that the horrors in Bucha are, quote, just the tip of the iceberg. It's hard to believe the apparent cruelty of humanity. And that's exactly why it's important not to look away. That's tough. Look, when I was there and I spoke to, on my last day there, the journalist, Mariska, who works for one of the news networks, and some of the things, quite honestly, she was surprised that the American media could even show on television. For them,
editorial decision. They make an editorial decision by saying, what are it's the people that are dealing with too much to see these images. So we had a conversation about, I said we should show them so that the world can see the horror, that we shouldn't cover it up. That's why people would support them. That's why people, the U.S. citizens, the U.S. government, NATO would give them what they needed to in order to fight this war. And I do think it's important to see those images, that we can't turn away. It is why we have a free press, and why we want to continue to be able to have a free press so that we don't end up in a situation that's nearly as horrible as what's happening in Ukraine because of Russia. Someone loved these people that you saw there in those images. Not just images, it's real. They had people that they loved, right? They lived, and now they are dead. It took less than 6 weeks for their suburb to turn into a hellscape. The images you're seeing with your own eyes are the truth of what is happening in Ukraine right now. The truth of what Vladimir Putin is doing. President of the United States, Joe Biden, saying the death and destruction in Bucha is a war crime and calling for Putin to stand trial.
He is a war criminal. We have to gather all the details so this can be an actual, have a wartime trial. This guy is brutal. And what's happening in Bucha is outrageous.
People in Bucha doing what would have been unthinkable just a few weeks ago, collecting the dead bodies of their neighbors. CNN's Phil Black has more now. Phil.
John, this is more than just the indifference to civilian life. We have seen throughout this war, through Russia's continuous bombardment of people's homes and other non-military targets. What we are hearing from Bucha and other areas Russia recently pulled back from, what the disturbing images show, is that civilians were targeted, deliberately killed, some execution style, some tortured as well. There's little point closing the back doors of this family. It's stopping frequently, picking up those who didn't survive Russia's brief occupation of Bucha. Each person is photographed. Where possible, ID is checked. And where necessary, bindings are removed. Their clothes, their belongings, and in some cases, their restraints, all indicate these people were a threat to no one in the moments before they were killed. In normal times, Vladislav Pinchenko is a painter. Now he collects bodies. This one was carrying potatoes, he says. You can see they're all civilians, and snipers shot them all in the head. This is how they were having fun. Tatiana Volodymyrovna weeps beside her husband's shallow grave. She says he was taken from their home and weeks later found in a basement, tortured, mutilated, shot in the head. Ukraine's defense ministry released this video of another basement in Bucha. A CNN team visited the site and saw 5 dead men. Their hands were tied. Most were shot in the head and legs. President Zelensky came to Bucha and walked its streets, saying, it's very difficult to negotiate with Russia when you see what they have done here. Ukraine says it will investigate Russia's war crimes. The European Union says it will help. No need, says Russia, because all of this has been staged. A resident says this equally sincere message was scribbled with lipstick in a Bucha home by a Russian soldier. Thanks for the warm welcome, it says. Sorry about the mess. Russia's mess. The extraordinary suffering, death, and trauma inflicted during just a few weeks of occupation is only starting to be understood. For those who lived through it, it's unlikely to ever be forgiven. Russian officials have denied its forces were responsible in a series of statements, insisting everything you just saw and more is fake, that it's been staged. But Western governments are absolutely of the view that no one else could be responsible for these atrocities. These communities were under Russian occupation. The concern here in Ukraine is that what we're seeing in Bucha is a small window into what may have been happening in Russian-occupied areas across Ukraine from the very earliest days of the war.
Black, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm going to bring it down. Photojournalist, a photojournalist whose powerful pictures in the Washington Post bring home the horror of Vladimir Putin's war in Bucha. Heidi Levine is her name, and she joins me now. Hi, Heidi. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. This is also an important opportunity to show the world what actually is happening here.
Yeah, look, Heidi, we've got to warn you about these pictures, these photos that you took in Bucha. They're incredibly graphic. It shows volunteers collecting bodies and placing them in bags. Tell me more about what you witnessed, please.
I saw, I counted the bodies of 8 males. Some of them had their hands bounded behind their backs. The volunteers were really cutting the tape. It was clear plastic. Their hands were really heavily bounded behind their backs. You could clearly see that these men were civilians. I saw that many of them had been shot in the head. Some were shot in the waist area. And one by one, the volunteers put them in body bags and then carried them to a white van and loaded their bodies up. It was a horrific scene, and unfortunately, I think we are just scratching the surface of the horror that has unfolded during this war.
Yeah. There's another photo that you took in Bucha, and it shows a woman standing outside her damaged home with her fists up in the air. Her name is Larissa Savenko. What did she tell you about her interaction with Russian forces?
Well, she told me that, first of all, she never fled, and she's been living under this horror since February 27th, she said. She said that her son even counted, and let me back up and explain. All this fighting on her street, it was, you couldn't even count how many Russian military vehicles were in between this road of houses on either side. And she told me that her son even counted at one time 72 vehicles. And the Russian troops actually entered her house, she said, and demanded her documents, demanded her cell phone, and told her that she should consider herself very lucky because any other troops would have shot her in the head. She was bunkering down in the basement, but she could see from a window that her neighbor's house was on fire. She told me that one of her neighbors had tried to stop one of the Russian tanks, and they just shot him. And the stories are just, it's really hard to imagine that these stories are even true. We're in Europe, this is 2022, and the more stories we're listening to, it just becomes more horrific as people tell us about what they endured living under Russian occupation here.
Look, there's another photo. Let's talk about the photo now. Talk to me about this later. But talk to me about this other photo you took in Irpin. A woman from Bucha sitting amongst destroyed cars, waiting for help to cross under a destroyed bridge. Where was she going?
Yes, well, she was fleeing Bucha. It was just in the very beginning when the Ukrainian forces were liberating Bucha, and she was disabled. You can see that she's with a walker, and she was actually trying to flee. It was a day that a lot of elderly people were being helped out by volunteers. It was freezing that day. She was sitting, as you can see, in the middle of all these cars that are upside down and burned. There was missile strikes on this bridge. I've been covering this bridge area for weeks, and she just was waiting for a really long time. She spoke of horrific circumstances, She talked about people seeing her neighbors killed. Another woman I met also was disabled, and she was in the back of a van and had a letter to her son written with a phone number. These people were in shock, but you could see that they were grateful to finally escape the conditions that they had been living under. It was not easy. You have to understand that a lot of people didn't want to leave. They didn't want to leave their houses. They had nowhere to go. They didn't have money. Many of the people, especially the elderly, are disabled, and they stayed. And till the very end in Bucha, I met a lot of people that had stayed because they just felt that they had no choice and no way to escape. Because a lot of the people that were trying to escape and flee towards Irpin were killed on the way. I mean, I saw another man that had been killed as well, laying amongst all his groceries on the road towards Irpin. So,
Is this the guy with the potatoes? There, you can see the potatoes in his bag. It's like a plastic grocery bag. I'm sure there were a number of close up.
No, this is a different man, and he actually had the man I'm talking about actually had a white band on his arm. So of course, a white flag, a white band, a white tie on a car is a sign that you're a civilian and you're trying to flee in peace. You're not a threat. And as we have seen, civilians were deliberately targeted.
Just slaughtered. You also took a photo in Bucha of Ukrainian soldiers walking in front of destroyed Russian vehicles. And did you learn anything from the people you spoke to about what the fighting was like to do this kind of damage?
Well, back to Larissa, can you imagine that all those vehicles were just right in front of her house? So this population was living under bombardment for weeks. I mean, the Russians were in there since February 27th. They were trying to hide in their basements. There was no cell phone connection. And when you're down in the basement and people don't want to, even if there was electricity, you don't want to turn it on because you don't want the troops to know that someone's in the house. So people are just living in complete fear. And as we see, have suffered so much loss. They've lost their homes, they've lost their loved ones, they've lost the neighbors.
Yeah. It's Heidi. I don't even have words. And you were very brave to be there shooting it, and everyone is sorry for what the folks were dealing with. But we appreciate you documenting this and chronicling it so people know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Be safe. Please be safe.
Thank you. You too.
So I'm going to go down to CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Clayton. So Colonel, thank you. Before we get to talk about what's happening, what I was going to tell Heidi is that when you talk to the Ukrainian people, they try to be strong. They don't want to cry. They don't want to show emotion until the passion comes in. They get very animated when you ask them about Vladimir Putin. I have a group of students who I interviewed today who are here in the United States now, refugees. And they kept, I got to study, I got to do this, I'm worried about my mom. And then the moment you ask them about Vladimir Putin, they all break down and they start crying and they say he's a monster. And that's good for my CNN Plus when I interview them. But pretty much everybody I interview, it's like they have a particular ire, and for good reason, for Vladimir Putin. They hate him. Hate him.
I can only imagine, Don. I mean, this is one of the most tragic things that has ever happened anywhere in the world, and for it to happen in a place that we never expected to happen, like Europe, in the 21st century, that I think compounds the feeling that they have, and I think many of us share that feeling actually.
Yeah. So let's talk about the interview I just did in the photos we just saw. So you've got this hideous human carnage. We're also seeing shells of Russian armor in Heidi's photographs from Bucha. And if you look at, I asked Frederick Pike, and I talked to him a little bit later on, but I've been talking to him, and I said, all of these tanks. These are all Russian tanks. So talk to me about this. What are you able to tell from these photographs?
Right, Don. Well, this is the top vehicle here is actually a BTR-80, which is an armored personnel carrier. And these areas right here, these axles are actually for tires. There are 4 of them. They're huge tires that are normally on this. All of this has been burned off. Every single one of these tires is gone. Underneath this BTR-80 is a T-72 Russian tank. You can see the tracks right here that are also basically destroyed in some kind of a fire that these vehicles obviously experience. But the big thing here is that these vehicles must have been subject to some kind of an attack, probably from the Ukrainians, maybe from one of their drones, because this kind of chaos that you see right here is not the hallmark of a disciplined convoy. What it is chaos, panic, one vehicle running into the other, and people fleeing probably from the scene of this. It's speaks volumes to what happened in Bucha and what happened to the people on that street, as well as the soldiers, obviously, in these vehicles.
The National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan saying today, Colonel, that Russia is revising its war aims, and that the next phase of the invasion will focus on surrounding and overwhelming eastern Ukraine. How long and brutal could this next phase be?
Well, John, it could be fairly long and fairly brutal. What we were looking at here is displacement of forces. This is very interesting right now because all of this is light yellow. That means Ukrainian controlled. This is the first time that we've seen it to this extent on these maps that we've been showing you for the last few weeks. The Russian forces are, of course, in red, and the ones that were here, the Russian forces that used to be here, have gone north into Belarus and northeast into Russia. So what the idea is that they'll come around and join the forces that are already in these northeastern areas of Ukraine, and also the separatist forces in Donetsk, this region right here. If they do that, that could affect Kharkiv. That could also affect, depending on how they disperse their forces, could also perhaps give impetus to the Russian forces in the south to go north into Dnipro. If they do that, if there's a junction of Russian forces at Dnipro, that could potentially cut off Ukrainian forces that are trying to protect the eastern flank of Ukraine. So this is a danger area for the Ukrainians right here, and that's something that the Ukrainians are going to have to be very careful of. They may want to execute a tactical withdrawal in order to minimize the risk to their own forces in this case. But it's a dangerous situation for them, and this is a potential that they might have to deal with.
When and how does this all end? That's those are the questions. Thank you, Colonel.
What you got, Don? You got
one very close call for CNN's teams near Mykolaiv. Their heart-pounding last-minute escape caught on camera. You'll see the whole thing next.
Down here, Joe. Down here. Keep on rolling. You see it over there?
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you want. Liberty Bibbity. Liberty. Are we married to Mutual? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. If you really want to find out what you're made of, you can forget the personality tests and social media quizzes. Because the only way you're ever going to know is by heading into the big, wild, raging, so damn beautiful it hurts world and finding out for yourself. Would you go to follow a path
controls all my monthly purchases into one easy installment loan so I can avoid stuff like that. Where do I sign up? Get your upgrade card at upgrade.com.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful, so we created our smart seller system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commission. The process was as easy as it gets. They are the number one way to sell your house.
Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
Chillin', spillin', dealin', BTCing, never free and smoking, yoking, flipping, dipping. If you're not losing, then you're losing. Take your time, cold or hot, feeling, buying, trying, color your spread, upgrade your bread, dare it, share it, practice and swear it.
My name is Amy, and when I financed my car with Carvana, they had questions about my documents, but I was at work, in a mine. So Carvana worked with my shift manager to get it all worked out. I was over the moon, even though I was underground.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
CNN Plus is here.
You've been watching history unfold. There are 5 things you need to know.
So you must watch this. It is a heart-pounding situation today for a CNN team near Mykolaiv, narrowly escaping incoming Russian artillery fire. And one could turn right away now to CNN's Ben Wheeler. Ben, man, oh man. It's good to see you. It's good to see you're okay. I just saw you a couple of days ago, and you got me worried here. Your team experienced what Ukrainians have to deal with every single day. What happened?
We were on our way to not the front. We wanted to go behind the front. We were driving along this great open area, and we saw some Ukrainian troops in some trenches by the road. We got out. We wanted to know how far the Russians were. Turns out that they were much closer than we thought. This is an area where there's been a fair amount of outgoing as well as incoming artillery. Down the road is a town that has been fought over for several days by Russian and Ukrainian forces. In these vast open spaces, the Russians seem far away. They're not.
Down here, John. Down here. Keep on rolling. You see it over there?
We hug the earth. 2 more artillery rounds. Cameraman John Torigoi keeps rolling. Alrighty, so we've had 2 incoming rounds responding to artillery that's been firing in the Russian directions. Those shells came pretty close to us. No one has been injured. The officer tells translator Valeria Dubrovska we need to go now.
Oh, wait. Get it right.
Okay. I hope the car's okay.
Ready to move?
Yeah, let's go. And so we run with full body armor to the cars. One car can't move, peppered with shrapnel. We're losing petrol. No time to lose.
Throw it in the back.
Driver Igor Tiagno, razor focused on getting us to safety. His car also hit. approach safer ground. Producer Karim Hadar checks the damage to the car. The soldiers we left behind are still out there. We could leave, they can't. And as we were out there, this city, Mykolaiv, was being hit yet again by missiles. In fact, we were woken at 7 o'clock in the morning by large explosions. The first Russian missile strike of the day. In the afternoon, there was another strike on the market, killed 9 people, wounded a total of 46 on Monday. These strikes on Mykolaiv are becoming much more regular, and as we've seen, much more deadly. Done.
Ben, my goodness, the Russian forces have been trying to take Mykolaiv for weeks. Unrelenting shelling there they've been facing. Is there a sense that the battle there is going to get a whole lot worse if Russians concentrate their focus away from Kyiv?
The expectation is they're going to focus their forces more on the east in the Donbas region. But what we've seen is that the Russians have been significantly pushed back from the outskirts of Mykolaiv. But nobody in this city is under the impression that the threat has gone away. We have seen city workers cutting down these massive trees in the main boulevards of the city. The intention is to use the large trunks to basically fortify trenches and barricades around the city. The feeling is that whatever is going to happen, the Russians want to punish this city for successfully repulsing the initial Russian assault in the early weeks of the war. So nobody is ruling any possible additional further Russian offensive against Mykolaiv. Don?
Ben, this is what you do. You've been on numerous battlefields and in war zones. You had your wits about it. What were you thinking? I mean, this could have gone south really quickly.
I don't want to tell you how close it actually was, but in situations like this, the worst thing you can do is panic. Fear is good. You should be afraid in these situations because fear is really what protects you. But you just have to keep your head because you know you've got to get out of there. You've got to get to safety as quickly as possible. And I have to say, the entire crew kept its head focused. We got out safely. We lost a car, but we got out safely.
Dan on the car, glad you guys are all safe. The lives are what we're concerned about. And I'm so happy that you're all safe. Great work, Ben. Please be safe, all of you. Okay? Thanks so much.
Thanks, Kai.
Russia trying to claim the Olympic scenes in Bucha are fake, but the evidence is undeniable. Now the world wants to know, will Vladimir Putin ever face justice?
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. You might as well take Zysol at night.
When you step into a new day, determined, committed, willing to take on whatever's asked of you, that new day is yours to own, yours to shape, and yours to be proud of. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand in vehicle quality.
Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
Online dating? I know people think that way, but where would I even begin?
Open laptop, go to OurTime.com, look for free. It's easy to take a look on Our Time, the fastest growing dating site for people over 50.
So I had to quit college to help my mom, but I never wanted to quit my dream of a career in IT.
There are 200,000 unfilled IT support roles in America on Coursera. You can earn Google's IT support professional
warning, this next video, graphic and disturbing, mass graves in the town of Bucha, giving the world a closer look at the atrocities as Russian forces retreat. But despite what we have seen with our own eyes, Russia is working overtime to keep what is happening from reaching the Russian people. So I want to bring in now Julia Yaffe. She is a founding partner and Washington correspondent at Puck. Julia, it's good to have you on to talk about this. I mean, this, what is happening in Bucha is unbelievable. I mean, many towns, it is appalling. Bucha and also many towns is appalling. But the Russians are calling these images fake. They say the whole scene is staged, and are threatening to arrest and jail anyone who disseminates information about the atrocities. Tell us how Russian media is reporting this, because you've been spending some time watching. You've been paying a lot of attention to Russian media.
Yeah, it's really wild. From the outside at first you think, oh God, it's the same lazy response, that it's fake, it's a provocation. And what they mean by provocation is a false flag attempt, something to discredit Russia. But I've just spent the last 2 evenings watching Kremlin TV cover this. And I have to say, if I had no other information, if I were sitting somewhere in a rural part of Russia or in a small city, and I wasn't seeking out independent information and this was just all around me, I would totally believe it, because they don't just say it's fake. They just start showing videos where they say, oh, look, the corpse moved a hand, or oh, the corpse was wearing a white armband, which means that it was Russian, so therefore it was shot by Ukrainians. And they provide these elaborate explanations that, again, if you're in an informational vacuum, which Russia increasingly is, or I would say is, I would believe it. And I'm sure a lot of Russians who watch TV, especially older people who trust the television, older people who believe that Russia and Ukraine should be one country as they used to be for hundreds of years, I would believe it.
That's why it's so important. I mean, having been there, the importance of a free press, and you cannot overstate it, you cannot understate it, you cannot.
But that's why Putin doesn't want a free press, right?
Yeah, that's why he doesn't want a free press, because he doesn't want information getting out. And that is a good lesson for us, especially what we have been dealing with, the assault on the free press in this country recently. I mean, Russia says when they controlled Bucha, no civilians were killed. But look at these. They've just released satellite images from Maxar Technologies. On the right, you see the satellite images taken on March 18th. On the left, corresponding bodies on the street. How important is this in a war crimes investigation, you think, Julia?
I think it'll be important in a war crimes investigation, but I don't know how far that war crimes investigation will go. Are we ever going to see Russian military personnel or even senior members of the Russian government or even Putin himself on trial? I highly doubt it. Putin seems to be somewhere deep inside of Russia, either in Moscow or in a bunker somewhere. I can't imagine how he would be gotten out of there and brought to trial. The other thing is that, we saw this before in the summer of in July of 2014, Russian-backed separatists, with the help of the Russian military and special services, accidentally shot down Malaysian Airlines Flight 17, which was full of civilians, nearly 300 people who were all killed. This is right over eastern Ukraine. And the EU, led by the Netherlands, which had the most citizens on board, led a thorough investigation that took many years, that really laid out the evidence extremely convincingly. There was no bones you could pick there. Russia had its own investigation. They did their own presentation that showed all kinds of other theories. They put on a defense argument that just muddied the waters. And nobody went to trial for that. Nobody was punished. And Russian people, according to polls, believed their government's version. So we're still going to have this totally bifurcated picture of what the outside world believes about Russia, what Russians inside Russia believe about themselves.
Julia, we always appreciate having your time's a little bit short tonight. We apologize, but we'll have you back very soon. Thank you so much. Thank you. The Klepto Capture Task Force makes its first seizure. Now one Russian oligarch is down a $90 million luxury yacht.
is definitely my passion.
My garden is my creative outlet.
Find more ways to grow at miraclegrow.com.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful, so we created our smart seller system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commission. The process was as easy as it gets. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
Fact, we all love video doorbells. Voice assistants have changed our lives. We now control our home with a touch. And you know what's better than all these things by themselves? All these things together from the most trusted name in security, ADT.
Every year, we try to exercise more, to be more social, to just relax, and eating healthy. Every single meal. If only it was this easy for us. Be good walking on the moon. They say each one days away.
Toast, buffalo, sauce, hot honey, flip, boneless, dipped, Arby's, razzled, buffalo, dazzled, hot honey, $6 boneless wings and crinkle fries deal. Arby's, we have the meat.
Remember when you used to get stickers for doing something good? What if you got Bitcoin? With Upgrade Card, you can. You can get 1.5% back in Bitcoin on payments. Upgrade rolls all your monthly purchases into one easy installment loan. Get started at upgrade.com.
Life before Cerebral was pretty taxing. I was diagnosed with depression and anxiety, and I found Cerebral.
Cerebral is an app that combines medication management and behavioral care all in one nice package.
I signed up. I got the video call. I got the pill shipped to me. Normal therapy costs about 3 times as much as Cerebral.
Getting this type of care online, it really is a lifesaver.
Join today for just $30 at getcerebral.com.
Larry, check this out. With On Deck, we can get a small business going fast and start hiring more help right away. Or loan
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
I'm Selma Philippines at the Poland-Ukraine border, and this is CNN.
So tonight, a luxury super yacht owned by a Russian oligarch is in the possession of the Spanish government, which seized the $90 million vessel today at the request of the DOJ. American officials say the owner of the yacht has close ties to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let's discuss now. CNN counterterrorism analyst Philip Mudd is here. I always going to say Vladimir Putin, Vladimir Zelensky. So Vladimir Putin we're talking about. Hi, Phil. Let's talk about this. A Russian billionaire is saying bye-bye to this $90 million super yacht. Will rich oligarchs, are they feeling the squeeze on the assets? Is that going to help end this war?
I think it'll help. I mean, I think that's only half the question. If you look at what you've got to do in a case like this, the same thing we did in an all-out war against Al-Qaeda years ago. This is Python policy. You go after them on the war field. You give the Ukrainians weapons.
You stop trading in rubles. You try to stop the transfer of oil and particularly gas to Western Europe. And then you go after friends and family who have acquired their money through corruption. So I think it'll work. I think people around him are going to start to say, wow, my yacht's gone. I can't travel. I can't pay for my kids' school in London. That said, Don, the other half of this is you don't have a choice. If you're sitting around the Situation Room and somebody says, why don't we sanction the oligarchs? Even if you don't think it'll have a tremendous impact, you have no choice. You got to do it now.
Yeah, I've heard both sides of this. I mean, I've heard what you're saying and other folks saying, yeah, if you believe that, you don't understand the way, the oligarchs work in that. You've heard that before, right?
Yeah, but again, say you're sitting around in the Situation Room, and I've been there many times, and someone says we have a lot of options to go after Vladimir Putin, and some of them are significant. For example, anti-tank weapons for the Ukrainians. Some of them are more peripheral, going after the money of his associates. What do you say? No. So I don't really care about critics who say it doesn't work. I'd say sit in the White House and say we're not going to do it.
Yeah. So Victor Vekselberg, the Russian billionaire that owns this yacht that we were just showing, he says that he has close ties with Putin. He had already been sanctioned by the United States. Do you think that these mega rich guys are talking to Putin about the fact that it's getting a lot harder to spend their money, or do they fear him too much to do that? I mean, that they can't send their kids to private school, as you said. Do you think they're talking to him about it?
No, if you look at what's happened in the past few weeks, if you look at, for example, how Putin humiliated his intelligence minister for questioning him in public, if you look at what the stories that have come out about defense officials saying they won't speak to Putin, if you look at the environment minister who left a few weeks ago, presumably because he was afraid, there's no way I presume that an oligarch would look at Putin and have a different reaction than those government officials who've seen an ex-KGB officer and sit back and say, I'm not telling them the truth. That's one problem here. The truth's not going to penetrate, and even these people aren't going to tell Putin. I don't think.
Bill Mudd, thank you, sir. Talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Here at home, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is on the path to be confirmed as the first Black woman on the Supreme Court this week, and 3 GOP senators are bucking their party to support her.
There have been a lot of fashion innovations over the years. The legless pants, the armless shirt, and the newest innovation, Skechers hoodless hoodie. It's soft and comfy, just like your favorite hoodie, without a bulky hood hanging on your back. Only from Skechers. The time is time.
Wouldn't it be unbelievable if cereal that looked like this was somehow healthy? That's Magic Scoop. High protein, low carb, low sugar, and with a taste you'll never believe is good for you. Get $5 off at magicscoop.com/TV.
The first step to selling your home is to find out how much it's worth. HomeLine gives you a free home valuation and matches you with local top real estate agents for market analysis. Find out how much your home is worth for free at homeline.com today.
If you struggle with mobility, the sturdy and comfortable Hurricane helps you walk onto any surface and truly stands alone. It comes with a worry-free 100% money-back guarantee plus free shipping. Get America's #1 selling cane at hurricane.com.
Hi, we're Zero Water, and we believe everyone deserves the purest tasting water. That's why we strive for zero. You see, to some it means nothing, but to us, it means everything. Here, take a look. This meter showing triple zeros means our 5-stage filter did its job, and that virtually all dissolved solids, or TDS, have been removed. And all that's left is the purest tasting water. Let's compare. A 2-stage Brita filter stops here, but our 5-stage filter doesn't quit. Zero Water. We strive for zero.
This is exactly why we chose leaf filter. Before leaf filter, our gutters would get so clogged.
Tree limbs, bird nests.
Our house is 2 stories tall. Getting up to these gutters is very dangerous.
We always hired somebody to clean these, and that was very expensive.
Leaf filter was a lifesaver.
When the salesman came over and showed us how they work, gave us interest-free financing, and the price was right, it was a no-brainer.
The leaf filter installation process is so simple and easy.
They got our entire 4,000 square foot house all fitted out and installed in less than a day. And we noticed the difference right away.
Now, all these gutters are actually doing what they're supposed to do.
Our downspouts flow freely now. I don't have to worry about climbing up the ladder.
My home is very protected. The whole process was so simple. I'm saving a ton of money, and it's only increased the value of my home.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
I can't seem to find the right house.
How about this one?
this? Redken learns what you like and constantly finds new homes for you. Aw, it's Redken. Want to win? Choose Redken.
Get bikini ready with Finishing Touch Flawless Bikini, the new way to shape, trim, and remove bikini hair. Instant, painless, waterless, with no nicks, bumps, burns, irritation, or ingrown hairs. Use as often as you want with no downtime. A micro-oscillating 18-karat gold-plated head, perfectly angled to contour every curve. You'll never miss a hair. Available at these fine stores and flawlessbikini.com. The UPS store can help your small business with more ease than you realize. Shipping, packing, and boxing save you time for creating, returning, printing, and shredding free you up to focus on designing. And memorizing, mailing, and mailboxing let you do more inspiring. For any ink you need, visit a convenient location near you and get back to playing. Everything for small business all in one place. UPS store. Our certified packing experts make returns easy. Stop in today and we'll handle the rest.
Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, brings you the Select Cut mower, built to exceed the power of gas. Customize the cut with Ego's revolutionary dual blade cutting system with 3 interchangeable blades. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it cuts for over an hour on a single charge. And touch drive self-propel technology makes it effortless. The Ego Power Plus Select Cut mower, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Later this week, the Senate is expected to confirm Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as the first Black woman to sit on the Supreme Court. Today, in a procedural move, the Senate voted 53 to 47 to advance her nomination to the floor. 3 Republicans, Senators Susan Collins, Mitt Romney, and Lisa Murkowski, voted with Democrats in support of Judge Jackson. Romney and Murkowski announcing just today that they support her. Collins had announced last month that she would vote to confirm. Senator Murkowski also telling CNN that when she and Judge Jackson met privately, she apologized for how the judge was treated by some of the Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee, who Murkowski says launched unwarranted personal attacks on the judge. Stay tuned. The horrific toll of the war on full display in the Ukrainian town of Bucha. Now President Zelensky is warning it could be even worse in other parts of the country.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you
Need.
Liberty Bibbity. Liberty. Are we married in Mutual? Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 Liberty. Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who scans this QR code. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Scan the QR code. Don't wait. Scan the code now and ask about the Bosley Guarantee. Selling a home is expensive and stressful, so we created our Smart Seller system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commission. The process was easy as it gets. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
About this guy.
Just saddled with so much credit card debt right now.
Need an upgrade card. Girls, all my monthly purchases want easy installing loans, so I can avoid stuff like that.
Where do I sign up?
Get your upgrade card at upgrade.com.
Online dating? I know people meet that way, but Where would I even begin?
Open laptop, go to OurTime.com, look for free. It's easy to take a look on Our Time, the fastest growing dating site for people over 50.
This is CNN Lawsuit.
There are 5 things you need to know. This along with our most uploaded question. Never experienced anything like this.
Yeah, dude, that doesn't look good. I know what to do. Go to CashNetUSA.com. I can apply minutes and if approved, I can get my money as soon as the same business day.
Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer, asbestos exposure on the job, or in the military, may be linked to lung cancer, mesothelioma, and asbestosis.
If you or a loved one were diagnosed with lung cancer, call 1-800-262-8080. I'm a military spokesperson.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America that'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the ideal agent was that we saved $12,000 in commission.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
I'm Ed Lavandera in Odessa, Ukraine. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Christian Faith Publishing. Tell your story and get your book published today. Are you a Christian author with a book that you're ready to share with the world? Get published now. Call for your free publisher kit today.
1-800-455-1827.
This is Donovan tonight. The Pentagon now saying it is seeing more activity by Russian forces in eastern Ukraine, especially in the Donbass region, and that Russia is likely hoping to capture the city of Kharkiv. But as Russian troops retreat from the areas around Kyiv, the world is witnessing scenes of horror in the town of Bucha. The video is graphic and it's hard to watch. Bodies of civilians lying in the streets. Many of the victims shot at close range, some with their hands tied behind their backs. Ukraine's president calling it genocide, President Biden saying this.
He is a war criminal. But we have to gather the information. We have to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to continue to fight. And we have to gather all the details so this can be an actual have a wartime trial.
And tonight, President Zelensky is warning that they're likely to find many more bodies as more towns are liberated from Russian forces. CNN's Fred Viken just got back from Bucha, where he is witnessing the carnage and the devastation there for the world to see. Fred, the world is horrified by what happened in Bucha. You were there, you witnessed it. Tell us what you saw.
Hi there, Don. What was devastating scenes that we saw, and I think one of the things that really stands out is that it's been, more than 4 days since the Russians retreated from Bucha, and the folks there are still finding dead bodies in the street, dead bodies in shot-up cars, in destroyed houses, and even seemingly executed in basements. That's what we witnessed firsthand, and I need to to warn our viewers that what you're about to see is extremely disturbing and very graphic. Ukrainian authorities in Bucha lead us into a basement they call a Russian execution chamber. It's a gruesome scene. 5 bodies, their hands tied behind their backs, shot. The bullet casings collected by Ukrainian police, pockmarks from bullets in the walls. The Ukrainians say these men were killed when Russian forces used this compound as a military base while occupying Bucha. An advisor to Ukraine's interior minister not even trying to conceal his anger. After the liberation of Bucha, 5 corpses of civilians were found here, he says, with their hands tied behind their backs. They were shot in the head and in the chest. They were tortured before. Even the body collectors find it hard to keep their composure. Vladislav Minchenko is usually a painter. Now he collects the dead left behind after Russian forces retreated from Bucha. This is not what we learned in school, he says. Do you see my hands? Hundreds of dead. Hundreds, not dozens. The Kremlin has denied Russia was behind any atrocities in Bucha. Now, the Russians say the notion of their troops having killed civilians is all fake news and propaganda, but it does seem clear that they were here. That looks like a sort of foxhole position. And over there, they seem to have dug in a tank. On the outer wall, the letter V, a symbol that Russian forces painted on their vehicles before invading this part of Ukraine. Now, a lot of Russian military hardware lies destroyed in the streets of Bucha and other towns around Kiev, as the Ukrainians made a stand and prevented Vladimir Putin's army from entering the capital city. Images published shortly after Russian forces left Bucha show many corpses lying in the streets. Some bodies had their hands tied behind their backs. President Biden called what happened here a war crime. While visiting Bucha, Ukraine's president vowed to bring those behind the violence against civilians to justice. These are war crimes, he says, and they will be recognized by the world as genocide. You are here and you can see what happened. We know that thousands of people were killed and tortured, teared limbs, raped women, and killed children. And still, the dead keep piling up. Many lay in this mass grave behind the main church in Bucha. Local authorities tell us around 150 people are buried here, but no one knows the exact number. And here, too, the scenes are tragic. Vladimir has been searching for his younger brother, Dmitry. I was convinced Dmitry lies here, even though he can't be 100% sure. The neighbor accompanying him has strong words for the Russians. Why do you hate Ukraine so much, she says. Since the 1930s, you've been abusing Ukraine. You just wanted to destroy us. You wanted us gone, but we will be. Everything will be okay. I believe it. But more corpses are already on the way. At the end of the day, we meet Vladislav and the body collectors again. Another 9 bodies found in this tour alone. It's unlikely they'll be the last. And you know, one thing that we have to understand about those volunteers, Don, is that they go around every day searching for more bodies, and they've already recovered hundreds of bodies. And one of the things that really stood out as they were unloading that van is, first of all, how many bodies they picked up that day, but also they had one bag that was really light, and they said that it was a single leg that was badly burned. And those are the things that these people have to deal with, and unfortunately, they understand it's still going to be several more days that they're going to have to do that work. Don?
Fred, the President, Volodymyr Zelensky, is warning that we'll see more towns like Bucha and even more casualties based on what you witnessed. Do you think he's right?
I think, unfortunately, he is probably right. One of the interesting things is that the foreign minister of this country, he also said that he believes that this could just be the tip of the iceberg. And you know, one of the things that I've done this weekend, I've actually gone around the area near Kiev, especially to the northwest, to some of the towns, some of the suburbs there, and in almost all of them, we saw utter devastation. A lot of houses that were destroyed, larger buildings destroyed, also, quite frankly, a lot of destroyed Russian armor as well. One of the places that stood out was a place called Borodyanka, and there you went down the main street and just everything there seemed to be in ruins. And there, a family came to us and said that they had just returned, and there were Russian soldiers who had been in their house, had ransacked the house, and they actually found a dead body in their backyard also, with his hands tied behind his back and a bullet wound to the head. We actually found a shell casing. So that alone seems to indicate that quite possibly there could be further instances similar to what we've seen in Bucha.
Frederick Bleiken, please say thank you, sir. So let's bring in now journalist and author Sebastian Junger. His latest book is titled Freedom. Sebastian, thank you. Thanks for having me. Unbelievable. Very, very painful images to see. When you look at these bodies, they're strewn all about. They're across the floor, some with their hands bound behind their backs. How important is it for us to look at these images? I mean, because we want to turn away. It's difficult. It's awful. But we need to see what they represent, no?
Yeah, I mean, in a moral sense, we have to know what's happening in the world. But also, if we don't process this legally, politically, there's no chance of a true accounting, even if the perpetrators are not brought to justice. But just for history, it must be done.
Do you think it puts more pressure on the West to do more for the people of Ukraine?
I mean, I'm not a diplomat. I think the calculation about doing more comes down to a reasonable fear of a catastrophic war with Russia. And so I don't think it's going to change that calculus, but it may change. I mean, I don't don't think there's going to be a no-fly zone because of this or what have you. But I think, it certainly will galvanize public opinion, world opinion, in terms of cutting off the purchasing of oil and gas and coal from Russia, things like that.
The question is, when you look at this, where's the line? That fear of nuclear versus where's the line for people, for someone just slaughtering people, just not right slaughter. It's genocide, no?
Yes, it is, and unfortunately, it's rather common. It happened in Chechnya, it happened in Afghanistan under the Russians, it happened in Bosnia, it happened in Kosovo. I saw FBI investigators investigating the crime scenes left behind by retreating Serb soldiers in Kosovo, and very, very much the same. I mean, these villages where hundreds of people were killed, and usually it was civilians, and usually it was reprisals for attacks on the soldiers, right? So some soldiers would get killed, they'd round up everyone in the nearest village and machine gun them. And they did that over and over again.
Volodymyr Zelensky, the president, is there. He saw the carnage firsthand today. He says it's difficult to negotiate with the Russians after seeing what they have done. Do you think it's possible to make peace with people responsible for such barbarity?
I mean, peace, you can have a cessation of the war. Peace is maybe a different matter. The war will end when Putin realizes that he's losing more than he's gaining. And I don't know where that line will be, and I don't know what the Ukrainians are willing to give up. Kosovo got its independence, Bosnia as well. So the longer this goes on, the higher the price borne by Putin in many different ways. And this clearly isn't the war he thought he was going to fight. And I don't think even he knows how this will end.
I was fascinated by this interview that Fareed Zakaria had yesterday. It was the former oligarch Mikhail Khodorkovsky, who was once the richest man in Russia. That was before he was in prison for going against Putin. Fareed talked to him, and he knows how Putin thinks, and he said this. Watch this.
All his life, he's always dealt with the criminal elements and was indeed himself part of that criminal world. He doesn't treat the law seriously, or state institutions for that matter, in his world. Main thing is force. And if you don't show him force, if he senses that you're weak, as he does, for example, about Mr. Macron, he simply takes advantage of you. When he feels force, when he's afraid of force, he's ready to talk.
Okay, so kind of my question, right? Where's the line? Right. He says sheer force. That's the only thing that's going to stop Putin. So what does that mean for Ukrainians? I think it means that they're going to continue just to be bombarded, with missiles, with artillery, until Putin gets his way.
Well, here's the thing: insurgencies usually win, right? I mean, the Russians were driven out of Afghanistan, then the U.S. was driven out of Afghanistan. It was a toss-up in Iraq, I would say. The history of insurgencies fighting great powers is very, very successful. And so, and even if he sort of has a tactical win and takes Kyiv, which I don't think he will, he has an occupation to run, and it will run indefinitely. And a country like Russia, a country like the United States, way more wealthy, cannot do that indefinitely. I mean, eventually the great power steps away because they're just bleeding too much economically and in terms of manpower sometimes.
You wrote this piece of Vanity Fair about 10 days after Putin's invasion, and you laid out what makes underdog groups successful in war. And you said, a clear moral purpose, fearless leadership, and women in the fight. We talked about that a little bit, right? Yeah. 6 weeks into this war, the Ukrainians still have, all of that. How do you see it playing out in the coming days?
I mean, look, the cost to the people of Ukraine is going to be horrific, but I would guess that they're going to win this eventually.
You do?
Yeah, I do. And they might even lose Kyiv, but eventually, I don't think Russia has a tiny economy. Ukraine is 44 million people. I mean, the Russians could barely take Chechnya and with 1 or 2 million people. Even if they took Ukraine, keeping it, I think, would be a nightmare for them. So eventually, I think that, what may wind up happening is that there's a sort of concession, right? They divide it somehow or whatever. But the
the idea of Putin controlling Ukraine completely, I think, is at this point kind of unrealistic.
It's, being there, there's a different sense about it, right? I mean, obviously it's awful, but just being on the ground and being able to touch people and experience with them. And then my particular experience, while I was there, by the way, I saw, the only person of color I saw was the defense secretary, photographer on the plane, and one African for 2.5, almost 3 weeks. It was just interesting, people's reaction to me there, and all very kind. But it was a different experience for them, having a journalist of color, being able to cover them. And I want to write about it, but I mean, it was fascinating being there and having people react to me and just sort of stare at me sometimes.
Yeah.
On the street as I was walking by.
Yeah, I'm sure it must have been extraordinary for both you and them.
But I'm saying, just being able to be an American in these war zones, it's quite a unique experience for us.
Yes, it is. I mean, we're a very, very lucky country, and we're not doing well at the moment at managing that good luck that we have. I hope we turn the corner somehow. But I mean, you don't have to go far into the world to realize how extraordinarily lucky and free we are.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure. Vladimir Putin's next target may be the city of Kharkiv. More than a third of the population has fled. The mayor says over 1,000 civilian buildings have been hit. CNN's Christiana Amanpour reports from Kharkiv. That's next.
Imagine yourself 40, 50, 60 pounds lighter, and what it could mean to your health and happiness. Start Complete by Nutrisystem, our new plan for people committed to losing life-changing weight. Designed by dietitians with a fully structured 7-day plan for rapid weight loss. With your meals and snacks delivered, learn better eating habits and how to transition to a healthy lifestyle. Imagine that. Act now and receive over $400 in savings and 4 months of new ProSync under controlling shakes. Call or go online to Start Complete by Nutrisystem today.
Did you know many antifungal products are not intended for the nails? Try Carousol. Unlike others, it's formulated with clinically proven ingredients that penetrate fungus-damaged nails to start improving nail appearance in just 2 days. Try Carousol.
When you really commit to a garden and nurture it, your energy goes into the fruits and the vegetables that you're growing. Find more ways to grow at miraclegrow.com.
Calibrate is a doctor-guided weight loss program that combines virtual doctor visits, FDA-approved medication, and one-on-one video coaching to reset your metabolic system. Get back in control of your weight and your health with Calibrate. Sign up today at joincalibrate.com.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to Ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit Ownerly.com today.
With the timeless protection of ADT, it's safe to say, hey Google, unlock the front door. With ADT and the new battery-powered Google Nest doorbell, your front door is safer and smarter.
Now ADT customers can get a Google Nest doorbell installed and backed by the #1 named smart home security.
When you've helped save more lives than any other home security brand, it's safe to say, there's a reason millions of people trust ADT to help protect what matters most.
This is the planning effect. Nina's got a lot of ideas for the future. A lot of ideas. So when she wants a plan based on what matters most, she turns to Fidelity. At Fidelity, anyone can create a free plan. A plan that can change as your priorities do. And Nina's free plan, it leaves her free to focus on what's important right now. That's the planning effect from Fidelity.
This past year, we've all let ourselves go a little. But now it's time for everyone to step up their game. With Wolf and Shepherd. Wolf and Shepherds look great with full grain, Italian leather, and classic styling. But they're my go-to shoes because of how they feel. Cushy, light, super comfortable. Okay, guys, let's get to work.
Chillin', spillin', feelin', beat
ECing, never freeing, smoking, filking, flipping, dipping. If you're not oozing, then you're losing. Tater, tied, and cold, hiding, dealing, buying, trying, color your spread, upgrade your breath, share it, swear it.
I'm here at home with Officers Martinez and Endicott. They're here because my Simply Safe security camera captured an uninvited guest. Simply Safe monitoring pros used the video to have a little chat with police, tell them what was going down. The officers tell me that video verification helps them get there lightning fast. It's all a part of Simply Safe's comprehensive 24/7 whole home security. And for unsurpassed protection, get advanced pro monitoring for less than $1 a day. Only from Simply Safe.
A top Ukrainian military official is warning that Russian forces are now trying to surround troops in the east and capture the city of Kharkiv. CNN's Christian Amanpour traveled to Kharkiv to report on the intense shelling, and I have to warn you, some of the images you're about to see are graphic.
Here in Kharkiv, former Ukrainian capital, second biggest city, and one of the most important cultural sites, the great 19th century poet Taras Shevchenko is hunkering down for the rest of this war. Workers cover him in sandbags against the kind of destruction that's pounded this city's center since the start. The most spectacular strike was this one a month ago. A Russian missile slams low and hard straight into the corner of the regional administration building.
The missile struck right here. And the idea of hitting a building like this is to deny the legitimacy of the state. But the terror against civilians continues, playground by playground, mall by mall, park bench by park bench.
Which is what we find in this residential neighborhood. People were sitting outside chatting on a Sunday afternoon. Kids were playing. We find the telltale pattern of a mortar that landed right here. Authorities say 7 people were killed in this neighborhood, many more were injured. Kharkiv sits 40 miles from the Russian border. It is the last major city before Donbass, where Russia is directing its war effort to the east. Just last week, the nearby village of Mala-Rohan was liberated from the Russians. This civilian says he was captured and held. When dusk falls, children are outside playing and getting the last bit of fresh air before descending underground into one of the capital's many subway stations. After 40 days of war, they have turned their temporary homes into a neighborhood. Some have even decorated with fresh flowers. Zina says she's been living down here since the beginning.
Oh, this is my house. This used to be my house. Now we cannot live here, obviously, because it has been bombed 3 times in a row.
But this is a safe space for you.
Yes, absolutely.
And for the kids.
Yes, absolutely.
Kids do what kids do, homework and handicrafts. Even this is organized. Marina works for an organization that plans ways to keep the children busy, entertained, and their minds off the trauma.
Here we equipped the playing grounds, the space for kids, where they can play with toys, with constructors, make puzzles, and do the things they did in their usual life before the war.
But the trauma is never far away, as we found in this underground station, where civil defense are teaching kids how to protect themselves, how to recognize weapons and ordnance, and to remember never to touch. The adults are shown how to protect themselves in case of a chemical weapons attack. Even this maternity hospital was damaged in a mortar strike. Now the basement has been turned into a shelter and delivery room, if necessary. Birth, life continues. We met Alina 30 minutes after she had delivered baby Yaroslava. How are you feeling?
Well, she is about to. My first daughter.
Your first daughter?
Yeah.
Your first child?
Yeah.
As we're leaving, she tells us, I love my country, I love my daughter,
my family, my husband. In the delirium of new motherhood, she says, everything will be great for us. Russian forces tried a two-prong attack to take the city of Kharkiv back in the early days of the war, but they were pushed back at the end of February by the Ukrainians. Still now, we hear regular artillery duels between both sides. Don?
Christian, I'll report. Thank you very much. Russia's indiscriminate violence against the people of Ukraine sparking calls for war crimes trials. Could the accusations of war crimes change how much the West is willing to contribute to this fight?
With electric all-wheel drive, you have the capability to go to the ends of the earth for the things that matter most. Kia, movement that inspires.
If you've been living with heart disease, reducing cholesterol can be hard, even when you're taking a statin and being active. But you can do hard. You lived through the blizzard of '96. 12 unappreciative bosses, 17 bad diets, 5 kids, 3 grandkids, 1 heart attack, and 18 passwords that seem to change daily. And now with Leqvio, you can lower your cholesterol too. When taken with a statin, Leqvio is proven to lower bad cholesterol by over 50% and keep it there with 2 doses a year. Common side effects of Leqvio were injection site reaction, joint pain, urinary tract infection, diarrhea, chest cold, pain in legs or arms, and shortness of breath. With Leqvio, lowering cholesterol becomes just one more thing life throws you away. Ask your doctor if Leqvio is right for you. Lower, longer, Leqvio.
There he is. There he is. Combining your stuff is hard. Combining your TV with Dish? Easy. Prime Video. Live TV and streaming apps all in one place with Dish.
The new and improved Finishing Touch Flawless at-home facial hair remover. Now with an advanced 18-karat gold-plated double halo floating head design that contours to the curves of your face for fast, easy, and painless hair removal from your upper lip, cheek, or chin, whether at home or anywhere. No nicks, burns, or irritation. Available at these fine stores and finishingtouchflawless.com.
Pre-alarm monitoring. We did receive the appropriate alarm. Do you want us to have the police check it out?
Yes, please have the copy. Protect your home with Ring Alarm.
Our Confident Forever plan is possible with a CFP professional.
A CFP professional can help you build a complete financial plan. Visit letsmakeaplan.org to find your CFP professional.
Me gustaría pedir algo de comer. Ah, ok, por supuesto que no.
How did you learn Spanish?
I live with Bubble.
So, Bubble, it's kinda like if my teacher is in your phone?
Kind of. And the best part, it's helping make new friends.
Language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free. I'm not saying I'm a bad lover, but sometimes I'm the only one crossing the finish line.
Sometimes?
The first time I tried Promescent Delay Spray, wow. Just a few sprays and I could focus more on the intimacy and not be worried about finishing too soon. Now I'm not just running a sprint. We're both signed up for a marathon together.
And
he lets me cross the finish line first.
Anything for you, milady?
No accents.
Right.
I'm Fred Pleitgen in Kiev, Ukraine, and this is CNN.
Disturbing and graphic images emerging from Bucha in Ukraine showing mass graves and bodies in the street. As Ukrainian officials work to account for the dead, many worry things may be even worse in other towns. So how does this grim new chapter change the battle for Ukraine? Joining us now to discuss, former defense advisor to Ukraine and retired Colonel Liam Collins, also retired Major John Spencer. He is the chair of urban warfare studies at Madison Policy Forum and the author of Connected Soldiers. Gentlemen, I'm honored to have both of you on. Thank you so much. Major, we're going to start with you. You say the horror coming out of Bucha is something beyond war crimes we have discussed up to now. Why is this different?
So, bombing of civilian targets, war crimes, right? But the enemy can always say, or in this case, the aggressor can always say that whatever they were shooting at had military target, military people in it, right? So we've discussed this in the past. They can argue away what they did, even though some of these clear war crimes that will be investigated. But there's a whole different level. I don't even think war crimes is the right word. It's genocide. It's crimes against humanity. To tie somebody's hands and shoot them in the back of the head. And as an old soldier, that's an intimate type of evil that isn't a war crime. That's like crime against humanity.
Colonel, for weeks now, we've heard Russian troops are poorly led and organized and that they have low morale. Does that play any kind of a role here? Is there anything that is there any way to explain this?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, war crimes are as old as war itself, unfortunately. And when you have poorly led and poorly trained soldiers, they're going to be far too common. And look, I mean, they sat on the border for weeks or months before being sent across. Putin told them, didn't tell them why they're waging this war. They go across the border, they're getting slaughtered, they're seeing their friends get killed. And so they're lashing out on the only people they can find. And unfortunately, that's the civilians that happen to be on the battlefield that they won't even allow to leave.
Major, Russia is changing focus now. They seem to be intent on surrounding and hammering eastern cities like Mariupol. How long can Ukrainian defenders, in the end, hold out? And what happens if this becomes block-to-block fighting?
Yeah, so, I mean, there's lots of variables on how much longer they can hold out in places like Mariupol, where they've been sieged for a long time. But you could go weeks, to be honest, depending on what the situation they had at the ground. You know, as I talked before, underground, and Mariupol has an underground, but it's really what Russia is willing to pay to take the city, to be frank, and to take these objectives. Russia is falling apart everywhere. And this isn't just, okay, let's focus on the east, let's move a bunch of forces over there to finish the job and create some type of a win. I think we're going to see more war crimes. We're going to see Russia pay a bigger price, so their dying is not over yet. And to be frank, what happened in Bucha, I mean, that's a rally to these people to keep fighting. It emboldens them. Remember Bucha. Remember these crimes.
So let's drill into that a little bit more. You think the reports of these war crimes change not only how the Ukrainians are fighting, but what the U.S. and our allies are willing to contribute to this fight?
I sure hope so. Look, I understand that Russia has done this in the past. I understand this is what Putin does. I understand it's happened around the world. I don't care. This is our moment. We are the leaders of the free world. I think this should change everything. Those images, that's not disinformation. That's real. You've been over there. You know these war crimes. Look, there's 4 forms of national power. The military is one of them. Yes, send them more Soviet tanks. Send them everything. But there's diplomatic power, there's information power, there's economic power. Bring down the weight that we, the free world, can bring down, yes, without escalating to nuclear war.
Colonel, a CNN team near Mykolaiv narrowly escaping artillery fire. We're also seeing video of strikes targeting the port city of Odessa. What can Ukrainians do to fight back if Putin's main goal now is destruction of more and even claiming even more territory? More so than claiming more territory.
Yeah, I mean, as we see, right, he's failed in his attempts to really take the cities, and so he's just sitting back and laying artillery siege on it because that's about the only option he has. So what we've seen the Ukrainians do around Kyiv was those smart counterattacks, attacking at a time and place of their tactical advantage, and they have superior troops, superior training, superior leaders, superior culture, so they're going to defeat Russian forces. But they are facing overwhelming combat power, so it's these slow, steady kind of counterattacks that they can slowly chip away at what Russia was able to seize to date. So I think it's probably going to be more like Kyiv, where it's going to take time for these counterattacks to be effective and push the Russian forces back.
Many of the places Ukrainians will be trying to liberate in the coming days and weeks, maybe a little more than rubble by the time that they're able to wrestle them back. What's the strategic significance of taking that even a decimated city?
Yeah, so I've written some papers about this on, is it possible to destroy a city? And the answer is no, because the cities are the people. So all these refugees, and even the people that are hiding in the rubble, that is the city. It's not the buildings, it's the Ukrainian people that make up those cities. So those cities will live again.
Colonel, U.S. Intel is suggesting that Putin is facing pressure to have results by May 9th, when Russia celebrates its victory in World War II. How much more dangerous could that make his next moves? Or will he just claim victory regardless of what's real in the battle?
I'm sure he'll claim victory any way he can, right? As implausible as it is, he'll try to claim something. But I don't think there's nothing more Putin can do to really escalate other than launching more artillery into cities and killing more civilians. And obviously that's going to continue to likely pay a higher price for that diplomatically and economically. He just doesn't have more forces to throw in the fight. They've been decimated. The ones from Kyiv have been pulled back, and it doesn't look like they're going to regroup anytime soon. So there's really not much more he can do to escalate this other than continue to just shell and destroy cities.
Colonel, Major, thank you both very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
President Zelensky in the war-torn city of Bucha, warning civilian casualties will rise, but how will the indiscriminate killing impact negotiations with Russia? A former Zelensky aide joins me. That's next.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to Ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit Ownerly.com today.
$6 for the best kind of wings, paired with the best kind of celery sticks. Crinkle fries. Arby's, we have the meat.
I didn't know my genetic report could tell me I was prone to frontal blood clots. I travel a ton, so this info was kind of life-changing. Maybe even life-saving. Do you know what the future holds?
My name is Austin James. As a musician living with diabetes, finger sticks can be a real challenge. That's why I use the Freestyle Libre 2 system. With a painless 1-second scan, I know my glucose numbers without finger sticks. Now I'm managing my diabetes better, and I've lowered my A1C from 8.2 to 6.7.
Take the mystery out of managing your diabetes and lower your A1C. Now you know. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Every day, I work with small businesses in my community, helping them grow and create jobs. American technology empowers Main Street businesses to innovate and reach their customers through social media and online advertising. But some politicians in Washington are pushing new laws that will weaken American technology, threaten jobs in our community, and make our economy more dependent on China. This misguided agenda will leave small businesses behind. Congress needs to protect, not weaken, American technology.
Calibrate is a doctor-guided weight loss program that combines virtual doctor visits, FDA-approved medication, and one-on-one video coaching to reset your metabolic system. Get back in control of your weight and your health with Calibrate. Sign up today and join Calibrate.com.
Did you know many antifungal products are not intended for the nails? Try Carousel. Unlike others, it's formulated with Clinically proven ingredients that penetrate fungus-damaged nails to start improving nail appearance in just 2 days. Try Carousel.
What if you could have the perspective to see more? At Morgan Stanley, the global collective of thought leaders, offers investors a broader view. We see companies protecting the bottom line by putting people first. We see a bright future, still hungry for the ingenuity of those ready for the next challenge. Today, we're translating decades of experience into strategies for the road ahead. We are Morgan Stanley.
There were 3 strikes that hit this facility. This is as close as you're going to get.
Just look at the utter destruction caused by this massive explosion.
Imagine the good fortune of the truck driver. He managed to survive.
More than a month into the war here in Ukraine, the refugee crisis continues. It is not even remotely close to being a ceasefire.
In Kiev, Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, Lviv, this is CNN.
This is the feeling of certainty. The feeling that comes from knowing you're inspiring your customers, uniting your team, recognizing achievements, and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people use and love. From the experts at 4imprint, your partners in creating special moments and memories by making people smile. Enjoy that feeling of certainty with promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Clothes, like life, are meant to be enjoyed. That's why Blair makes quality clothing easy to wear, with fits that move with your body. Easy to love, with fun colors, flattering styles, and soft, comfortable fabrics. And easy to buy with affordable prices. Easy to wear, easy to love, easy to buy. Get $10 off and free shipping at Blair.com with promo code BlairTV.
Stanley Tucci, Searching for Italy. New season coming this spring on CNN.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky touring the Kyiv suburb of Bucha today. There, shocking images of civilian bodies strewn across the streets and the discovery of a mass grave inciting international outrage. So joining me now from Ukraine, Yulia Mendel. She is a former spokesperson for President Zelensky. We're so happy to have you on. Thank you very much. We realize it's very early there, and we thank you for joining us here. So at points during his tour of Bucha, President Zelensky looked disturbed, deeply affected at what he saw. What kind of a toll is this taking on him?
Well, he is the face of Ukraine right now. All the nation is like shaking and all this despair. And believe me, this is not something that someone can actually expect to see. His face, everything, it has changed in the last 41 days, absolutely. It's like 40 days for him looks like 40 years, to be frank. And of course, he's showing what Ukraine is passing through today. You understand we have recorded 1,200 of war crimes in Kiev region just in the first day, and 410 bodies of Ukrainian civilians were taken to forensic study just on Sunday. And our general prosecutor office says that Bucha is not the worst yet. We are expecting also the new information coming from other cities that have been bombed heavily by the Russians in the last month and a half. Mariupol had 400,000 of citizens that have been blocked and bombed there. Bucha had only over 30,000 of people. You can imagine what is coming up there.
Wow. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Zelensky talked about negotiations with Russia after seeing the massacre in Bucha. Listen to this and then we'll discuss.
The longer the Russian Federation delays the meetings, the worse it will be for them and for this war. Every day when our troops are liberating occupied territories, you can see what is happening here. It's very difficult to negotiate when you see what they have done here. Every day we find people in barrels, strangled, tortured in the basements. So I think if they have any brains left, they should think faster.
What do you think the impact of what happened in Bucha will be on potential negotiations with Russia?
Yes, of course, Russia makes it super difficult to negotiate, but Zelensky is pretty aware that Ukraine is negotiating with a terrorist country. These negotiations are very fragile, they are very unreliable, and Russia behaves very aggressive. But what actually Zelensky means is that if we do not see justice for all the crimes that Russia is committing here in Ukraine, then actually it will mean that there is no justice at all, and that the whole infrastructure that has been built after the World War II doesn't make any difference in this world. We are really grateful for all American journalists who stay right now in Ukraine. We know that it is very difficult, very dangerous to be, and they put actually their lives under this to cover all this for the world. But this is also Ukrainian weapon right now. This is the weaponry for justice against Russian propaganda that tries to abuse Ukrainians in all those atrocities and war crimes that are happening right now. Ukraine is waiting for justice, and what American media is doing there right now is standing for this justice in the future. Zelensky also mentioned that Ukraine will need to continue negotiations because negotiations is the way to finish all these horrors that are happening in Ukraine these days. And negotiations is the way when Putin can withdraw its troops from Ukrainian territories. It's very hard to continue, but we must continue. And we expect justice in the future.
Julia, the president, Ukrainian president, also addressed the Grammy Awards here in the U.S. last night. Here's what he said.
Our musicians wear body armor instead of tuxedo. They sing to the wounded in hospitals, even to those who can't hear them, but the music will break through anyway. We defend our freedom to live, to love, to sound. On our land, we are fighting Russia, which brings horrible silence with its bombs, the dead silence. Fill the silence with your music still today to tell our story.
So he wants people here and across the world to tell Ukraine's story. You mentioned music, and I know art is very important to the people of Ukraine. How do you want people to do that? Tell your story.
Volodymyr Zelensky uses actually a very smart strategy, going to different types of platforms and talking to those who have impact, especially as you mentioned, those who have impact with art means. Ukrainian artists, Ukrainian musicians, they are in front lines these days, and we already had people who are quite young and who were known here for their songs that they died on front lines. One of them was just 33 years old. In 48 hours before that, he published in his Instagram his smile, saying that that was the moment under bombing when he would sit and smile and post a photo, and that he is fighting there for us. And in 48 hours, we learned that he died. So Volodymyr Zelensky tries to talk to those people who make impact with art, who can find the best way to show people the suffering of Ukraine. And this is very smart. I know this is his personal decision, and he is very appreciative of all creative class around the world. It's very disappointing for Ukrainians that he wasn't able to show his record at Oscar. I know there was some kind of politics. It's not possible for me as for Ukrainians to say that this is some kind of politics when we are killed and we need to stay silent about that. We cannot stay silent about that. We must tell the world with every platform which is possible.
We're out of time. Thank you, Julia. We hope you'll come back. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me and for telling the truth.
Absolutely. We'll continue to do it. The UN says more than 4 million people have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded. Many of them are children, forced to leave their parents behind. The story of one 17-year-old girl now in Hungary. That's next.
My garden brings us together.
My garden is my therapy.
Find more ways to grow at miraclegrow.com.
This past year, we've all let ourselves go a little. But now it's time for everyone to step up their game. With Wolf and Shepherd. Wolf and Shepherds look great with full grain, Italian leather, and classic styling. But they're my go-to shoes because of how they feel. Cushy, light, super comfortable. Okay, guys, let's get to work.
What discount?
It's awesome, but I'm just saddled with so much credit card debt right now.
Dude, I need an upgrade card. Girls, all my monthly purchases into one easy installment loan so I can avoid stuff like that. Plus, I earn triple cash rewards.
Where do I sign up?
What about this guy?
He's dead to me.
Get your upgrade card at upgrade.com.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
We gotta tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. We gotta do it fast.
Woo! New personal record, Leo!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Meet Jeff. In his life, he's been to the bottom of the ocean, the tops of mountains, the ER, twice, and all the places this guy runs off to. Like Jeff's, a life well lived should continue at home. Home Instead offers customized services from personal care to memory care, so older adults can stay home, stay safe, and stay happy. Home Instead, to us, it's personal.
We all love video doorbells. Voice assistants have changed our lives. We now control our home with a touch. Indoor and outdoor cameras help us keep watch. We want to guard our lives and hold tight to our loved ones everywhere. And you know what's better than all these things by themselves? All these things together from the most trusted name in security, ADT.
Bring your eyes into the spotlight with Lumify eye drops. Lumify dramatically reduces redness to help your eyes look brighter, lighter, and more luminous, radiant, vibrant for up to 8 hours. Lumify. You won't believe your eyes.
It's power. You try crazy things because you're crazy and you like it. You get bigger, faster. You can never have too much of a good day. And power is a very good thing.
Welcome! It's time to see which chew is best in show for long-lasting flea and tick protection. We may be here for weeks, or even months. Holy smokes! A rejection and protection at week 5. But Bravecto just won't quit. Let's hear from our veterinarian expert.
Bravectos are a clear winner. 12 weeks of powerful protection, nearly 3 times longer than any other chew.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Bravo, Bravecto. Bravo.
You have a full-time job and commitments to keep. You're also determined to advance your career. Welcome to Coursera, career accelerating degrees online from the world's best universities for today's busy lives. I just wanted my kids to know that you don't ever stop. Get a high-quality degree 100% online, often for as little as half the cost. It's allowed me to end up in a position that I was only really dreaming of. Join Coursera for free at Coursera.org and try a degree course today. Coursera, your course to success.
Tonight, the UN saying more than 4 million refugees have fled Ukraine since the start of Russia's war more than a month ago. One of those refugees is 17-year-old Alla Rinska, who lived in Kyiv. For her own safety, her parents sent her to Hungary when Russia started bombing Ukraine. Alla is now studying at a high school in Budapest. Here's CNN's Matt Rivers.
She's got a pink backpack, a warm smile, and she's already made friends, even though 17-year-old Alla Rinska, Ukrainian, has only been here in Budapest, Hungary, for a month. In an empty classroom of her new school, we sit and talk about how she never thought she'd end up here.
No war.
He didn't believe it.
Yes, 21st century. It's Ukraine, it's Europe. Why?
Before the war, she was just a normal teenager, making goofy videos with her friends, taking selfies. But then the war
reached where she lived in Kyiv. When did your family decide that it wasn't safe for you to be in Ukraine?
When we heard explosions and our house was just like.
Your house was shaking?
Yes.
Her parents made the agonizing decision to send her to stay with friends in Budapest. Allah's dad took her to the train station on March 4th. But in the crush of people also trying to leave, they were separated. Could you see your dad when the train was leaving? Was that hard?
Yeah. I cried maybe all night.
She took only these pictures from the train. A bleak landscape, she says, matched how she felt. But then, an idea. She wrote an email to Kureshi Baptist High School, one of the best in Hungary, talking about the war and what happened to her. I really want to go to school and continue studying, she wrote. I kindly ask you to help me. And help, they did. The school converted these old containers into dorms, where Alla now lives and studies. Her days are spent in classes, and at night, she chats with a few other Ukrainian girls just like her, who also fled, now living there too, even though she does still miss her family.
I try to not cry, and I try to be strong, because my parents, I know that when I cry, they also feel not very good.
That strength on full display when Alla video calls with her parents later that day. It's all smiles and updates on school and work. We say hello and ask an obvious question. How difficult is it right now to not have Alla with you?
I cannot explain how I feel because it's too hard for me. I'm happy that my daughter, I love her very much. She is safe now. It's the main for me.
A few minutes later, though, the call is over, and Alla's stoic facade falters. How was that?
I tried to not cry.
They love you very much.
You too.
What are you thinking?
It's unfair. It's so unfair that I should be here. My friends then.
This is what war does to a happy 17-year-old, but she is determined to stay optimistic. This is a photo she wanted us to show. Her parents sent it to her right after she left. The first spring flower to push through the snow near her house. A sign, they said, of brighter times to come. And Don, one detail we didn't put in that story, but it's just staggering. Right after Alla got on that train and her dad tried to go home from the train station in Kyiv, an air raid siren went off in Kyiv. He was not actually allowed to leave that train station. He was forced to spend the night in the train station. He had no idea if his daughter arrived safely in Hungary until she got there the next day and they were able to make contact after she got service and he got out of that train station. Just an unimaginable situation as a father to be put in, not knowing if your daughter is safe after she had to get on that train in such a devastating fashion. Don.
Matt Rivers, thank you so much. And thanks for watching, everyone. Our live coverage continues.
Wildfires have reached historic levels. As fires keep raging, the need to replant trees keeps growing. So Subaru is growing our commitment to protect the environment. In partnership with the National Forest Foundation, Subaru and our retailers are proud to help replant 1 million trees to help restore our forests. Subaru, more than a car company.
Ever wondered how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to Ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit Ownerly.com today.
It wasn't Betta's fault that Yo-Yo dieting failed her. Calibrate works with her biology to end an unsustainable cycle. Medication, coaching, lifestyle tweaks. Lose at least 10% of your body weight or your money back. Join Calibrate.com.
Did you know many antifungal products are not intended for the nails? Try Carousol. Unlike others, it's formulated with clinically proven ingredients that penetrate fungus-damaged nails to start improving nail appearance in just 2 days. Try Carousol.
Should have called a pro.
I got this. I watch a lot of home improvement shows on Sling TV. I'm gonna need a gallon of spackle, 5 tons concrete, and stud finder. A big one.
With Sling, be confident you're getting the TV you love for a price show. Sling, try it today.
Before I lost the weight, I definitely wasn't feeling like myself. Mentally, it was a difficult time for me.
The picture showed this huge guy, and I'm like, oh my God, is that me?
Having to ask for seatbelt extenders. That's pretty embarrassing.
Now's the time for you to try Nutrisystem with food that is new for 2022. It's hard to even believe this food can help you lose weight.
You jump on the scale and you're like, yes!
Nutrisystem follows a high-protein, low-glycemic approach, keeps your blood sugar steady, so you feel full as you lose the weight. And wait till you try new premium meals with up to 30 grams of protein. And that's not all that's new. New restaurant favorites are my favorites.
I love the toasted raviolis.
Get meals and snacks delivered free with a money-back guarantee. I look at pictures now and I'll go, you look good. Act now and get 50% off all plans.
I've lost 127 pounds. 40 pounds. 47 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Go online or call 888-658-FIT4 to get 50% off all plans.
Doris, did I tell you I got our car from Carvana? I found the perfect car in no time. I thought online but no one to help me. And Susan from Carvana, she had all the answers. It was so easy.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Eve loves me.
He's the perfect guy.
Not because I'm the only guy or anything, but because I can always get her to finish with help from my Promessa Delay Spray. Just a few sprays, I get way more control.
And confidence.
King of the jungle, baby!
It's a garden, honey.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get all the channels you want, with all the entertainment you love, for the price that cable can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Do you struggle to fall asleep and stay asleep? Qunol Sleep Formula combines 5 key nutrients that can help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed. The brand I trust is Qunol.
Enjoy the magic of freshness from Nuts.com. Fresh nuts, dried fruits, sweets and treats, freshly roasted, freshly dipped, freshly seasoned, and delivered fast with free shipping. Nuts.com. Fresh snacks from our kitchen to yours.
I'm Phil Black in Lviv, Western Ukraine, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Christian Faith Publishing. Tell your story and get your book published today. Are you a Christian author with a book that you're ready to share with the world? Get published now. Call for your free publisher kit today.
1-800-455-1827.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, I'm John Wallace, live in Lviv, Ukraine. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. Thank you for joining us for our breaking news coverage of Russia's brutal military offensive, now into day 41. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky expected to address the UN Security Council in just hours, meaning that it's almost certain to focus on the apparent massacre of civilians in the town of Bucha just outside the capital Kyiv. Zelensky visited Bucha on Monday to see the death and the destruction firsthand. He says there's evidence that more than 300 people were killed, tortured, or Russian troops occupied this town. And the White House is warning Bucha will not be the last.
We should be under no illusions that Russia will adjust its tactics, which have included and will likely continue to include wanton and brazen attacks on civilian targets.
This is just some of the destruction left behind in Bucha after weeks of fighting, but it's the human toll which is truly disturbing. And a warning, the images you're about to see are graphic and hard to watch. Bodies now litter the streets of Bucha. It looks like many were just left where they fell. This video, one of the many, showing what Russian soldiers left behind when they pulled back from the Kyiv area. And yet, The Kremlin is claiming it's all fake, dismissing these horrific scenes in Bucha as little more than propaganda. Satellite images, though, suggest otherwise. Take a look at this. On the left, stills from a video taken Friday showing bodies in the street. On the right, satellite images taken more than 2 weeks ago, showing what appears to be those same bodies lying in the exact same salt floods. The images coming out of Bucha have sparked outrage around the world, and global leaders say the atrocities will not go unpunished. Officials from the US and UK are calling for Russia to be suspended from the UN Human Rights Council. The US and its allies also promising additional sanctions. The President of the European Parliament arguing that those measures need to hit hard and happen soon.
We need to step up our strategy of making this illegal invasion the costliest mistake that the Kremlin has ever made. And the hit to Russia's economy must be proportionate to the unprecedented atrocities that we are seeing.
The dead bodies are piling up in Bucha as officials search this once affluent outer suburb of Kyiv, and increasingly the dead show signs of torture. While satellite images show mass graves were being dug in Bucha as far back as March 10th, 2 weeks after the Russian invasion began. We have more details now from CNN's Fred Plotkin, but first, another warning. The images you will see are disturbing and graphic, but they reveal the brutality and sheer cruelty of what happened in Bucha under Russian occupation.
Ukrainian authorities in Bucha lead us into a basement they call a Russian execution chamber. It's a gruesome scene. 5 bodies, their hands tied behind their backs, shot. The bullet casings collected by Ukrainian police, pockmarks from bullets in the walls. The Ukrainians say these men were killed when Russian forces used this compound as a military base while occupying Bucha. An advisor to Ukraine's interior minister not even trying to conceal his anger. After the liberation of Bucha, 5 corpses of civilians were found here, he says, with their hands tied behind their backs. They were shot in the head and in the chest. They were tortured before. Even the body collectors find it hard to keep their composure. Vladislav Minchenko is usually a painter. Now he collects the dead left behind after Russian forces retreated from Bucha. This is not what we learned in school, he says. Do you see my hands? Hundreds of dead. Hundreds, not dozens. The Kremlin has denied Russia was behind any atrocities in Bucha. Now, the Russians say the notion of their troops having killed civilians is all fake news and propaganda, but it does seem clear that they were here. That looks like a sort of foxhole position. And over there, they seem to have dug in a tank. On the outer wall, the letter V, a symbol that Russian forces painted on their vehicles before invading this part of Ukraine. Now, a lot of Russian military hardware lies destroyed in the streets of Bucha and other towns around Kyiv as the Ukrainians made a stand and prevented Vladimir Putin's army from entering the capital city. Images published shortly after Russian forces left Bucha show many corpses lying in the streets. Some bodies had their hands tied behind their backs. President Biden called what happened here a war crime. While visiting Bucha, Ukraine's president vowed to bring those behind the violence against civilians to justice. These are war crimes, he says, and they will be recognized by the world as genocide. You are here and you can see what happened. We know that thousands of people were killed and tortured, teared limbs, raped women, and killed children. And still, the dead keep piling up. Many lay in this mass grave behind the main church in Bucha. Local authorities tell us around 150 people are buried here, but no one knows the exact number. And here, too, the scenes are tragic. Vladimir has been searching for his younger brother, Dmitry. I was convinced that Dmitry lies here, even though he can't be 100% sure. The neighbor accompanying him has strong words for the Russians. Why do you hate Ukraine so much, she says. Since the 1930s, you've been abusing Ukraine. You just wanted to destroy us. You wanted us gone, but we will be. Everything will be okay. I believe it. But more corpses are already on the way. At the end of the day, we meet Vladislav and the body collectors again. Another 9 bodies found in this tour alone. It's unlikely they'll be the last. Trepletkin, CNN, Bucha, Ukraine.
Let's bring in Samir Puri, who's a senior fellow in urban security and hybrid warfare at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you for being with us, sir. The word genocide is often misused, it's often overused. Here in Ukraine, there appears to be intent, there are actions, and there are dead bodies, many showing signs of torture. So from what we've seen so far, and what we're likely to see in coming days, is the Russian military guilty of genocide, and does that go all the way to Vladimir Putin?
Well, absolutely. The centralized decision-making system in Russia means that Putin clearly personally ordered this invasion, and the buck certainly stopped with him and his senior leadership. I mean, if these are mass, human rights abuses, if it's mass killings, if it's genocide, in some respects the semantics don't matter. What matters is the brutality that brought to these outskirts of Kiev, these areas in which the Russian advance was halted. And this has huge implications for how Russia prosecutes the rest of this war, especially in the east, but also for the international legitimacy, if there's anything left of that, of Vladimir Putin and his senior leadership.
Speak to that for a moment, because clearly many people say, well, what does it matter if it's a genocide or if it's war crimes? The Russians won't pay any attention to it. They never have in the past, they never will in the future.
Yeah, and I think one of the big on-the-ground implications is that Russia has said in the last couple of weeks it wants to reorient its military offensive to the Donbass, to the east of Ukraine, where I served for a year as a ceasefire observer in the first incarnation of the war. And back then in Donetsk and Luhansk, there was still some sort of support for the idea of Russia presiding over these regions. But now, if you're in eastern Ukraine, you're in southern Ukraine, and we're seeing this footage, even if the war hasn't come to your doorstep, would you honestly accept Russian occupation? And that has a big implication for whether Russia can actually take these territories and occupy them, or whether it will face sustained insurgency and civil resistance.
Do you think Putin has completely redefined what is considered a victory here? Has he changed the goals to something which is more attainable, being the Donbass region, or does he still have designs on all of them?
That's absolutely right. And clearly he's withdrawn from the surrounding outskirts of Kiev. He's obviously surrounded the military objective of regime change, which would have involved moving into Kiev and forcibly evicting and killing Zelensky. That's no longer possible. You're seeing where Russia's advance was halted. So Russia has indeed reoriented its goals to taking the eastern and southern parts of Ukraine. And I have to say, even though it's going to be harder to occupy these territories, simply taking them and holding them is more of a manageable objective than taking Kiev. So I think we should be really concerned that Putin might actually resize Russia's military ambitions to something that's a little bit more capable of, that the Russian military is more capable of achieving, which is to take the east and the south and hold some of those territories forcibly.
Well, it seems unlikely the Ukrainians will force every last Russian soldier out of this country, especially on their own. The US National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, would not say if the Ukrainians can actually win this war. Here he is, listen to this.
We believe that our job is to support the Ukrainians. They will set the military objectives. They will set the objectives at the bargaining table. And I'm quite certain they are going to set those objectives at success. And we are going to give them every tool we can to help them achieve that success. But we are not going to define the outcome of this for the Ukrainians. That is up for them to define and us to support them in. That's what we're going to do. And we do have confidence in the bravery, skill, and capacity of the Ukrainian armed forces and the resilience of the Ukrainian people.
So what does winning actually look like for the Ukrainians? What's the victory here?
Well, so the US has been tentative in making specific claims to what victory could look like, because it's now going to come down to the battlefield performance of the Ukrainian armed forces in counterattack. And this we don't know. We do know, of course, that NATO nations, the US, the UK, Poland, and others are providing support. They're providing military support. There might be more military equipment. The Ukrainians can crew Soviet-style military equipment from Eastern European NATO countries. All of this, plus the moral victory Ukraine has had of retaking the environs around Kiev, might give them a push to be able to retake more territory through counterattacking. But all warfare is a gamble ultimately, and these counterattacks could fail. They could succeed in some areas and not others. So we just don't know how much of this territory Ukraine can retake. But one very quick final point on this. Ukraine has got the double issue of retaking territories lost this year since February 24th, but also the territory it lost in 2014, further in Luhansk and Donetsk in the east of Ukraine. And so there may be a case that Ukraine takes back some, but not all territory, and That may be where the war is headed in the coming weeks.
Samir Fury, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate your time and your insights. Thank you, sir. Well, Ukraine's defense ministry warning Russian forces are attempting to capture Kharkiv as they shift their offensive towards the east. Ukraine's second largest city is located nearly Russia's border. Russian forces tried to take Kharkiv in the early days of the war, but they were pushed back by Ukrainian defenders. CNN's Christiane Amanpour traveled to the city. She met with residents who've been sheltering underground to see firsthand the devastation left by Russia's previous assaults and a warning again. Some images in her report are graphic.
Here in Kharkiv, former Ukrainian capital, second biggest city, and one of the most important cultural sites, the great 19th century poet Taras Shevchenko is hunkering down for the rest of this war. Workers cover him in sandbags against the kind of destruction that's pounded this city's center since the start. The most spectacular strike was this one a month ago. A Russian missile slams low and hard straight into the corner of the regional administration building.
The missile struck right here. And the idea of hitting a building like this is to deny the legitimacy of the state. But the terror against civilians continues, playground by playground, mall by mall, park bench by park bench.
Which is what we find in this residential neighborhood. People were sitting outside chatting on a Sunday afternoon. Kids were playing. We find the telltale pattern of a mortar that landed right here. Authorities say 7 people were killed in this neighborhood, many more were injured. Kharkiv sits 40 miles from the Russian border. It is the last major city before Donbass, where Russia is directing its war effort to the east. Just last week, the nearby village of Mala Rohan was liberated from the Russians. This civilian says he was captured and held. When dusk falls, children are outside playing and getting the last bit of fresh air before descending underground into one of the capital's many subway stations. After 40 days of war, they have turned their temporary homes into a neighborhood. Some have even decorated with fresh flowers. Zina says she's been living down here since the beginning.
Oh, this is my house. This used to be my house. Now we cannot live here, obviously, because it has been bombed 3 times in a row.
But this is a safe space for you and for the kids.
Yes, absolutely.
Kids do what kids do, homework and handicrafts. Even this is organized. Marina works for an organization that plans ways to keep the children busy, entertained, and their minds off the trauma.
Here we equipped the playing grounds, this space for kids, where they can play with toys, with contractors, make puzzles, and do the things they did in their usual life before the war.
But the trauma is never far away, as we found in this underground station, where civil defense are teaching kids how to protect themselves, how to recognize weapons and ordnance, and to remember never to touch. The adults are shown how to protect themselves in case of a chemical weapons attack. Even this maternity hospital was damaged in a mortar strike. Now the basement has been turned into a shelter and delivery room, if necessary. Birth, life continues. We met Alina 30 minutes after she had delivered baby Yaroslava. How are you feeling?
I'm well. She's well too. My first daughter.
Your first daughter?
Yeah.
Your first child?
Yeah.
As we're leaving, she tells us, I love my country, I love my daughter, my family, my husband. And in the delirium of new motherhood, she says, everything will be great for us. Christiane Amanpour, CNN, Kharkiv.
Still to come this hour, there is evidence that the horrors of Bucha will not be the last. There are new images emerging from the outskirts of Kyiv as Ukrainian forces retake territory. We'll have details ahead. But first, reporting on the war and getting a little too close to the incoming fire.
I'm here, Joe. Keep on rolling.
Hey, I was thinking about going back to school to get my master's.
I just saw something that said you could do it in a year for like 11K. Order 11? Yes, here 11.
11 master's in the right place.
It's gonna be 11 even, buddy.
Really?
Who's wrong around us?
Some things are too obvious to be a coincidence.
That working alarm. Setup was simple. You've got sensors for motion, doors, and windows, so if anything happens, Ring lets us know. With our Ring alarm, we feel safe and protected.
Learn more at ring.com.
It's lawn season. I know lawn. Quick, fast and bring up to speed. Scott Starfielder Rapid Grass. Rapid Grass is a revolutionary mix of seed and fertilizer that will change the way you grow grass. It grows 2 times faster than seed alone for full green grass in just weeks. After growing grass this fast, everything else just seems slow. It's lawn season. Let's get to the garden. Now, Scott's Mind Lawn app today for your personalized lawn plan.
When it comes to real estate agents, experience matters. The best agents know how to market your home for top dollar and navigate through a complex transaction. At Ideal Agent, we created our smart seller system with top-rated local agents to sell your home for as low as a 2% commission.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commissions. The process was as easy as it gets. It was turnkey. I'm a very busy guy, and they just took care of everything. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
I've used Ideal Agent 2 times. Ideal Agent guided me through the entire process, every step. You want to have the best agents, but you want to get the best deal. Using Ideal Agent with both properties, I've saved over $30,000. Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's 0 obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
Helping small businesses in my community thrive and grow is my passion. During the pandemic, I've seen how American technology and online tools saved small businesses by keeping them connected to their customers. But some politicians are pushing new laws that will make our economy more dependent on China for the technology we use every day. That's bad for small business and it's bad for America's future. Washington needs to protect, not weaken, American technology.
Oh, my brother, don't you worry about me. Don't you worry, don't you worry about me.
Constipated, a bad mood related to a sluggish gut. Miralax is different. It works naturally with the water in your body to unblock your gut. Free your gut and your mood will follow.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Now it's easy to help protect yourself. LifeLock helps detect identity threats. If there's a problem, we work to fix it. Backed by our $1 million protection package. Identity theft protection starts here at LifeLock.com.
For weeks, the southern city of Mykolaiv has endured relentless Russian bombardment. The latest strikes hit a residential neighborhood. May says at least 10 civilians were killed on Sunday and Monday. Nearly 50 others were wounded. We're told some victims are in very severe condition, and the death toll is likely to rise. The mayor added that Russia's targets so far include Mykolaiv Hospital, kindergartens, and schools. And not far from Mykolaiv, CNN's Ben Weidman and his team were a few hundred feet away from incoming artillery fire. They stopped to talk to Ukrainian soldiers. They were out in the open with little cover, and to be sure this was a close call. One crew car so badly damaged it was undrivable. The other also damaged, but still they were able to reach safety. Here's Ben's report.
This is an area where there's been a fair amount of outgoing as well as incoming artillery. Down the road is a town that has been fought over for several days by Russian and Ukrainian forces. In these vast open spaces, the Russians seem far away. They're not.
Down here, Joe. Down here. Keep on rolling. You see it over there?
We hug the earth. 2 more artillery rounds. Cameraman John Torigoy keeps rolling. All right, so we've had 2 incoming rounds responding to artillery that's been firing in the Russian directions. Those shells came pretty close to us. No one has been injured. The officer tells translator Valeria Dubrovska we need to go now. Okay. Say, I hope the car's okay. Yeah, let's go. And so we run with full body armor to the cars. One car can't move, peppered with shrapnel. We're losing petrol. No time to lose.
Throw it in the back.
Driver Igor Tiagno, razor focused on getting us to safety. His car also hit.
Go. We're trying to get out of this area as quickly as possible. Our other car completely destroyed.
Crammed into this small car, we approach safer ground. Producer Karim Khader checks the damage to the car. The soldiers we left behind are still out there. We could leave. They can't. Ben Weaver, CNN, outside Mykolaiv, Ukraine.
Okay, coming up here. Polish teacher, Ukrainian children, Google Translate to the rescue. More on that in a moment.
When I was writing Just the Way You Are, I didn't have the lyrics. I recall the melody and the chords. So don't forget the freaking words. Let me get to a piano and then I'll write them.
Extraordinary with Fareed Zakaria. Exclusive Billy Joel interview. Now streaming only on CNN Plus.
How big does the cushioning feel on Skechers Max Cushioning? Skechers Max Cushioning is huge, super lightweight there. Just even give you a little boost of height. Oh, I look taller, Candace. The giant comfort Skechers Max Cushioning.
I'm going to put it out winners are real. No way! But you better hurry if you want to be next. April 30th, you could win $7 grand a week for life. Enter now at PCH.com. Are you in it to win $7 grand a week for life? Enter now at PCH.com. We we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
With the timeless protection of ADT, it's safe to say, hey Google, unlock the front door. With ADT and the new battery-powered Google Nest doorbell, your front door is safer and smarter. Join the millions of people who choose ADT to help keep them safe.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
CNN Plus is here.
Come on, let's go. You've been watching history unfold. Here are 5 things you need to know. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints 10, even 20 years. Imagine you could do this without products that just temporarily hide the symptoms and may have side effects. Imagine no more. Introducing Instaflex Advanced. Get a complimentary sample just by texting FEET to 369369. Instaflex Advanced is different because it targets the root cause of joint soreness and stiffness. It doesn't just cover up symptoms. Instead, it bathes your joints in its unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients found in no other product. Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies. Instaflex Advanced is so powerful, you can have better knees in just 1 week. Maybe that's why it's the #1 selling joint brand at GNC. But you can only get your complimentary sample by texting FEET to 369369. Plus, text now and we'll include a tube of Instaflex pain cream with its exclusive oxygenated oil for fast-acting relief from the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles. Absolutely free. Text FEET to 369369.
I'm Diana Goldriga in Moldova, and this is CNN.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, is set to address the UN Security Council in the coming hours. The shocking images from Bucha continue to spark a global response. Some countries are expelling Russian diplomats, while others are vowing further sanctions. That includes the United States, which expects to announce new sanctions this week. All of this, as more horrific images emerge, and a warning, you're about to see some graphic pictures. Bodies can be seen lying on the streets, a number of them with their hands tied behind their backs, bullet wound to the head. Ukraine's foreign minister warns scenes like this are just the tip of the iceberg, and the head of Human Rights Watch fears these images could be, quote, replicated on a very large scale. Ukraine's president says more than 300 people were killed in Bucha, but expects that number to rise as the entire city is checked. And he warns civilian casualties may be even higher in other liberated cities.
Інформація про те, що в радянській There is already information that the number of victims of the occupiers may be even higher in Borodyanka and some other liberated cities. In many villages of the liberated districts of the Kyiv, Chernihiv, and Sumy regions, the occupiers did things that the locals had not seen even during the Nazi occupation 80 years ago. The occupiers will definitely bear responsibility for this.
And these images just keep coming from the outskirts of the Ukrainian capital. And again, a warning. What you're about to see is disturbing. It appears to show the bodies of the town's mayor, her husband, and son. The Ukrainian deputy prime minister told CNN earlier the 3 were brutally murdered by Russian forces. All 3, she says, were shot in the head. Well, Poland has taken in more Ukrainian refugees than any other country, most of them women and children. Now, many of those children are now trying to head back to school. But many teachers in Poland don't speak Ukrainian and students don't speak Polish. So they found a way to work things out. Here's kind of life.
To learn the full scope of war, take a seat in Miss Magda's classroom.
She's a Polish teacher using Google Translate to communicate in Ukrainian with her new foreign students. Her class has grown by 40% this month. New children just fled the only home they've ever known.
You're translating on the internet as you teach.
Yes, because I know only Polish language.
How important is it for you as a teacher to help these kids?
To jest dla mnie bardzo ważne, bardzo ważne. Primary School 157 with bilingual classes has welcomed every new refugee. Classes are more cramped, but these public school students don't complain because they feel they already know the strangers sitting next to them.
A lot of kids have come to our school, and some of them have told us stories about what happened. They've left people that they love behind.
Edward Krzyzewski is 13 years old, a Polish student, seeing the influx of war survivors come through his school doors.
The more we take in, the better we're doing.
The better. Yes. So you don't mind that the rooms are crowded?
No. It's very good cause.
So these are all Polish kids.
Eva Rex-Granat is the vice director. She feels for every child in the building and only wishes she could do more.
Especially when I see people helping. And I don't know, we can have in only small part.
Warsaw's mayor tells us the strain on his city schools is enormous. The 100,000 additional refugee children in Poland's capital need an education. It's an increase of 30% just this last month. Nazar Samodenko is 13. He's from Kyiv. Your mom is here.
Yes. Your father? No.
Nazar's father is a minister helping fight in the war. It took a week for Nazar to escape Ukraine with his mother. School offers the structure of a life he's lost.
Your favorite subject is?
Math. You like math.
Yes. Is it easier being around other Ukrainian kids?
Yes, he says, we can talk. They understand. Of the 4 million refugees fleeing Ukraine, half are children, paying the price of adult sins.
How hard is it for kids your age to live through this?
I think it's practically impossible to go through this. It's just mind-boggling how this could happen to someone that young.
The school told us they're not experts in dealing with war trauma, and there just isn't a system yet in place to deal with these kids who are coming into the school. Despite the strain, they say not one single child will be turned away. Youngwon, CNN, Warsaw, Poland.
If you would like to help the people of Ukraine who are in need of shelter, food, water, medical supplies, pretty much everything, please go to cnn.com/impact. There you'll find ways to help, and you can be confident that what you give will go to people in need. A lot more from Ukraine at the top of the hour, but for now, let's hand it over to Rosemary Church live at CNN World Headquarters there in Atlanta. Rosemary, good to see you.
And good to see you too, John. Take care. We'll see you at the top of the hour. Well, authorities in Spain have seized the yacht of a Russian oligarch at the request of the United States. On Monday, Spanish and American officials raided the vessel, which belongs to Viktor Vekselberg. He is a close ally of Vladimir Putin and had been sanctioned by the US over Russia's war on Ukraine. The seizure of his yacht was the first one conducted by a US task force which cracks down on sanctions violators. Time for a short break. When we come back, horrific scenes in Bucha, Ukraine are fueling global calls for war crimes charges against Russia. We will have more on that when we come back.
We need to reduce plastic waste in the environment. That's why America's beverage companies,
Our bottles are made to be remade.
not all plastic is the same. We're carefully designing our bottles to be 100% recyclable, including the caps,
They're collected and separated from other plastics.
so they can be turned back into material that we use to make new bottles. That completes the circle and reduces plastic waste.
Please help us get every bottle back.
Before I got Aura, 24 of my online accounts were hacked.
He uses the same password for everything.
I didn't want to deal with it.
But Aura Digital Security just dealt with it.
What are you worried about again?
Shopping on public Wi-Fi is sketchy. But with Aura Digital Security, my devices are protected in like 3 minutes.
It's time to protect your life online with Aura's all-in-one digital security. Try for free today at Aura.com. What was that password anyway? Ew.
As the world watches the tragedy in Ukraine, oil and gas CEOs see an opportunity to get richer, hiking gas prices here at home, and profiting off of Putin's war. This will continue to happen as long as we're dependent on oil. Americans have had enough. Right now, Congress can accelerate the transition to clean energy that won't run out, energy that's cheaper for all of us, energy that's made in America to stay in America. Congress, let's get it done.
Ancestry made it really easy to learn about my family's history. Finding military information, newspaper articles, how many people were living in the house and where it was, makes me curious and keeps pulling me in. And the photos reminding me of what life must have been like for them. Finding out new bits of information about the family has been a wonderful experience. It's an important part of understanding who we are.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Inspire. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Deep in credit card debt? Did you know Credit Associates can help you reduce that debt? It's not nearly as complicated as you think. Let me show you what I mean. First, there's the total amount of credit card debt you owe. Whoa! We can reduce that by almost half. Second, how about those decades you'll be in debt? We reduced that down to as little as 24 to 36 months, giving you up to 20 debt-free years back. Lastly, how about the endless hours of stress and anxiety from being in debt? We can help reduce that too. It's easy to get started. Call now to see how Credit Associates can reduce your debt and save you thousands. The information is free and there's no risk to call. 1-800-700-4215. Call Credit Associates now to start living better, debt-free. 1-800-700-4215.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Closed captioning brought to you by Christian Faith Publishing. Tell your story and get your book published today. Are you a Christian author with a book that you're ready to share with the world? Get published now. Call for your free publisher kit today.
1-800-455-1827.
You are looking at drone footage of destruction in Mariupol, Ukraine, a city under siege for weeks now by Russian forces. The mayor says Mariupol is on the brink of humanitarian catastrophe, with more than 100,000 people in need of evacuation. He says the city hasn't had food, water, or medicine in more than a month, and the situation is, quote, very difficult. The Red Cross says another attempt to reach Mariupol failed on Monday due to security issues. A Red Cross team has been trying to enter the city since Saturday to provide humanitarian aid and help with civilian evacuations. Well, the horrific scenes coming to light in Bucha, Ukraine, are prompting calls from around the world for war crimes charges against Russia.
We have to get all the details so this can be an actual have a war crime trial. This guy is brutal, and what's happening in Bucha is outrageous, and everyone's seen it.
The Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court defines a war crime as a grave breach of the 1949 Geneva Conventions or the laws and customs applicable in international armed conflict. Civilians, prisoners of war, wounded members of the armed forces, and those who have surrendered can be victims. Offences include murder, mutilation, torture, intentionally attacking civilians, rape, hostage taking, and the destruction of property without military justification. So let's turn now to Beth Sanner. She is a CNN security analyst and a former US Deputy Director of National Intelligence. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So Ukraine's President Zelensky is calling the brutal murders in Bucha evidence of genocide, but US President Joe Biden isn't willing to go that far just yet, although he calls these killings war crimes and he wants a trial to hold Vladimir Putin accountable. Why is this distinction between genocide and war crimes so critical when we're dealing with the brutal execution of civilians, some found with their hands tied behind their backs?
I'm not sure in some ways that it is important in one aspect. And clearly, when someone like President Zelensky is talking about genocide, it is meant in the way that I think all of us look at what's happening and just say, you know, there are terrible things happening here. These are atrocities, and clearly the wanton destruction and attack of civilian infrastructure, of hospitals, all the things that we've seen, it looks and feels like genocide to all of us, right? But, you know, from a technical standpoint, it's about legalities, right? And so scholars will tell us what is genocide, what isn't, what are the terms, and there has to be a process. And the key part of that process is to determine whether there is intent by leadership to destroy a nation or people or part of it. And so this distinction becomes important when it's a legal issue. And, you know, so in some ways, of course, that matters, but not right now. I think what matters is this sense of outrage.
Yeah, absolutely. And White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says Russia is now repositioning its troops to concentrate its operations in the east and parts of southern Ukraine. He says all indications are that Russia's military will try to surround and overwhelm Ukrainian forces, and says the next stage of this conflict may be protracted. Do you agree with this assessment?
I do. I think that, you know, right now, the idea of a negotiated solution, given what has happened, and President Zelensky's remarks saying, you know, it's kind of hard to see how one can negotiate in the wake of these atrocities with the perpetrators. So there's that, and there's the idea that Ukrainians, given this in particular, but already we're not willing to give up an inch of Ukrainian territory. And so that leads us back to the battlefield. And Putin needs to create some facts on the ground that look like winning. And that means a concentration of forces where they can actually try to capture more territory. And so we're going to see a lot more fighting. The Russians are in no mood to compromise.
And on that subject, US intelligence suggests that Putin is hoping to declare some level of progress, perhaps even victory on May 9th. How would that be received, given what we've all witnessed in terms of Russian troop deaths, failures, withdrawals on the battlefield, and of course, civilian rapes and executions as they retreat? And what does Putin think victory looks like?
Well, I think something like the May 9th parade, which is the celebration of the defeat of the Nazis during World War II, at the end of World War II, that is made for domestic audience, and it's part of the narrative that Putin has. Putin doesn't have a narrative of killing civilians. He has a narrative of glory over neo-Nazis. And so that is why, you know, it's going to be defined for that domestic audience. Putin doesn't care what the world thinks right now. We've already declared him a war criminal. We're talking about adding sanctions, not taking them away if there's a peace settlement. So this really isn't about us.
Beth Sanner, thank you so much for talking with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And still to come, Shanghai extends its lockdown as it waits for results from the latest round of mass COVID testing. Now, the city is faring against its worst outbreak yet from midterm. Plus, the North Carolina Tar Heels versus the Kansas Jayhawks. With everything on the line, we will tell you who made March Madness history.
My garden is definitely my passion.
My garden is my creative outlet.
Find more ways to grow at miraclegrow.com.
There's a man going around.
You don't know you're fussing with this truck? I'm a son. Just born it. I reckon it's a few months to pay off the DUI impound.
Doesn't sound your charm. Priest. For Halloween.
No one wants to hear the gospel from the mouth of a gangster.
That's exactly what they need. Still, it's made better. Father Stu, exclusively on movie theaters, April 13th, rated R.
Don't you want to win this big check from Public Clearinghouse?
April 30th, you could win $7,000 a week for life.
Hurry, dinner now at PCH.com. So what are you waiting for? $7,000 a week for life. Dinner now at PCH.com.
Only you know what feels like your home. Get customizable furniture at joybird.com so you can do anything or nothing. Design a space you love coming home to. Plus, get free design services at joybird.com.
Copperfit. The harder you push, the better we get. Introducing Copperfit Ice, the world's first compression sleeve to include the cold sensation of Metcon. The more you move, the more Copperfit Ice delivers. A more durable, heavyweight knee combined with seamless four-way stretch technology for faster recovery of sore muscles and joints. The all-new Copperfit Ice, now available at these fine stores. Copperfit Ice, feel the fit.
Oh, my brother, don't you worry about me. Don't you worry, don't you worry about it.
Are your sneezes putting your friends in awkward positions? Stick with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, bubble gum. What should we do?
Go to CashNetUSA.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, we can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer, asbestos exposure on the job or in the military, may be linked to lung cancer, mesothelioma, and asbestosis?
If you or a loved one were diagnosed with lung cancer, call 1-800-262-8080. I'm a military spokesperson.
Sarah, you got this. Okay? What they lost.
Not really. Not where it should be.
I'm Kel Law in Warsaw, Poland, and this is CNN.
Officials in Shanghai say the city will stay under lockdown as new COVID infections continue to surge. The Chinese city is in the midst of its worst outbreak since the pandemic began. Authorities finished a second round of citywide testing on Tuesday with the help of more than 10,000 healthcare workers brought in to help manage the outbreak. CNN's Selena Wang joins me now from Tokyo with the latest. Good to see you, Selena. So how have people in Shanghai been coping with this lockdown? And now there's news that it will be extended in the midst of surging cases.
Well, Rosemary, it's been incredibly frustrating for the Shanghai residents, and they've already been angry before this latest announcement. Now there is no end in sight for this lockdown. The citywide lockdown that went into effect last week was only supposed to last a few days, but now authorities are saying that as these cases continue to skyrocket, reaching record highs in Shanghai, that this lockdown will continue until further notice. And Rosemary, many of these residents, Shanghai's 25 million people, many of them have already endured weeks of strict home confinement. Many have been desperately trying to seek medical care. They've been struggling to get daily essentials. There are countless complaints online of people waking up at 5 a.m. just trying to buy some groceries online, only to see that everything has already sold out. The medical system as well is being stretched to the limit. Now, while China has reported most of its COVID cases as asymptomatic or mild, every single COVID case, symptomatic or not, has to go to a hospital or to a centralized quarantine facility. And many residents have complained about the conditions at these facilities. There's social media online in China that shows a chaotic scene outside of a makeshift hospital in Shanghai. We spoke to a woman who's actually there, and in the video, you can see patients literally battling each other for blankets and food. There is no medical staff in sight. There have also been videos circulating online showing children, even infants, being separated from their families after testing positive for COVID-19. That has sparked further outrage, and we don't know how many families have been affected by that policy, but we do know that it includes U.S. citizens who've been separated from their children because of that policy. But Rosemary, despite this huge economic and social cost, China's authorities are still doubling down on this zero COVID strategy. It is clear that they think the alternative is worse, which could be 1.4 billion people exposed to this virus with a lagging vaccination rate among the elderly population, completely overwhelming the healthcare system. But this zero COVID strategy is being pushed to the limit, and it's also pushing people's patience to the limit. Rosemary?
Selena Wang joining us live from Tokyo. Well, congratulations to the Kansas Jayhawks, the 2022 men's college basketball champions. They beat the North Carolina Tar Heels 72-69 in a thrilling game Monday night in New Orleans. Kansas trailed by as much as 16 points in the first half, but they made the record books with the largest comeback in title game history. Fans were celebrating back in Lawrence, Kansas, and this is the fourth time in school history that the Jayhawks have won the men's championship. Thank you so much for spending part of your day with us. I'll be back next hour with more, and our breaking news coverage continues with John Bors live in Lviv,
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead with Fidelity Income Planning. We'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and build a straightforward plan to generate income even when you're not working. A plan that gives you the chance to grow your savings and create cash flow that lasts. Along the way, we'll give you ways to be tax efficient, and you can start, stop, or adjust your plan at any time without the unnecessary fees. We'll help you go from saving to living. Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire. Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
When it comes to real estate agents, experience matters. The best agents know how to market your home for top dollar and navigate through a complex transaction. At Ideal Agent, we created our smart seller system with top-rated local agents to sell your home for as low as a 2% commission.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal Agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commissions. The process was as easy as it gets. It was turnkey. I'm a very busy guy, and they just took care of everything. They are the number one way to sell your house.
So I've used Ideal Agent 2 times. Ideal Agent guided me through the entire process, every step. You want to have the best agents, but you want to get the best deal. Using Ideal Agent with both properties, I've saved over $30,000. Our service is free, available nationwide. nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
Since I left for college, my dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies, and now he's taking Trulicity, and it looks like he's gotten into some new healthier habits too. What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes? Maybe it's time to try Trulicity. It's proven to help lower A1C. It can help you lose up to 10 pounds, and it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
Fact, we all love video doorbells. Voice assistants have changed our lives. We now control our home with a touch. And you know what's better than all these things by themselves? All these things together from the most trusted name in security, ADT.
This is CNN Breaking News.
It is day 41 of Russia's war on Ukraine. Hello, everybody. I'm Tom Voss, live in Lviv, Ukraine. We'd like to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. We begin this hour with growing outrage over the brutal and horrific scenes coming from the town of Bucha, just outside the capital, Kyiv. Ukraine's president says there's evidence that more than 300 people were killed and tortured while Russian troops occupied that town. The White House warning Bucha will not be the last.
We should be under no illusions that Russia will adjust its tactics, which have included and will likely continue to include wanton and brazen attacks on civilian targets.
A warning now that the images you're about to see are graphic and some viewers will find them hard to watch. CNN's team on the ground in Bucha captured these images. Several bodies, hands tied behind their back, shot and killed, then left in a basement. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited Bucha on Monday to see the death and destruction firsthand. While there, he admitted that continued negotiations with Russia will be hard after seeing the atrocities in Bucha.
Every day when our troops are liberating occupied territories, you can see what is happening here. It's very difficult to negotiate when you see what they have done here. Every day we find people in barrels, strangled, tortured in the basements.
And in the coming hours, President Zelensky is expected to address the UN Security Council, meaning that it is set to focus on the atrocities committed in Bucha. Ukraine also expects to make the case against Russia's claims that the images from Bucha are fake. Satellite images, though, suggest otherwise. Take a look at this. On the left side, stills from a video taken on Friday showing bodies in the street. That was just Friday. On the right, satellite images taken more than 2 weeks ago, showing what appears to be those same bodies lying in the same spot. Town Bucha is the site of some of the worst atrocities we've seen in Ukraine so far. ITV News correspondent Dan Rivers went to Bucha to see the devastation for himself and get a warning. His report contains those disturbing graphic images, but they do show the brutality and sheer cruelty of what happened in Bucha under Russian occupation.
At the gateway to Bucha and Hostomel, there are the mangled remains of Russian vehicles.
the blown bridge which marks the extent of their advance. And nearby, the burnt bodies of soldiers killed here by a Ukrainian counter-offensive, gruesome sentinels to a battlefield in which dated Russian machinery was pitted against the latest Western-supplied anti-tank weapons. And this was the result, a rewriting of the orthodoxy about Russia's perceived military strength. Some of the Russians who sought to occupy this commuter town near Kyiv will probably never leave. Thanks to one man's war, the remains may never be repatriated or possibly even identified.
This is the most potent symbol of the Russian defeat here in Bucha, a street choked with the charred remains of their tanks and armoured vehicles. Now they've gone, we're beginning to get a fuller picture of the terrible toll inflicted on the civilian population here.
War, in all its grotesque brutality, has turned these streets into a hell from which there is no triumph. Massacres of Ukrainian men are uncovered by the army here. The war crimes committed here mark a bleeding blow in this conflict, known by Ukraine as the most outrageous atrocity of the 21st century. There isn't just one site where massacres occurred. The true picture here is only just emerging. This man in Hostomel tells me about the rape and dismemberment of a young woman at the hands of two Chechen soldiers. He says they just slaughtered her like a lamb, but Antti took his revenge with other local men, killing them both. For the civilians like Maxim Skripnik caught between the two sides, there was little to do but pray for deliverance.
To describe what it was like, the bombardment, I mean, to describe how it felt, it was terrible. It was completely terrible. Near my car was exploded 3 mines.
Some of the dead were buried by their neighbours close to the shattered remains of their homes. This is where Ina lies, hit by a shell, a grave adorned with food and drink her relatives would have traditionally shared at her funeral, but her son has been unable to reach the town to grieve for his mother. But many more were hastily interred without headstones or even identification. Here, it's believed 280 people were buried in mass graves, one row for Ukrainians, one for Russians.
This is horrible. We survived this. They were shelling us. I cannot find words to describe what we lived through.
This family appeared to have escaped unscathed after days in a bunker, until Dima's father was detained by the Russians and never seen again. As he swings, he says, if the bad men come back, I'll stamp on them. There seems little chance now of the Russians fighting their way back into these towns, but the legacy of their brief reign of terror will never be forgotten.
Let's go to Malcolm Davis now. He's a senior analyst of the Defence Strategy and Capability at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. He's in Darwin this hour. Malcolm, thank you for being with us. I want to start with, now there are these revelations of what the Russian occupying forces have done in those villages and towns, the atrocities which are being committed, and the outrage that is sparked around the world. Is that likely to be any kind of moderating influence as this conflict moves forward? Are they likely to change their behavior in any way?
Look, I think firstly it makes negotiated settlement just almost impossible. I do not see how President Zelensky can now ask Ukrainian people to make significant concessions to the Russians, including territorial concessions that would leave Ukrainian people under Russian control after Bucha and other massacres, particularly as more come to light. So the first point is territorial. The first point is negotiated settlement, I think, is dead in the water. Second point, I think, is it really does place a lot of pressure now on NATO and the West to do a lot more than what they've done. And frankly, I am staggered that the Biden administration and NATO and the EU have not already moved much more quickly and much more extensively to respond to these massacres. As for the Russians, they're going to continue to do what they've done in Bucha and elsewhere. This is the way they are. These are not soldiers, these are animals. And I do think that we need to recognize that there will be many more Buchas in the days and weeks ahead.
you say you're disappointed, excuse me, in the actions taken by NATO and the United States in wake of these images and the atrocities which are being committed. But what can they do?
Well, for starters, I think Germany would be much more willing to cut off oil and natural gas to the Russians from the Russians now, rather than in 5 years or 10 years' time. So we need to inflict a lot more economic pain on Russia immediately, rather than down the track. Secondly, I would imagine that there needs to be a much more assertive move and a much more visible move by NATO to provide heavy armour, artillery, and indeed, let's move again on supplying fighter jets to Ukraine. Give the Ukrainians what they need in order to win this war, because the only way this war ends in a justifiable manner is with a Russian comprehensive defeat, rather than some sort of face-saving off-ramp where concessions are made to the Putin regime. I think that is untenable at this point.
I want you to listen to the spokesperson for Ukraine's Ministry of Defense on what he now believes, the Ukrainians now believe, are Russian goals to the east, at least in the short term.
The main focus of the enemy is on preparations for the resumption of offensive operations to surround the joint forces and capture the city of Kharkiv.
So when he says joint forces, he's talking joint forces operations, which is based in Donbass. And it's more than just Ukrainian soldiers and highly trained Ukrainian soldiers. But why is there so much concern here? If the joint forces operations fall, could that change the balance in the favor of the Russians?
If the Russians can regroup and re-equip and rebuild their logistics, then they could launch offensive operations against joint forces in that area, cut them off from Ukrainian supplies, and ultimately surround them and destroy them. It's not just the military forces there, it's also the civilian population that is still trapped in cities like Mariupol, Kharkiv. So I do think there is real concern that what was seen in Bucha could be replicated 100-fold or 1,000-fold in a major Ukrainian city captured by the Russians. And I think that that's why we do need to start assisting the Ukrainians with the types of weapon systems, the heavy weapon systems, maneuver capabilities that they need in order to go on the offensive on a major scale and actually decisively defeat the Russians rather than pinprick attacks.
There's still the question of Russian losses. Last week, the Centers for Strategic and International Studies published a report saying Russia may have lost 25% of its initial attacking force. These casualties are not on the scale of World War II, but are large compared with the relatively small size of the Russian military today. Although reinforcements and replacements can offset some of these casualties, the loss of trained troops will impair military operations and eventually have a political effect. That 25% includes dead and wounded soldiers. Do you agree with that assessment? And what are the implications?
Yeah, I do agree with the IISS assessment. I think that it's accurate, and I do think that those are significant losses, but they're not the sort of losses that would prevent the Russians from regrouping and rebuilding over the long term. So the Russians are in this prolonged battle now. They're bringing in reserves and fresh forces. I do think that there is a risk that we prematurely assume that the Russians are defeated. They've taken a heavy blow after the initial phase of this conflict, but they're now falling back into the east. They're regrouping, rebuilding their logistics, and they could easily impose defeats on Ukrainian forces. So I do think that we do need to maximize our opportunities whilst we have them in terms of inflicting damage and cost on the Russian forces whilst they're regrouping, because that's when they're vulnerable.
Malcolm Davis, thank you for being with us, so we appreciate it. Well, for weeks, the southern city of Mykolaiv has endured relentless Russian bombardment. The latest strikes in a residential neighborhood. The mayor says at least 10 civilians were killed on Sunday and Monday, while nearly 50 others were wounded. We're told some victims are in very serious condition, and the death toll is likely to rise. The mayor added that Russian targets so far include hospitals, kindergartens, schools. Not too far from Mykolaiv, CNN's Ben Wiedemann and his team were a few hundred feet from incoming artillery fire. They stopped to speak with Ukrainian soldiers out in the open with little cover to be sure this was a close call. One crew car was so badly damaged it was undrivable. The other also damaged, but still able to reach safety. Is Ben's report.
This is an area where there's been a fair amount of outgoing as well as incoming artillery. Down the road is a town that has been fought over for several days by Russian and Ukrainian forces. In these vast open spaces, the Russians seem far away. They're not.
Down here, John. Down here. Keep on rolling. You see it over there?
We hug the earth. 2 more artillery rounds. Cameraman John Torigoy keeps rolling. Alrighty, so we've had 2 incoming rounds responding to artillery that's been firing in the Russian directions. Those shells came pretty close to us. No one has been injured. The officer tells translator Valeria Dubrovska we need to go now. Okay. Safe. I hope the car's okay. Yeah, let's go. And so we run with full body armor to the cars. One car can't move, peppered with shrapnel. We're losing petrol. No time to lose. Driver Igor Tiagno, razor focused on getting us to safety. His car also hit. We're trying to get out of this area as quickly as possible. Our other car completely destroyed. Crammed into this small car, we approached safer ground. Producer Karim Hadar checks the damage to the car. The soldiers we left behind are still out there. We could leave. They can't. Ben Weedman, CNN, outside Mykolaiv, Ukraine.
Soon to come, signs that the horrors of Bucha will be replicated elsewhere. There is new evidence emerging from the outskirts of Kyiv as Ukrainian forces retake territory once held by Russian soldiers. We'll have all the details in a moment. Also, a teenager from Kyiv forced to flee her home and leave her parents behind for a safer life in Hungary. Her incredible story amid a war. That's next.
Home is dancing because no one's watching. Home is a reason to disturb the peace. Home is laughter. At Stanley Steamer, we love homes, and we know that a clean home is a healthy home. We're ready when you are.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi. What's Skyrizi? 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin in 4 months after just 2 doses. Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treating, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how acne can help you stay.
When you step into a new day, determined, committed, willing to take on whatever's asked of you, that new day is yours to own, yours to share, and yours to be proud of. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand in vehicle quality.
Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
stuff is hard. Combining your TV with Dish? Easy. Prime Video. Live TV and streaming apps all in one place with Dish.
Found me. Nice suits. You guys blend right in.
We'll need you back.
I'm retired, Greg. You know this.
People have their money just sitting around doing nothing.
That's bad. They shouldn't do that.
They're getting crushed by inflation.
Well, I feel for them.
They're taking financial advice from memes.
I'll get my onesies.
Good to have you back, old friend. Yeah, eyes on the road, Benny.
Welcome to a new chapter in investing. E-Trade, now from Morgan Stanley. People with plaque psoriasis are rethinking the choices they make, like the shot they take, the memories they create, or the spin they initiate. Otezla, it's a choice you can make. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, you can achieve clear skin. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. Otezla can cause serious allergic reactions. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Scott's Turf Builder Triple Action kills weeds, prevents crabgrass, and feeds your mom. All three in just one night. I like that.
Scott's Turf Builder Triple Action. It's lawn season. Let's get to the yard.
We built the Redfin app to help you win, with every detail designed to get you into your dream home fast. Our listings update every 5 minutes, so you can get alerts on your phone every time a new home hits the market. Schedule a tour when it works for you, even the same day, and see homes before other buyers. You can even find a local Redfin agent right in the app to help you close the deal. In the housing market, every second counts. Want to win? Choose Redfin.
Baby got back.
Unlimited cashback match. Only from Discover.
Well, right now you're looking at drone footage of the destruction in Mariupol, Ukraine, a city under siege for weeks by Russian forces. The mayor says Mariupol is on the brink of a humanitarian catastrophe, with more than 100,000 people in need of evacuation. He says the city has not had food, water, or medicine in more than a month. He says the situation is, quote, very difficult, which seems to be an incredible understatement. Red Cross says another attempt to reach Mariupol failed on Monday, again because of security issues. The Red Cross team has been trying to enter the city since Saturday, actually since Friday, to provide humanitarian aid and help with civilian evacuations. Among millions of Ukrainians who fled their country is 17-year-old Alovenska, who lived in Kyiv. When the Russians invaded, her parents sent her to Hungary for her own safety. Ala is now studying at a school in Budapest, but this is bittersweet. She's now separated. She's on her own. Her family stuck in Ukraine. Here's CNN's Matt Rivers.
She's got a pink backpack, a warm smile, and she's already made friends, even though 17-year-old Alla Venska, Ukrainian, has only been here in Budapest, Hungary, for a month. In an empty classroom of her new school, we sit and talk about how she never thought she'd end up here.
No more. Yes, 21st century. It's Ukraine, it's Europe. Why?
Before the war, she was just a normal teenager, making goofy videos with her friends, taking selfies. But then the war reached where she lived, in Kyiv.
When did your family decide that it wasn't safe for you to be in Ukraine?
When we heard explosions and our house was just like, your house? Yes.
Her parents made the agonizing decision to send her to stay with friends in Budapest, while his dad took her to the train station on March 4th. But in the crush of people also trying to leave, they were separated.
Could you see your dad when the train was leaving? Was that hard?
I cried maybe all night.
She took only these pictures from the train, a bleak landscape she says matched how she felt. But then, an idea to Kudashi Baptist High School, one of the best in Hungary, talking about the war and what happened to her. I really want to go to school and continue studying, she wrote. I kindly ask you to help me. And help, they did. The school converted these old containers into dorms, where Ala now lives and studies. Her days are spent in classes, and at night, she chats with a few other Ukrainian girls just like her, who also fled, now living there too, even though she does still miss her family.
I'm trying to not cry, and I'm trying to be strong, because my parents, I know that when I cry, they also feel not very good.
That strength on full display when Ala video calls with her parents later that day. It's all smiles and updates on school and work. We say hello and ask an obvious question.
How difficult is it right now to not have Ala with you?
I cannot explain how it feels because it's too hard for me. I'm happy that my daughter, I love her very much. She is safe now. It's a man for me.
A few minutes later, though, the call is over and Ala's stoic facade falters. How was that?
I try to not cry.
They love you very much.
It's unfair. It's so unfair that I should be here. My parents then.
This is what war does to a happy 17-year-old, but she is determined to stay optimistic. This is a photo she wanted us to show. Her parents sent it to her right after she left. The first spring flower to push through the snow near her house. A sign, they said, of brighter times to come. Matt Rivers, Budapest, Hungary.
Yeah, it's unfair indeed. Well, if you would like to help people in Ukraine who are in need of shelter, food, water, medical supplies, pretty much everything right now, please go to cnn.com/impact. There you'll find a number of ways that you can help out. When we come back, world leaders planning more sanctions on Russia as horrifying images of brutality emerge from the Ukrainian town of Bucha and others. There's more evidence piling up on that. Plus, Kremlin connections with the owner of a Colorado steel mill and the factory workers who fear they could have ties to Putin's war on Ukraine. The CNN investigation still to come.
People feel the world, the more likely they are to be better. This is CNN.
Here are 5 things you need to know this month.
How does a parent navigate this?
This was our most upvoted press release. I've never experienced anything like this. In 3,
Hello?
It's pretty long monitoring. We did receive a program on. Do you want us to have the police check it out?
When someone tried to break in, Ring Alarm protected this real family. Learn more at ring.com.
102% cash back at drugstores with Chase Freedom Unlimited. Talk about cards for birthdays, holidays, graduations. I'm covered for everything. Which reminds me, thank you for dropping into the drugstore. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what yours.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in the 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Vazalore, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsule
don't have to be scary. Spray Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. Flonase, all good. If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
DirecTV brings you the best of live and on demand. This will be exciting. Watching what you want has never been easier. Press the dash button on your remote and find shows and movies faster with Smart Search. Press the bottom right enter button to see what else is on. Now missing what's on now. Push the up arrow and get to your favorites with QuickTip. Or customize your guide to feature all your favorite channels. I got your attention. Having the best keeps getting better. Bravo! With DirecTV, entertaining you love.
April 16th. One of the top fighters on the planet, undefeated world champion Errol Spence Jr. takes on title holder Dennis Ugas. One epic stage. Two dominant champions winning world titles on the line. Time to put up or shut up. Spence vs. Ugas for the unified welterweight world championship Saturday, April 16th, live on pay-per-view.
Alan Watson in New York, Ukraine. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Christian Faith Publishing. Tell your story and get your book published today. Are you a Christian author with a book that you're ready to share with the world? Get published now. Call for your free publisher kit today. 1-800-455-1827.
Welcome back, everyone. There are new images continuing to emerge of Russia's brutal occupation across parts of Ukraine, including a town on the outskirts of the capital, and again, a warning. These images are disturbing. And they appear to show the bodies of the town's mayor, her husband, son. The Ukrainian deputy prime minister told CNN earlier that they were brutally murdered by Russian forces. Some were showing signs of torture, all of them shot in the head. Ukraine's president is warning civilian casualties may be high in areas that have now been liberated from the Russians by Ukrainian forces.
There is already information that the number of victims of the occupiers may be even higher in Borodyanka and some other liberated cities. In many villages of the liberated districts of the Kiev, Chernihiv, and Sumy regions, the occupiers did things that the locals had not seen even during the Nazi occupation 80 years ago. The occupiers will definitely bear responsibility for this.
Strong words from the Ukrainian president who visited the town of Bucha. That's where these shocking images began to emerge on Friday. We want to warn you now, there are more images coming, and they too are graphic. The we've seen out of Bucha, where bodies of civilians can be seen lying in the streets. That's probably a swift global response. Some nations are now expelling Russian diplomats, while others are vowing further sanctions. The British Foreign Secretary says Russia must be suspended from the UN Human Rights Council, following what she called war crimes, and says the UK is looking to step up sanctions as well. We also heard from the President of the European Parliament.
We need to step up our strategy of making this illegal invasion the costliest mistake that the Kremlin has ever made. And the hit to Russia's economy must be proportionate to the unprecedented atrocities that we are seeing.
The White House says more sanctions against Russia are coming this week. President Joe Biden calling for war crimes charges against Russian President Vladimir Putin. CNN's Phil Mattingly has details.
President Biden, long before many of his closest advisors were willing to call Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal, did so himself. And as the horrors of the images of what took place in Bucha just beamed around the world, he wanted to underscore that point and make clear everything he's seen since has certainly proven that to be the case. Take a listen.
He is a war criminal. We have to get all the details so this can be have a war crime trial. This guy is brutal. And
What's happening in Brooklyn is outrageous. Now, Biden's comments underscore a reality here, one in which U.S. officials are not willing to call what they've seen up to this point a genocide. This is a process, a lengthy one, a multilateral one which the U.S. is engaged with the international community to collect, to process, to analyze information and intelligence for an eventual legal case. When that case would actually come to pass, when anybody would actually go on trial, so very much an open question, particularly given the fact that the conflict is still very much ongoing. It was something National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan laid out to the media, that while Russia may be retreating from the suburbs of Kyiv, they're very much refocusing their efforts on the eastern part of the country, and it is not going to be a short process ahead. In fact, Jake Sullivan said it could take months, and that, in his perspective, underscored the reality of the moment, a reality where complacency simply, according to him, cannot be something that takes over with the West, with the U.S. and its key allies. More sanctions, they will be deployed in the days ahead. More lethal assistance to Ukraine, humanitarian aid, that will be coming as well. Jay Sullivan's point, the president's point, the U.S. perspective at this point in time is that this is going to take a long time. And while the Ukrainian military has certainly performed far above expectations, better than anybody could have hoped for, this isn't ending anytime soon. And the support from allies, the U.S., the EU, and others is an absolute necessity at this point as Russia prepares to re-engage in a major way in just a different part of the country. Phil Maddie, CNN, the White House.
American steelworkers in Colorado are grappling with the fact that their company is linked to a powerful Russian oligarch accused of supplying material for Putin's military. CNN's Drew Griffin has our report.
It's an impressive sight. American steel being forged by 1,200 proud U.S. workers in a steel mill that's operated in Pueblo, Colorado for nearly 150 years. Evraz Steel could not be a better symbol of American industrial resurgence, except for one now gut-wrenching problem. It's Russian.
You have that stigma of being a Russian-owned company.
2/3 of all shares of this mill's parent company are owned by Kremlin-connected Russians, and its biggest shareholder is the oligarch Roman Abramovich, who is closely aligned with Vladimir Putin and has been sanctioned by the UK, EU, and Canada. The British claim Abramovich is or has been involved in destabilizing Ukraine via Evraz PLC, including potentially supplying steel to the Russian military, which may have been used in the production of tanks. The company denies it. But when Russia invaded Ukraine, U.S. steel workers here in Pueblo woke up to a distasteful possibility that somehow they are supporting Vladimir Putin in this.
Hearing all this stuff, it's heartbreaking. And, it's I have my own kids, so it makes it tough to sit there and see all the stuff going on.
Steelworkers Daniel Duran, Rick Lucero, and Chuck Perk are afraid of what might happen if Abramovich is sanctioned by the U.S.
It's just the uncertainty is it's scary. It's real scary. Uncertainty for your job, for the jobs.
I disdain what's going on over there, but my company is not Abramovich's company in my eyes.
Gotta go through this door here.
David Ferryman is Senior Vice President of Evraz North America.
Do you consider this a Russian-owned company?
I don't. We're headquartered independent operation in Chicago. We have our own CEO. We have our own board of directors. We're based in London. Yes, the parent company has a large footprint in Russia.
That footprint includes a massive Russian business. Evraz 2021 report shows revenue of $14 billion, and that 16% of the parent company's revenue is derived from the North American plants. Abramovich himself made $522 million from Evraz dividends last year. Ferryman insists the revenues generated in Evraz steel mills across North America are reinvested in the company in North America.
So your position is that these are completely separate entities?
I'm not saying they're completely separate. Those earnings stay here in North America, and they're invested into these facilities.
Technically, that may make sense to you. But let me watch what's happening. There's a lot of people wondering how a Russian oligarch can invest in a U.S. steel mill
be making some money here while also playing footsie with Vladimir Putin?
I can't speak for that. What I can tell you is we're about as American a company as it gets here in Pueblo. We've been here longer than Colorado's been a state. We're really critical to our nation's infrastructure.
The thing to remember is this is all connected.
Oligarch expert and author Casey Michel says there is no doubt Abramovich's money helps Putin. The EU said Abramovich is providing a substantial source of revenue to the government of the Russian Federation.
There is no such thing as an independent or apolitical oligarch. These parasitic figures that extracted wealth in Russia and are now extracting wealth in the United States of America, all on behalf of a dictatorship in the Kremlin.
Exactly, says Ukrainians for Colorado President Marina Dubrova.
It doesn't matter what's the stakes he owns in that company. Any stakes, 0.5%, even 0.1%, that portion has to be sold.
Union President Chuck Perko agrees Abramovich should sell. To him, it's personal.
I am the grandson of war refugees. The Russians came into my grandparents' farm in 1945 and told them you have 1 hour to leave. It hurts a little bit, but there's enough of a disconnect for me that I can go to work and know that we're not funding that war effort. We're completely separate.
Despite UK, EU, and Canadian sanctions against him so far, the United States has not touched Roman Abramovich.
The United States is still ignoring the fact that civilians are being killed. Look at Mariupol. I mean, how much more evidence the United States has to have to make a decision?
As for why the Biden administration has not yet sanctioned Abramovich, sources telling CNN's Phil Mattingly at the White House that Treasury is looking at sanctions, but also trying to spare Alvarez's U.S. plans so it wouldn't damage anybody in the U.S. economy, particularly those U.S. steelworker jobs. Drew Griffin, CNN, Chicago.
I'll have a lot more from Ukraine at the top of the hour, but first I'd like to bring in Rosemary Church. She is standing by in CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. It is a complicated world out there when you look at all the connections around the world with business and Russia and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, everyone plays some sort of part in all of this. Thank you so much, John, joining us from Lviv. We'll get back to you at the top of the hour. Authorities in Spain have seized the yacht of a Russian oligarch at the request of the United States. On Monday, Spanish and American officials raided the vessel, which belongs to Viktor Vekselberg. He is a close ally of Vladimir Putin and had been sanctioned by the US over Russia's war on Ukraine. The seizure of his yacht was the first one conducted by a US task force which cracks down on sanction violators. And coming up, the war in Ukraine has given new urgency to Europe's transition to renewable energy as the continent tries to end its reliance on Russian fossil fuels.
Make the wait a visual escape with custom deep sea signage. Fast Signs. Make your statement.
Hey, did I tell you I bought her car from Carvana? It was so easy. I found the perfect car, under budget too, and I get 7 days to love it or my money back. I love it.
You'll drive it happy at Carvana. If you struggle with mobility, the sturdy and comfortable Hurricane helps you walk on any surface and truly stands alone. It comes with a worry-free 100% money-back guarantee plus free shipping. Get America's #1 selling cane at hurricane.com.
Publishers put it out, winners are real. No way. But you better hurry if you want to be next.
April 30th, you could win $7 grand a week for life.
Enter now at PCH.com. Are you in it to win $7 grand a week for life? Enter now at PCH.com.
I've traveled every road in this dear land. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. From the desert, man. I've been the mountain, man. Travel, I've had my share. Does daily stress leave you feeling out of sync? New Dove Men Stress Relief Body Wash with a plant-based adaptogen helps alleviate stress on skin so you can get back in sync. New Dove Men, a restorative shower for body and mind.
ChemDry has been a trusted name in carpet cleaning for over 45 years, and for good reason. ChemDry uses the perfect combination of nature's chemistry, along with our core cleaner, the natural, to provide a deeper, longer-lasting clean to your carpet's area rugs and upholstery. Millions of carbonating bubbles remove the dirt, allergens, and stains from deep within your surfaces, giving you a healthier home. Call 1-800-ChemDry or visit chemdry.com. ChemDry, the healthier, deeper carpet cleaner.
It's hard to believe that Brava can go from 0 to 500 degrees in under 1 second, or that it precisely cooks 3 different ingredients at the same time. It's hard to believe that Brava tells you when your perfectly seared steaks are ready, or that it roasts a whole chicken in half the time. But seeing is believing. And when you cook with pure light, the difference is as clear as day. See for yourself at Brava.com.
I'm Phil Black in Lviv, Western Ukraine, and this is CNN.
The southeastern US is bracing for more severe weather. Storms are unfolding across the southern plains. Tornado watches have been issued for parts of Texas, with dangerous weather threatening some 35 million people across the Gulf Coast. Now, this will be the third straight week of severe storms for the region, and you are looking at the aftermath of a tornado that hit Arkansas last week. A new UN report on climate change calls for the rapid phasing out of fossil fuels. But the report also shows there is a lack of political will to scale up the use of renewable energy. The UN Secretary General is warning of the risks of doing nothing.
We are on a pathway to global warming of more than double 1.5 degree limit within Paris. Some government and business leaders are saying one thing but doing another. Simply put, they are lying. And the results will be catastrophic. This is a climate emergency. Climate scientists warn that we are already perilously close to tipping points that could lead to cascading and irreversible climate impacts.
Meanwhile, the war in Ukraine has jump-started renewable energy efforts in the European Union as part of an effort to wean itself from Russian oil and natural gas. But experts say the United States is missing the opportunity to step up its own transition to renewable energy. CNN's Renee Marsh has the story now from Washington.
When Russia invaded Ukraine, it triggered what climate change warnings did not. It expedited Europe's plans for transitioning to renewable energy. Since the invasion, Germany announced it's speeding up wind and solar energy projects. France ended its gas heater subsidies. Italy is moving to build 6 new wind farms, and the Netherlands is also ramping up offshore wind, all in an effort to end reliance on Russian oil and gas. The war giving an urgent push to Europe's clean energy transition.
When there's a national security imperative, it's far easier to get consensus, to spend money, to push forward more dramatic changes.
The Russian invasion, high gas prices, advancements in the renewable energy sector, and a climate crisis have all converged to create a moment for the green energy movement like never before. Yet scientists and energy experts say the United States is in danger of missing this moment.
Right now, Europe is leading, and it's moving faster than others. But obviously, this is a global problem, and we all need to be on the same page.
The United States is one of the leading contributors to trapping emissions, and its actions are critical to meet global climate goals.
The EU has adopted a climate law setting 2050 as the target date for zero emissions. No such legislation has passed in the US. Biden's climate push and Build Back Better remains stymied by politics.
We are playing catch up. There's no doubt about it. All the investments that were in the bipartisan infrastructure law, that are in hopefully the next version of what Congress will pass, these tax credits for clean energy, renewable energy, that has to be part of our strategy.
An urgent new UN-backed climate change report released Monday calls for an immediate transition to renewable energy to avoid climate catastrophe.
I'm really worried that the United States is going to miss this moment because there's no real political consensus. And because there's no political consensus, we can't have a big piece of legislation, which is what we really need if you're going to supercharge the transition.
On Capitol Hill last week, lawmakers raised concerns the U.S. also lags in producing the critical minerals that power things like batteries for electric vehicles, a space China dominates.
What we've seen Russia do by weaponizing energy, I guarantee you China will do the same thing weaponizing critical minerals.
Russia's aggression has set off the race for renewables in Europe. But the question remains, will the U.S. catch up? Well, President Biden has taken what actions he can without Congress, including last week when he invoked the Defense Production Act intended to jumpstart the production of minerals needed to power renewables right here in the United States. But that move alone can't spur the aggressive transition that this climate report is urgently calling for. So it comes down to a choice between political consensus for strong climate legislation or climate disaster. Renee Marsh, CNN, Washington.
Time for a short break now. When we come back, college basketball has a new champion. The record-breaking comeback and the exciting finish. That's just
This is Roundup Weed and Grass Killer with Short Shot Lawn. This stuff works. This stuff works down to the root, so weeds don't come back. This stuff works without hurting your back. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This is Roundup Weed and Grass Killer with Short Shot Lawn. This stuff works.
Stay tuned to get this 5-piece bakeware set at $60 value absolutely free. Tired of that pan that always sticks? It's so scratched and worn, you can't cook in it.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with my new hammer pans from Gotham Steel. This complete 9-piece set is guaranteed to beautify your kitchen like never before.
Gosh, what I love most about this design is this hammered copper look. It would just look so fantastic hanging in my kitchen.
wow. This is a beautiful pan. It looks great. Look at those eggs dancing around in there. I tell you, I'm sold. Where do I get these? I love them.
Hammer pans are ultra non-stick. Nothing sticks. Even gooey mac and cheese slips out with ease. And look, these sticky candies melted with a torch are no match for hammer pans. Plus, they're super durable, so use metal beaters straight in the pan for a gourmet souffle that slips out and a pan that looks just like new. They're even oven safe up to 500 degrees, so bake homemade chicken pot pie, cheesy lasagna, or this whole chicken dinner. Any recipe looks great in these pans, from steak flambe to delicious desserts and delicate fish. Nothing sticks. Plus, the entire set is dishwasher safe and PFOA free.
Similar sets are over $1,000, but you will pay that, not $500 or even $300. Get the full 9-piece Gotham Steel hammered set for just 5 payments of $49.99, and we'll even ship it to you free. But order now and we'll drop 1 payment. That's just 4 payments of $49.99, and we'll even guarantee it for a full 10 years. Plus, we'll include this free steamer and strainer, and our 5-piece bakeware set with every pan you'll ever need to make delicious breads, cakes, and desserts. Together, these are an $80 value. Yours 100% free. That's a huge 15-piece set with free shipping. Call or click now.
To order, call 1-800-211-6216 or go to buyhammered.com. That's 1-800-211-6216, or you can order online at buyhammered.com.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. Once I turn 40, let me guess, less energy, less drive. Definitely. It's not your fault. It happens to every man. Testosterone levels drop as you age. Happen to you guys?
Yeah. So what did you do? We got Nugenix Total T.
To get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, text star 2321 This unique man-boosting formula is powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help increase testosterone levels.
Fantastic. I gotta get Nugenix. Just send a text for complimentary bottle. And by the way, she'll like it too.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text star 2321 Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. That's STAR 2321
Hello, it's pretty long tree. We did receive a probably long. Do you want us to have the police check it out? Here, please have the copy.
Protect your home with Ring Alarm.
Jayhawks fans are celebrating into the early morning in Lawrence, Kansas. The men's basketball team defeated the North Carolina Tar Heels to claim their fourth college championship. CNN's Abby Schultz is in Lawrence.
Well, the Final Four coming to an end with yet another amazing emotional game, just full of runs. And for the fourth time in their history, the Kansas Jayhawks are national champions. But it certainly wasn't easy. North Carolina catching fire in the first half. Brady Manning making 3 threes. The Tar Heels went on a 16-0 run, led by 15 at halftime. But Kansas came storming back in the second half thanks to a 31-10 run. Then they were down 1 with under 90 seconds left. And the Jayhawks big man, David McCormick, coming up huge with back-to-back buckets to give Kansas a 3-point lead. Tar Heels had one last chance, but their 3 no good. Kansas celebrates an amazing comeback, winning 72-69. It was the largest comeback in championship game history.
It's great for us. We played a tricky team. They played their butts off the first half. And we had no answer, and somehow the switch flipped the second half, and our guys were unbelievable.
How happy are you for him with that kind of a comeback?
You know, it would be unbelievable to win it all. But to win in that way, that'll be one that not too many people forget very soon.
This is the first championship for Kansas since 2008, the second for head coach Bill Self. And he told me he's coached a lot of talented teams over the years, but what set this group of players apart is how much they love and wanted to win for each other. In New Orleans, Andy Schultz, CNN.
And thanks for spending part of your day with us. I'll be back later next hour. And our breaking news coverage continues with John Wars live in the
Life can be a lot to handle. But Heinz knows there's plenty of magic in all that chaos.
So different and so new, what's like in the other?
There he is. There he is. Combining your stuff is hard.
Combining your TV with Dish?
Easy. Prime Video.
Live TV and streaming apps all in one place with Dish.
Found me. Nice suits. You guys blend right in.
We'll need you back.
I'm retired, Greg. You know this.
People have their money just sitting around doing nothing.
That's bad. They shouldn't do that.
They're getting crushed by inflation.
Well, I feel for them.
They're taking financial advice from memes.
I'll get my onesies.
Good to have you back, old friend. Yeah, eyes on the road, Benny.
Welcome to a new chapter in investing. E-Trade, now from Morgan Stanley. People with plaque psoriasis are rethinking the choices they make, like the shot they take, the memories they create, or the spin they initiate. Otezla, it's a choice you can make. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, you can achieve clear skin. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. Otezla can cause serious allergic reactions. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Publishers Clearinghouse winners are
confident forever plan is possible with a CFP professional.
A CFP professional can help you build a complete financial plan. Visit letsmakeaplan.org to find your CFP professional.
T-ball on Friday, swim lessons on Saturday.
And car shopping? How about car shopping right here, right now? Seriously?
Yep.
Car Gurus lets you shop for great deals for cars that can be delivered right to your family room. Driveway would be better.
Car Gurus. Get your great deal delivered.
There were 3 strikes that hit this facility. This is as close as you're going to get.
Just look at the utter destruction caused by this massive explosion.
Imagine the good fortune of the truck driver. He managed to survive.
More than a month into the war here in Ukraine, the refugee crisis continues.
It is not even remotely close to being a ceasefire.
In Kiev, Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, Lviv, this is CNN.
Do you struggle to fall asleep and stay asleep? Qunol Sleep Formula combines 5 key nutrients that can help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed. The brand I trust is Qunol.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business, he relied on freshness, quality, variety, and service. We still deliver the freshest nuts, dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families all around the country. Nuts.com. Enjoy free shipping on your first order.
This feeling of certainty comes from inspiring your customers and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people love from the experts at 4imprint. Enjoy that feeling of certainty at 4imprint. 4imprint, for certain. Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get the channels you want and the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
All of the CNN original series, Nomad with Carlton O'Rourke coming this spring to CNN. This is CNN Breaking News.
It is day 41 of Russia's war on Ukraine. Hello, welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm John Boris, live in Lviv, Ukraine. And the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is expected to address the UN Security Council in the coming hours, a meeting that will focus on the massacre of civilians in the town of Bucha, just outside Kyiv. And this is just some of the destruction left behind in Bucha after weeks of fighting. But it's the human toll which is truly disturbing. We've seen streets in Bucha littered with bodies, some with their hands tied behind their backs. CNN's team on the ground also found a mass grave with at least a dozen bodies, and yet the Kremlin claiming it all to be fake, dismissing the horrific scenes as little more than propaganda. Satellite images suggest otherwise, though, and a warning: these images are disturbing and may be hard to watch. Take a look at this. On the left, stills from a video taken on Friday, showing bodies in the street. On the right, images taken from a satellite on Friday, and you see those same bodies lying in exactly the same place. Ukraine's president warning that the death toll in the newly liberated towns could be even higher than it is in Bucha.
There's already information that the number of victims of the occupiers may be even higher in Borodyanka and some other liberated cities. In many villages of the liberated districts of the Kiev, Chernihiv, and Sumy regions, the occupiers did things that the locals had not seen even during the Nazi occupation 80 years ago. The occupiers will definitely bear responsibility for this.
All of this has now sparked outrage around the world. On Monday, US President Joe Biden called for a war crimes trial against the Russian President Vladimir Putin. And the EU has announced a joint investigation with Ukraine into possible Russian war crimes. The US and its allies also promising additional sanctions on the Kremlin. We are borne out from CNN's Fred Pleitman, but first, again, a warning: you are about to see disturbing graphic images, but they reveal the brutality and sheer cruelty of what happened in Bucha under Russian occupation.
Ukrainian authorities in Bucha lead us into a basement they call a Russian execution chamber. It's a gruesome scene. 5 bodies, their hands tied behind their backs, shot. The bullet casings collected by Ukrainian police, pockmarks from bullets in the walls. The Ukrainians say these men were killed when Russian forces used this compound as a military base while occupying Bucha. An advisor to Ukraine's interior minister not even trying to conceal his anger.
Мы сейчас находимся
находимся в детском лагере.
After the liberation of Bucha, 5 corpses of civilians were found here, he says, with their hands tied behind their backs. They were shot in the head and in the chest. They were tortured before. Even the body collectors find it hard to keep their composure. Vladislav Minchenko is usually a painter. Now he collects the dead left behind after Russian forces retreated from Bucha. This is not what we learned in school, he says. Do you see my hands? Hundreds of dead. Hundreds, not dozens. The Kremlin has denied Russia was behind any atrocities in Bucha. Now, the Russians say the notion of their troops having killed civilians is all fake news and propaganda, but it does seem clear that they were here. That looks like a sort of foxhole position, and over there they seem to have dug in a tank. On the outer wall, the letter V, a symbol that Russian forces painted on their vehicles before invading this part of Ukraine. Now, a lot of Russian military hardware lies destroyed in the streets of Bucha and other towns around Kiev, as the Ukrainians made a stand and prevented Vladimir Putin's army from entering the capital city. Images published shortly after Russian forces left Bucha show many corpses lying in the streets. Some bodies had their hands tied behind their backs. President Biden called what happened here a war crime. While visiting Bucha, Ukraine's president vowed to bring those behind the violence against civilians to justice. These are war crimes, he says, and they will be recognized by the world as genocide. You are here and you can see what happened. We know that thousands of people were killed and tortured, teared limbs, raped women, and killed children. And still, the dead keep piling up. Many lay in this mass grave behind the main church in Bucha. Local authorities tell us around 150 people are buried here, but no one knows the exact number. And here, too, the scenes are tragic. Vladimir has been searching for his younger brother, Dmitry. I was convinced that Dmitry lies here, even though he can't be 100% sure. The neighbor accompanying him has strong words for the Russians. Why do you hate Ukraine so much, she says. Since the 1930s, you've been abusing Ukraine. You just wanted to destroy us. You wanted us gone, but we will be. Everything will be okay. I believe it. But more corpses are already on the way. At the end of the day, we meet Vladislav and the body collectors again. Another 9 bodies found in this tour alone. It's unlikely they'll be the last. For Pelican, CNN, Bucha, Ukraine.
And the White House says Russia will be hit with more sanctions this week. President Joe Biden is also calling for war crime charges against Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, CNN still managing reporting in from the White House.
President Biden, long before many of his closest advisors were willing to call Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal, did so himself. And as the hordes, the images of what took place in Bucha just beamed around the world, he wanted to underscore that point and make clear everything he's seen since has certainly proven that to be the case. Take a listen.
He is a war criminal. We have to gather all the details so this can be an actual have a war crime trial. This guy is brutal. And what's happening to Bucha is outrageous.
Biden's comments underscore a reality here, one in which U.S. officials are not willing to call what they've seen up to this point a genocide. This is a process, a lengthy one, a multilateral one in which the U.S. has engaged with the international community to collect, to process, to analyze information and intelligence for an eventual legal case. When that case would actually come to pass, when anybody would actually go on trial, so very much an open question, particularly given the fact that the conflict is still very much ongoing. It was something National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan laid out to the media that while Russia may be retreating from the suburbs of Kyiv, they're very much refocusing their efforts on the eastern part of the country. And it is not going to be a short process ahead. In fact, Jake Sullivan said it could take months. And that, in his perspective, underscored the reality of the moment, a reality where complacency simply, according to him, cannot be something that takes over with the West, with the U.S. and its key ally. More sanctions, they will be deployed in the days ahead. More lethal assistance to Ukraine, humanitarian aid, that will be coming as well. Jay Sullivan's point, the president's point, the U.S. perspective at this point in time is that this is going to take a long time. And while the Ukrainian military has certainly performed far far above expectations, better than anybody could have hoped for. This isn't ending anytime soon, and the support from allies, the US, the EU, and others, absolute necessity at this point as Russia prepares to re-engage in a major way in just a different part of the country. Phil Matty, CNN, the White House.
The southern city of Melitopol has been under occupation by the Russians for weeks, and well, elected mayor Ivan Fedorov joined me out from Zaporizhia, a city located north of his hometown. Apologies for mangling those pronunciations. But I want to get your take on what you are expecting in Melitopol once the Russian forces withdraw, assuming that Ukrainian forces liberate your town. What are you hearing about what's been going on? What are your biggest concerns in terms of what's happened to the civilian population at the hands of those Russian soldiers?
Good day. Now Melitopol is a very dangerous situation. But 1 month ago, to my city, come war. It starts from 24th February from first rockets shoots to our military airport that's situated at 10 100 meters from civilian houses. And that's why all citizens now scared. Our citizens now can't understand anything, but the city more than 1 month already occupied. And now Russian Federation made genocide in our city. They stop humanitarian aid. They doesn't give us possibility to evacuate citizens and stop all citizens in city and give them possibility on the go to Crimea, but not to Ukraine and territories that control Ukraine. That's why it's very dangerous situation. I think it's a genocide from our citizens.
I'm just curious about when you were kidnapped, when you were taken hostage by the Russian forces. They interrogated you for about a week, and then you were released in a prisoner exchange program. What did you learn about the Russian soldiers whilst you were in where you were being detained or in the captivity? What was your impression?
Russian soldiers, it's a zombie. They didn't understand anything reality situation because they well know Russian propaganda, and that's all. When I was kidnapped and sit in a camera, I asked them, why you come to my city, why you come to my country? And they answered that they want to save Russian language, but it's a very stupid because in Melitopol, 95% of Melitopol citizens, Ukrainian Melitopol citizens, speak on Russian. They said that they will make us free from Nazism, but it's impossible because I'm 33 years old. I didn't find any Nazis in my city. And so they said that we not polite, we have no polite relationship with veterans of Second World War. But it's a stupid argument too, because every year, sometime on a year, I meet with our veterans and spoke with them every year. And I know all of these veterans. That's why Russian soldiers, it's a zombie. They doesn't understand the real situation in Ukraine and all over the world.
So they honestly thought that they were coming to Ukraine to fight the Nazis, because that's what they've been told by Vladimir Putin. And they thought that the Russian language was in danger in your city where 95% of the people actually speak Russian. Overall, though, what was your impression of these Russian soldiers in terms of their age, their experience, their worldview? How did you find them?
I find them that they have only their psychical, not normal situation, and their chiefs who sit in Moscow want to make war, but not to want to have some diplomatic issues and some diplomatic relationship. They want war, they want to start a new Russian empire, and if now all countries of gold don't be united with Ukraine, the war will come in other countries, in the European Union, in European houses, and all over the world, because Putin don't want to stop in Ukraine. And now Ukraine, it's a border for all civilian countries.
Mayor, we will leave it there. Mayor Fedorov, we thank you for your time there in Zaporizhzhia, which is pretty much a safe haven right now from your city. So thank you very much for being with us. We'll take a short break. When we come back, Ukraine says Russia has set its sights on capturing Kharkiv. CNN's Christian Amanpour is there as the city braces for more assaults.
When you really commit to a garden and nurture it, your energy goes into the fruits and the vegetables that you're growing.
Find more ways to grow. MiracleGrow.com.
Unlimited cashback match, only from Discover.
Calibrate is a doctor-guided weight loss program that combines virtual doctor visits, FDA-approved medication, and one-on-one video coaching to reset your metabolic system. Get back in control of your weight and your health with Calibrate. Sign up today and join Calibrate.com.
Blended Spring Sale is on now. Spring brings an incredible deal on Blended Spring. It has the power of a big blender on the go, and it crushes right through ice. Just drop in your favorite ingredients, even frozen fruit, and make a smoothie anytime, anywhere. Blended cleans itself. Just add a drop of soap, water, and blend. Recharge quickly with any investment. Order now on Blended.com and get our best deal ever.
Trying on glasses using Warby Parker's virtual try-on is so lifelike, so realistic, that you might not even be able to tell what's real from what's virtual. Yep, it's that good. Virtually try on hundreds of styles in the Warby Parker app.
Lisa here has had many jobs, and all that experience has led her to a job that feels like home. With Home Instead, you too can become a caregiver to older adults. Apply today.
This is the planning effect. If you ask Susie about the future, she'll say she's got goals. And since she's got goals, she might need help reaching them. And so she'll get some help from Fidelity. And at Fidelity, someone will help her create a plan for all her goals, which means Susie will be feeling so good about that plan, she can just enjoy right now. That's the planning effect from Fidelity.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Welcome back. Well, Ukraine's defense ministry warns that Russian forces are attempting to capture Kharkiv as they shift this military offensive towards the east. Ukraine's second largest city is located nearly at Russia's borders. Russian forces tried to take Kharkiv in the early days of the war, but they were pushed back by a strong Ukrainian defense. CNN's Christian Amanpour traveled to the city to meet with residents who've been sheltering underground, also to see firsthand the devastation left behind
Kharkiv, former Ukrainian capital, second biggest city, and one of the most important cultural sites, the great 19th century poet Taras Shevchenko is hunkering down for the rest of this war. Workers cover him in sandbags against the kind of destruction that's pounded this city's center since the start. The most spectacular strike was this one a month ago. A Russian missile slams low and hard straight into the corner of the regional administration building.
The missile struck right here. And the idea of hitting a building like this is to deny the legitimacy of the state. But the terror against civilians continues, playground by playground, mall by mall, park bench by park bench.
Which is what we find in this residential neighborhood. People were sitting outside chatting on a Sunday afternoon. Kids were playing. We find the telltale pattern of a mortar that landed right here. Authorities say 7 people were killed in this neighborhood. Many more were injured. Kharkiv sits 40 miles from the Russian border. It is the last major city before Donbass, where Russia is directing its war effort to the east. Just last week, the nearby village of Mala Rohan was liberated from the Russians. This civilian says he was captured and held. When dusk falls, children are outside playing and getting the last bit of fresh air before descending underground into one of the capital's many subway stations. After 40 days of war, they have turned their temporary homes into a neighborhood. Some have even decorated with fresh flowers. Zina says she's been living down here since the beginning.
Oh, this is my house. This used to be my house. Now we cannot live here, obviously, because it has been bombed 3 times in a row.
But this is a safe space for you and for the kids.
Yes, absolutely.
Kids do what kids do, homework and handicrafts. Even this is organized. Marina works for an organization that plans ways to keep the children busy, entertained, and their minds off the trauma.
Here we equipped the playing grounds, the space for kids, where they can play with toys, with contractors, make puzzles, and do the things they did in their usual life before the war.
But the trauma is never far away, as we found in this underground station, where civil defense are teaching kids how to protect themselves, how to recognize weapons and ordnance, and to remember never to touch. The adults are shown how to protect themselves in case of a chemical weapons attack. Even this maternity hospital was damaged in a mortar strike. Now the basement has been turned into a shelter and delivery room, if necessary. Birth, life continues. We met Alina 30 minutes after she had delivered baby Yaroslava. How are you feeling?
I'm well. She's well too. My first daughter.
Your first daughter? Your first child?
Yeah.
As we're leaving, she tells us, I love my country, I love my daughter, my family, my husband. In the delirium of new motherhood, she says, everything will be great for us. Christiana Manpour, CNN, Kharkiv.
Still to come here on CNN, a Polish teacher, Ukrainian students, an obvious language gap. Thank goodness for Google Translate. More on that in a moment.
My name is Austin James. As a musician living with diabetes, finger sticks can be a real challenge. That's why I use the Freestyle Libre 2 system. The painless 1-second scan, I know my glucose numbers without finger sticks. Now I'm managing my diabetes better, and I've lowered my A1C from 8.2 to 6.7.
Take the mystery out of managing your diabetes and lower your A1C. Now you know. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
$6 for the best kind of wings, paired with the best kind of celery sticks.
it's safe to say. Hey Google, unlock the front door. With ADT and the new battery-powered Google Nest doorbell, your front door is safer and smarter. Join the millions of people who choose ADT to help keep them safe.
I'm always shopping the Real Real. They drop over 10,000 new arrivals every day from luxury brands I'm obsessed with.
Gucci, Rolex,
Prada,
Louis Vuitton.
Hermes, Cartier, Tiffany. All up to 90% off retail.
I love that it's been authenticated. No one else can say all that.
Because no one else does it like the Real Real.
Thousands of new arrivals daily, up to 90% off retail. Endless luxury. The Real Real. Shop now and get 20% off at therealreal.com. Terms apply.
Introducing the all-new Infiniti QX60. Take on life in style.
Every day, I work with small businesses in my community, helping them grow and create jobs. American technology empowers Main Street businesses to innovate and reach their customers through social media and online advertising. But some politicians in Washington are pushing new laws that will weaken American technology, threaten jobs in our community, and make our economy more dependent on China. This misguided agenda will leave small businesses behind. Congress needs to protect, not weaken, American technology.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business, he relied on freshness, quality, variety, and service. He still delivered the freshest nuts, dry fruits, snacks, and sweets to families all around the country. Nuts.com. Enjoy free shipping on your first order.
When I was writing Just the Way You Are, I didn't have the lyrics. I recalled the melody and the chords. And so don't forget the freaking words. Let me get to a piano and then I'll write them.
Extraordinary with Fareed Zakaria. Exclusive Billy Joel interview. Now streaming only on CNN Plus.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get the channels you want, entertainment you love, for the price that cable can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Chili, you turn my guts around. But with ZenWise, digestive peace I have found. Salad, you give me gas. But with ZenWise, I say yes. Ice cream, you make me bloat. But ZenWise keeps me afloat. Replenish the enzymes your body is missing naturally. ZenWise, then eat. For a limited time, save 10%. Order now.
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with MultiView. Try free at FuboTV.com.
I'm Rafael Romo in Lviv, Ukraine. This is CNN.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm John Laws, live in Lviv, Ukraine. We are following breaking news here right now. One official saying the situation has become difficult in the Luhansk region amid heavy Russian bombardment as well as street fighting. This new report comes as disturbing images from Bucha in the northwest of the capital are prompting a swift global response. Some nations are expelling Russian diplomats. Others are vowing to increase sanctions, and that includes the United States, which expects to announce new sanctions later this week. All of this as more horrific images emerge and a warning they are graphic. Bodies can be seen lying on the streets, a number of them with their hands tied behind their backs. Ukraine's foreign minister warned scenes like these may just be the tip of the iceberg. The Ukrainian president visited Bucha on Monday to see the devastation and death firsthand and said more than 300 people were killed. He expects that number to rise as the entire city is searched. He also warned civilian casualties may be even higher in other cities that have now been liberated by Ukrainian forces from the Russians. Meantime, drone footage is showing the utter devastation in Mariupol. The mayor says the city is now on the brink of humanitarian catastrophe. More than 100,000 people need to evacuate. He says the city has not had food, water, or medicine in more than a month. Ukrainian authorities say the country is a full-fledged part of
Biden's last big announcement before leaving Brussels that he will help the European Union switch away from Russian energy supplies. President Biden came to Brussels looking for unity, hoping to encourage more sanctions from European Union leaders. They've been very concerned about sanctioning Russian oil and gas because the prices of energy are going up in Europe, and that's inflicting pain on many of the countries here. The Greek Prime Minister outlining just what it means for him.
We are all already paying a price. I think we certainly all need to reassess our growth forecasts. We're faced with significant inflationary pressures as a result of the war, and energy costs are really hurting. And they're hurting our citizens. But at the end of the day, as much as we have an allegiance to support Ukraine, we also have an allegiance to our citizens to make sure that they do not suffer more than they can actually bear.
So President Biden saying he would strive to ensure the United States provides the European Union with 15 billion cubic meters of LNG, liquefied natural gas, to help replace that gas that they're currently getting from Russia. The aim would be to replace 2/3 of the gas that the EU gets from Russia by the end of the year. President Biden saying that money that goes from the EU to buy that Russian gas is fueling President Putin's war in Ukraine.
We're coming together to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian energy. Putin has issued Russia's energy resources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. That's how he's used them. He's used the profits to drive his war machine.
And even after President Biden left Brussels, European Union leaders still in hot debate about the energy issue here. Nations like Greece looking for a price cap on the cost of energy. Big concerns here, the outfall of the war in Ukraine impacting the European Union, not just energy costs, but all the refugees as well. Big debates here still going on in the EU. Nick Robertson, CNN, Brussels.
But Poland is now home to more Ukrainian refugees than any other country. Most of them are women and children. Many of those children now want to go back to school, and they don't speak Polish, and teachers there don't speak Ukrainian for the most part, but they found a way to make things work. Here's Kendall.
To learn the full scope of war, take a seat in Miss Magda's classroom. She's a Polish teacher using Google Translate to communicate in Ukrainian with her new foreign students. Her class has grown by 40% this month. New children who've just fled the only home they've ever known.
You're translating on the internet as you teach.
Yes, because I know only Polish language.
How important is it for you as a teacher to help these kids?
To jest dla mnie bardzo ważne, bardzo ważne.
Primary School 157 with bilingual classes has welcomed every new refugee. Classes are more cramped, but these public school students don't complain because they feel they already know the strangers sitting next to them.
A lot of kids have come to our school, and some of them have told us stories about what happened. They've left people that they love behind.
Edward Krzyzewski is 13 years old, a Polish student, seeing the influx of war survivors come through his school doors.
The more we take in, the better we're doing.
The better. So you don't mind that the rooms are crowded?
No. It's very good policy.
So these are all Polish kids.
Eva Rex-Granat is the vice director. She feels for every child in the building and only wishes she could do more.
Especially when I see people helping. And I don't know, we can help in only small part.
Warsaw's mayor tells us the strain on his city schools is enormous. The 100,000 additional refugee children in Poland's capital need an education. It's an increase of 30% just this last month. Nazar Samodenko is 13. He's from Kyiv. Your mom is here.
Yes.
Your brother?
No.
Nazar's father is a minister helping fight in the war.
took a week for Nazar to escape Ukraine with his mother. School offers the structure of a life he's lost.
Your favorite subject is
Yeah, we like that.
Is it easier being around other Ukrainian kids?
Yes, he says, we can talk. They understand. Of the 4 million refugees fleeing Ukraine, half are children, paying the price of adult sins. How hard is it for kids your age to live through this?
I think it's practically impossible to go through this. It's just mind-boggling how this could happen to someone that young.
The school told us they're not experts in dealing with war trauma, and there just isn't a system yet in place to deal with these kids who are coming into the school. Despite the strain, they say not one single child will be turned away. Yelma, CNN, Warsaw, Poland.
Let's hand things back now to Rosemary Church, standing by live at CNN Working Quarters in Atlanta. And Rosemary, it is just so crucial to have that structure for the children, because once they get into the classroom, even if it's in Polish and they don't really understand what's happening, it gives them that kind of routine that they can get used to once again.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They need some form of normalcy to try to move forward with all of this. It's just heartbreaking to deal and to understand what they're dealing with. John, many thanks. Really appreciate it. See you at the top of the hour. Well, just ahead, war refugees cast out into the cold with nothing to eat. I will talk with a chef on a mission to help serve them millions of meals.
Age before beauty? Why not both? Visibly diminish wrinkled skin in just 2 days. Quick Corrector Lotion, only from Gold Bond. Champion your skin. This feeling of certainty comes from inspiring your customers and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people love from the experts at 4imprint. Enjoy that feeling of certainty at 4imprint. 4imprint, for certain.
Did I tell you I bought a car from Carvana?
Yeah,
It was so easy. I found the perfect car under budget too, and I get 7 days to love it or my money back. I love it. I thought online meant no one to help me, but Susan from Carvana got all of it in her purse. She didn't try to outsell me, not once, because they're not salespeople. What do you guess who just checked in on me? Susan from Carvana.
We'll drive you happy. At Carvana.
Clothes, like life, are meant to be enjoyed. That's why Blair makes quality clothing easy to wear, with fits that move with your body. Easy to love, with fun colors, flattering styles, and soft, comfortable fabrics. And easy to buy with affordable prices. Easy to wear, easy to love, easy to buy. Get $10 off and free shipping at Blair.com with promo code BlairTV. Calibrate is a doctor-guided weight loss program that combines virtual doctor visits, FDA-approved medication, and one-on-one video coaching to reset your metabolic system. Get back in control of your weight and your health with Calibrate. Sign up today and join Calibrate.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you mind. Liberty. Liberty. Are we married to Mutual? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty.
Should have called the prom.
I got this. I watch a lot of home improvement shows on Sling TV. I'm gonna need a gallon of spackle, 5 tons of concrete, and stud finder.
A big one. With Sling, you'll be confident you're getting the TV you love for a price you're low. Sling. Try it today. Sometimes the most compelling stories aren't based on a true story. They are true stories.
Clothes, like life, are meant to be enjoyed. That's why Blair makes quality clothing easy to wear, with fits that move with your body. Easy to love, with fun colors, flattering styles, and soft, comfortable fabrics. And easy to buy with affordable prices. Easy to wear, easy to love, easy to buy. Get $10 off and free shipping at Blair.com with promo code BlairTV. This is the feeling of certainty. The feeling that comes from knowing you're inspiring your customers, uniting your team, recognizing achievements, and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people use and love. From the experts at 4imprint, your partners in creating special moments and memories by making people smile. Enjoy that feeling of certainty with promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
I'm Selma Philippines at the Poland-Ukraine border, and this is CNN.
Volunteers from the World Central Kitchen charity are helping serve meals to hundreds of thousands of people in Ukraine and neighboring countries. They were in the recently liberated towns of Irpin and Bucha. The group's founder, Chef Jose Andres, described what he saw there as impossible to narrate. He says he couldn't believe this was happening in the 21st century.
You've seen in Bucha those elderly women in their 70s, in their 80s. As we were giving them a very humble plate of food and a piece of bread, and how they would have tears in their eyes, and they will give you a hug. They will give you a hug and they will not let you go. Imagine the desperation that these people are and what they went through to see moments like this.
Well, joining me live from Poland is Chef Mark Murphy, who's volunteering with World Central Kitchen. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Hi, how are you?
I wanted to ask you just how difficult it's been seeing so many people in need of your help, refugees who've lost absolutely everything and rely on your meals for both nourishment and comfort.
Well, it's good to be part of the team. Jose Andres has set up World Central Kitchen, and it gives us the opportunity to come here and be able to help. And I live in New York City, and it's hard. You can donate, you can do things, but I have a skill that I can use. So I called up Jose and I said, hey, do you need my help? And I came over here, and right now I'm in the kitchen, about a couple miles away from the border in Poland. We're preparing thousands and thousands of meals. We're sending it to different refugee centers. We're sending it to the border, at the train stations where there's a lot of people coming and going. So we're doing our little part. Eating food is a human. I think that people should be able to eat food. It's it's a human right. And crossing the border after a full long trip, coming across, if we're giving the kids a little cup of hot chocolate or a little chicken soup or something to keep them warm, we try to make a little difference there where we can.
It's incredible. And, as you've been speaking with us, we've been looking at some of those images that you sent to us showing those huge pots of food being prepared. The logistics of providing meals on this scale must be extraordinary. How many meals would you make each day, and what planning is required to get this job done?
Well, we have a chef, Carla, here, who's worked with World Central Kitchen a lot, and she has a pretty good grasp on what we're doing. There's a purchasing department. They're buying food. We're getting food donations. We're just, we come in every day. We look at the orders. We're getting feedback from all the different places where we're sending food. They say how busy it is in certain refugee centers, and we have these big cauldrons. We can make about 1,500 meals at a time. We have 6 of them going, and we have these large ovens. We have on the way back. We have a lot of volunteers that are here that are making sandwiches, because some people are just grabbing sandwiches and getting on buses and going elsewhere in Europe. So it's a big operation, and we just keep at it every day.
It is. It's massive. And you touched on this, Mark, but I want to go a little deeper into why you felt that you needed to help in this way. I mean, not just to donate, but to actually volunteer, to go to Poland and help provide these meals for all these refugees refugees who have fled with pretty much little more than their lives.
Well, I couldn't sit around anymore. I was in Florida actually with Jose Andres for the Food and Wine Festival, and he got all the chefs together, and we talked a little bit about the organization, and then this war broke out, and I was on the plane going back to New York, and I thought, I can cancel things for the next 2 months. I looked at my calendar, I canceled a lot of different things I was going to be doing, and I figured, I'm going to go and help, and it's one thing to say, I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't sit there and not do anything. So I decided to just get on a plane. It was pretty spontaneous.
Mark, what house stood out to you as you cook for all these people who have fled war in their homeland? Some of them may not return.
Yeah, it's very sad. We actually have a lot of every story. I mean, I had a story of somebody who connected me on LinkedIn who said he was a chef in another part of the world, and his wife and daughter were trying to come out, and could I try to help them if they got across the border where I was close by? Luckily, they got out, they got to a hotel, and they got a plane, and they went to meet the husband. But you hear little stories like this. You hear stories. We have people that are working here. We've actually hired refugees that are here in Poland, just a couple miles over the border. They left their families behind. We have one woman that works in distribution, and she's doing an amazing job. But I can't imagine the pain going through that, going to work every day, feeding your family basically across the border, and all of your relatives and compatriots back there. There's stories going on right now. It's completely mind-boggling. But it feels good to me, at least being able to be here and being able to help.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that you're going to be there, for 2 months. Is there a list of other chefs back in the United States or elsewhere across the globe who will take your spot? I mean, how long can you keep this going on for, do you think?
Well, I think, and I'm not part of the operation here. I mean, there are a lot of volunteers. There are a lot of chefs that are coming through, depending on how long they can stay. We're also hiring locals to be able to come and do things here. So it's still basically we're still in the setting up stages, but they're getting more organized. And there will be more chefs coming through. There's a volunteer system on the World Central Kitchen website. People are signing up and coming over and working. If they're not chefs, they can help out making sandwiches, peeling carrots, or doing things like that as well. It's all sorts of different jobs to be done here.
Chef Mark Murphy, we all here at CNN salute you and what you and all of the other chefs are doing. It is extraordinary. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you so much.
And still to come, Shanghai extends its lockdown as it waits for results from the latest round of mass COVID testing. How the city is faring against its worst outbreak yet. That's when we return.
This is Coley, my foster dog. When I first started fostering Coley, I had been giving him kibble. It never looked or felt like real food. But with the farmer's dog, you can see the pieces of turkey. It smells like actual food. I saw a difference almost overnight. Healthy poops, healthy dog, right? As he's aged, he's still quite energetic and youthful. I really attribute that to diet. He's my buddy. My job is to keep my buddy safe and happy.
Get started at longlivedogs.com. Enjoy the magic of freshness from nuts.com. Fresh nuts, dried fruits, sweets and treats, freshly roasted, freshly dipped, freshly seasoned, and delivered fast with free shipping. Nuts.com. Fresh snacks from our kitchen to yours.
So I had to quit college to help my mom, but I never wanted to quit my dream of a career in IT.
On Coursera, you can earn Google's IT Support Professional Certificate. No prior experience needed to enroll.
My job now is amazing.
Join for free at Coursera.org.
I'm always shopping the Real Real. They drop over 10,000 new arrivals every day.
From luxury brands I'm obsessed with.
Gucci, Rolex,
Prada,
Louis Vuitton,
Hermes, Cartier, Tiffany. All up to 90% off retail.
I love that it's been authenticated. No one else can say all that.
Because no one else does it like the Real Real.
Thousands of new arrivals daily. Up to 90% off retail. Endless luxury. The Real Real. Shop and sell online or one of 16 stores near you.
What does shopping for contacts look like at Warby Parker? Well, just imagine your favorite brands, take away the hidden fees, and add free shipping. There you go. Save 15% on your first order of contacts at warbyparker.com.
Power your whole home with free sunshine during utility power outages and lower your electric bill with PowerCell.
a leading solar plus battery storage system from Generac, the #1 provider of residential backup power solutions. PowerCell captures and stores solar energy, which can be used to power your whole home during a power outage, keeping your family safe and comfortable.
When the power goes out with the Generac PowerCell, we don't have to worry about that. Our air conditioner is going to work. The refrigerator is going to work. We love it.
Our home is truly our sanctuary.
And with your home running on stored sunshine, you'll save thousands on your electric utility bill.
With the Generac PowerCell, we're saving roughly $300 a month.
With PowerCell, you'll never have to worry about unexpected power outages or high electric bills because you're using free, clean energy to power your home.
Our Generac power system saves us thousands and thousands of dollars every year.
Since we have the system installed, I haven't had a utility bill at all.
Call or go online now to request a free quote. Special financing is available with zero down and low monthly payment options. You may also qualify for federal and local rebates, which helps you save even more. Call or go online now and you'll receive PowerView, Generac's home energy monitoring system, a $300 value. PowerCell is the perfect solution to your backup power needs and energy-saving goals. It offers up to 30% more power output and more storage capacity than competitive units. And it's backed by a 10-year limited warranty and supported by a 24/7 customer support team. Best of all, PowerCell is customizable, so you can add more storage capacity as your needs change.
I love my Generac PowerCell.
The savings are amazing. I chose Generac because it was a name I could trust.
Don't wait another day. Protect your home and start saving today with PowerCell. Call or go online now. PowerCell. Protection and savings powered by the sun.
It's a buy today's biggest sale. 50-50-50 sale. 50% off carpet and flooring, 50% off padding and materials, and 50% off installation. That's right, half off your entire project. You can save thousands. Empire's 50-50-50 sale won't last long. Don't miss 50% off carpet and flooring, 50% off padding and materials, and 50% off installation.
800-588-2300 and buy today. Officials in Shanghai say the city will stay under lockdown as new COVID infections continue to surge. The Chinese city is in the midst of its worst outbreak since the pandemic began. Authorities finished a second round of citywide testing on Tuesday with the help of more than 10,000 healthcare workers brought in to help manage the outbreak. And CNN's Selena Wang joins me now live from Tokyo with the latest. Good to see you, Selena. So how have people in Shanghai been dealing with this lockdown? And now news, of course, that it will be extended due to surging cases.
Well, Rosemary, even before that announcement, emotions were running high. People were angry, they were fed up, and now there is no end in sight for this lockdown that was originally only supposed to last for a few days. But now, as COVID cases in Shanghai continue to reach record highs, more than 10,000 a day, authorities are saying this lockdown will be in place until further notice. Now, many have already endured weeks of these lockdowns because of targeted cases that had appeared in their neighborhood, and there have been countless complaints of people struggling to get daily necessities, waking up at 5 a.m. to try to put on online orders, only to see that everything they need is already sold out. There have been numerous heartbreaking stories of people who have been unable to get critical medical care. The medical system right now in Shanghai is being stretched to its limit, and that's because even though the majority of COVID cases in China are being reported as asymptomatic or mild, the rule is that every single COVID case needs to either go to a hospital or to a quarantine facility. And the conditions at these facilities, there have been many complaints about them. There's this video on social media, on Chinese social media, that we're going to pull up right here, that shows a crowd of people that are literally battling to get blankets and other necessities with no medical staff in sight. This was at a makeshift hospital in Shanghai, and it just underscores how challenging the current situation is for people who are locked in at home and who are having to endure the conditions in these quarantine facilities. There have also been videos circulating online of children and even infants who are isolating alone in hospitals, separate from their families after testing positive for COVID-19. We don't know how many families have been affected by that policy, but we have learned, according to sources, that the children of U.S. citizens have been separated from their families because of this. But despite these huge economic and social costs, authorities in China are continuing to double down on this zero COVID policy. It's clear now that they believe the alternative to the lockdowns would be even worse. The exposure of 1.4 billion people to the virus, especially in a population where vaccinations are lagging among the elderly, and the nightmare scenario of the healthcare system across the country being completely overwhelmed. But more and more residents are questioning whether the approach to COVID is perhaps worse than the virus itself. Rosemary.
Yeah, I'm sure it's getting to that point, isn't it? Selena Wang joining us live from Tokyo. Many thanks. Well, US Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is expected to become the first Black woman to be confirmed a Supreme Court justice after the Senate voted to advance her nomination to a confirmation vote. After the Senate Judiciary Committee deadlocked 11 votes, both for and against Jackson's nomination, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer called for a vote to break the deadlock and send her nomination to the floor. Senate Republican and Democratic leaders agree Jackson is a well-qualified nominee, but almost all GOP senators are expected to oppose her. The vote to confirm her is expected to be held later this week. Well, congratulations to the Kansas Jayhawks, the 2022 men's college basketball champions. They beat the North Carolina Tar Heels 72-69 in a thrilling game Monday night in New Orleans. Kansas trailed by as much as 16 points in the first half, but they made the record books with the largest comeback in title game history. Fans were celebrating back in Lawrence, Kansas. This is the fourth time in school history that the Jayhawks have won the men's championship. Well done. And thank you so much for watching. I'll be back later, next hour. CNN's breaking news coverage continues next with John Ward live in the booth.
She's eating the rocket.
We all love video doorbells. Voice assistants have changed our lives. We now control our home with a touch. And you know what's better than all these things by themselves? All these things together from the most trusted name in security, ADT.
My garden brings us together.
My garden is my therapy.
Find more ways to grow at miraclegrow.com.
Around the corner, you'll find the American dream hard at work. You'll find the food that brings us together and the stuff that makes life beautiful. And just around the corner, you'll find a UPS store too, helping them every way we can. We're in the business of keeping you in business. With printing, packaging, shipping, all designed to get you in, out, and on your way. So you can be stronger, be smarter, be unstoppable. Just around the corner, the UPS store.
Friend, this is Lisa. Hi, I have like 50 welcome wows and 300 customer I love it.
Promotional products from Fort Imprint are certain to deliver. Yes.
Wow.
I love it. Find some wow now at fortimprint.com. Fort Imprint, for certain.
Go with Simparica Trio. It's triple protection made simple. Simparica Trio is the first and only monthly chewable that covers heartworm disease, ticks and fleas, round and hookworms. Dogs get triple protection in just one Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with a history of these disorders. Protect it with all your heart. Simparica Trio. With Skechers Max Cushioning, you get more. More cushion, more rebound. Each style includes maximum Ultra Go cushioning, Skechers air-cooled Goga-Mat insoles, and rubber outsole contact ones for added traction and durability. Get more with the Skechers Max Cushioning collection.
It wasn't Betta's fault that yo-yo dieting failed her. Calibrate works with her biology to end an unsustainable cycle. Medication, coaching, lifestyle tweaks. Lose at least 10% of your body weight or your money back. Join Calibrate.com.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits
plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-918-3178. That's 1-800-918-3178 now.
I'm Ed Lavandera in Odessa, Ukraine. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We proudly help veterans with mesothelioma. Call for a free book, 1-800-822-0400, or go to mesobook.com.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm John Bors. Live in Lviv, Ukraine, we begin day 41 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine with a warning from Ukrainian officials. The atrocities committed in Bucha could be just the tip of the iceberg. As Ukrainian forces take control of more cities and towns from the Russians, there are fears of much worse to come. The numbing evidence of war crimes in Ukraine will be the focus of an address by the Ukrainian president to the UN Security Council later today. And there are new satellite images which show life under Russian occupation in Bucha. A warning, these images you're about to see, for some viewers, will be disturbing to watch. On the left, images taken Friday, showing bodies in the street. On the right, satellite images taken more than 2 weeks ago, when Russian forces still occupied the area. Those same bodies appear to be lying in the exact same place. More evidence that undercuts Russia's claim the images and video from Bucha are fake. CNN's team on the ground saw firsthand several bodies, their hands tied behind their backs, shot, killed, left in a basement. Zelensky had a message for Russian mothers.
Russian mothers, even if you raised looters, how do they also become butchers? You couldn't be unaware of what's inside your children. You couldn't overlook that they are deprived of everything human. No soul, no heart. They kill deliberately and with pleasure.
President Zelensky visited Bucha on Monday. He says there is evidence that more than 300 people were killed while Russian troops occupied that town. And the White House warning Bucha will not be the last.
We should be under no illusions that Russia will adjust its tactics, which have included and will likely continue to include wanted and brazen attacks on civilian targets.
Well, the images and stories from Bucha, as well as other parts of Ukraine, have sparked global outrage. World leaders say the atrocities will not go unpunished. Officials from the US and the UK also calling for Russia to be suspended from the UN Human Rights Council. ITV News correspondent Dan Rivers reports now from Bucha. Again, a warning. His report contains disturbing graphic images, but they reveal the brutality and sheer cruelty of what happened in Bucha under Russian occupation.
At the gateway to Bucha and Hostomel, there are the mangled remains of Russian vehicles and the blown bridge which marks the extent of their advance. And nearby, the burnt bodies of soldiers killed here by a Ukrainian counter-offensive, gruesome sentinels to a battlefield in which dated Russian machinery was pitted against the latest Western-supplied anti-tank weapons. And this was the result, a rewriting of the orthodoxy about Russia's perceived military strength. Some of the Russians who sought to occupy this commuter town near Kyiv will probably never leave. Thanks to one man's war, the remains may never be repatriated or possibly even identified.
This is the most potent symbol of the Russian defeat here in Bucha, a street choked with the charred remains of their tanks and armoured vehicles. Now they've gone, we're beginning to get a fuller picture of the terrible toll inflicted on the civilian population here.
War, in all its grotesque brutality, has turned these streets into a hell from which there is no triumph. Massacres of Ukrainian men have been uncovered by the army here. The war crimes committed here mark a bleak new low in this conflict described by Ukraine as the most outrageous atrocity of the 21st century. There isn't just one site where massacres occurred. The true picture here is only just emerging. This man in Hostomel tells me about the rape and dismemberment of a young woman at the hands of 2 Chechen soldiers. He says they just slaughtered her like a lamb, but Anzi took his revenge with other local men, killing them both. For the civilians like Maxim Skripnik, caught between the two sides, there was little to do but pray for deliverance.
Describe what it was like, the bombardment. I mean, describe how it felt.
It was terrible. It was completely terrible. Near my car was exploded 3 mines.
Some of the dead were buried by their neighbours close to the shattered remains of their homes. This is where Ina lies, hit by a shell, a grave adorned with food and drink her relatives would have traditionally shared at her funeral, but her son has been unable to reach the town to grieve for his mother. But many more were hastily interred without headstones or even identification. Here, it's believed 280 people were buried in mass graves, 1 row for Ukrainians, 1 for Russians.
This is horrible. We survived this. They were shelling us. I cannot find words to describe what we lived through.
This family appear to have escaped unscathed after days in a bunker, until Dima's father was detained by the Russians and never seen again. As he swings, he says, if the bad men come back, I'll stamp on them. There seems little chance now of the Russians fighting their way back into these towns, but the legacy of their brief reign of terror will never be forgotten.
We are now getting another gruesome scene, this one from Lutyshen, a small community on the outskirts of the Ukrainian capital. And a warning, it is disturbing because it appears to show the bodies of the town's mayor, husband, the son. The Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister told CNN earlier that 3 were all murdered by Russian forces. There are signs of torture on some of them. All 3, according to the Deputy Prime Minister, shot in the head. Joining me now from Kyiv, Oleksiy Sorokin, the political editor for the news outlet, the Kyiv Independent. It's good to see you again, Oleksiy. Town after town, once occupied Russian forces, all reporting atrocities which, on the surface at least, amount to war crimes, possibly worse. This conflict is far from over. The Russians will move in and occupy new areas in the east. Is there any way to prevent them from repeating what we've seen so far in places like Bucha and like Irpin?
Unfortunately, we understand that this is not a mistake. This is not one town that we're seeing. We're seeing everywhere where Russians were, where Russians left. We see bodies. We see people with their hands tied behind their back, shot. We know that the Prosecutor General said that we're waiting to uncover atrocities in Borodanka, and she said that these atrocities will even topple those of Bucha and Irpin.
After this has been revealed in Bucha and other cities as well, there really has been genuine outrage around the world. I want you to listen to the President of the European Parliament.
We need to step up our strategy of making this illegal invasion the costliest mistake that the Kremlin has ever made. And the hit to Russia's economy must be proportionate to the unprecedented atrocities that we are seeing.
Many countries are now looking to impose tougher new sanctions, but sanctions do not discipline troops, they do not stop a bullet to the head. It all seems a bit after the fact and ineffective.
Well, actually, we understand that those tanks, those guns are built on the money received from the European Union. Germany, the Netherlands, Italy are still paying for Russian gas. According to Bloomberg, $321 billion Russia is set to receive from the European Union for its energy. So until the European Union pays for Russian
gas, for Russian coal, for Russian oil, we understand that Russia and Putin will have the money and the funds to sponsor its horrendous war against Ukraine.
So what you're saying, it's time for the Europeans to cut off the supply of energy from the Russians, do it tough because there's no other choice. And that's the least that can be done, right?
Yes, unfortunately, that's what should be done. We understand that this will cause some problems for Germany, for the Netherlands, for Italy, but this is the right thing to do. Right now, the choice is either have some economic misfortunes or sponsor genocide.
You know, it's hard enough for someone halfway around the world to look at these images, mass graves, bodies with their hands tied behind their backs, bullet to the head. How difficult is it for you, for Ukrainians? Can you describe what the reaction has been like?
I think it's pure shock. This hits close to home. The scenes that we're seeing right now is 15-20 kilometers from downtown Kyiv. Everybody has a friend, a family member. Everybody visited those towns, and this is pure shock. This is horrendous. I had to witness this. I had to talk to people who've been there. Most of them are crying. They don't have words to describe what they saw, and this will be a stain on a nation's. This took a part of the soul of every Ukrainian. I think this is impossible to find words to describe the horrors that we're witnessing right now.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. It seems impossible to capture just how horrific this has been and will be, unfortunately. Alexei Sorokin, thank you. We really appreciate you being with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
U.S. National Security Advisor warns Russia is revising its war aims and shifting its focus to the east. He says the Kremlin's new goal is to surround and overwhelm eastern Ukraine. But Russian troops are still hammering southern cities like Mykolaiv. The mayor says 10 civilians have been killed there since Sunday. 46 others have been hurt. Not far from Mykolaiv, CNN's Ben Weedham and his team went up dangerously close to incoming artillery fire. They stopped to talk to Ukrainian soldiers out in the open with little cover. To be sure, this was a very close call. Here's Ben.
This is an area where there's been a fair amount of outgoing as well as incoming artillery. Down the road is a town that has been fought over for several days by Russian and Ukrainian forces. In these vast open spaces, the Russians seem far away. They're not.
Down here, John, down here. Keep on rolling. You see it over there?
We hug the earth. 2 more artillery rounds. Cameraman John Torigoi keeps rolling.
Alrighty, so we've had 2 incoming rounds responding to artillery that's been firing in the Russian directions. Those shells came pretty close to us.
No one has been injured. The officer tells translator Valeria Dubrovska, we need to go now.
Okay. Safe. I hope the car's okay.
Ready to move?
Yeah, let's move.
And so we run with full body armor to the cars. One car can't move, peppered with shrapnel.
We're losing petrol.
No time to lose.
Throw it in the back.
Driver Igor Diagonal, razor focused on getting us to safety. His car also hit.
All right, we're trying to get out of this area as quickly as possible. Our other car completely destroyed.
Crammed into this small car, we approached safer ground. Producer Karim Hadar checks the damage to the car. The soldiers we left behind are still out there. We could leave, they can't. Ben Weidman, CNN, outside Mykolaiv, Ukraine.
We'll take a short break. When we come back, a story of resilience. This woman forced to flee her home again. A lifetime ago, she fled the Nazis. Now, she's escaping Russia's invasion.
Ew, I won't be cleaning molten mildew next week, thanks to this. Did you know Lysol disinfectant spray can actually prevent mold and mildew growth? Spray it every week to break the cycle. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America. It'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the Ideal Agent was that we saved $12,000 in commission. We would definitely use Ideal Agent. Yeah, the whole process was so positive for us.
Excellent service. Getting right to the point, hiring an ideal agent. I wish we would have done that sooner, and we would have saved 6 months of time and mortgage payments that would probably never happen if we would have just gone with it first.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We certainly recommend Ideal Agent out to all of our family, all of our friends. It's just a great experience.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
This is the all-new, totally redesigned Works GT Revolution, a cordless lightweight trimmer that converts to an edger with weeds and a mini mower. Forget line hassles. Works' new command feed delivers line at the push of a button. GT Revolution adjusts to you and your body with 7 blocking positions and 6 head positions. Our most adjustable, most lightweight, most effective, most hassle-free tool ever. The Works GT Revolution will make your yard more beautiful. Available at Works.com.
Hi, I'm Wolfgang Bach. When I started my online store, Wolfgang Bach Home, I knew there would be a lot of orders to fill, and I wanted them to ship out fast. That's why I chose ShipStation. ShipStation helps manage orders, reduce shipping costs, and print out shipping labels. It's my secret ingredient.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers.
And Wolfgang Bach.
Go to shipstation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
You know, blackberry hemp water tastes more like fresh blackberries than the blackberries in my pot. Really? Yeah. Taste for yourself. Yeah, delicious. Just blackberries, no sugary stuff. You know, my cherry hemp water tastes more like cherries than the ones in my bag.
Find out for yourself at drinkhint.com. For a limited time, new customers can get 40% off our top flavors. That's 36 bottles for only $36. Only $1 per bottle. Order today and we'll ship it direct to your door for free. Go to drinkhint.com and order today.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No,
But we have life insurance. John,
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Ann a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Are your sneezes putting your friends in awkward positions? Stay with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard in hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, unbelievable.
I'm obsessed with it. I don't want it to be a secret. I want everybody to know about it. Shabula Active Serum. gone through so many bottles already. It's completely changed my skin.
Taboola is a breakthrough ingredient that helps to deliver dramatic results on 5 signs of aging. My friends were like, what have you got done? And I'm like, I haven't gotten anything done. My skin instantly just looked a lot better. True Botanicals products are clean, safe, and sustainable.
Taboola Active Serum.
Go to truebotanicals.com for a limited time offer.
This is an incredible story.
I believe you are the sum of all of them.
His election is an earthquake.
Just got 19 minutes past the hour. Welcome back, everyone. Well, the United States now supporting a multinational team of prosecutors and experts to collect, preserve, and analyze evidence of possible war crimes in Ukraine. The State Department says the efforts are aimed at pursuing criminal accountability for atrocities in Russia's war against Ukraine. The invasion has forced millions from their homes, leaving behind everything they know. Most of them not women and children, and for some of them, it's not the first time they've had to flee a war. CNN's Selma Abdelaziz lined up from Menica, Poland, near the border with Ukraine, and boy, history repeats, not in a good way.
Absolutely, John. I'm at the border crossing here, and this is the pedestrian crossing. So people come across with only what they can carry. I'm going to give you a quick look around. That border is right there. You can see people flowing through with their bags. If you pan around, I want you to get a sense of what they walk into. It's essentially a little tent community. Here's one of the tents, focused on obviously providing food, anything people need. We're going to show you another tent. That one's for mother and children. So if they want to take a moment to have a bit of peace, and get quiet, talk to a volunteer that can help them. And you can see all the way down, there's dozens of volunteers here wearing high-vis jackets. And what they want to do, if they want to greet these families right at the border, they want to help them with their bags, they want to offer them some help. They want to offer them a sense of dignity. They want to answer their questions. They want to give them what they might not have been able to grab, whether that's baby milk or clothes, before they fled home. So it's a real contrast, fleeing violence, to come into this tent community and see this overflow of humanity. And it's, as you said, John, it's astounding to see the people that cross this border. We wanted to speak to someone who survived the last time Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, had been in conflict, had seen death and destruction on this scale, which was, of course, during World War II when Nazi troops invaded, and was trying to survive this conflict. Now, it wasn't easy to find 82-year-old Margarita Zatushna for the many charity organizations that wanted to rescue her and pull her out of Kharkiv. But when we met her at this border, she had quite the story to tell. Take a look. This is the moment Margarita Zatushna says she finally felt safe, welcomed by her Jewish community in Krakow.
I am presented with so good flowers, and it smells very well.
We sat down to hear the story from twice a survivor.
I was born in 1940, and when the war with Germany began, I was only 1 year and a half.
In 1941, her family fled their home in Kharkiv, where Nazis murdered an estimated 16,000 Jews. She later returned, grew up and grew old in peacetime. That is, until Russian troops invaded, bombing and besieging Kharkiv. There was no water or power. We couldn't buy food. It was impossible to live, she says. There was explosion after explosion, a real war. Not even a monument that honors the city's Holocaust victims escaped Moscow's so-called denazification campaign. But Margarita stayed to care for her sick husband, Valery, as long as she could. An explosion blew out all our windows, she says. After that shock, he grew weaker and weaker. After nearly a month of war, Valery passed away. His body still lies in a morgue. There are no funerals because of the fighting. Now age 82, the Holocaust survivor knew it was time to go, packed only what she could carry, and fled her birthplace.
It is very difficult when a beautiful town, when I lived all my life, destroyed.
A driver picked up Margarita and this vehicle, damaged in an earlier attack. For 2 days, they traveled out of Kharkiv and across dangerous territory to Lviv.
It is a very hard road.
From there, she boarded an ambulance and was ferried into Poland. We were tracking her evacuation and met her at the border crossing. Hi, welcome to Poland. But Margarita still has further to go. She wants to join her brother in New Jersey.
I was not scared.
Where is this bravery from?
It comes alone to us.
Margarita hopes to return, bury her husband of 40 years, and see her beloved city at peace again. John, what's astounding when you watch that report and when you spend time with Margarita, as we did for 2 days, is she never stops smiling. Despite everything she's been through, despite all that she has endured, she truly has that heart of a survivor. And I asked her, do you know now, if you're going to go to the United States, you're 82 years old, you may never see Kharkiv again. And she insisted that she will return to her city. But that city, John, has been devastated by Russia's onslaught. You can only imagine it will be many more generations before it's rebuilt.
Selma, thank you for such a wonderful story, and we appreciate it. Thank you. If you would like to help the people of Ukraine who are in need of shelter and food, water, medical supplies, that kind of thing, please go to cnn.com/impact. There you'll find several ways you can help, and you can be guaranteed your money goes to those who need it. Well, the mayor of the besieged city of Mariupol has a dire warning. His city is on the brink of a humanitarian catastrophe, desperately in need of help to evacuate thousands of civilians. A closer look at the conflict in Ukraine up next.
Easter's on sale at Michael's. Shop 50% off all Easter decor, baking, and baskets. Plus, think outside the basket with mix and match deals on brands kids love. We're your one-stop shop for Easter savings. Michael's, made by you.
Hi, Bill Swift here. People everywhere tell me how much they love the Flex Seal family of products. Nothing compares to the original strength of Flex Seal. Flex Seal liquid, Flex shot, Flex tape, Flex glue, and Flex base. Use the Flex Seal family of products to weatherproof and protect virtually everything. Even make quick repairs underwater to help prevent flood damage. Seal up large cracks and holes to keep those nasty pests out of your home. All Flex Seal products create a super strong watertight barrier. And don't forget about our portable Flex Seal minis, perfect for quick repairs on the go. And when you need maximum coverage and sealing power, take it to the max with Flex Max. Your favorite Flex Seal products are now giant size. Imagine everything you can do with the Flex Seal family of products. Available at these fine retailers. Don't you want to win this big check from Public Clearinghouse? 823. You could win $7,000 a week for life. Hurry. Enter now at PCH.com. So what are you waiting for? $7,000 a week for life. Enter now at PCH.com.
Alerts. If you owe the IRS $10,000, $50,000, or a whole lot more, the government is now offering emergency tax relief measures. You may be able to save thousands off your tax debt or defer it altogether. Take advantage of these powerful new options and claim your savings before they're gone. In these unprecedented times, you need the right people by your side. Top rated nationwide with hundreds of 5-star reviews. StopIRSDebt.com has been the rock thousands of taxpayers have leaned on. Our proven reduction system maximizes savings and stops collections fast. If you have unfiled returns, are under audit, or just need to know your options, go to StopIRSDebt.com now to check for savings. Simply enter your information at the top of the screen, answer a few questions, and you're done. These emergency relief measures won't last long. Go to StopIRSDebt.com now to claim your savings. It's completely free. Visit StopIRSDebt.com or call 800-409-0165. That's 800-409-0165.
Hi, this is Lisa from 4M Friends. Yes, I live 50 welcome miles, 300 customer, I love it, and 200 team member, oh yeah. Start, we got some brand new, woohoo! I love the wow factor with promotional products from 4M. We specialize in awesome items that are certain to and guaranteed to deliver some yes. From apparel, backpacks, drinkware to high-tech items. Wow.
entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Chili, you turn my guts around. But with Zenwise, digestive peace I have found. Salad, you give me gas. But with Zenwise, I say yes. Ice cream, you make me bloat. But Zenwise keeps me afloat. Replenish the enzymes your body is missing naturally. Zenwise, then eat. For a limited time, save 10%. Order now.
Last year, more homes canceled cable TV than ever before. Why? It's just too expensive. For half the price of cable, you can get Fubo TV and watch the live sports and TV you love. Try free at FuboTV.com.
I'm Fred Pleitgen in Kiev, Ukraine, and this is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News. Welcome back, everyone. I'm John Bullis. 30 minutes past the hour, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky scheduled to address the UN Security Council in the coming hours, as horrifying images from the town of Bucha are sparking international outrage. Some countries are expelling Russian diplomats. Others are vowing further sanctions. That includes the United States, which expects to announce new sanctions on Russia this week. All of this, as more shocking images emerge, more evidence of war crimes. And we want to warn you, these images are graphic. Bodies can be seen lying on the streets, a number of them with their hands tied behind their backs. Then the Human Rights Watch warns these images could be, quote, replicated on a very large scale. Ukraine's president says more than 300 people were killed in Bucha, but expects that number to rise as the city is searched. And he warns civilian casualties may be even higher in other liberated towns and cities. Meantime, a Ukrainian official says the situation in Luhansk has become difficult with heavy shelling and street fighting. A senior Ukrainian official tells CNN an evacuation convoy to Mariupol has been turned back by Russian forces. The mayor said earlier the city was on the brink of a humanitarian catastrophe and that it has not seen food, water, or medicine in more than a month. The situation is, quote, very difficult. The Red Cross also said earlier attempts to reach Mariupol with humanitarian aid and help with civilian evacuations failed on Monday yet again because of security issues. The former president of Ukraine also speaking out on the dire situation.
I today speak with our fighters in Mariupol, and they said that it is significantly worse in Mariupol than in Bucha, despite of the fact that it is impossible to imagine. Also know that 340 people killed without mercy, many of them with a tied hand. We found it exactly that day. Don't be mistaken, Bucha is not alone.
You may remember these images of the Melitopol mayor Ivan Fedorov being detained last month by armed men. He was charged with terrorism offenses by Russian-backed rebels, but later was freed as part of a prisoner swap. Fedorov says the situation right now in his hometown is, quote, hell. I spoke to him a short time ago. I want to get your take on what you are expecting in Melitopol once the Russian forces withdraw, assuming that Ukrainian forces liberate your town. What are you hearing about what's been going on? What are your biggest concerns in terms of what's happened to the civilian population at the hands of those Russian soldiers?
Good day. Now Melitopol is a very dangerous situation. But 1 month ago, to my city, come war. It starts from 24th of February, from first rockets shoots to our military airport that's situated at 10, 100 meters from civilian houses. And that's why all citizens now scared. Our citizens now can't understand anything, but city more than 1 month already occupied. And now Russian Federation make genocide in our city. They stop humanitarian aid. They doesn't give us possibility to evacuate citizens and stop all citizens in city and give them possibility on the go to Crimea, but not to Ukraine and territories that control Ukraine. That's why it's very dangerous situation. I think it's a genocide from our citizens.
I'm just curious about when you were kidnapped, when you were taken hostage by the Russian forces, they interrogated you for about a week, and then you were released in a prisoner exchange program. What did you learn about the Russian soldiers whilst you were were you being detained or in captivity? What was your impression?
Russian soldiers, it's a zombie. They didn't understand anything reality situation because they well know Russian propaganda and that's all. When I was kidnapped and sit in a camera, I asked them, why you come to my city, why you come to my country? And they answered me that they wanted to save Russian language, but it's a very stupid because in Melitopol, 95% of Melitopol citizens, Ukrainian Melitopol citizens, speak on Russian. They said that they will make us free from Nazism, but it's impossible because I'm 33 years old. I didn't find any Nazis in my city. And so they said that we not polite, we have no polite relationship with veterans of the Second World War. But it's a stupid argument too, because every year, sometime on a year, I meet with our veterans and spoke with them every year. And I know all of these veterans. That's why Russian soldiers, it's a zombie. They doesn't understand the real situation in Ukraine and all over the world.
So they honestly thought that they were coming to Ukraine to fight the Nazis, because that's what they've been told by Vladimir Putin. And they thought that the Russian language was in danger in your city where 95% of the people actually speak Russian. Overall, though, what was your impression of these Russian soldiers in terms of their age, their experience, their worldview? How did you find them?
I find them that they have only their psychical not normal situation, and their chiefs who sit in Moscow want to make war, but not to want to have some diplomatic issues and some diplomatic relationship. They want war, they want to start a new Russian empire, and if now all countries of world don't be united with Ukraine, the war will come in other countries, in European Union, in European countries, and all over the world, because Putin don't want to stop in Ukraine. And now Ukraine, it's a border for all civilian countries.
Mayor, we will leave it there. Mayor Fedorov, we thank you for your time there in Zaporizhzhia, which is pretty much a safe haven right now from your city. So thank you very much for being with us. Well, I'm John Walls in Lviv, Ukraine. We'll continue to follow the breaking news coverage out of Ukraine, but there is a lot more here ahead on CNN. But we'll go back to Rosemary Church in Atlanta. Rosemary.
And John, it has been a particularly tough day to report, and you have been incredible. Thank you so much for joining us live from Lviv in Ukraine. Appreciate it. And still to come here on CNN, there is no end in sight for Shanghai's lockdown as new COVID infections continue to rise. What's next for the city in the midst of its worst outbreak ever? That and more after the break.
Are your sneezes putting your friends in awkward positions? Stay with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, bubble gum.
To continue with my business and at the same time to be able to improve myself. I was like, okay, I'm bored.
On Coursera, you can earn a career-advancing bachelor's degree online from a world-class university. Courses, certificates, degrees. Join for free at Coursera.org.
I looked on Ancestry and just started digging and found some really cool stuff. It was just a lot of fun, just to talk to my parents about it and to send it to my grandparents and be like, hey, this person we're all related to, look at this crazy stuff they did in Arizona 100 years ago. It actually gives you a picture of their life, so you get to feel like you're walking the same path they did.
ShipStation saves us so much time, and it makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go. Our cost for shipping like we're cut in half, just like that.
Go to ShipStation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
Some home fragrances can be overwhelming. Airwick Fresh New Day fills your space with fragrance that's always fresh, never overpowering. Airwick, connect to nature.
That moment you walk in the office, people are wearing the same gear, you feel a sense of connectedness and belonging right away. Our shirts from Custom Ink help bring us together.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you feel connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No,
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Ann a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Frank is a fan of fast. He's a fast talker, a fast walker. And for unexpected heartburn, Frank is a fan of Pepsin. It works in minutes. Next, your 24-hour Prilosec OTC can take 1 to 4 days to fully work. Pepsin, strong relief for fans of fast. For the line crew. And the go-getters. For shoulders to lean on. And backs that don't break. For everyday heroes keeping doors open, lights on, and gears turning, there's Grainger. Supplies and solutions for every industry, plus 24/7 support and over 250 local branches. Call Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There were 3 strikes that hit this facility. This is as close as you're going to get.
Just look at the utter destruction caused by this massive explosion.
Imagine the good fortune of the truck driver. He managed to survive.
More than a month into the war here in Ukraine, the refugee crisis continues. It is not even remotely close to being a ceasefire.
In Kiev, Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, Lviv, this is CNN.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. Once I turn 40,
Let me guess, less energy, less drive.
definitely. It's not your fault. It happens to every man. Testosterone levels drop as you age. Happen to you guys? Yeah. So what did you do? We got Nugenix Total T.
You get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T Tech Flight.
2231.
This unique man-boosting formula is powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help increase testosterone levels.
That does it. I gotta get Nugenix. Just send a text for a complimentary bottle. And by the way, she'll like it too.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text Flight
2231.
Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. That's FLIGHT
2231.
Stanley Tucci, Searching for Italy. New season coming this spring on CNN.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, Shanghai will stay under lockdown as new COVID infections continue to surge. The city is in the midst of its worst outbreak since the pandemic began. Authorities finished a second round of citywide testing on Tuesday with the help of more than 10,000 healthcare workers brought in to help manage the outbreak. CNN's Selena Wang joins me now from Tokyo with the latest. Good to see you again, Selena. So how have people in Shanghai been coping with this lockdown? And now news, of course, that it will be extended in the midst of these surging cases.
Great to be with you, Rosemary. Well, no surprise, people in Shanghai are angry and they're fed up. This is China's megacity of 25 million residents. It is the financial capital. It's the most cosmopolitan city in the country, and people there have been enduring this strict home confinement, numerous complaints of people struggling to get daily essentials, urgent medical care, and now they're learning that this citywide lockdown, which was only supposed to last a matter of days, is now being extended indefinitely until further notice. This is as COVID cases in Shanghai Shanghai continue to reach record highs, more than 10,000 a day, and city officials there have conducted multiple rounds of mass testing. This is also as the medical system in Shanghai is being stretched to its limit. Even though most of the COVID-19 cases being reported in China are being reported as asymptomatic or mild, every single COVID case, even if you've got no symptoms, has to go to the hospital or to a centralized quarantine facility. And there have been countless complaints about the conditions at these isolation facilities. In this social media video filmed at a makeshift hospital in Shanghai, you can see that there are people who are literally battling each other for basic supplies, for food, for blankets. We spoke to a woman who is there at the scene that you can see in that video. There have also been videos circulating online of children, even infants, quarantining alone in the hospital, separated from their families. We don't know how many families have been impacted by this, but according to diplomatic sources familiar with the matter, we've learned that U.S. citizens have been impacted by this policy. Rosemary?
And Selena, is there any sign at all that China might eventually relax its zero COVID policy?
Well, even considering these enormous economic and social costs, so far authorities have continued to double down on the rhetoric that fighting COVID-19 is the number one priority. They're doubling down on that zero COVID strategy, treating this as really an all-out battle against the virus. It is clear that authorities think that the alternative to these strict lockdowns would be a nightmare scenario that involves exposing 1.4 billion people to the virus, especially considering the population has lagging vaccination rates for the elderly population. There's fears that the virus could completely overwhelm the healthcare system. But considering the struggles that people are facing in Shanghai, this current outbreak is not only putting China's zero COVID policy to the test, but it's also testing its people's patience. Rosemary?
That's definitely is. Selena Wang bringing us the latest from her vantage point there in Tokyo. Many thanks. Well, US Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is expected to become the first Black woman to be confirmed a Supreme Court justice after the Senate voted to advance her nomination to a confirmation vote. After the Senate Judiciary Committee deadlocked 11 votes, both for and against Jackson's nomination, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer called for a vote to break that deadlock and send her nomination to the floor. 3 Senate Republicans, including Senator Mitt Romney, voted in support of Jackson. The vote to confirm her is expected to be held later this week. Sacramento police have arrested a suspect they believe is connected to a mass shooting responsible for the deaths of 6 people on Sunday morning. Police have identified the 26-year-old man as a related suspect. He was taken into custody on charges of assault and illegal firearm possession. Authorities have also released the identities of the 6 people killed, 3 men and 3 women, ranging in age from 21 to 57 years old. The southeastern U.S. is bracing for more severe weather. Storms are unfolding across the southern plains. Tornado watches have been issued for parts of Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana, with the dangerous weather threatening some 35 million people across the Gulf Coast. Meanwhile, these images show 4 people who had to be rescued after their cars were swept away by flash flooding on Monday night. It happened in McKinney, Texas, just outside of Dallas. Coming up, World Central Kitchen has been feeding refugees since the beginning of the conflict. You will hear from one chef who is donating his expertise in the kitchen to the people of Ukraine. And with that, in just a moment.
I won't be cleaning mold and mildew next week, thanks to this. Did you know Lysol disinfectant spray can actually prevent mold and mildew growth? Spray it every week to break the cycle. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
This is the all-new, totally redesigned Works GT Revolution, a cordless lightweight trimmer that converts to an edger with weights and a mini motor. Forget line hassles. Works new command feed delivers line at the push of a button. GT Revolution adjusts to you and your body with 7 locking positions and 6 head positions. Our most adjustable, most lightweight, most effective, most hassle-free tool ever. The Works GT Revolution will make your life more cute. Available at Works.com.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America. They'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the Ideal Agent was that we saved $12,000 in commission.
We would definitely use Ideal Agent again. The whole process was so positive for us.
Excellent service.
Getting right to the point, hiring an Ideal Agent, I wish we would have done that sooner. And we would have saved 6 months of time and mortgage payments that would probably never happen if we would have just gone with it first.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We certainly recommend Ideal Agent out to all of our family, all of our friends. It's just a great experience.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
Don't you want to win this big check from Publishers Clearinghouse?
April 30th, you could win $7 grand a week for life.
Hurry, enter now at PCH.com. So what are you waiting for? $7 grand a week for life. Enter now at PCH.com.
Guess what? True Botanicals has a new product, Shibula Active Serum, and it's amazing.
Shibula is a breakthrough ingredient that helps to deliver dramatic results on 5 signs of aging. And Shibula serum is clinically proven to outperform 2 leading skincare serums.
I feel an instant change. My skin is smoother, plumper, more radiant.
True Botanicals products are clean, safe, and sustainable.
It is literally like magic in a box.
Go to truebotanicals.com for a limited time offer.
This was when I noticed how white my son's teeth were and how yellow mine were, and I needed to make a change.
My smile's yellowish or dingy, and it definitely made me self-conscious.
I can't magically become younger, but I can certainly look younger. And I'm doing that with Smile Actives.
Introducing Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that gets your teeth white and keeps them white.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
What makes Smile Actives different is that when added to any toothpaste, its revolutionary PolyClean technology activates, transforming into a powerful microfoam that goes into the enamel surface to lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth, without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
Look at the power of Smile Actives on years of food stains and even coffee and wine stains. Smile Actives is safe and effective and also works on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
This is after using Smile Actives, and you can really see how white my teeth are now next to my son's.
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when you can whiten your teeth at home with Smile Actives for just $24.95? Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get a second Smile Actives Power Whitening Gel absolutely free. That's a 50% savings. Perfect for travel, work, or to share with family or friends. Order right now and we'll sweeten the deal and include free shipping. That's 2 for the price of 1. Yours for just $24.95. Best of all, Smile Actives will get your teeth 6 shades whiter, guaranteed, or your money back. Hurry and take advantage of this special TV offer not available in stores. Call 1-800-557-6207 now.
With millions of frightened people on the move trying to escape Russia's brutal war, there is a big need to fill, just getting them the daily necessities of life. Volunteers are stepping up, including Chef Mark Murphy with the charity World Central Kitchen. I asked him how and why he was doing this.
Right now I'm in the kitchen, about a couple miles away from the border in Poland. We're preparing thousands and thousands of meals. We're sending it to different refugee centers. We're sending it to the border, at the train stations where there's a lot of people coming and going. So we're doing our little part. Eating food is a human. I think that people should be able to eat food. It's it's a human right. And crossing the border after a long trip, coming across, and we're giving the kids a little cup of hot chocolate or a little chicken soup or something to keep them warm. We try to make a little difference there where we can. And we have these big cauldrons. We can make about 1,500 meals at a time. We have 6 of them going, and we have these large ovens. We have them way back. We have a lot of volunteers that are here that are making sandwiches. And some people are just grabbing sandwiches and getting on buses and going So it's a big operation, and we just keep at it every day.
Murphy also told me that he couldn't sit around and watch what was happening in Ukraine and that he cleared his schedule for 2 months to help out. Well, congratulations to the Kansas Jayhawks, the 2022 men's college basketball champions. They beat the North Carolina Tar Heels 72-69 in a thrilling game Monday night in New Orleans. Kansas trailed by as much as 16 points in the first half. They made the record books for the largest comeback in title game history. This is the 4th time in school history that the Jayhawks have won the men's championship. Well done. And thank you so much for spending part of your day with me. I'm Rosalie Church. Our breaking news coverage continues next with Max First.
Hi, I'm Shannon Storms-Bedore. When we started selling my health products online, our shipping process was painfully slow. Then we found ShipStation. Now we're shipping out orders 5 times faster. And thanks to ShipStation's discounted rates, we're saving a ton. Honestly, we couldn't do it without ShipStation.
Join over 100,000 online sellers who get shipped done with ShipStation. Go to ShipStation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
Publishers Clearing House winners are real. No way! But you better hurry if you want to be next.
April 30th, you can win $7 grand a week for life.
Enter now at PCH.com. Are you in it to win $7 grand a week for life? Enter now at PCH.com.
This is the all-new, totally redesigned Words GT Revolution, a cordless lightweight truck that converts to an edger with wheels and a mini mower. Forget line hassles. Words' new command feed delivers line at the push of a button. GT Revolution adjusts to you and your body with 7 rocking positions and 6 head positions. Our most adjustable, most lightweight, most effective, most hassle-free tool ever. The Works GT Revolution will make your life more cute. Available at Works.com.
When it comes to real estate agents, experience matters. The best agents know how to market your home for top dollar and navigate through a complex transaction. At Ideal Agent, we created our smart seller system with top-rated local agents to sell your home for as low as a 2% commission.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in 1 day. Ideal Agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commissions. The process was as easy as it gets. It was turnkey. I'm a very busy guy, and they just took care of everything. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
I've used Ideal Agent 2 times. Ideal Agent guided me through the entire process, every step. You want to have the best agents, but you want to get the best deal. Using Ideal Agent with both properties, I've saved over $30,000. Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's 0 obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-481-1700. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Don't waste your time and money at the chain store. We have the best auto parts, spray parts, suspension parts, and dealer parts. Our website so easy to use. Lowest prices, fast delivery.
Captioning brought to you by Page Publishing. We help publish, distribute, and sell your book.
Have you written a book and want it published? Thousands of authors have with Page Publishing. If we decide to publish you, your work ends and ours begins.
Call for your free author submission kit.
Hello and a warm welcome to our viewers joining us in the United States and all around the world. I'm Max Foster in London. We're following breaking news out of Russia's war on Ukraine just ahead.
Down here, down here. Keep on rolling. The images from Bucha so powerfully reinforce. Now is not the time for complacency.
They could not take our cities, they could not take our hearts, our freedom. So they begin the genocide of our people.
Everything that Putin and his cronies and his soldiers so-called did to Ukrainian people, this is war crimes, crimes against humanity.
Half measures are not enough anymore.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Tuesday, April the 5th, it's 11 a.m. in Ukraine, where officials are warning that the atrocities we've seen in Bucha could be just the tip of the iceberg as Ukrainian forces retake more towns from the Russians. The mounting evidence of potential Russian war crimes will likely come up later today when Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addresses the UN Security Council. New satellite images underscore the brutality of Russia's occupation of Bucha, and the warning, the images you're about to see are disturbing. Take a look on the left, stills from a video taken Friday showing bodies lying on the street. On the right, satellite images taken more than 2 weeks ago when Russian forces still occupied Bucha, showing what appear to be those same bodies lying in exactly the same spots. It's more evidence that undercuts Russia's claim that the images coming out of Bucha are fake. And now the White House is warning this could also happen in other parts of Ukraine.
At this juncture, we believe that Russia is revising its war aims. Russia is repositioning its forces to concentrate its offensive operations in eastern and parts of southern Ukraine, rather than target most of the territory. All indications are that Russia will seek to surround and overwhelm Ukrainian forces in eastern Ukraine. The next stage of this conflict may very well be protracted. We should be under no illusions that Russia will adjust its tactics, which have included and will likely continue to include wanton and brazen attacks on civilian targets.
Already, we are seeing gruesome images like this one begin to emerge from other towns near Kyiv. It appears to show the bodies of the town's mayor, her husband, and son. The Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister told CNN earlier all three were shot in the head. To the east, in the Donbass region, a local official says the situation in Luhansk is growing more difficult with heavy shelling and street fighting. And amid the violence and horrors of this war, Ukraine's president delivered a message to Russian mothers.
Russian mothers, even if you raise looters, how do they also become butchers? You couldn't be unaware of what's inside your children. You couldn't overlook that they are deprived of everything human. No soul, no heart. They kill deliberately and with pleasure.
The images and stories from Bucha, as well as other parts of Ukraine, have sparked global outrage. World leaders say the atrocities will not go unpunished. Officials in the US and UK are also calling for Russia to be suspended from the UN Human Rights Council. We'll have more now from CNN's Greg Piken, the first warning you are about to see disturbing graphic images, but they reveal the brutality and sheer cruelty of what happened in Bucha under Russian occupation.
Ukrainian authorities in Bucha lead us into a basement they call a Russian execution chamber. It's a gruesome scene. 5 bodies, their hands tied behind their backs, shot. The bullet casings collected by Ukrainian police, hot marks from bullets in the walls. The Ukrainians say these men were killed when Russian forces used this compound as a military base while occupying Bucha. An advisor to Ukraine's interior minister not even trying to conceal his anger. After the liberation of Bucha, 5 corpses of civilians were found here, he says, with their hands tied behind their backs. They were shot in the head and in the chest. They were tortured before. Even the body collectors find it hard to keep their composure.
Vladislav Minchenko is usually a painter. Now he collects the dead left behind after Russian forces retreated from Bucha. This is not what we learned in school, he says. Do you see my hands? Hundreds of dead. Hundreds, not dozens. The Kremlin has denied Russia was behind any atrocities in Bucha. Now, the Russians say the notion of their troops having killed civilians is all fake news and propaganda, but it does seem clear that they were here. That looks like a sort of foxhole position, and over there they seem to have dug in a tank. On the outer wall, the letter V, a symbol that Russian forces painted on their vehicles before invading this part of Ukraine. Now, a lot of Russian military hardware lies destroyed in the streets of Bucha and other towns around Kiev, as the Ukrainians made a stand and prevented Vladimir Putin's army from entering the capital city. Images published shortly after Russian forces left Bucha show many corpses lying in the streets. Some bodies had their hands tied behind their backs. President Biden called what happened here a war crime. While visiting Bucha, Ukraine's president vowed to bring those behind the violence against civilians to justice. These are war crimes, he says, and they will be recognized by the world as genocide. You are here and you can see what happened. We know that thousands of people were killed and tortured, teared limbs, raped women, and killed children. And still, the dead keep piling up. Many lay in this mass grave behind the main church in Bucha. Local authorities tell us around 150 people are buried here, but no one knows the exact number. And here, too, the scenes are tragic. Vladimir has been searching for his younger brother, Dmitry. I was convinced that Dmitry lies here, even though he can't be 100% sure. The neighbor accompanying him has strong words for the Russians. Why do you hate Ukraine so much, she says. Since the 1930s, you've been abusing Ukraine. You just wanted to destroy us. You wanted us gone, but we will be. Everything will be okay. I believe it. But more corpses are already on the way. At the end of the day, we meet Vladislav and the body collectors again. Another 9 bodies found in this tour alone. It's unlikely they'll be the last. For Pelican, CNN, Bucha, Ukraine.
More on the crisis of Bucha and other cities in Ukraine. Let's bring in Oksana Popochuk. She's the Executive Director of Amnesty International Ukraine. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
How would you define the level of war crime that we're seeing there in Ukraine, based on the evidence?
Of course, we have to collect evidence and we have to wait for results of examination of body, forensic examination. But now, what we see already on pictures and video is horrific testimonies of apparent war crimes. And in my opinion, I do agree with what was already said a couple of minutes ago, that what we see here in Bucha is only the tip of the iceberg of future horrific new testimonies, because what we will see when Mariupol will be liberated, I think will put under the biggest shock all of us.
What's very important is to gather that evidence, isn't it? The Russians denying they were in these places, for example, where the mayor was killed, even though our reporter seemed to see evidence that the Russians had been there. But it's very important, isn't it, to get that evidence now so it can be used later on, and a lot of resources needed for that. So what do you see going into that effort?
Exactly, that's a very good question, because now all of us be shocked with this video and pictures, and of course it will be a huge work to be done by prosecutors, by researchers, but one of the biggest and important work now in the hands of experts who will do medical examination, forensic examination of the bodies and remains of bodies. And Ukraine never was prepared for such a huge number of bodies that need to be examined. And quality of this examination is quite important because these examinations will be the base of the future testimonies in front of that Ukraine will launch to different international judicial authorities, whatever it will be, or ICC, or International Court of Justice, or maybe something else that will be developed. We'll see soon. So it's quite important, to have high quality of this forensic examination. And what I try to address is that if different countries, may support Ukraine in this, it would be really, really important to support us in sending experts who might quickly support us in this, rating and checking bodies and remains of bodies at this time. Because we have two issues. First is the bodies of civilians who were raped, tortured, and killed. But on the other hand, we have bodies of Russian soldiers, and we have to do something with them. Yeah, they have to be examined too. They have to be they have to go through the medical examination, their bodies too. And this is quite important, because it's a future testimony, and it is important even for Russian citizens, we have to give them evidence that their soldiers was here, and in an ideal world, of course, we have to return those bodies to the territory of Russia. But we don't have enough region.
President Zelensky speaking at the UN Security Council today. He'll obviously be, he will be claiming there's been genocide there. The Americans have said there hasn't been genocide there. But what do you, or there hasn't been evidence so far of genocide there. But what do you hope Zelensky will achieve in front of the Security Council today?
First of all, I think that the situation we are now in is quite a big challenge for the institutions, human rights institutions, because they were developed to prevent all of us and all countries from what we see now. And my expectation is that intelligent people who are now there, who are representing their countries on such a high level, will find a solution how we can make those institutions really work, not to be deeply concerned about something, but do real steps to support civilians.
Okay, Oksana Prokopchuk from Amnesty International Ukraine, thank you very much. Appreciate your time and joining us today. We're in Brussels. European lawmakers held a minute's silence for the victims of Bucha and all the innocents who died in Ukraine. The European Parliament President said the invasion needed to be the costliest mistake the Kremlin has ever made, and she called for forceful new sanctions against Russia. Meanwhile, the EU announced the joint investigation with Ukraine into alleged Russian war crimes and crimes against humanity. CNN's Nick Robertson is following all this live in Brussels. Interesting listening to Human Rights Watch there, basically saying this is now a big test for those big institutions, the UN, the European Union, and whether or not they act on what we're seeing coming out from towns like Bucha.
Yeah, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has said that they will work with Ukrainian investigators, that they will provide assistance so that evidence can be examined and processed and used in an international criminal court. But of course, in the European Union, there is a good degree of experience of trying international war criminals, but processing vast amounts of data. One thinks of what the International War Tribunal on the former Yugoslavia did in terms of exhuming the bodies of the thousands who were massacred by Bosnian Serb nationalists in Srebrenica in 1995. So there is a skill set and there is an intent. And certainly what we heard the European Parliament President, Roberta Metsola, speaking about yesterday speaks not just to that support, but also to sanctions. The finance ministers here today discussing precisely what those sanctions should be. Roberta Metsola set a very high bar for what they should reach for. This was her explaining it.
We need to step up our strategy of making this illegal invasion the costliest mistake that the Kremlin has ever made. And the hit to Russia's economy must be proportionate to the unprecedented atrocities that we are seeing.
So EU leaders and ministers have been talking publicly about targeting Russia's energy supplies to the European Union. Questions, it appears to be which part of those energy supplies, gas, coal, oil, gas and coal looking perhaps the most likely. Europe's still too dependent on gas. The finance ministers today talking about what other sanctions loopholes can be closed for some of the banks that have been removed from the SWIFT system, but also very importantly for Russia, particularly in its military technology sector, is to deny Russia access to Western top-end, top-net technologies, microchips, and these sorts of devices. So the effort here is to produce a new layer and round of sanctions on Russia, and that would be for the European Union a fifth round of sanctions.
As we were hearing from Amnesty International, we've heard from also Ukrainian politicians, we're going to probably see a lot worse, aren't we? This was one small town on the outskirts of Kyiv where cameras have been allowed in. Can you imagine what's going on in Mariupol and places like that? What sort of discussions are being held about how to prepare for even worse news coming out in terms of human rights?
The discussions here are really focusing on how to stop Russia perpetrating these kind of acts again. And of course, Russia has tried to deny this. Its tactics seem to many people medieval and absolutely barbaric. And Russia has tried to shroud them, if you will, in the fog of war by saying that they didn't happen. The satellite technology clearly tells a very different story. It says that these murders in Bucha of civilians happened while Russia was in control, and that's certainly the strongly held view here at the European Union as well. It does seem that Russia is trying to fight a war using previous technologies and tactics, thinking it can get away with it and lie and get away with it. But the high-tech capabilities now of satellites and of cell phone imagery to record in close to real time these events is counting against Russia and is counting as mounting evidence that really strengthens the resolve of the European Union. It is harder for Russia to hide behind its disseminations and dissembling of the situation when the evidence speaks counter to that. The European Union is going with what it can clearly see.
Nick Robertson in Brussels, thank you very much. Aid workers in the front lines of the Ukrainian refugee crisis say they're running out of resources. Coming up, the pleas for help as officials urge the world not to forget about those fleeing.
Frank is a fan of fast. He's a fast talker, a fast walker. And for unexpected heartburn, Frank is a fan of Pepsi. It works in minutes. Next in 24-hour, Prilosec OTC can take 1 to 4 days to fully work. Pepsi, strong relief for fans of fast.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No,
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Ann a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
You know, blackberry hemp water tastes more like fresh blackberries than the blackberries in my pie.
Really?
Yeah. Taste for yourself.
Yeah, delicious. Just blackberries, no sugary stuff. You know, my cherry hemp water tastes more like cherries than the ones in my pie.
Find out for yourself at drinkhint.com. For a limited time, new customers can get 40% off our top flavors. That's 36 bottles for only $36. Only $1 per bottle. Order today and we'll ship it direct to your door for free. Go to drinkhint.com and order today.
Lifestyle diseases are on the rise, like high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and compromised immune systems. But there's a natural solution. Consume lots and lots of fruits and vegetables. And now, with the Power XL self-cleaning juicer, it's never been easier to juice whole fruits and vegetables to unlock their precious vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and anti-inflammatories. The 5-star reviews say it all. People love the Power XL self-cleaning juicer. Watch as Power XL's large chute and powerful motor can juice this entire celery stalk in seconds that's loaded with potassium and vitamin K.
We can take all these superfoods, put it in a concentrated form, and that kind of nutrition going in your body on a regular basis can transform your health at the cellular level.
What's the secret to the world's first self-cleaning juicer? Just add water and press the clean button to lower the cleaning blade, and it instantly removes the pulp from the rotating filter. Go from this to this. No more messy filters to clean. There are 3 levels of extraction. Level 1 is for soft fruit and vegetables. Level 2 for medium, like pineapple. And level 3 for hard, like carrots. And with our non-drip spout, there's never leftover juicing mess on your counter. With 1,200 watts of power spinning at 23,000 RPM, Power XL extracts 30% more juice than the competition. Look at the difference in the pulp. They left a lot of juice behind. Don't spend hundreds of dollars on juicers. Now you can try the Power XL self-cleaning juicer in your home for 30 days for only $14.99. You'll also get this life-changing recipe book. It's filled with over 100 nutrient-rich recipes to boost your immune system, tackle inflammation, blood pressure, diabetes, weight loss, sleep disorders. And there's an entire section of juice recipes for kids. Call or go online now and you can try the Power XL self-cleaning juicer and recipe book in your home for 30 days for only $14.99. And your satisfaction is guaranteed. And ask your operator how you can get free shipping. Get the best juicer without the mess. Order now.
Guess what? True Botanicals has a new product, Shabula Active Serum, and it's amazing.
Shabula is a breakthrough ingredient that helps to deliver dramatic results on 5 signs of aging. And Shabula serum is clinically proven to outperform 2 leading skincare serums.
I feel an instant change. My skin is smoother, plumper, more radiant.
True Botanicals products are clean, safe, and sustainable.
It is literally like magic in a bottle.
Go to truebotanicals.com for a limited time offer.
The US National Security Advisor warns Russia is revising its war aims and shifting its focus to the east. The Russian troops are still hammering southern cities like Mykolaiv, and not far from Mykolaiv, Simon Wittman and his team wound up dangerously close to incoming artillery fire.
This is an area where there's been a fair amount of outgoing as well as incoming artillery. Down the road is a town that has been fought over for several days by Russian and Ukrainian forces. In these vast open spaces, the Russians seem far away. They're not.
Down here, John, down here. Keep on rolling. You see it over there?
We hug the earth. 2 more artillery rounds. Cameraman John Tonigoi keeps rolling. All right, so we had 2 incoming rounds responding to artillery that's been firing in the Russian directions. Those shells came pretty close to us. No one has been injured. The officer tells translator Valeria Dubrovska we need to go now. Okay. I hope the car's okay. Yeah, let's go. And so we run with full body armor to the cars. One car can't move, peppered with shrapnel. We're losing petrol. No time to lose.
Throw it in the back.
Driver Igor Diagonal, razor focused on getting us to safety. His car also hit.
All right, we're trying to get out of this area as quickly as possible. Our other car completely destroyed.
Crammed into this small car, we approach safer ground. Producer Karim Hadar checks the damage to the car. The soldiers we left behind are still out there. We could leave, they can't. Ben Wigman, CNN, outside Mykolaiv, Ukraine.
The US says it's supporting a multinational team of prosecutors and experts to collect, preserve, and analyze evidence of possible war crimes in Ukraine. The invasion has forced millions from their homes, with the majority heading to Poland. The country's border guard says nearly 2.5 million people have crossed Ukraine since the invasion began. Some aid workers say they're exhausted and lacking resources. CNN Salma Abdelaziz joins us now from Mahika in Poland, near the country's border with Ukraine. Salma.
Max, so this is a pedestrian border crossing. So people come here with only what they can carry with them. You can see that crossing just behind me here. And you'll see families coming across, rolling their bags. And I want to show you what greets them. Oftentimes you'll see volunteers standing there. They're going to grab their bags. They're going to help them with what they can. And they're going to bring them across to here. Essentially, a tiny little village community packed with volunteers. You can see them in high-vis jackets. And what they want to do is offer these families a warm smile, a warm cup of tea, a bit of help. They want to answer their questions, and they want to give them a sense of dignity, a sense of normalcy. And these volunteers come from all over the world. So we're just going to pan around here because I want to introduce you to one of these volunteers if we can. This is Sam. He's come from London. Sam, why did you come all the way out here?
This is actually the second time I come. How can you not be moved by the plight of people? You've got a lot of elderly people. They live their whole lives, so they've sort of decided to kind of build up the retirement fund, everything, and they've had everything bombed, and they've had to move here. They had kids who went to be at school, and most people just have a married couple, boys, football club to come through. So they're lovely, lovely people, and unfortunately, it's had everything stripped from them, removed.
And tell me, what do you all offer? I see the sign here, free hugs.
We've got hugs, we've got pizzas, we've got sandwiches, we've got soup, we've got pasta, we've got sweets, coffee, kava, chai, we've got everything to work for. We've got a few people who speak Ukrainian as well, which is fantastic, so translation I offers as well. And moving back, we go to and from the border, so we go across to Ukraine, we come back with shopping trolleys, give out food and soup for free.
That's amazing. Just tell me about, having been here for as long as you've been here, the need that you're seeing.
Yes, the need is heartbreaking. We see kids who are coming across, they've got everything they can carry, and that's their possessions. They don't know where they're going. There's kind of a degree of uncertainty. They go towards the buses, and then they've got to set up their entire lives again. And you meet people who are halfway through university. They've got to kind of re-establish everything back in Germany, not knowing what's happened to maybe their father, son, husband.
Yeah. And I've seen you guys offering literally an endless stream of cheese toasties, grilled cheese, of course, for the Americans like myself, and hot pizzas. What does that offer these families when they're coming across their fleeing violence and they finally get that warm meal? How does that feel?
Yeah, it's a sense of warmth, a bit of wholesomeness as well. It's like some of the queues are very long as well. There's been snow, there's been sleet, there's been so much wind. It's quite windy today. It's probably going to rain in a bit, so you're standing in a queue for 6-7 hours. Used to be 30, 40 hours. So you come across, you just have something nice and warm. It's just a bit of hope, it's almost symbolic for a bit of hope, if anything.
Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you so much. And Max, there's really volunteers from all over the world here. And again, you can only bring with you what you can carry. So if there's anything a family needs, from a baby stroller to milk to some clothes, anything at all, they can get it right here.
Yeah, wonderful. Salma, thank you very much for joining us from Poland. Much more ahead this hour, including the Russian oligarch linked to a Colorado steel mill. What it means for the workers just trying to make a living. CNN's Drew Griffin investigates next.
Do you consider this a Russian-owned company?
I don't. We're headquartered independent operation in Chicago. We have our own CEO. We have our own board of directors. We're based in London. Yes, the parent company has a large footprint in Russia.
So your position is that these are completely separate entities?
I'm not saying they're completely separate.
She's feeling the power of Listerine. He's feeling it. Yep, them too. It's an invigorating brush, zapping millions of germs in seconds for that one-of-a-kind whoa, which leaves you feeling Listerine. Feel the whoa.
ShipStation saves us so much time, and it makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our costs for shipping, like we're cut in half, just like that.
Go to ShipStation.com/TV and get 2 months free. Frank is a fan of fast. He's a fast talker, a fast walker. And for unexpected heartburn, Frank is a fan of Pepsi. It works in minutes. Next in 24-hour, Prilosec OTC can take 1 to 4 days to fully work. Pepsi, strong relief for fans of fast.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we set out to create a better home selling experience. With a network of the most successful real estate agents in America, they'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the ideal agent was that we saved $12,000 in commission. We would definitely use ideal agent again. The whole process was so positive for us.
Excellent service. Getting right to the point, hiring an ideal agent. I wish we would have done that sooner, and we would have saved 6 months of time and mortgage payments that would probably never happen if we would have just gone with it first.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We certainly recommend Ideal Agent out to all of our family, all of our friends. It's just a great experience.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
Don't you want to win this big check from Public Clearinghouse?
April 30, you could win $7,000 a week for life.
Hurry, enter now at PCH.com. So what are you waiting for? $7,000 a week for life. Enter now at PCH.com.
Sometimes the most compelling stories aren't based on a true story. They are true stories.
Bob loves risk. Tight ropes, sharks, auto parts and online marketplaces, sifting through ads from mysterious sellers.
Wait, what? For auto parts, I go to rockauto.com. Trusted brands, accurate data, helpful tips, fresh inventory, careful packaging, fast shipping.
Don't take risks with your car. Depend on rockauto.com.
Deep down, you know you're not defeated. You are a giant, tied down with strength. And at any moment, you can rise. The only question is how.
I'm Diana Goldriga in Moldova, and this is CNN.
Welcome back to CNN Newsroom. I'm Max Foster. In the coming hours, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to address the UN Security Council as horrifying images from Bucha are drawing international outrage. I want to warn you that the pictures you're about to see are graphic. Bodies can be seen lying in the streets, a number of them with their hands tied. The head of the Human Rights Watch warns these images could be, quote, replicated on a very large scale. The global response to the brutality in Bucha has been swift, with some nations expelling Russian diplomats, whilst others are banning further sanctions. Ukraine's foreign minister made a plea for strong action.
Half measures are not enough anymore. I demand from our partners, on behalf of the victims of Bucha and the people of Ukraine, to take the most severe sanctions against Russia this week. This is not the request of Ukraine's foreign minister. This is the plea of the victims of rape, torture, and killings.
Ukraine's president says more than 300 people were killed in Bucha, but expects that number will rise as the entire city is checked and the warned civilian casualties may be even higher in other liberated cities. The video shows the US seizing a massive 255-foot super yacht owned by a Russian oligarch close to Vladimir Putin. The FBI ordered the $90 million yacht on the coast of Mallorca in Spain. The luxury ship belongs to billionaire Victor Vekselberg, one of Putin's allies sanctioned by the US. But there is one Russian oligarch Washington has so far not gone after. His name is Roman Abramovich, and his role in the US steel mills parent company is raising new questions and new concerns about jobs in Colorado. CNN Drew Griffin reports.
It's an impressive sight. American steel being forged by 1,200 proud U.S. workers in a steel mill that's operated in Pueblo, Colorado for nearly 150 years. Ebrez Steel could not be a better symbol of American industrial resurgence, except for one now gut-wrenching problem. It's Russian.
We have that stigma of being a Russian-owned company.
2/3 of all shares of this mill's parent company are owned by Kremlin-connected Russians, and its biggest shareholder is the oligarch Roman Abramovich, who is closely aligned with Vladimir Putin and has been sanctioned by the UK, EU, and Canada. The British claim Abramovich is or has been involved in destabilizing Ukraine via Ebrez PLC, including potentially supplying steel to the Russian military, which may have been used in the production of tanks. The company denies it. But when Russia invaded Ukraine, U.S. steel workers here in Pueblo woke up to a distasteful possibility that somehow they are supporting Vladimir Putin in this.
Hearing all this stuff, it's heartbreaking. And, it's very, I have my own kids, so it makes it tough to sit there and see all the stuff going on.
Steelworkers Daniel Duran, Rick Lucero, and Chuck Perk are afraid of what might happen if Abramovich is sanctioned by the U.S.
It's just the uncertainty is it's scary. It's real scary. Uncertainty for your jobs, for the jobs.
I disdain what's going on over there, but my company is not Abramovich's company in my eyes.
Go through this story here.
David Ferryman is Senior Vice President of Ebrez North America.
Do you consider this a Russian-owned company?
I don't. We're headquartered independent operation in Chicago. We have our own CEO. We have our own board of directors. We're based in London. Yes, the parent company has a large footprint in Russia.
That footprint includes a massive Russian business. Ebrez 2021 report shows revenue of $14 billion, and that 16% of the parent company's revenue is derived from the North American plants. Abramovich himself made $522 million from Ebrez dividends last year. Ferryman insists the revenues generated in Ebrez steel mills across North America are reinvested in the company in North America.
So your position is that these are completely separate entities?
I'm not saying they're completely separate. Those earnings stay here in North America, and they're invested into these facilities.
Technically, that may make sense to you. But when we watch what's happening, there's a lot of people wondering how a Russian oligarch can invest in a U.S. steel mill and be making some money here while also playing footsie with Vladimir Putin.
I can't speak for that. What I can tell you is we're about as American companies that gets here in Pueblo. We've been here longer than Colorado's been a state. We're really critical to our nation's infrastructure.
The thing to remember is this is all connected.
Oligarch expert and author Casey Michelle says there is no doubt Abramovich's money helps Putin. The EU said Abramovich is providing a substantial source of revenue to the government of the Russian Federation.
There is no such thing as an independent or apolitical oligarch. These parasitic figures that extracted wealth in Russia and are now extracting wealth in the United States of America, all on behalf of a dictatorship in the Kremlin.
Exactly, says Ukrainians for Colorado President Marina Dubrova.
It doesn't matter what's the stakes he owns in that company. Any stakes, 0.5%, even 0.1%, that portion has to be sold.
Union President Chuck Perko agrees Abramovich should sell. To him, it's personal.
I am the grandson of war refugees. The Russians came into my grandparents' farm in 1945 and told them, you have 1 hour to leave. It hurts a little bit. But there's enough of a disconnect for me that I can go to work and know that we're not funding that war effort. We're completely separate.
Despite UK, EU, and Canadian sanctions against him so far, the United States has not touched Roman Abramovich.
The United States is still ignoring the fact that civilians are being killed. Look at Mariupol. I mean, how much more evidence United States has to have to make a decision?
As for why the Biden administration has not yet sanctioned Abramovich, sources telling CNN's Phil Mattingly at the White House that Treasury is looking at sanctions, but also trying to spare Alvarez's U.S. plans so it wouldn't damage anybody in the U.S. economy, particularly those U.S. steelworker jobs. Drew Griffin, CNN, Chicago.
If you'd like to help people in Ukraine who may be in need of shelter, food, and water, please go to our website, cnn.com/impact. You'll find several ways you can help them. Now, still to come, it's history in the making as Ketanji Brown Jackson gets one step closer to becoming a U.S. Supreme Court Justice. The latest on the vote to get her there when we return. Plus, the Kansas Jayhawks are wearing the college basketball crown now. Details on their record-setting path to victory still ahead.
Yes! Yes! Let's go! We did it! We did it! We did it! We did it! Let's go!
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No,
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Ann a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
You've been counting down the days, training for months, preparing all year long. And now it's finally here. It's National Grill. And everyone knows Grill Week is better on Blackstone. With more than 7 million grills sold to Grill Nation, Blackstone is the way America cooks outdoors. From the backyard to the patio, and even on outdoor adventures. It's better on Blackstone. All your traditional grill favorites and so much more. Breakfast, better. Lunch, better. Dinner, yeah, it's better. Plus, Blackstone has more options and accessories than anyone else. You can cook anything, anytime, anywhere. Celebrate National Grill Week right with America's best-selling grill because it's better on Blackstone. Go to your nearest Blackstone retailer or log on to blackstoneproducts.com and see the full line of Blackstones.
Do you struggle to fall asleep and stay asleep? Qunol Sleep Formula combines 5 key nutrients that can help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed. The brand I trust is Qunol.
That's good, man.
This will blow your mind.
In cities and towns across America, people over age 50 found it easy to get whole life insurance from Colonial Penn, thanks to our guaranteed acceptance plan. Like Mary, age 69, in Boston, Massachusetts. Like James, age 55, in Atlanta, Georgia. Hi, I'm Jonathan for Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. If you're age 50 to 85, you too can get affordable, reliable coverage from just $9.95 a month. Once you're insured, your rate can never increase. Your acceptance is guaranteed. You can't be turned down for any health reason. Call now, and you'll also get this beneficiary planner you can use to give important information to your loved ones. It's yours free, just for calling. Call to learn more. There's no obligation.
Call 1-800-648-5078 for free information and free beneficiary planner. 1-800-648-5078.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
The U.S. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has secured bipartisan support she needs to become the first black woman confirmed as a Supreme Court Justice. 3 Senate Republicans have pledged their vote for her confirmation expected later this week. CNN's Lauren Fox reports.
Major boost Monday night for Biden's nominee to the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson, with 2 additional Republicans coming out saying they will ultimately support Judge Jackson's nomination to the Supreme Court. Those 2 Republicans, Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska and Senator Mitt Romney of Utah, who announced Monday that they will vote to advance this nomination, both given the fact that they support Judge Jackson's qualifications, and in Murkowski's case, the fact that she no longer wants to see these Supreme Court fights become so partisan and bitter. They joined one other Republican, Senator Susan Collins, from the state of Maine, who already announced last week she would ultimately vote for Judge Jackson's nomination. The Senate will now move forward with several other procedural steps on the Senate floor, and on Friday, we expect a final vote on her nomination. For CNN on Capitol Hill, Lauren Fox.
Sacramento police have arrested a suspect they believe is connected to a mass shooting responsible for the deaths of 6 people on Sunday morning. Police have identified the 26-year-old man as a related suspect. He was taken into custody on charges of assault and illegal firearm possession. Authorities have also released the identities of the 6 people killed, 3 men and 3 women ranging in age from 21 to 57 years old. Sacramento's police chief says getting justice for the families is at the top of their list.
It is really important to me that we do this right and get justice for those families. We now know that at least 3 buildings were hit and 3 cars were also hit by gunfire, and we've recovered well over 100 casings from the scene. So we know that there were a lot of shots fired that night, and hence the complexity of the investigation.
Local residents gathered on Monday night to remember the victims of the shooting. A man claiming to be one of the victims' relatives called on the community to act before anyone else gets hurt. Parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, and now Mississippi are on the lookout for tornadoes. An ongoing storm system could produce twisters and golf ball-sized hail. That's not to mention rain. 4 people had to be rescued after their cars were swept away by flash flooding on Monday outside Dallas, Texas. Meteorologist Gene Norman is live from the CNN Weather Center. Hi, Gene.
Hey, man, it's been a noisy night across North Texas, and now it's going to be a messy morning for folks in sections of Louisiana and Mississippi, as we mentioned, and southern Arkansas. Look at all these storms roaring through. They're going to bring the threat for tornadoes, and nothing confirmed yet in Texas, but there could be after they survey the damage from what happened in the overnight. Right now, what we're seeing are storms that are producing strong winds. Whenever I see this curve in the radar, that lets me know these storms are packing a punch, and there are numerous severe thunderstorm warnings right now in sections of northern Louisiana, and the lightning is turning night to day. Look at all these strikes here, over 400 strikes within the past 15 minutes. We talked about the rain, we showed you the rescues. No wonder, because we had anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rainfall in a very short period of time across North Texas, and that will continue as these storms march across the south. We'll put the forecast in motion so you can see when they're going to arrive in different cities. In Atlanta, probably around 2 o'clock this afternoon, and then they will push further to the east along the coast from anywhere from Raleigh back down toward Jacksonville later on this evening, and even up the east coast, New York and D.C. You're going to get the heavy rain, but not going to see the severe weather. And we're not done yet. Another line of storms will arrive as we head into Wednesday. So it's really going to be a rough situation. On a scale from 1 to 5, the Storm Prediction Center rates the risk. So we have a level 3 risk in this orange shaded area that you see across a good part of southern Alabama and southern Georgia. That's for today, and there is a potential for tornadoes. Frequencies of very strong tornadoes of EF2, which is winds of 111 miles an hour or higher. And then on Wednesday, the threat continues. In fact, Atlanta and Birmingham, this could be an area to watch for Wednesday. And even if you don't get hit by tornadoes or hail or the high winds, it's going to be hard to escape the rain. You could see anywhere from 2 to 4 inches in most of southern sections of Alabama and back toward Georgia. And in fact, flash flood watches are in effect for southern sections of Alabama and the Florida Panhandle, as well as around New Orleans. So, Max, it is going to be a mess for the next couple of days. This makes the 3rd week in a row that we've been tracking spring storms, a pattern that a lot of folks in the South would just as soon like to see go. And keep
keeping you busy, Gene. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Meteorologist Gene Norman there. Time for a short break now. When we come back, college basketball has a new champion. The record-breaking comeback as it's Sunday finish. Just ahead.
Guess what? True Botanicals has a new product, Shibula Active Serum, and it's amazing. Shibula is a breakthrough ingredient that helps to deliver dramatic results on 5 signs of aging. And Shibula Serum is clinically proven to outperform 2-liter skincare serum. I feel an instant change. My skin is smoother, plumper, more radiant. True Botanicals products are clean, safe, and sustainable. It is literally like magic in a box. Go to truebotanicals.com for a limited time offer.
Alerts. If you owe the IRS $10,000, $50,000, or a whole lot more, the government is now offering emergency tax relief measures. You may be able to save thousands off your tax debt or defer it altogether. Take advantage of these powerful new options and claim your savings before they're gone. In these unprecedented times, you need the right people by your side. Top rated nationwide with hundreds of 5-star reviews. StopIRSDebt.com has been the rock thousands of taxpayers have leaned on. Our proven reduction system maximizes savings and stops collections fast. If you have unfiled returns, are under audit, or just need to know your options, go to StopIRSDebt.com now to check for savings. Simply enter your information at the top of the screen, answer a few questions, and you're done. These emergency relief measures won't last long. Go to StopIRSDebt.com now to claim your savings. It's completely free. Visit StopIRSDebt.com or call 800-409-0165. That's 800-409-0165.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on this legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. Like an oversight down ship station, I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Their cost for shipping like were cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to ShipStation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
You know, blackberry hemp water tastes more like fresh blackberries than the blackberries in my pie.
Really?
Yeah. Taste for yourself.
Yeah, delicious.
Just blackberries, no sugary stuff. You know, my cherry hemp water tastes more like cherries than the ones in my pie.
Find out for yourself at drinkhint.com. For a limited time, new customers can get 40% off our top flavors. That's 36 bottles for only $36. Only $1 per bottle. Order today and we'll ship it direct to your door for free. Go to drinkhint.com and order today.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-481-1700. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Closed captioning brought to you by Page Publishing. We help publish, distribute, and sell your book.
Have you written a book and want it published? Thousands of authors have with Page Publishing. If we decide to publish you, your work ends and ours begins.
Call for your free author submission kit.
Jayhawks fans were celebrating into the early morning across the state of Kansas. The men's basketball team defeated the North Carolina Tar Heels to claim their 4th college championship since Andy Scholes is in New Orleans.
The Final Four coming to an end with yet another amazing emotional game full of runs. And for the 4th time in their history, the Kansas Jayhawks are national champions. But it certainly wasn't easy. North Carolina catching fire in the first half. Brady Manek making 3 threes. The Tar Heels went on a 16-0 run, led by 15 at halftime. But Kansas came storming back in the second half thanks to a
it's great for us. We played a tricky team. They played their butts off the first half. We had no answer, and somehow the switch flipped the second half, and our guys were unbelievable.
How happy are you for him to come with that kind of a comeback?
You know, it would be unbelievable to win it all. But to win it that way, that'll be one that not too many people forget very soon.
This is the first championship for Kansas since 2008, the second for head coach Bill Self, and he told me he's coached a lot of talented teams over the years, but what set this group of players apart is how much they love and wanted to win for each other. In New Orleans, Danny Scholes, CNN.
Well, thanks for joining me here on CNN Newsroom. I'm Max Foster in London. Our coverage continues in early start with Christine Romans and Laura Jarrett, and also Brianna Keefe. You're watching CNN.
For the line crew and the go-getters, for shoulders to lean on and backs that don't break, for everyday heroes keeping doors open, lights on, and gears turning, there's Grainger. Supplies and solutions for every industry, plus 24/7 support and over 250 local branches. Call Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful, so we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America. It'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the ideal agent was that we saved $12,000 in commission.
We would definitely use Ideal Agent again. The whole process was so positive for us.
Excellent service.
Getting right to the point, hiring an ideal agent, I wish we would have done that sooner, and we would have saved 6 months of time and mortgage payments that would probably never happen if we would have just gone with it first.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We certainly recommend Ideal Agent out to all of our family, all of our friends. It's just a great experience.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
Publishers better have winners are real. No way! But you better hurry if you want to be next.
April 30th, you could win $7 grand a week for life.
Enter now at PCH.com. Are you in it to win $7 grand a week for life? Enter now at PCH.com.
As you get ready for what's next, custom gear from Custom Ink can help make the most of these moments. We've developed new tools to make it easy for you. Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you feel connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at CustomInk.com.
Sometimes the most compelling stories aren't based on a true story. They are true stories.
This feeling of certainty comes from inspiring your customers and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people love from the experts at 4imprint. Enjoy that feeling of certainty at 4imprint. 4imprint, for certain.
Wow. College already.
Yeah. We gotta go.
Tony.
And thanks for everything. Gratitude. Pass it on. A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
Do you struggle to fall asleep and stay asleep? Cunol Sleep Formula combines 5 key nutrients that can help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed. The brand I trust is Cunol.
I'm Kim Law in Warsaw, Poland, and this is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and all around the world. It is Tuesday, April 5th. I'm Laura Jarrett. And I'm Christine Romans here in New York. Brianna Keeler is in Lviv, Ukraine for us again today. Brianna, what's the latest?
Well, Christine and Laura, Vladimir Zelensky saying that the barbarity the world is seeing in the town of Bucha may be just the beginning. Ukraine's president accusing Russian troops of atrocities against civilians. He He says the number of victims may be much higher in other cities around Kyiv, now liberated from Russian control. And a warning now that much of this video is graphic and disturbing. In Bucha alone, Zelensky says more than 300 people were killed and counting. He also warned that Russia will try to cover up the violence committed in Bucha and elsewhere. On cue, apparently, Russia claiming Ukrainians' faked video showing the bodies in the street of Bucha after Russian troops had left the area, but satellite images prove otherwise. Objects from this March 18th satellite view exactly match the locations of bodies that are seen in the video. And journalists from around the world are now on the ground in Bucha as witnesses to this horror. Here's ITN's Dan Rivers.
At the gateway to Bucha and Hostomel, there are the mangled remains of Russian vehicles and the blown bridge which marks the extent of their advance. And nearby, the burnt bodies of soldiers killed here by a Ukrainian counter-offensive. Gruesome sentinels to a battlefield in which dated Russian machinery was pitted against the latest Western-supplied anti-tank weapons. And this was the result, a rewriting of the orthodoxy about Russia's perceived military strength. Some of the Russians who sought to occupy this commuter town near Kyiv will probably never leave. Thanks to one man's war, the remains may never be repatriated or possibly even identified.
This is the most potent symbol of the Russian defeat here in Bucha, a street choked with the charred remains of their tanks and armoured vehicles. Now they've gone, we're beginning to get a fuller picture of the terrible toll inflicted on the civilian population here.
War, in all its grotesque brutality, has turned these streets into a hell from which there is no triumph. Massacres of Ukrainian men have been uncovered by the army here. The war crimes committed here mark a bleak new low in this conflict, described by Ukraine as the most outrageous atrocity of the 21st century. There isn't just one site where massacres occurred. The true picture here is only just emerging. This man in Hostomel tells me about the rape and dismemberment of a young woman at the hands of two Chechen soldiers. He says they just slaughtered her like a lamb, but Atsi took his revenge with other local men, killing them both. For the civilians like Maxim Skripnik, caught between the two sides, there was little to do but pray for deliverance.
Describe what it was like, the bombardment. I mean, to describe how it felt. It was terrible. It was completely terrible. Near my car was exploded 3 mines.
Some of the dead were buried by their neighbours close to the shattered remains of their homes. This is where Ina lies, hit by a shell, a grave adorned with food and drink her relatives would have traditionally shared at her funeral, but her son has been unable to reach the town to grieve for his mother. But many more were hastily interred without headstones or even identification. Here, it's believed 280 people were buried in mass graves, one row for Ukrainians, one for Russians.
This is horrible. We survived this. They were shelling us. I cannot find words to describe what we lived through.
This family appear to have escaped unscathed after days in a bunker, until Dima's father was detained by the Russians and never seen again. As he swings, he says, if the bad men come back, I'll stamp on them. There seems little chance now of the Russians fighting their way back into these towns, but the legacy of their brief reign of terror will never be forgotten.
Thank you to Dan Rivers for that report. I want to talk now with CNN military analyst, Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, who is retired. He's the former commanding general of Europe and the 7th Army. And I think, General, the question here is this just the beginning? Because you're hearing from President Zelensky that there are other areas that could be even worse. We're seeing, in a way, this just being revealed now, the atrocities of the last month. What do you think we're going to see?
It's going to be much worse, Brianna, much, much worse. I mean, this is one relatively small suburb of Kyiv that we're seeing. There's already indicators that it's happening everywhere. Russia Ashcroft says that the scenes are staged. It actually seems to be quite in line with the other things that we just watched from the beginning that Putin and his generals have done in attacking civilian targets, bombing schools, targeting shelters. It's as the world continues to see what Russia forces are doing in this place with similar results of other campaigns have done, the thing that is so horrific is that it all seems to be, number one, part of their plan, but secondly, now when they're called on it, it's without remorse and without shame. It's just unfathomable as a soldier to see this stuff. In fact, I was just thinking, watching these civilians comment on it, that they're relatively calm. I think many of us who have been in war would be furious if we saw this and understood how Russian troops, the indisciplined mob criminals that they are, could have done something like this.
There's no internal accountability, which is essentially endorsing this, right? There's no repercussions for this. We're seeing Russia reposition. I'm wondering if you think they're going to have more success there in the south and the eastern regions of Ukraine now that they've moved.
I don't, not at all, Brianna. I think they're going to run into the same buzzsaw of Ukraine's army and their territorials. And what many have been talking about over the last several days is this force that's been north of Kyiv is going to, and there's been various terms used, withdraw, reposition. What you have to consider is those forces have been mauled so badly and lost so many of their frontline force that they have to go through something that the U.S. military calls regeneration. And when you're talking about how they went into this fight with extremely poor leadership, with untrained soldiers, what seemingly were pieces of equipment that were in ill repair with very little supervision to try and maintain their gear, as they're pulled out after they've lost a large percentage of their fellow soldiers, they are not going to be able to regenerate as people would think they magically would and then appear in another part of the theater. So yeah, they will eventually get there. It may take weeks or months. They'll go there as a reconsolidated units of different units that have suffered this mauling and have come together, but they won't be much of a fighting force in my view, having seen regeneration and how hard it is to do something like that. So you're talking about conscripts that are leaving, new conscripts that could potentially come in, a Russian president who is scrambling to mobilize other people to assist them, whether it's the bizarre Wagner group or other forces from Georgia or Chechnya. They're going to roll into this fight unprepared, in fact, worse so than the first group, and they're going to become mauled too. And I think that the most important thing is that the Ukrainians maintain their mobility, their opportunity to move around this new battlefield quickly, to meet the Russian forces wherever they try and generate some momentum. I don't think they're going to have much success in the east either, truthfully.
General, the U.S. successfully tested a hypersonic missile. This was in mid-March, but it kept it quiet for a couple weeks to avoid escalating tensions with Russia. What do you think about that?
I don't think it's going to play much in this campaign in the near term, Brianna, but I think it is certainly something that we can counter anything Mr. Putin has used. He believed that his hypersonic testing a year ago and perhaps the use of one or two of these in this campaign would have been a threat and somewhat of something that we could not overcome. To know that the U.S. has tested it and have the ability to do much more in terms of our stockpiles of these kinds of missiles and potentially others, I think, is a counter to Mr. Putin's threat. There is still the potential threat from Russia of weapons of mass destruction, both chemical and nuclear, and we have to be very concerned about that. But as John Kirby said yesterday, the Pentagon and the intelligence agencies are watching that closely for the potential of any movement of those kind of weapons. And by the way, I think we have to say and remind everyone that Russia has used chemical weapons in the past in Syria, at the same time doing these same kinds of criminal activities on the battlefield that actually relate
There are so many eyes here who will see this if it happens. General Hertling, thank you so much for your insight. We do appreciate it. Laura and Christine, going back to you guys in New York, I think, yesterday, the day dawned, we saw what had happened in Bucha, and I think today, this day is dawning and we're understanding just how much more we may be seeing, as you heard General Hertling there say, how much worse this is going to get.
And how many more are out there that we just haven't found yet? Yeah, these towns, and it's stealing the will of the West, quite frankly, to punish this war. Brianna, thank you. The Biden administration is set to announce new economic sanctions this week to punish Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. CNN's Jasmine Wright live in Washington. Jasmine, what steps do we expect the U.S. and allies to take?
Well, additional economic pressure elements. That is exactly how National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan described what we can expect. He said the U.S. and allies are coordinating closely on what exact sanctions could look like. They're looking to flesh it out as they've done for months, but we know really that this will be aimed at targeting elements of the Russian economy that are still propping up and fueling this war in a lot of parts. And now Jake Sullivan on Monday told reporters, he kind of described the long-term view that the U.S. is taking when it comes to these sanctions. Take a listen.
We don't expect that shift in behavior will be caused by sanctions overnight or in a week. It will take time to grind down the elements of Russian power within the Russian economy, to hit their industrial base hard, to hit the sources of revenue that have propped up this war and have propped up the kleptocracy in Russia. That's going to take some time to play out.
So there we just heard from Sullivan saying that's going to take some time to play out when it comes to sanctions, but something that could have a more immediate effect, Christine, could potentially be the weaponry that the U.S. continues to send to Ukraine. Now, Sullivan said that they will be adding more advanced weaponry, including some type of lasers and drones, to that $300 billion security package that the Pentagon announced on Friday. Now, all this, of course, comes after President Biden returned from D.C. on Monday, and he once again called Putin a war criminal for all the reports that we've seen coming out of Bucha, but he stopped short of calling it a genocide. And Sullivan said that more evidence has to be amassed before any type of declaration like that could happen. Yeah, whatever words you use, it is certainly horrific. The pictures that we are seeing in the first-hand accounts we are reporting from there. Thank you so much, Jasmine Wright. Nice to see you.
Up next for you, a CNN crew under fire in Ukraine. The harrowing moments captured on camera in the field.
Down here, Joe. Down here. Keep on rolling.
Finally, our honeymoon.
It took a while, but at least we got a great deal on our hotel in Kyle.
I was afraid we would go with our divorce. Great divorce, guys. Yeah.
Search hundreds of travel sites at once. Kayak. Search one and done.
If you have moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms are stopping you in your tracks, choose Stelara from the start and move toward relief after the first dose, with injections every 2 months.
Stelara may increase your risk of infections, some serious, and cancer. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you had an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, new skin growths, have had cancer, or if you need a vaccine. PRES, a rare potentially fatal brain condition, may be possible. Some serious allergic reactions and lung inflammation can occur.
Feel unstoppable. Ask your doctor how lasting remission can start with Stelara. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose, provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. Be wise or take Zysol at night.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. Fort Imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at fortimprint.com. Fort Imprint, for certain.
Icy hot. Ice works fast. Makes it last. Power contrast mirror. You can rise from pain. Icy hot.
I bought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health. People with plaque psoriasis are rethinking the choices they make, like the shot they take, the memories they create, or the spin they initiate. Otezla, it's a choice you can make. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, you can achieve clear skin. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. Otezla can cause serious allergic reactions. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Now's the time for cleaner indoor air with an air duct cleaner from Stanley Steamer. You've noticed we're carpet cleaning, but we've been cleaning air ducts for over 20 years. We do things the right way, cleaning your entire system. So if you need an air duct cleaning, call 1-800-STEAMER today.
She's feeling the power of Listerine. He's feeling it. Yep, them too. It's an invigorating brush, zapping millions of germs in seconds for that one-of-a-kind whoa, which leaves you feeling Listerine. Feel the whoa.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With multi-matic shocks and rugged 33-inch tires and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
It's good. Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces, find new roads. Chevrolet.
Blendet's spring sale is on now. Spring brings an incredible deal on Blendet's food. It has the power of a big blender on the go and it crushes right through ice. Just drop in your favorite ingredients, keep it frozen free, and make a smoothie anytime, anywhere. Blendet cleans itself. Just add a drop of soap, water, and blend. Recharge quickly with any flavor. Order now on Blendet.com and get the best deal ever.
The mayor of Mykolaiv in southern Ukraine says 10 people died in heavy shelling by Russian forces around the city in the last 2 days. At least 46 more were injured. That shelling led to a very close call for one of our CNN news crews. Senior international correspondent Ben Wiedemann and his team suddenly facing incoming artillery fire after they stopped to speak to some Ukrainian soldiers as they were reporting. One of their cars was badly damaged, but they were able to reach safety to tell this story.
This is an area where there's been a fair amount of outgoing as well as incoming artillery. Down the road is a town that has been fought over for several days by Russian and Ukrainian forces. In these vast open spaces, the Russians seem far away. They're not. Okay. Down here, John, down here. Keep on rolling. You see it over there? We hug the earth. 2 more artillery rounds. Cameraman John Torigoi keeps rolling. All right, so we've had 2 incoming rounds responding to artillery that's been firing in the Russian directions. The shells came pretty close to us. No one has been injured. The officer tells translator Valeria Dubrovska we need to go now.
Go away. Get it right.
Okay, okay. Say, I hope the car's okay. Here, listen. And so we run with full body armor to the cars. One car can't move, peppered with shrapnel. We're losing petrol. No time to lose.
Throw it in the back.
Driver Igor Diagonal, razor focused on getting us to safety. His car also hit.
Alright, we're trying to get out of this area as quickly as possible. Our other car completely destroyed.
Crammed into this small car, we approach safer ground. Producer Karim Khader checks the damage to the car. The soldiers we left behind are still out there. We could leave. They can't. Benwig CNN, outside Mykolaiv, Ukraine.
Terrifying. I gotta say, those guys. Thank you to Ben Wiedemann and his team.
Yeah, it's just extraordinary. It's what our crews are doing to try to tell this story. Our thanks to Ben for that. All right, coming up, the calls for a sitting world leader to be charged with war crimes. Is it even possible to prosecute him? And the ordinary people who could not stand by and watch how they're taking action to help Ukraine's refugees.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Neuriva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Neuriva Plus fuels 60 indicators of brain performance. More brain performance? Yes, please. Neuriva, think bigger.
When you step into a new day, determined, committed, willing to take on whatever's asked of you, that new day is yours to own, yours to share, and yours to be proud of. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand in field quality.
Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
Frank is a fan of fast. He's a fast talker, a fast walker. And for unexpected heartburn, Frank is a fan of Pepsin. It works in minutes. Next in 24-hour, Prilosec OTC can take 1 to 4 days to fully work. Pepsin, strong relief for fans of fast.
Can a company help you live better? We're not talking about just any company, but the one in your neighborhood. And in $4,700, just like yours. Helping you live a little better every day.
I've traveled every road in this dear land. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Across the desert, there, man. I've been the mountain there, man. Traveling in my dear man. I've been everywhere. I've been to Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Gravelburg, Colorado, Anderson, Cedar City, Dodge City, Rock City. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man.
She's feeling the power of Listerine. He's feeling it. Yep, them too. It's an invigorating brush, zapping millions of germs in seconds. For that one-of-a-kind whoa, which leaves you feeling, Listerine. Feel the whoa.
Here's to real flavors. Real meals. Real good. All of Knorr's high-quality pasta and rice sides are now made with no artificial flavors or preservatives. Knorr. Tastes for good. Bring your eyes into the spotlight with Lumify eye drops. Lumify dramatically reduces redness to help your eyes look brighter, lighter, and more luminous, radiant, vibrant. For up to 8 hours. Lumify. You won't believe your eyes.
Having a 5G phone that's not on T-Mobile makes as much sense as playing ice hockey. Using T-Mobile, more 5G work in both places. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Whether your workspace is at home or in the office, Berry is the fastest way to furnish it. Fast, flexible office furniture. Find your space at Berry.com.
In cities and towns across America, people insurance from Colonial Penn, thanks to our guaranteed acceptance plan. Like Mary, age 69, in Boston, Massachusetts. Like James, age 55, in Atlanta, Georgia. Hi, I'm Jonathan for Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. If you're age 50 to 85, you too can get affordable, reliable coverage from just $9.95 a month. Once you're insured, your rate can never increase. Your acceptance is guaranteed. You can't be turned down for any health reason. Call now, and you'll also get this beneficiary planner you can use to give important information to your loved ones. It's yours free, just for calling. Call to learn more. There's no obligation.
Call 1-800-648-5078 for free information and free beneficiary planner. 1-800-648-5078.
I live in Watson in Dnipro, Ukraine. This is CNN.
Welcome back. Nearly 2.5 million refugees, nearly 6% of Ukraine's entire pre-war population, have now crossed into Poland. Many of them greeted by dozens of volunteers. Some belong to charity organizations, but others are just ordinary people who say they saw the humanitarian crisis and they had to act. CNN's Salma Abdelaziz is on the ground at the Polish border. Salma, you've been doing such great reporting from the border. You've covered so many of these stories. Who are these folks?
Absolutely. So this is a pedestrian crossing here, Laura, and people come across with just the bags they can carry, and immediately they're going to be greeted by a warm face, someone who wants to help them pick up their bags and ask them what they can do to make their journey just a little bit easier. Because here, yes, they've escaped violence, they've escaped war, but they're at a crossroads. What they're going to enter is essentially this tiny tent community of volunteers. We're going to swing around to show you Paul, one of the volunteers here, is bringing out more hot grilled cheeses. He's been doing this all day, every day for days now. Paul's from Canada.
That's right.
Why was it so important for you to come out here?
Well, to be honest, back home we watch it on TV, read about it online, and it's just the amount of despair these people are living through has just touched me, and I just felt like I just couldn't stay home and watch it anymore. So, yeah, hopped on a plane and came here and started volunteering.
Amazing. And just tell me, you've been here for a while now. Tell me about the need that you're seeing.
Oh, take a look around you, you see it, right? You just take a look at their faces, the stress, the anxiety, from young and old, especially the elderly. The other day we had people come up here to women and ask us, where am I going to sleep tonight? Where am I going to go? They know nobody here in Poland. There's nowhere to go. And we don't really have the answers. We just direct them to the bus stop and they'll ship them off to Shemshel and, maybe another 2-4 hour journey ahead of them.
And these grilled cheeses just keep on coming. I mean, I can see over there, you just have an endless stack. What does it mean to just offer a hot sandwich to someone who's just fled war?
Oh, it means a lot. I mean, to them, they really appreciate it. It may be a little bit something, but it's special. It shows them that the world cares. So many of them tell us that they're amazed that people come from all over the world to help them.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you. Good luck. And you see this everywhere. I mean, there's literally volunteers from all over the world, and all they really want to do is give these families a bit of dignity, maybe a bit of warm food, and see how can we help.
Yeah, just a simple acts of kindness going so far at a moment like this. Salma, thank you for your reporting, as always.
Yeah, human behavior that is the opposite of the invasion that set this all in motion.
Contrast.
All right, coming up, the 4 men accused of plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. A jury could decide their fate today.
Plus, why prosecuting Vladimir Putin for war crimes could be easier said than done. Proof is not the hard part.
Not everything was built to support a big guy like me. Luckily, I found footwear that gives me the support I need. Price gets a George Fit footwear with podiatrist certified arch.
This feeling of certainty comes from inspiring your customers and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people love from the experts at 4imprint. Enjoy that feeling of certainty at 4imprint. 4imprint, for certain. As a Main Street bank, PNC has helped over 7 million kids develop their passion for learning, and now we're providing $88 billion to support underserved communities, helping us all move forward financially. PNC Bank, see how we can make a difference for you.
What will make you feel comfortable with the price?
me feel more comfortable than my kindergarten teacher, Miss Jane. Try saying, show me the Carfax Valley. You'll get the most accurate prices based on the vehicle's accident history. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
I'm a fancy exercise bike dude. Navigating the detour. And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage, you could be working this out yourself. So get on State.
We can't calculate our total taxes.
Do you realize how many different taxes we pay? Sales tax, different POS systems in all 7 countries.
And online sales.
That's a whole other system. And different regulations. There's real estate credits, solar incentives.
And we have no way to.
No, but BDO does.
People who know BDO.
Lundet's spring sale is on now. Spring for this incredible deal in Lundet's too. It has the power of a big blender on the go, and it crushes right through ice. Just drop in your favorite ingredients, keep it frozen free, and make a smoothie anytime, anywhere. Lundet cleans itself. Just add a drop of soap, water, and blend. Recharge quickly with any flavor. Order now on Lundet.com and get the best deal ever.
Migraine attacks? You can't always avoid triggers like changes in weather. Qlipta can help prevent migraine attacks. You can't prevent what's going on outside. That's why Qlipta helps what's going on inside. Qlipta is a pill, gets right to work to prevent migraine attacks and keeps them away over time. Qlipta blocks CGRP, a protein believed to be a cause of migraine attacks. Qlipta is a preventive treatment for episodic migraine. Most common side effects are nausea, constipation, and tiredness. Learn how AbbVie can help you save on Qlipta.
This is Iowa. We just haven't been properly introduced. Say hello to the place where rolling hills meets low bills, where our fields, inside and out, are always growing, and where the fun is just getting started. This is Iowa. So, when are you coming to see us?
We wanted help, but we just didn't know where to get the help. I needed an anchor. Autism speaks was the anchor for me.
Autism Speaks has done a terrific job concerning opportunities for those who are on the autism spectrum.
I wish I had been on the diagnosis sooner, just so I could have been we can be a part of it, doing the workforce, but everything. That's what drives me to do the things that I do, because humanity simply can't wait. Are you happy? Yep, I'm happy.
Let's go on the open road with a safe stay. Now get double Best Western rewards points on every stay. And with rewards points that never expire, you get free nights fast. Book now at bestwestern.com.
Our Confident Forever plan is possible with a CFP professional.
A CFP professional can help you build a complete financial plan. Visit letsmakeaplan.org to find your CFP professional.
She's feeling the power of Listerine. He's feeling it. Yep, them too. It's an invigorating brush, zapping millions of germs in seconds. For that one-of-a-kind whoa, which leaves you feeling, Listerine. Feel the whoa.
A growing number of world leaders are accusing Russian forces of committing war crimes in Ukraine now, and President Biden is even calling for Vladimir Putin to face a war crimes trial.
He is a war criminal. We have to gather all the details so this can be an actual war crime trial. This guy is brutal, and what's happening in Bucha is outrageous.
CNN's Nick Robertson is live in Brussels for us this morning. Nick, the images out of Bucha seem to really have changed the diplomatic environment now.
They have. The European Parliament President, who was in Kyiv just last week, said it's a war crime. The European Commission President, who's going to Kyiv this week, says it's a war crime. The Bulgarian Prime Minister, the Austrian Prime Minister, the Estonian Prime Minister, Latvian, Lithuanian, the Finnish Prime Minister as well, all saying that this is a war crime. The Polish Prime Minister is calling it genocide. Russia has tried to hide behind the facts, obfuscate, do what it always does, which is lie about the situation, dissemble, disseminate, say that these bodies were found appeared days after their troops left on the 30th of March. This, of course, is now being contradicted by satellite imagery that places the bodies on the roads in the same places they were discovered and seen and witnessed and recorded by journalists and others driving into Bucha. Satellite imagery from the 18th of March, when Russian troops were in full control of Bucha, showed those bodies lying in the streets in the same positions they were until the past couple of days. So Russia's previously useful tactics of lying and dissembling and using barbaric methods of war to kill civilians that have worked for them in the past are now crumbling under the evidence of new technologies. It's not the first time new technology in war can be used to defeat the opposite side. Thinking here of tanks in the First World War, the longbow of Henry VIII's fighters in Agincourt many centuries ago. Here, it's the satellite technology that could really unravel Putin's defense that he isn't responsible. That's new, that's different.
Always receipts, and those images do not lie. And thank you for your analysis as usual.
All right, joining us now to dig deeper on this is senior writer for CNN Politics, Zachary Wolf. Zach, so nice to see you bright and early this morning. There's really no precedent for prosecuting a sitting world leader. Could a trial for war crimes actually happen?
It's, like you said, there's no precedent for it. So I've talked to people who said it is possible to bring a trial via the International Criminal Court. They could essentially reinterpret the Rome Statute, which is the treaty that created that court, or they could get creative and create a special tribunal or a special court essentially through the UN, although that's complicated by the fact that Russia holds so much power on the UN Security Council. So this is really testing the international system of justice that's built up over the last generation or so, because there's just no allowance for it in the existing law.
Zach, you've been writing in some great pieces for CNN.com about sort of this tension between justice versus peace, and in a situation like this, obviously, how do you possibly negotiate with someone when the entire world is essentially calling them a war criminal?
Yeah, and that seems to be the great dilemma here, because we had reports about Ukrainian negotiators saying they were getting close to potentially a meeting between Zelensky and Putin over the weekend, and then all of these horrible images came through from Bucha, and Zelensky was quoted as saying, how can we negotiate with someone who's doing this to my people? So, they will have to find a way to do it, because Vladimir Putin seems to be so strongly enmeshed in Russia. It's not as if he's just going to be gone one day. So they will have to figure out how to negotiate with him.
Yeah, the Ukrainian president Zelensky, he went to Bucha, right? And he toured those scenes there. And, how do you sit down across the table and try to wage for peace with someone who has been just such a brutal actor? I mean, you've got to have trust to have a deal. How do you trust Vladimir Putin?
This will be I think the issue with dealing with him in anything. I mean, there was so much lying and subterfuge that led up to the invasion of Ukraine. So it will be difficult to trust anything the Russians say at all. I think heading forward, but they will have to find a way to either force concessions or moderation or some sort of oversight in order to come to an agreement.
All right, Zach Wolf, senior politics writer for CNN. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks. All right, still to come, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's Day with History.
And the Kansas Jayhawks making some history of their own with a thrilling comeback.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With multi-matic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
It's good. Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces, find new roads. Chevrolet.
There, discomfort. We
tried to seal it with this, and then this. But meal preparation aids soothing relief sprays, the 21st century way to do all three, even touch-free. Preparation H, get comfortable with it.
Life doesn't stop for diabetes. Be ready for every moment. Glucerna. It's the #1 doctor recommended brand that's scientifically designed to help manage your blood sugar. Live every moment. Glucerna.
Don't you want to win this big check from Public Clearinghouse?
April 30th, you could win 7 grand a week for life.
Hurry, enter now at PCH.com. So what are you waiting for? 7 grand a week for life. Enter now at PCH.com.
Found me. Nice suits. You guys blend right in.
We'll need you back.
I'm retired, Greg. You know this.
People have their money just sitting around doing nothing.
That's bad. They shouldn't do that.
They're getting crushed by inflation.
Well, I feel for them.
You're taking financial advice from me.
I'll get my onesies.
Good to have you back, old friend. Yeah, eyes on the road, Benny.
Welcome to a new chapter in investing. E-Trade, now from Morgan Stanley. My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, the itching, the burning,
The stinging. My skin was no longer mine.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clear skin at 16 weeks. The majority of people saw 90% clear skin in 5 years. Tremfya is the first medication of its kind, also approved for adults with active psoriatic arthritis, and is 6 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you have a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
This is CNN Talk.
There are 5 things you need to know to visit on our most uploaded questions. Parents may say it like this.
All of this is humanitarian aid that the Fellowship is sending from Israel directly into Ukraine. Food, medicine, warm clothing is needed now.
Lives of poor people changed. Look at all of these people, and there are hundreds of thousands more. We're called to step into this crisis, this inhumanity.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $45 gift now to help rush food, blankets, and shelter to Jewish refugees fleeing for their lives in Ukraine. Please give as generously as you can to help the refugees while there's still time.
This is one plate. Praise God. But we need 5 plates. We need 10 plates. We need 100 plates.
You can give $45 now to help provide the food, medicine, and blankets that they so urgently need.
All of the CNN original series, Nomad with Carlton Hall coming to the streets of CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We proudly help veterans with mesothelioma. Call for a free book, 1-800-822-0400, or go to mesobook.com.
All right, the Kansas Jayhawks win the national championship after the biggest comeback in title game history. Andy Schultz was at the game in New Orleans as North in this morning's Blue Show report. Hi, Andy.
Yeah, good morning, Laura. What a game! The Final Four coming to an end with yet another amazing, emotional game full of runs. And for the 4th time in their history, the Kansas Jayhawks are national champions. But it certainly wasn't easy. North Carolina just catching fire in that first half. Brady Manick making 3 threes. The Tar Heels went on a 16-0 run and led by 15 points at halftime. But Kansas just came storming back in the second half thanks to a 31-10 run. Then in the final seconds, down 1, under 90 seconds to go, Jayhawks big man, David McCormack, coming up huge. He hit back-to-back buckets to give Kansas a 3-point lead. The Tar Heels did have one last chance to tie this game. The 3-pointer would be no good. Kansas wins 72-69, completing the largest comeback in championship game history. Head coach Bill Self gets his 2nd title at Kansas, first for the school since 2008. And I caught up with him during the celebration on the floor. the Watts Park at Allen Fieldhouse after the win. It was a roller coaster of a night for those fans, being down so much in the first half and coming all the way back to win it. Certainly made it much sweeter. All right, meanwhile in Augusta, things continue to trend towards Tiger Woods playing in the Masters. He was back on the practice range yesterday. He played 9 holes with Justin Thomas and Fred Couples. Fans giving Tiger just huge ovations as he made his way around the course. Couples saying afterwards, Tiger looked phenomenal in that practice round. Guys, going to be some bad weather in Augusta today, so not much practice going to be taking place out there on the course. But Tiger is expected to speak with the media at 11 a.m. Eastern, so maybe he's going to come out, guys, and just say, hey, I'm playing. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, we know you're staying on top of it. Thanks, Amy. All right, together again at the White House, former President Barack Obama returns today. For the first time since he left office, he'll join his former Vice President, now President Joe Biden, to tout the success of something called the Affordable Care Act, which Obama signed into law in 2010. Press Secretary Jen Psaki says Obama and Biden will have lunch together, just as they did every week when Obama was president. In just a few hours from now, a federal jury in Michigan returns for a second full day of deliberations in the trial of 4 men accused of conspiring to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Let's bring in Julius Kim, criminal defense attorney and former assistant DA in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. Julius, so nice to see you again. No verdict yet, but the jurors did have a question. This one about the legal definition of weapon. What does that signal to you?
That signals to me that there are some jurors that might be hung up with whether a weapon, whether a device, namely the explosive devices, can be classified as a weapon of mass destruction. I think that some of the jurors are looking at the words of the jury instructions on a technical level. And some of the jurors might feel like, listen, I have these weapons, I possess these firearms, and to me, they're recreational. They're not weapons per se. And so I think some of the jurors are looking for some clarification to say, hey, listen, does this instrument constitute a weapon under the law?
Yeah, those questions always sort of a peek behind the curtain into what is going on in those deliberations. For folks who might not be following all this at home, there are 4 defendants on trial. Do you think all 4 guys face the same potential verdict, or could there be some splits here?
Yeah, 4 of the defendants are charged with conspiracy to kidnap. So 4 of them are charged with the same thing. And then you have 3 of them that are charged with conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction. And then you have some other various weapons and explosive charges for some of the other defendants. My gut feeling is that jurors are either going to believe there was conspiracy to kidnap Governor Whitmer or they're not. And so I think that there's a good chance that all 4 will get convicted of the conspiracy to kidnap, or they won't, because they won't believe that these people really intended on doing it. So I think there's a good chance that the jurors are going to be unanimous in terms of the conspiracy to kidnap. With regard to some of the other charges, that's going to depend on the individual facts of the case and the evidence that was presented.
So the essential argument from the defendants is the government set them up. I wonder, in your experience, you've been doing these cases for a long time. How often do entrapment defenses work?
In all honesty, Laura, not too often. And part of the reason why entrapment defenses are so hard to establish is because one of the things that a defendant has to establish in an entrapment defense is that they were not predisposed to commit the crime that they're alleged to have committed, but for the government intervening at that time. The problem with that defense is that the government usually doesn't find themselves in places or around people unless they think that people are predisposed to commit these types of crimes. So in this type of situation, it might be hard for them to establish an entrapment defense because the government was alerted to these people talking about this plot. It wasn't a situation where the government necessarily brought it up themselves. These people brought it up and triggered government intervention.
Great distinction there. All right, Julius Kim, always great to have you on Early Start. Thank you, sir.
All right, history in the making in the highest court in the land. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is expected to be confirmed this week as the first Black woman on the Supreme Court. A bipartisan group of senators voted Monday to advance her nomination. Every Democrat and 3 Republicans, Susan Collins of Maine, Mitt Romney of Utah, and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, have said they will back her. The vast majority of Senate Republicans plan to oppose Judge Jackson.
Murkowski, though, perhaps the most interesting and most risky there, of course, because she is up for re-election this year. All right, Ukraine's deputy prime minister with a message for Russian troops. She talks to New Day. That's just ahead.
And next, flash flooding and water rescues. The danger is not over yet in Texas.
Frank is a fan of fast. He's a fast talker, a fast walker. And for unexpected heartburn, Frank is a fan of Pepsin. It works in minutes. Next 24-hour Prilosec OTC can take 1 to 4 days to fully work. Pepsin, strong relief for fans of fast.
Morning, friend. This is Lisa. Hi. I like thinking about the wows and 300 customer. I love it.
Promotional products from Fort Imprint are certain to deliver yes.
I love it.
Find some wow now at fortimprint.com. Fort Imprint, for certain.
Blended spring sale is on. Spring for this incredible deal from Blended tea. Because the power of the pigment will all the water and it crushes right through ice. Just drop in your favorite ingredients, keep it frozen free, and make a smoothie anytime, anywhere. Blended cleans itself. So just add a drop of soap, water, and blend. Recharge quickly with any recipe. Order now on blended.com and get your best deal ever.
When you step into a new day, determined, committed, willing to take on whatever fast of you, that new day is yours to own, yours to shape, and yours to be proud of. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand in field quality.
Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
Whether your workspace is at home or in the office, Berry is the fastest way to furnish it. Fast, flexible office furniture. Find your space at Berry.com.
Hello, welcome to T-Town. Like men over 40 everywhere. These guys experience a drop in testosterone. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Some guys took my advice about how to boost their testosterone, and some didn't. This guy got the message loud and clear. That's right, Nugenix Total T.
Nugenix Total T is the unique man-boosting formula powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient, clinically researched to boost free testosterone. To help you feel stronger, leaner, more muscle and drive. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting double to 369-369.
Thanks. It'll make you feel like a new man. And by the way, chill like it too.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text double to 369-369. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin and on first dose provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. You might as well take Zysol at night.
If you have diabetes, it's important to have confidence in the nutritional drink you choose. Try Boost Glucose Control. It's clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels and contains high-quality protein to help manage hunger and support muscle health. Try Boost today. CNN Plus is here.
You've been watching history unfold. There are 5 things you need to know.
This feeling of certainty comes from inspiring your customers and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people love from the experts at Fort Imprint. Enjoy that feeling of certainty at Fort Imprint. Fort Imprint, for certain.
Attention Zantac users. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac off the market, noting exposure to unacceptable levels of a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac, you might be entitled to financial compensation. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Call 800-593-0074.
I will sing. I will help you through. And you can't go.
I'm Phil Black in Lviv, Western Ukraine, and this is CNN.
Overnight, 4 people were rescued from their cars in McKinney, Texas. Flash flooding swept their vehicles away as another round of storms rolled through North Texas. Officials say everyone is fine and no injuries were reported, thankfully. Meteorologist Gene Norman joins us now. So, Gene, should folks brace for more severe weather on the way?
Absolutely. bit, Laura. Not in Texas, but in Louisiana and Mississippi, it's a rough start to the day. Window rattling thunder and vivid lightning is how folks are waking up there. Tornado watch until 11 o'clock. Right now, a couple of storms are packing a punch. Just east of Monroe, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. A couple others, one near Starkville and one just south of Jackson. But also vivid lightning. That's what the folks in Texas had last night. That continues. Over 500 strikes in the past 15 minutes. And it'll be a 2-day threat across the South. The storms from Texas will move into sections of Alabama and Georgia today and pretty much stay there as we head into Wednesday. So it's going to be a rough couple of days across much of the Southeast. We'll time it out for you. These storms move into Alabama by 11, 12 o'clock Central Time. Then they'll head into Georgia just after lunchtime, and they will continue on up the East Coast. So it's going to be a mess, again, with that threat for tornadoes along with large hail.
Thank you. All right, let's get a check on CNN Business this Tuesday morning. Looking at markets around the world, Asian shares have closed higher. Europe has opened lower, and on Wall Street, stock index futures are wobbling here. Oil prices are gaining again as momentum grows for even more sanctions against Russia for Putin's brutality against civilians in Ukraine. On Monday, a modest Wall Street rebound led by technology stocks. The Dow, the S&P 500 up less than 1% each, but the Nasdaq Composite gained 1.9%. Stock investors shaking off concerns about something that happened over in the bond market. Last week, the Treasury yield curve briefly inverted, an inverted yield curve. Sounds wonky, but it's something that happens often before a recession. It's when short-term bonds actually pay more interest than long-term bonds. Twitter soared more than 26% on news. Elon Musk bought a 9.2% passive stake worth $3 billion. Apple, Amazon, Microsoft also higher. Starbucks, though, fell nearly 4% after returning CEO Howard Schultz said Starbucks would suspend its share buyback program.
A luxury mega yacht owned by a Russian oligarch seized in Spain at the request of the U.S. government. Justice Department says the billionaire owner of the 255-foot vessel has close ties to Vladimir Putin. It is the first seizure by a U.S. task force newly formed in response to Russia's war in Ukraine, cracking down on sanctions violators. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the Monday seizure will not be the last.
Yeah, they're looking for property. They're looking for bank accounts. They're looking for cars. They're looking yachts, and so much of it is tied up in companies that own companies that own companies and trusts and offshore accounts. And all of these governments have been working together to try to untangle all that and find the, find this stuff. Yeah, so more coming. Thanks for joining us. I'm Christine Romans.
I'm Laura Jarrett. Your day starts right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning to viewers in the U.S. and around the world. It is Tuesday, April 5th. I'm Brianna Keeler in Lviv, Ukraine, with John Berman in New York. There's a new warning this morning. We have yet to see the worst of the horrifying atrocities at the hands of the Russians in Ukraine. Worse than Bucha, we are told. A Kyiv suburb that Russian forces turned into a killing field before withdrawing from. The world left reeling by their unimaginable brutality. We do want to warn you that the images that you're about to see are disturbing. A CNN team witnessed the removal of 5 bodies from a basement in Bucha. They were in an advanced stage of decomposition, found in an area that was held by the Russian military. A Ukrainian official says that they were tortured and executed. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky warning civilian casualties could be even worse in other cities. The death toll in Bucha alone is believed to be well over 300.
Інформація про те, що в Бородянці
There is already information that the number of victims of the occupiers may be even higher in Borodyanka and some other liberated cities. In many villages of the liberated districts of the Kyiv, Chernihiv, and Sumy regions, the occupiers did things that the locals had not seen even during the Nazi occupation 80 years ago.
This morning, President Zelensky will speak to the UN Security Council, on which, of course, Russia is a permanent member. Breaking overnight, the Russians on the attack in eastern Ukraine, this region here, the Donbass region. We can push in and get a closer look at where all this fighting is right here. The Ukrainian military official calls the situation there difficult with heavy Russian bombardment. Ambulance and rescue teams unable to reach some districts where civilians are now being buried in their yards. And this just into CNN, an evacuation convoy of 7 buses heading to the bombed-out port city of Mariupol.
here, unable to get through, blocked and turned back by Russian troops. We hear that day in and day out for weeks. There are 100,000 people at least trapped in that city. Just moments ago, the Russian military claimed it carried out long-range strikes with sea-launched missiles on what it described as a training center for Ukrainian special forces in southern Ukraine. We're going to begin, though, with the situation in Bucha up here. We're going to start with CNN's Frederick Plykin and the horror he found there. We do want to warn you, some of the images you're about to see are graphic.
Ukrainian authorities in Bucha lead us into a basement they call a Russian execution chamber. It's a gruesome scene. 5 bodies, their hands tied behind their backs, shot. The bullet casings collected by Ukrainian police, pot marks from bullets in the walls. The Ukrainians say these men were killed when Russian forces used this compound as a military base while occupying Bucha. An advisor to Ukraine's interior minister not even trying to conceal his anger. After the liberation of Bucha, 5 corpses of civilians were found here, he says, with their hands tied behind their backs. They were shot in the head and in the chest. They were tortured before. Even the body collectors find it hard to keep their composure. Vladislav Minchenko is usually a painter. Now he collects the dead left behind after Russian forces retreated from Bucha. This is not what we learned in school, he says. Do you see my hands? Hundreds of dead. Hundreds, not dozens. The Kremlin has denied Russia was behind any atrocities in Bucha. Now, the Russians say the notion of their troops having killed civilians is all fake news and propaganda, but it does seem clear that they were here. That looks like a sort of foxhole position, and over there they seem to have dug in a tank. On the outer wall, the letter V, a symbol that Russian forces painted on their vehicles before invading this part of Ukraine. Now, a lot of Russian military hardware lies destroyed in the streets of Bucha and other towns around Kiev, as the Ukrainians made a stand and prevented Vladimir Putin's army from entering the capital city. Images published shortly after Russian forces left Bucha show many corpses lying in the streets. Some bodies had their hands tied behind their backs. President Biden called what happened here a war crime. While visiting Bucha, Ukraine's president vowed to bring those behind the violence against civilians to justice. These are war crimes, he says, and they will be recognized by the world as genocide. You are here and you can see what happened. We know that thousands of people were killed and tortured, teared limbs, raped women, and killed children. And still, the dead keep piling up. Many lay in this mass grave behind the main church in Bucha. Local authorities tell us around 150 people are buried here, but no one knows the exact number. And here, too, the scenes are tragic. Vladimir has been searching for his younger brother, Dmitry. Now he's convinced Dmitry lies here, even though he can't be 100% sure. The neighbor accompanying him has strong words for the Russians. Why do you hate Ukraine so much, she says. Since the 1930s, you've been abusing Ukraine. You just wanted to destroy us. You wanted us gone. But we will be. Everything will be okay. I believe it. But more corpses are already on the way. At the end of the day, we meet Vladislav and the body collectors again. Another 9 bodies found in this tour alone. It's unlikely they'll be the last.
The body collectors.
Thank you, Fred Plykin, for that report. No, it's we heard from the mayor of Bucha yesterday, John. He said the denazification by Russian troops is the dehumanization of Ukrainians, and I think we're seeing that in full effect there on the ground.
Yeah, indeed. And again, I just the idea that there's a profession right now of body collectors in what will be many towns of Ukraine is chilling. And this morning, despite what the world is seeing in Bucha, the Russian Defense Ministry called it fake and staged. But these new satellite images from Maxar Technology prove the bodies have been lying on the streets for weeks, including when the town was under Russian control. CNN's Nick Robertson is live in Brussels with the latest on this.
images from the satellites. We have our reporters on the ground, Nick, simply telling one story here despite what the Russians are saying.
Yeah, it's not just the defense minister. Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, is jumping in on this as well, claiming that this is fake, that the Russians weren't in control of the town at the time. He said that the bodies had sort of suddenly appeared on lots of television outlets in the days that after Russian forces left on the 30th of March. The satellite images, though, do not lie. They tell a different story. They place the bodies on the streets of Bucha, exactly where reporters and Ukrainian government officials saw them when they drove into Bucha when the Russians left. They placed them there on the 18th of March, at a time very clearly when Russia was in control. Russia is trying to do what it's done in so many wars before, which is deny the obvious, lie and obfuscate, say that they aren't responsible, that it happened by other means. But now they're up against technology which can catch them out on their conspiracies and lies. And this is something Russians haven't faced before. And potentially this puts President Putin in a more precarious predicament when it comes to the potential prosecuting of him for war crimes. Not just President Biden saying he's committed war crimes. So many leaders here are as well. The President of the European Parliament, who was in Kyiv last weekend, called it a war crime. The President of the European Commission here, Ursula von der Leyen, going to Kyiv this week, has called it a war crime. So too, the Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian, Bulgarian, Finnish, Spanish, Austrian prime ministers all calling it a war crime. The Polish prime minister going further, calling it genocide. There is no doubt here that Russia's lies won't wash, and they have been exposed for what they are. John?
Yeah, and also President Zelensky, Nick, saying that it's going to be worse, right? These are towns and cities that have been cut off for so long, and this is the first glimpse that the world is getting. If it is worse, what does that trigger? At what point does more accountability, is it triggered?
This is what the European Union is struggling with now, and I think many countries are. Their leaderships know that their publics are outraged. They are morally outraged as national leaders as well about what is happening. The European Union, they're sort of constrained to a degree by what they can do, what sanctions they can impose, by the pain it may inflict on their own countries, and trying to keep unity within the European Union. But the real struggle here is that the bigger the outrages become, the greater the pressures are on them to act. And you have, there are some analyses that would say, don't go too far because you essentially potentially trigger World War III if you react too strongly. But undoubtedly, if more atrocities are unearthed, the pressure will grow, the sanctions will likely be stronger, the hands of the politicians here will be firmed up. It's an interesting point here to be made that Russia is using the tactics that it's always used in the past. That through history, we've seen that the side that has the advantage of a new technology, be it going back to the Middle Ages and Henry V at Agincourt with his longbow archers, the English defeating the French, or First World War and the use of tanks, it gave those sides an advantage. Here, the advantage is on the side of those who can expose and tell the truth. And that is through the technologies, the satellite technology here that wasn't available in such real time in the public domain in previous wars, is now catching Russia out and may yet be part of their undoing. But how to undo them, that's the tough thing at the moment.
Look, you would hope that truth would be an advantage in and of itself. Nick Robertson in Brussels, thank you so much for your reporting. Ukraine's deputy prime minister accusing the Kremlin of conscious genocide and referring to Russian forces as animals. Plus, that's a CNN crew trapped by incoming artillery fire. One of their vehicles badly damaged. Here from the correspondent and the team, thankfully survived.
we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
Unlimited cashback match, only from Discover.
With Armor All, a little bit of this protects you from a lot. Armor All, minimum effort, maximum protection.
As a Main Street bank, PNC has helped over 7 million kids develop their passion for learning. And now we're providing $88 billion to support underserved communities, helping us all move forward financially. PNC Bank, see how we can make a difference for you.
See that? It's been a long time. Vic has me looking into Flight 127. The hijackers had help from inside our station.
We had
People kissing me. I need to know the man I said and can do what's necessary. It's queen, but it has to happen now.
Who are you?
Select theaters and on Prime Video.
With age comes more, yet more. With Neutrogena Retinol Pro Plus, a powerful 0.5% retinol that's also gentle on skin for wrinkle results in 1 week. Neutrogena for people with skin.
You don't belong with those selfish folks. Fascist hippies.
You think you're gonna be the next John Wayne?
Get yourself a marvelous mop.
Go and wrestle like you told me.
Your son is about to make a huge mistake.
I'm gonna be a priest.
We're not Wayne.
No one else cares. God does. He ain't giving up on you. Don't you dare go giving up on yourself.
Father Stu, exclusively in movie theaters April 13th, rated R.
It's the hottest seller's market in years. If you're thinking of selling your home, your first step is to find out how much it's worth today. Where do you start? Introducing HomeLight, the essential real estate platform for selling your home. HomeLight will give you a free home valuation and match you with top local real estate agents in your neighborhood who will provide you a complimentary market analysis. HomeLight uses the same tools banks and lenders use, and HomeLight is backed by the nation's best real estate experts. Find out how much your home is worth for free at HomeLight.com.
Hiring can be extremely time consuming. I couldn't keep up until I found ZipRecruiter.
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate in the first day.
ZipRecruiter helps me to my business partner.
Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/choice.
What could your father of the bride possibly be doing on his phone? Checking with his marital advisor to see if he's on track to do this again. And again. Did I mention she made the guest list?
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop. What did you like the power to do?
Animals in military uniforms, conscious genocide by Russian forces. That from the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine on these shocking images that are coming out of Bucha. She detailed the horror that she's seen on the ground and what more she wants the West to do about it. President Zelensky saying that casualties may actually be much higher in places besides Bucha. He specifically talked about Borodyanka. What are you hearing about potential atrocities in that area and other areas?
President Zelensky каже правду, тому що Буча це лише
President Zelensky is right. Bucha is just one city. I'm responsible for humanitarian corridors, and I can tell you, I can confirm that there hasn't been a single day where we could open a humanitarian corridor fully for women and children to escape. And today in Mariupol, people are dying. There are atrocities going on just as we speak in Mariupol. Putin is killing people there. 100,000 people in Mariupol are dying
you expecting that what we've seen in Bucha is just the beginning? Will we see other scenes like this?
We will see such atrocities in many more places if Putin is not stopped. Putin is a war criminal. He must be stopped. His army chiefs are responsible for war crimes, and they must be found and they must be stopped. There must be an international effort to get them to hold them accountable in an international criminal court. If we don't do this together, then Ukraine will have to do this on its own because we have no other way. We have to find them.
Why, Deputy Prime Minister, did Zelensky mention Borodyanka? What has happened in Borodyanka?
Indeed, he mentioned Borodyanka because Borodyanka was also fully occupied for a while and we had no access. We could not see what was happening there. Therefore, we are inviting the journalists, criminal experts, and anybody with relevant experience to come and witness what we will discover in Borodyanka, because we know that the animals in military uniform, there's no other way to call them, were torturing women and children.
They were torturing women and children. What have you learned?
Yes, because there are witness accounts, and we know that women were raped and civilians were killed just for walking in the street or hiding in the basement. Thousands of such people have been tortured and killed, and we have thousands of witness accounts, and we need I agree with President Zelensky when he says that this was conscious genocide of Ukrainian people.
You have been updating about the status of the mayors who are detained and about one mayor in particular, Olga Sukenko, who was killed along with her husband and her son. And I just wanted to clarify something that you said last night. Were you saying that her son was decapitated?
We found her son's head in the same ditch where they were buried.
I am so sorry. These are horrific things that we are hearing about, that the world must know about. I'm wondering what President Zelensky is going to be saying to the UN here shortly. What will his call to the world be?
I think he will tell the whole world about what's happened, and if the world is still thinking how to minimize losses from the sanctions against Putin, whether to introduce an oil and gas embargo on oil and gas imports from Russia, if the world is still thinking about that and how to evade sanctions, then they are all complicit, and they need to realize that these are the dollars that go to Putin and that he uses to kill Ukrainian women and children, and that makes everyone complicit and everyone responsible for these crimes. So if they want to evade sanctions, then they are responsible for these crimes as well. So you are a great American nation, and you have a great president, Joseph Biden. You are the #1 country, and you need to take the lead and show people that together we can stop Putin. We have to stop him, and together we have to say no to Russian oil and gas. We have to stop these atrocities.
What more do you need from President Biden in America?
We need air defense. We need to make our skies safe because we are getting thousands of bombs, thousands of missiles dropping on the heads of our women and children. We need to protect civilians. And we also need an embargo on Russian oil and gas because that's the only thing that will stop Putin. We stop him with our arms in our hands, and you stop him with the oil and gas embargo. And that's the only way we can keep our civilians safe.
America has stopped imports of Russian energy, but of course America is not as reliant on it as Europe. What do you want from America when it comes to influencing Europe in that regard?
I would like America to do what it can to make Europe less dependent on Russian energy. If in 2015 Germany knew full well that
Crimea has been annexed, and our Donbass and Luhansk regions have been annexed and occupied, and yet they continue to develop Nord Stream 2. And if that's what they do, then Germany is not fully aware of the danger, the threat that's facing Europe. And if France and Germany, while being mediators in the Normandy format over the agreements between Russia and Ukraine, and yet while being mediators, they continue selling arms to Russia. They sold hundreds of millions of euro worth of arms to Russia that were used to kill our women and children. And while being mediators in peace talks, then I think President Joe Biden and the American people must put all the influence, must put every pressure and use all their influence to make Europe, to rid Europe of this dependence on Russian oil and gas, which stink, frankly speaking, with the blood of our children. They smell. And so President Biden and the American people need to stop Putin and stop this campaign.
And if Bucha doesn't change their mind, doesn't change Europe's mind, what is your message to them?
Then I want to say that the blood of our children is on their hands. They are responsible for what is happening in Bucha, Hostomel, Borodyanka, what happened in those places, and what is happening in Mariupol.
We heard yesterday the former President Petro Poroshenko saying there needs to be an international commission, or an international mission, I should say, to investigate and document war crimes. Has that been initiated? Is that going to be requested if not?
2 days ago, President Zelensky announced the creation of an international commission with the involvement of experts in these areas, and anybody with experience can take part in investigating these war crimes. And we especially want to thank journalists and your channel, CNN, who are risking their lives to uncover and expose these crimes live on air, expose these atrocities that should not be happening in the 21st century.
Finally, Deputy Prime Minister, I know, as you mentioned, you are in charge of these humanitarian corridors. For yet another day, we've seen the corridor to Mariupol not work. The International Committee of the Red Cross has not been able to get through. Why is Russia doing that? Why is Russia preventing this, in your opinion?
They are doing this because they want to demonstrate their contempt. Putin wants to demonstrate his contempt for international humanitarian law and for the leaders of the world who have asked for these corridors to be open, for Macron and Biden and Johnson and for the Pope, because the Pope asked for humanitarian corridors to be open. But Putin and Russia disrespect, they despise us and humanitarian law and the leaders, the democratically elected leaders, and that's why Putin has to be stopped. So to prevent him spreading his dictatorship over Europe and the whole world.
Deputy Prime Minister Irina Vereshchuk, thank you so much. We know that you are incredibly busy this morning. We really appreciate you joining us and talking to us about the challenges that you're facing.
Thank you.
The Pentagon issuing a very specific and candid warning about where Vladimir Putin is heading next and how this war may last. Plus, back in the United States, 2 more Republican senators say they'll vote for President Biden's Supreme Court nominee, and one of them attacking her own party.
Sometimes the most compelling stories aren't based on a true story. They are true stories.
One of the coolest things about Experian Boost is that it's free.
I get my credit report, I get my credit score, and boost my credit all for free.
Get your credit report, score, and boosted all for free. Download the Experian app now.
Panera chefs have crafted a masterpiece. Succulent seared chicken, a secret aioli, clean ingredients, in a buttery brioche roll, made fresh, completely crispy. new Chef's Chicken Sandwiches. Enjoy a free drink when you try one.
Don't you want to win this big check from Public Clearinghouse? 803. You could win $7,000 a week for life. Perfect. Enter now at PCH.com. So what are you waiting for? $7,000 a week for life. Enter now at PCH.com. Oh, get down, we will have hearts again. The days will come.
You're a one-man Stitch Work master, but your staffing plan needs to go up a size. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Let's go on the open road with a safe stay. Now get double Best Western rewards points on every stay. And with rewards points that never expire, you get free nothings fast. Book now at bestwestern.com.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It was almost never about food. I think it was about Tony learning how to be a better person. He meant it so much to so many people.
With unprecedented detail, clarity, color, and depth, and the industry's best picture format, DirecTV gives you the most live sports in 4K. You can experience the Masters, golf's legendary tournament in stunning 4K HDR. With complete coverage from Augusta National's famed Amen Corner. It's just like being there. The Masters live in 4K HDR. If you don't have 4K, call and ask for it today.
My teeth were a mess. I had a lot of pain as far as my physical health. My body was telling me, you've got to do something. So I came to Clear Choice.
Your mouth is the gateway to your body. Joe's treatment plan was replacing the teeth with dental implants from Clear Choice.
Clear Choice has changed my life for the better. It's given me my health back. There's an amazing life out there. You can do something for your health now.
I'm Rafael Romo in the Beat Ukraine. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We proudly help veterans with mesothelioma. Call for a free book, 1-800-822-0400, or go to mesobook.com.
The Kansas Jayhawks are the kings of men's college basketball after the biggest comeback in championship game history. Andy Scholes was there in New Orleans and with some bleary eyes this morning, as this morning's Bleacher Report added.
Yeah, a little sleepy, John, but man, what a night here in New Orleans. The Final Four coming to an end with just yet another amazing, emotional game full of runs. And for the fourth time in their history, the Kansas Jayhawks are national champions. But it certainly wasn't easy. North Carolina was just on fire in that first half. Brady Manick making 3 threes. The Tar Heels went on a 16-0 run, led by 15 points at halftime. But Kansas just went storming back in that second half thanks to
right there. I made the announcement right there for him, so don't be surprised when he comes out and says it today or announces it Wednesday or Thursday at this point. I have to say on the finals, Andy, I love watching the big men in the pivot. The fact that it came down to pivot play there is great. I just love it.
Yeah, McCormick came up huge, that's for sure.
What a fine. All right, Andy Schultz, thank you so much. Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has won the support of Republican Senators Lisa Murkowski and Mitt Romney. They joined Republican Senator Susan Collins, who pledged last week to vote for Jackson's confirmation. She is on track to be the first Black female Supreme Court justice by the end of the week. CNN's Laura Jarrett joins me now. We didn't know what Romney and Murkowski were going to do.
We didn't. We had seen Susan Collins say she was going to be in support of Judge Jackson, but Murkowski, Romney, others were a little bit of a wild card. Murkowski, I think, is the most interesting because she perhaps has the most to lose, at least theoretically. She's up for re-election. She says she knows this is a risky vote, but she's doing it anyway. All of these are sort of votes of conscience instead of political choices. Interesting, Murkowski says her support of Judge Jackson rests on her qualifications, which no one questions. She also says she's concerned about the corrosive politicization of the Supreme Court process, which I also think anybody who has watched these hearings in recent years also wouldn't question. She said she decided only after a phone call with her this weekend, so sort of a last-minute game time decision there. And she understands that some may view this as sort of a risky political choice, but it's a choice that she's willing to make.
Yeah, she went out and said it with words. Mitt Romney, I felt like, alluded to all of it in his statement.
He did, but his was a little bit more sort of towing the usual lines of well qualified. She's a person of honor. He said I don't expect to agree with every decision she may make on the court, but I believe that she more than meets the standards of excellence and integrity. And as you and I were talking in the break, that used to be the standard, but no longer, of course, right? Like all of the Supreme Court justices that were nominated under Trump were mostly along party lines, and it wasn't as if Democrats were going to vote for Neil Gorsuch or Justice Amy Coney Barrett, even though if on paper they were qualified, their politics were different than the Democrats wanted, and so they didn't vote in favor of them. Here, obviously, we have a different situation with Judge Jackson, but plenty of Republicans came after her hard in the hearing. It's something that Senator Murkowski seemed particularly bothered by. She said that she found her temperament noteworthy, and the fact that she handled those attacks with such grace and sort of calm under fire, which, of course, what other choice did she have? But it was something that Senator Murkowski noted, and she said tilted her in favor of voting for her.
Yeah, it seemed like it may have backfired. The Republican attitude may have backfired with Murkowski there. I just felt Murkowski and Romney were trying to make a statement for posterity. They're trying to tell the world, we should try to fix this going forward. We'll see. Lord Jared, thank you so much. Nice to see you. Ukrainian officials warning the atrocity seen in Bucha, there could be far worse as Ukraine retakes more territory and reveals the carnage that Russian troops left behind. We're going to speak to the deputy mayor of Lviv next. Plus, too close. Much too close for CNN's Ben Wiedemann and his entire crew who found themselves under assault from Russian artillery fire. We are going to join him live on this harrowing review.
Frank is a fan of fast. He's a fast talker, a fast walker. And for unexpected heartburn, Frank is a fan of Pepsi. It works in minutes. Next in 24-hour, Prilosec OTC can take 1 to 4 days to fully work. Pepsi, strong relief for fans of fast.
Allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. Flonase, all good.
For me, being in nature and putting my hands in the ground, it's almost a spiritual experience.
I wanted to use our garden as a way to share food and love with my friends and family.
I had this idea for this other way of life for sustaining myself.
To me, it's all reflective of my personality. It's artistic.
Join the millions of people who are finding new ways to grow this year at miraclegrow.com.
Turn hot rods into homes with signage that gets you noticed. Fast Signs. Make your statement.
Whether your workspace is at home or in the office, Berry is the fastest way to furnish it. Fast, flexible office furniture. Find your space at Berry.com.
In the last 2 years, we partnered with our team. At the pace we're growing, I couldn't keep up without ZipRecruiter. They do the legwork and they get my job posting in front of the right candidates. I love invite to apply. I instantly see great candidates and I can invite them to apply. We've hired across all departments: engineering, marketing, hardware, field techs. You can basically tell ZipRecruiter who you need, when you need it, and they deliver.
ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/choice.
Let's get started. Bill, where's your bathroom?
I really tried sleeping with it, everybody. Now I sleep with Inspire.
Inspire? No mask?
No clue?
Just sleep.
Inspire. Learn more at inspiresleep.com.
I knew I had to take charge of my life. I didn't recognize myself. Now with Jenny Craig, I've lost 35 pounds and 4 inches.
Introducing the revolutionary Maxa, the one-stop, most effective weight loss solution. Limited time offer. Join now.
Some people have minor joint pain, plus have high blood pressure. They may not be able to take just anything for pain. That's why doctors recommend Tylenol. It won't raise blood pressure the way that Advil, Aleve, or Motrin sometimes can. For trusted relief, trust Tylenol.
This is CNN Watson.
There are 5 things you need to know this along with my most uploaded question. Never experienced anything like this.
Clothes, like life, are meant to be enjoyed. That's why Blair makes quality clothing easy to wear, with fits that move with your body. Easy to love, with fun colors, flattering styles, and soft, comfortable fabrics. And easy to buy with affordable prices. Easy to wear, easy to love, easy to buy. Get $10 off and free shipping at Blair.com with promo code BlairTV. This is the feeling of certainty. The feeling that comes from knowing you're inspiring your customers, uniting your team, recognizing achievements, and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people use and love from the experts at 4imprint. Your partners in creating special moments and memories by making people smile. Enjoy that feeling of certainty with promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
He meant so much to so many people.
The mass killings in Bucha, Ukraine are just the beginning of Russian crimes and the tip of the iceberg. That is according to Ukraine's top diplomat, as President Biden calls for a war crimes trial after those horrific images have surfaced. I'm joined now by Andriy Moskalenko. He is the first deputy mayor of Lviv. Sir, thank you so much for being with us here today. You, like so many Ukrainians, have friends and family in the center and in the east of Ukraine. What are your worries for those areas as you see these atrocities being revealed as Russian forces leave the area around Kyiv?
So today, that's what we see last days. So it's really inside of 21st century. And so when Russian troops killed civilians, when they killed photographers, and so they wanna to show this very publicly. You know, I don't know what to demonstrate there that they non-humans, because only non-humans can do such awful things when they simply killed children. And so that's what the whole world sees, and they really wanted to publicly show for the whole world how much they are non-humans. And we do have colleagues, friends, relatives in almost all our Ukrainian cities. And today we're all aware and know why they kill journalists, why they kill photographers, and all that. Don't show this.
You're referring to Max Levin.
Yeah. Yesterday was funeral. He was and he's a huge friend of our city. A lot of photographers from our city were yesterday on this funeral, and so he dedicated his part of life in order to show what real war, what the real invasion from Russian side was, because we have in our country war still more than 8 years, and so right now it's new peak of war. And so today we have to appeal to the whole world that we right now don't need not only
about what we are going to see, because we should be clear, Bucha, it's not as if these atrocities happened yesterday. They have been happening over the last month or so. They have only just now been revealed. We are going to see other places where Russian troops have just left, and the eyes are just getting in to see. What are you worried we'll see?
So today we have also to be aware that this war is not only about Kyiv, Mariupol, and Kharkiv. We were today about our Ukrainians right now on east of Ukraine, about our militaries who heroically defend our country. But also we have to be aware that last week in our city was a lot of politicians, European politicians, and they it's quite important they right now aware, and also they have courage to say publicly, because today military of Ukraine defend not only Ukraine, they defend the whole Europe, because that's what we see in Mariupol, in Kharkiv, in Kyiv, one of the biggest European capitals in Europe. So it can be in each city in Europe and even all over the world, because we can't find any words how to describe what it was. And so we saw that they can kill children, they can kill civilians, can kill women, and even the humanitarian corridors. You know that every day we have several trains from east of Ukraine, from center of Ukraine, so our hospitals provided service for wounded people. So they simply can kill the people who are in humanitarian corridor. And they try to show evacuation and to push this Russian propaganda that they evacuate Ukrainians to Russia. They don't want to accept this yet. And no one Ukrainian city non-accepted Russians, because they're not humans. They are killers. They are simply, even I suppose that's what they do. Even they can explain what they do. They simply, and today that's what Russian propaganda trying to sell, that there are some like good Russians and bad Russians. No, when they killed Ukrainian children, so they not divided civilians, military, and so they also have responsibility for all that what happened in our country.
Andre, I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us this morning. Thank you so much. Some new concerns about the health of Marine veteran Trevor Reed, who is in a Russian prison following a hunger strike, what the State Department and Reed's family are saying about it.
Throughout history, I've observed markets shaped by the intentional and unforeseeable. For investors who can navigate this landscape, leveraging gold, a strategic and sustainable asset, the path is gilded with the potential for rich returns.
Some people have minor joint pain, plus have high blood pressure. They may not be able to take just anything for pain. That's why doctors recommend Tylenol. It won't raise blood pressure the way that Advil, Aleve, or Motrin sometimes can. For trusted relief, trust Tylenol. You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card. When America is tested, we find strength from within and power through the challenges. But it takes reliable, affordable energy, and we've got a choice on how we get it. Import energy from unstable regions or produce natural gas and oil right here in America. Depend on foreign governments for our natural gas and oil, or protect our energy independence, keep American jobs, and maintain global competitiveness. Solutions are made in America with America's natural gas and oil.
Online dating? I know people meet that way, but where would I even begin?
Open laptop, go to OurTime.com, look for free. It's easy to take a look on Our Time, the fastest growing dating site for people over 50.
With the timeless protection of ADT, it's safe to say, hey Google, unlock the front door. With ADT and the new battery-powered Google Nest doorbell, your front door is safer and smarter. Join the millions of people who choose ADT to help keep them safe.
Lundet's spring sale is on now. Spring brings an incredible deal from Lundet's. Our liquid blender on the go and it crushes right through ice. Just drop in your favorite ingredients, even frozen fruit, and make a smoothie anytime, anywhere. Blender cleans itself. Just add a drop of soap, water, and blend. Recharge quickly with any recipe. Order now on blender.com and get our best deal ever.
CNN Plus is here.
Come on, let's try.
Watching history unfold. Here are 5 things you need to know. 1, 2, 3.
When you're a small business owner, there's no such thing as 9 to 5. Days are longer, and business hours, well, they're anything but predictable, especially when you have clients like ours. When I consider payroll providers for my business, I looked for a solution that fit into my busy schedule. Sure Payroll makes running payroll easy, and its US-based customer service is there for me when I have questions, after hours, and even Saturdays.
Visit SurePayroll.com for a 2-month free trial because small business is our business.
Excuse me, man. There's no time I see.
A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
I'm Ed Lavender. I'm in Odessa, Ukraine. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Page Publishing. We help publish, distribute, and sell your book.
Have you written a book and want it published? Thousands of authors have with Page Publishing. If we decide to publish you, your work ends and ours begins.
Call for your free author submission kit.
There is growing concern this morning about Trevor Reed, the 30-year-old Marine veteran who has been detained in Russia since he was arrested in 2019. The State Department and Reed's family fear his health is deteriorating by the day. CNN's Natasha Bertrand live in Washington. Natasha, what have we learned? He was on a hunger strike. His family claims he's been mistreated for months. What's the latest now?
That's right, John. So Trevor Reed's family did release a statement yesterday saying that he's actually lost 7 pounds in 5 days as a result of that hunger strike. And the reason he's been on the hunger strike is largely because he's exhibiting signs of active tuberculosis, and his family has said that he has not received any kind of medical treatment for TB. Now, the Russians have said that they have transferred him to a prison facility, to a prison doctor's office, essentially. But that is not satisfying his family because they say he has never received medical care when he has been transferred to those kinds of prison medical facilities in the past. And so the State Department now is expressing a lot of concern over his safety, over his health, especially because of the weight that he has lost and, of course, because of those signs he is exhibiting of TB. The Reed family did meet with President Biden last week at the White House after weeks of trying to set up a meeting with the president. And they say that they were encouraged by what they heard. But of course, they are saying that Trevor Reed is not running out of time. He is actually out of time. If you'll recall, Trevor Reed was sentenced to 9 years in a Russian prison for allegedly assaulting police officers when he went there. He's been in prison now for over 950 days, John.
Terrible situation. He's coughing blood. The family says he's never received the treatment he needs. Natasha Bertrand, thank you very much. The breaking news this morning, Ukraine warns that Russia's atrocity worse than what we have seen in Bucha. CNN's Frederick Pleiken just established a connection from a town the Ukrainians recaptured from the Russians. He's live next. Plus, CNN speaks to the Ukrainians who are not leaving the country.
Can you be free of hair breakage worries? We invited Maho to see for herself that Dove Breakage Remedy gives damaged hair the strength it needs. Even with repeated combing, hair treated with Dove shows 97% less breakage. Strong hair with Dove Breakage Remedy. #1 beauty brand not tested on animals.
I didn't want it. Wait. Ask me to bring it up to speed. Scott Sturkey from Rat Grass. It moves 2 times faster than seed alone for 4 green grass. Everything else just seems slow. It's lawn season. Let's go to the yard.
It's the hottest seller's market in years. If you're thinking of selling your home, your first step is to find out how much it's worth today. Where do you start? Introducing Home Life, the essential real estate platform for selling your home. HomeLight will give you a free home valuation and match you with top local real estate agents in your neighborhood who will provide you a complimentary market analysis. HomeLight uses the same tools banks and lenders use, and HomeLight is backed by the nation's best real estate experts. Find out how much your home is worth for free at HomeLight.com.
You think the sex gator would be getting ready for the solo, but no, he's currently checking his investments. You gotta have a plan outside the band, man.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop. What would you like the power to do?
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you fucking pay your Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, the itching, the burning,
The stinging. My skin was no longer mine.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clear skin at 16 weeks. The majority of people saw 90% clear skin even at 5 years. Tremfya is the first medication of its kind, also approved for adults with active psoriatic arthritis, and is 6 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
Whether your workspace is at home or in the office, Berry is the fastest way to furnish it. Fast, flexible office furniture. Find your space at Berry.com.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
With age comes more. Get more with Neutrogena Retinol Pro Plus, a powerful 0.5% retinol that's also gentle on skin for wrinkle results in 1 week. Neutrogena for people with skin.
An electric guitar that hits all the right notes. Extraordinary. A coffee tea alarm clock that wakes up your senses. Unreal. A QR code that lets you explore and revel in a curated selection of the world's most unique and unexpected tech, fashion, home, and adventure items. Wondrous. Open your phone's camera, scan the code, and discover all that awaits you at touchofmodern.com.
The city of Kharkiv is in northeastern Ukraine, very close to the Russian border. It's a city the Russians thought they would capture in the first days of the war. They didn't. It's been under constant bombardment, though, for weeks. Life has been hell there. CNN's Christian Amanpour and her team made it to Kharkiv and filed this report. We want to warn you, some of the images you're about to see are graphic.
Here in Kharkiv, former Ukrainian capital, second biggest city, and one of the most important cultural sites, the great 19th century poet Taras Shevchenko is hunkering down for the rest of this war. Workers cover him in sandbags against the kind of destruction that's pounded this city's center since the start. The most spectacular strike was this one a month ago. A Russian missile slams low and hard straight into the corner of the regional administration building.
The missile struck right here. And the idea of hitting a building like this is to deny the legitimacy of the state. But the terror against civilians continues, playground by playground, mall by mall, park bench by park bench.
Which is what we find in this residential neighborhood. People were sitting outside chatting on a Sunday afternoon. Kids were playing. We find the telltale pattern of a mortar that landed right here. Authorities say 7 people were killed in this neighborhood, many more were injured. Kharkiv sits 40 miles from the Russian border. It is the last major city before Donbass, where Russia is directing its war effort to the east. Just last week, the nearby village of Mala Rohan was liberated from the Russians. This civilian says he was captured and held.
Просто диверсант, то есть я догадки, вот меня документы прописаны, то есть я живу, я приехал, ребята, не стреляйте по домам.
When dusk falls, children are outside playing and getting the last bit of fresh air before descending underground into one of the capital's many subway stations. After 40 days of war, they have turned their temporary homes into a neighborhood. Some have even decorated with fresh flowers. Zina says she's been living down here since the beginning.
Oh, this is my house. This used to be my house. Now we cannot live here, obviously, because it has been bombed 3 times in a row.
But this is a safe space for you.
Yes, absolutely.
And for the kids.
Yes, absolutely.
Kids do what kids do, homework and handicrafts. Even this is organized. Marina works for an organization that plans ways to keep the children busy, entertained, and their minds off the trauma.
Here we equipped the playing grounds, the space for kids, where they can play with toys, with contractors, make puzzles, and do the things they did in their usual life before the war.
But the trauma is never far away, as we found in this underground station, where civil defense are teaching kids how to protect themselves, how to recognize weapons and ordnance, and to remember never to touch. The adults are shown how to protect themselves in case of a chemical weapons attack. Even this maternity hospital was damaged in a mortar strike. Now the basement has been turned into a shelter and delivery room, if necessary. Birth, life continues. We met Alina 13 minutes after she had delivered baby Yaroslava. How are you feeling?
She's well too. My first daughter.
Your first daughter? Your first child?
Yeah.
As we're leaving, she tells us, I love my country, I love my daughter, my family, my husband. And in the delirium of new motherhood, she says, everything will be great for us. Christiana Manpour, CNN, Kharkiv.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning to viewers in the United States and around the world. It's Tuesday, April 5th. I'm Brianna Keeler in Lviv, Ukraine, with John Berman in New York. And we may only be scratching the surface of Russia's atrocities in Ukraine with what we now know. Other towns and cities may be worse than what we have seen in Bucha, we are being told. A Kyiv suburb that Russian forces turned into a killing field before leaving. The world left reeling by the unimaginable brutality there. We do want to warn you that the images you are about to see are disturbing. A CNN team witnessed the removal of 5 bodies from a basement in Bucha. They were in an advanced stage of decomposition, found in an area that had been held by the Russian military. A Ukrainian official says they were tortured and executed. The death toll in Bucha alone is believed to be well over 300, and the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine told me that casualties could be even worse there than in other cities.
Borodanka was also fully occupied for a while, and we had no access. We could not see what was happening there. Therefore, we are inviting journalists, criminal experts, and anybody with relevant experience to come and witness what we will discover in Borodanka, because we know that the animals in military uniform, there's no other way to call them, were torturing women and children. But yes, because there are witness accounts, and we know that women were raped and civilians were killed just for walking in the streets or hiding in the basement. Thousands of such people have been tortured and killed.
This morning, Ukrainian President Zelensky will speak to the United Nations Security Council, on which, of course, Russia is a permanent member. Breaking overnight, the Russians are on the attack in eastern Ukraine, in the Donbass region, over here. A Ukrainian official tells CNN the situation there is difficult, with heavy bombardment. And of course, you can give you a closer look of the region where the fighting seems to be getting very fierce right now. And ambulances and rescue teams unable to reach some districts where civilians, we're told, are now being buried in their yards. And this just into CNN. A civilian ship in the port of Mariupol in southern Ukraine. That's right here. We're told that that civilian ship is on fire and sinking after being hit by Russian troops. According to Ukraine's Interior Ministry, the ship is flying a flag from the Dominican Republic. And new overnight, an evacuation convoy of 7 buses heading to Mariupol has been blocked and turned back by Russian troops. This has happened time and time again. It will be news when those buses are actually allowed in. Them being blocked is a daily occurrence. There are 100,000 people at this point trapped in Mariupol. We want to bring you back, though, near the capital right now. That's where our Frederick Pleiken and his team have been doing some phenomenal reporting, and we understand that his team has now made it to the town of Makariv. You can see it here, west, I should say, of the capital. Let's go to Frederick Pleiken on the ground there. Fred, what do you see?
Hi there, John. And, we've been talking so much about the fact that the Ukrainians, as they take some of these towns back and get back into them, that they're finding a lot of dead bodies. We've referred to some of it before, some of the bodies, unfortunately, that were found in Bucha yesterday. We came into Makariv, and the folks immediately said that we need to go here to the outskirts of it, because actually what's going on here right now is unfortunately more of the same. And I'm sorry to have to show you this. There's a body collection team that they brought us to, and they found a body here with someone who apparently was riding a bicycle here when he was gunned down. The Ukrainians say he was gunned down by Russian forces. Obviously, for us, it's very difficult to tell. But the teams here are doing something very similar than what we've seen in Bucha as well, and that they're going around, they're getting called to places. Now the Ukrainians are back in control of this area and being called to pick up the dead. And they say they've already today picked up 15 dead bodies. And as you can see in the car there's several of those sacks, which are unfortunately also filled with corpses as this team moves along. And they also say that they've already gotten the call to go into the next places. So these grim things that we're witnessing and that we have been witnessing over the past couple of days, unfortunately, they continue. And, you guys were saying, I think it was Volodymyr Zelensky who was saying that there's simply places where they don't have information yet. We're talking about Borodyanka. It's just down the road. That's actually the town where we're going to go next. Makariv, exactly the same situation. Again, this group of body collectors here, they're going to go to the next place as it's slowly becoming more and more clear just how many civilians have come to harm in all of this. Obviously, we're still at the very early stages. Some of these places have only been taken back a couple of days ago, but it is already clear that a lot more civilians were killed, were wounded, were injured during the Russian occupation than many people would have thought, guys.
And what are people telling you there, Fred? I know that a lot of people had evacuated, but some stayed behind and they witnessed all of this. I wonder what they're saying, especially since they've been going through this for well over a month and we are just learning about it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. A lot of them have been going through this well over a month, and a lot of them, of course, were extremely afraid as all of this was going on. This particular place saw some pretty heavy battles. This area of Makariv, because the Russians, they occupied a town called Borodyanka, just down the road, and essentially this road, which leads further into the actual town of Makariv, that's where a lot of the heavy fighting took place. There's a lot of destroyed buildings that are there, and that's really where the Ukrainians also stopped that advance, at least in this area of the Russian military. There's a lot of Russian destroyed military vehicles there as well. But the people that we speak to in this town and in other towns, they say that the fighting was absolutely brutal, and then obviously a lot of them also say that the Russians were really loose with their firearms. It was extremely dangerous for the civilians who stayed in this area. Obviously, also very difficult for them, to get the things that they needed, to get things like food, to get things like water. On the one hand, because those products were almost impossible to get, but also on the other hand, going out of your house was something that was extremely dangerous. And especially here in Makariv, there was some extremely heavy fighting, especially towards the end of the Russian occupation as the Ukrainian forces were pulling back, as the Ukrainian forces were moving in, I should say. And the Russians were obviously trying to stop them and trying to hold that ground and further advance. This was really one of those places that saw a lot of really heavy fighting and of course also a lot of casualties as well.
Fred, to that end, you're talking about the heavy fighting. It's actually hard for me to process seeing you on the streets of Makariv right now, just as it was to see you on the streets of Bucha yesterday, given the battles that were being waged, given the ferocity of the fighting. Is the war gone completely now,
Yeah, no, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing, and there's no Russian forces here anymore either. And I have to say, I think you really hit the nail on the head there, John. It is remarkable because just a couple of days ago, we were hunkered down in Kiev, and hearing the shelling and seeing rockets flying and seeing large plumes of smoke just outside the capital in Bucha. You were seeing it in Irpin, for instance, but also around this area as well. And then, you had a sort of big bang before the Russians left, where they seemed to be firing all the artillery shells that they had left, maybe to cover the fact that they were retreating. But it is really remarkable to see. And I think one of the things that's also becoming clear is that the Russians absolutely got beat here. Every single town that we've been going through, whether it's here around this area, whether it's around Bucha, has a lot of destroyed Russian armor. And we can tell that it's Russian armor because it has the symbol V on it, which is what the Russians painted on their vehicles when they invaded this part of Ukraine. So the Ukrainians certainly took out a lot of Russian tanks, a lot of Russian armored vehicles, a lot of Russian trucks. You see very little in the way of Ukrainian material that was damaged. There was a little bit that we saw yesterday at Bucha that was being taken away, but it certainly seems as though the Russians took some seriously heavy losses, and that's why they decided to move out. Of course, the Russian government is now trying to sell that as a retreat that had always been planned, the fact that they wanted to weaken the Ukrainian military here to then focus on the east. But if that was their plan, then they certainly have absolutely no regard for their own soldiers, because I can say with certainty that many of them were killed in these battles, and many of them were downright incinerated inside their vehicles from what we saw, some of these burnt out carcasses of vehicles that we're seeing, guys.
Fred Flagan on the ground in Monterey. Fred, we're going to let you and your team do some more reporting, but we would love to come back and check back in with you shortly. Thank you.
Let's bring in CNN's Phil Black now. He is here with me in Lviv. Here shortly, we're going to be seeing President Zelensky addressing the UN. We've seen him address them before in other countries as well, but I suspect this is going to be a different message he's delivering.
I think that's right, Brianna. It's certainly going to be a more emotive, more heartfelt message. He is going to go there and argue that the world needs to be tougher still in its response to Russia, based upon everything that we've seen in the last few days, based upon the things that he saw himself when he visited Bucha yesterday. The Russians are going to bring their own argument, and they say their own evidence, which shows that all we have seen, all we have heard, this gruesome detail, that all of this is part of some complex conspiracy, a misinformation campaign, or in their words, an anti-Russian campaign perpetrated by the West and Ukraine. But as I said, Zelensky was there himself yesterday, and when he was there on the ground, having seen some of what Russia left behind, he said he believes that the diplomacy from here on with Russia is going to be hard. Take a look.
The longer the Russian Federation delays the meetings, the worse it will be for them and for this war. Every day when our troops are liberating occupied territories, you can see what is happening here. It's very difficult to negotiate when you see what they have done here. Every day we find people in barrels, strangled, tortured in the basements. So I think if they have any brains left, they should think faster.
So President Zelensky clearly feeling what he has seen. It was only a week ago that some Ukrainian officials were talking about progress in the diplomacy, breakthroughs on key points, the possibility in the near future of Zelensky and Putin getting together for a face-to-face meeting to hash out the final sticking points. Today, Zelensky has said that is not looking likely at all, unless Russia were to accept full responsibility for its war crimes. And that's not likely.
How do you shake the hand of someone who has that much blood of your people on it? It's just impossible to imagine. Phil, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Berman?
A CNN crew reporting near the city of Mykolaiv narrowly escaped incoming Russian artillery fire after stopping to talk to some Ukrainian soldiers. One of the crew's two vehicles badly damaged, but they did manage to make it to safety. CNN's Ben Wiedemann, part of that team, and he joins me now, thankfully, safely from Mykolaiv. Ben, why don't you walk us through exactly what happened?
We were going forward, John, to an area where we knew that there was some fighting. We weren't going to go directly there. We were doing what we normally do under these circumstances. As you move forward, you stop, you talk to people, they gather as much intelligence as possible. What we found out was that the Russians were not far away. This is an area where there's been a fair amount of outgoing as well as incoming artillery. Down the road is a town that has been fought over for several days by Russian and Ukrainian forces. In these vast open spaces, the Russians seem far away. They're not.
Down here, Joe, down here. Keep on rolling. You see it over there?
We hug the earth. 2 more artillery rounds. Cameraman John Torigoi keeps rolling. Alrighty, so we've had 2 incoming rounds responding to artillery that's been firing in the Russian directions. Those shells came pretty close to us. No one has been injured. The officer tells translator Valeria Dubrovska we need to go now. Okay. Safe. I hope the car's okay. Yeah, let's go. And so we run with full body armor to the cars. One car can't move, peppered with shrapnel. We're losing petrol. No time to lose. Driver Igor Tiagno, razor focused on getting us to safety. His car also hit. We're trying to get out of this area as quickly as possible. Our other car completely destroyed. Crammed into this small car, we approach safer ground. Producer Karim Hadar checks the damage to the car. The soldiers we left behind are still out there. We could leave. They can't. And we've spoken to those soldiers since and told us that there was more artillery bombardment overnight, but they're still okay. John?
Ben, let me just say, I'm so happy to see you right now, to you and your team. I'm so glad you made it out safely. Is that a line of combat right now? Do the Ukrainians feel like they're taking back that ground, or are the Russians trying to push back in, Ben? Is there any way of telling?
It seems that the line is static, but there is combat ongoing in the town just south of where we were. The Ukrainians have managed to push them back, but it's questionable because the Ukrainians have good defensive weapons they've been provided with, but to really make progress in pushing the Russians well beyond artillery range of the city, they need offensive weapons.
And Ben, I should ask, was there any sense that the Russians knew you were there? Any sense they knew they were firing on media?
We have been asking ourselves those questions for quite some time. It was at a crossroads, so perhaps the Russians are bracketing that area in any event. But when we listen to the outgoing and the impact of that first round, it doesn't seem like they were very far away. So perhaps whether via drone or nearby outposts, they knew we were there. So we don't know, but it was too close for comfort.
Too close indeed. Look, Ben, I know you've been through a lot in your career, been in a lot of war zones. You never get used to something like that, the situation you and your team just went through. So thank you for everything you're doing. We appreciate you, and we're so glad you're safe today. Thanks. So up until this point in this conflict, since the Russian invasion began, Ukraine has been able to repel a much larger Russian force in some places, reclaiming some land that they lost in the past couple months. Now, the White House says Russia is shifting strategy to hold on to gains in southern and mostly eastern Ukraine.
At this juncture, we believe that Russia is revising its war aims. Russia is repositioning its forces to concentrate its offensive operations in eastern and parts of southern Ukraine, rather than target most of the territory. All indications are that Russia will seek to surround and overwhelm Ukrainian forces in eastern Ukraine. The next stage of this conflict may very well be protracted.
Joining us now, CNN military analyst and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander General Wesley Clark. General, great to have you here. We're talking about this region, largely. We're talking about the far eastern Ukraine that includes the Donbass region there. I'm going to push in so people can show people exactly what we're talking about. What do the Russians want out of this?
So the Russians want to move their forces from here, seize this key area of Dnipro, and if they can break through and free forces here, break through this way, lock this up, and encircle the Ukrainian forces that are defending. These Ukrainian forces are doing a good job. They've held the Russian forces that are in this area pretty much static. But we see the main force coming in from the north to try to encircle them. This is the typical strategy on the Eastern Front. You go behind, you encircle, you force your enemy to fight in 360-degree directions until they're exhausted. Then you close in.
There's been a war being waged here for 8 years. So people know there have been lines here where there's been fighting back and forth ever since Russia annexed Crimea. So this is a well-worn battlefront. We all know, we think, what the Russians are going to try to do. So what can the Ukrainians do to prevent this?
So the Ukrainians, first of all, they've got trench lines here. They've got 3 lines. They're tough to get through, and they've known these lines pretty well. But what they've got to do is they've got to either, with the forces here working this way, or the forces coming through here, they've got to blunt these offensives and hold this area open. This is a force-on-force battle. This is maneuver warfare. This is not about guys hiding in houses or behind trees and firing javelin missiles. So what they need is they need tanks. They need mobile artillery, and they need air support. It's a real battle. This is a war that we haven't fought since we invaded Iraq, really.
The T-72s, Jim Sciutto has been reporting that these Soviet tanks, these Russian-era tanks, there are some that are in NATO hands. The U.S. is trying to get them to the Ukrainians. Will they help?
Absolutely. And the Poles have hundreds of these tanks. Now, what kind of condition they're in, how modern they are, do they have night vision capacity and so forth, have they been upgraded? And then if the Poles and the Bulgarians and the others give up their tanks, are they backfilled by what, our old M1s? What's our production rate? And what about the ammunition? And it's not just tanks, John. Really, the major killer is the artillery. So what you need for every tank, you need 4 or 5 mobile artillery pieces. And those mobile artillery pieces, they look like tanks, and they're often called tanks. But they're firing hundreds of rounds per day. So you've got a huge logistics train behind you with lots of trucks going back and forth.
Logistics train that's really got to come all the way across the country in order to help the Ukrainians. General Wesley Clark, you're going to come back in a little bit. Thank you so much for being here and helping us understand all this. This morning, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky set to address the UN Security Council as he warns the atrocities taking place in cities other than Bucha might be even worse. We're going to bring you that speech live. And breaking news, we're getting word that a nitric acid tank has been hit by Russian forces in eastern Ukraine, causing a cloud of toxic smoke to cover the area. Residents now being advised to stay inside. We have new details on that ahead.
Jordan, soul for the millions. Choose to be grateful. Too much into football. Your books need like that. Should you move to Canada? Grasp the French. Tragedy and release. Temperate freedom. Spirit, thought, jazz. The mystery of that basket. Sure freedom for our time. That human saxophone thing. Mixing it up Brazil style. What you would sound like.
protects you from a lot. Armor All. Minimum effort, maximum protection.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Inspire. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Copperfit. The harder you push, the better we get. Introducing Copperfit Ice, the world's first compression sleeve to include the cooling sensation of menthol. The more you move, the more Copperfit Ice delivers. A more durable, heavyweight beam combined with seamless four-way stretch technology for faster recovery of sore muscles and joints. The all-new Copperfit Ice, now available at these fine stores. Copperfit Ice, feel the fit.
Hiring is step one when it comes to our growth. We can't open a new shop or a new location without the right people in place. I couldn't keep up until I found ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps us get out there quickly and get us qualified candidates quickly. They sent us applicants that matched what I was looking for. I hired for every role, entry-level technicians, service advisors, store managers. ZipRecruiter helps you find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs.
ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/choice.
Thanks to Realtor.com's home alerts, we were able to see the newest homes on the market super fast.
So we could finally buy our first Big Boy house. Big Boy house. Big Boy kitchen. Big Boy waterfall shower. Big Boy bar space. Big Boy soul sign. Big Boy logo. Realtor.com to each their own.
If you have diabetes, it's important to have confidence in the nutritional drink you choose. Try Boost Glucose Control. It's clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels and contains high-quality protein to help manage hunger and support muscle health. Try Boost today.
This is an incredible story.
And then if you are the son of God,
This election is an earthquake.
me gustaría pedir algo de comer. Ah, ok, por supuesto que sí.
How do you learn Spanish?
I learned with Apple.
So, Bubbles, it's gonna like use my teacher erasing your phone?
Kind of. The best part is helping make new friends.
Language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free.
My dental health was not good. I had periodontal disease, and I just didn't feel well. But then I found Clear Choice.
Replacing Marcia's teeth with dental implants at Clear Choice was going to afford her that permanent solution.
Clear Choice dental implants gave me the ability to take on the world. I feel so much better, and I think that that is the key.
I'm Selma Philippines at the Poland-Ukraine border, and this is CNN.
He is a war criminal. We have to gather all the details so this can be an actual have a war crime trial. This guy is brutal, and what's happening to Bucha is outrageous.
President Biden joining the growing list of world leaders who are calling for President Vladimir Putin to be held accountable for atrocities committed by the Russian military in Ukraine. But will the Russian leader ever face the consequences of committing war crimes? Joining me now is Layla Sadat, James Carr Professor of International Criminal Law at Washington University in St. Louis. She also has served as a special advisor on crimes against humanity for the International Criminal Court since 2012. Layla, thank you so much. You are witnessing what we are seeing, these pictures coming out of Bucha as reporters move on to Makariv. They're on their way to other cities as well. It just seems like more of the same. What are you hearing about these atrocities?
Thank you so much for having me on. These atrocities, this video footage, the photographs that we're seeing are absolutely shocking, actually.
They're incredibly shocking, and I wonder at this point, what is the accountability?
Well, so as you know, Brianna, the International Criminal Court has jurisdiction over this situation. The prosecutor has already announced that he is opening an investigation, and 41 states actually referred the case to the ICC so that he could begin his important work immediately. These
dispatched an advance team to the region, and investigators are collecting information. The government of Ukraine is obviously collecting information, as well as other organizations and governments essentially around the world. So a lot of evidence is coming in right now, and the evidence that we're seeing is very disturbing.
It seems like the Russian military, the Russian government is never really held to account, even when things are investigated, even when it's very clear they have happened. They don't extradite people protecting themselves, insulating themselves. Why is there reason to believe that there will be accountability here?
Well, that's a good point, that there has been a pattern, and the prosecutor has said this, that we have seen in Georgia, we've seen it in Syria, we've seen it in other situations as well. And here the pattern of practice has gotten to a level, combined with an act of aggression against a sovereign state. And so I think the international community has a new resolve. The investigation is open. I think the prosecutor is determined to act quickly, and I think we see political will. And so the big difference here, Brianna, is in other situations you could compile the evidence, but you couldn't necessarily get the political will to go forward. And remember, the ICC itself was under sanctions from the Trump administration for 2 years. And so it was very, very difficult to get this kind of unity that we now have, that these crimes are the worst crimes we know to humanity as a whole, and that there is an absolute mandate to go forward and make sure that they are investigated and prosecuted.
But what happens to Putin personally? Nothing?
Well, it's complicated. He is the head of state. He is a sovereign in his own state. We've seen in other situations, like the conflict in the former Yugoslavia, where Slobodan Milosevic was ultimately indicted. He wasn't indicted at the very beginning of the war. He was indicted many years into the war. And ultimately, once the indictment happened, it wasn't that NATO marched in to Belgrade and captured former President Slobodan Milosevic. It was that his own people actually arrested him and held him. And ultimately, he was turned over to the Yugoslavia Tribunal for trial. We've seen the same pattern with Omar al-Bashir of the Sudan, who fought an arrest warrant from the International Criminal Court for many, many years, but ultimately was brought down inside Sudan and arrested by his own population. What we've seen is that the atrocity crimes, what we call war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide, they're almost always accompanied by financial crimes, by corruption, by other crimes that ironically sometimes are more problematic for the state in which they are occurring. And so President Putin, there will be a triangulation, obviously, of international action and at some point probably action within the Russian Federation itself, and he will face justice. But it takes patience, it takes perseverance, and it's really kind of an all-hands-on-deck moment right now.
All right, Layla, Sadat, really appreciate your insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you,
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Yes, thank you. And our correspondents on the ground are going to keep that up, of course. President Zelensky now casting doubt on the possibility of meeting with Vladimir Putin after accusing Russia of genocide. He toured Bucha yesterday, where negotiations could be going from here. And more in our breaking news, people in eastern Ukraine being told to stay inside right now after a Russian strike on a tank of nitric acid. Stand by for that.
BDO says the approval process is similar throughout Latin America. We'll need first-hand experience in each country.
And BDO can find these people.
BDO has these
People who know BDO.
help an animal who's starving today? An animal who's been left with no hope and never-ending pain? Go online, call, or scan the QR code right now, because hunger hurts, and no animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and care they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help an animal in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt, because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
Where do you find the perfect graphic designer? Well, we found her in Austin, between a dog named Klaus and her favorite shade of green.
It's actually Santa Claus.
But you can find her right now on Upwork. When the world is your workforce, finding the perfect designer, developer, marketer, or whoever you may need tends to fall right into place. Find top-rated talent who can start today on Upwork.
I know what it's like to have back pain. When I found Inversion, it changed my life forever, and I believe it can change yours. I'm proud to introduce the most effective, the most comfortable teeter inversion table ever, the Teeter Fit Spine. When you invert, your back and spine elongate. With the pressure off, your back muscles relax, the spine realigns, discs rejuvenate, and nerve roots are relieved of painful tension. My back was pretty bad. Now I got on the teeter, and I felt it like just alleviating, just stressful. Now I go out and go play basketball, go walk with the kids. I'm a new person. My back feels the best it's ever felt.
We're making it easier than ever to try the teeter in your own home with 0 down and 0% interest only at tryteeter.com.
Over 3 million people have put their trust in Teeter to feel better, move better, and live better. I'm in my 80s and I feel great.
Go to tryteeter.com to start your journey to back pain relief today.
He meant so much to so many people.
A little bit later this morning, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky will address the UN Security Council. He is expected to demand Russia be held accountable for the mass killings in Bucha, which he has called war crimes and genocide. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations is calling for Russia's removal from the Human Rights Council and has been on a tour of Moldova, visiting refugees who have endured weeks of Russian attacks. CNN's Diana Rodrigo went on that trip to Moldova, where you were born, and joins us now.
It was surreal having been back in 35 years, and I was asked to accompany the secretary and the ambassador, and gladly went, of course. And this was a mission where she wanted to just express U.S. sympathy and solidarity with this country, a poor, neutral country, right? Not under NATO, right? And security there, and also the poorest country in Europe. So the U.S. is going to pledge about $50 million in a continued effort to help these Ukrainians coming in. So many of them have families there, but they've clearly inundated this besieged country of only 2.5 million residents. So we visited Moldova and then neighboring Romania, obviously a member of NATO, but still concerned about Russia's aggression. And all of this, of course, was overshadowed by the horrible scenes out of Bucha.
We're going to seek Russia's suspension from the UN Human Rights Council.
Linda Thomas Greenfield, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, addressing the horrifying images out of Bucha.
You think you're going to get the 2/3 needed? I know we're going to get it. Sergei Lavrov, Foreign Secretary of Russia, Dmitry Peskov have both called what the U.S. and what the world has seen as lies.
How do you expect to respond to your counterpart at the UN who will likely say the same?
Well, he's said that time and time again when we have exposed their actions, and we will continue to expose them for the liars that they are. They told us that we were seeing actors, dead bodies acting. So I expect that I will hear that in the Security Council. No one will believe them. And we will continue to isolate and expose them in the Security Council and around the world.
Do you expect that China will believe them?
I can't speak for the Chinese. I would hope that the Chinese will see what we're seeing and also join us in condemning these horrific actions.
6 weeks into Russia's war in Ukraine, CNN accompanied Thomas Greenfield as she toured refugee sites in Romania and Moldova. Just over 1 million Ukrainians have flooded into these countries to the west, 90% of them women and children. What made you decide to come to Moldova?
You know, I have been watching the news reports of refugees crossing borders into Poland, and as I looked at the map, Moldova is the smallest country, it's the poorest country, and per capita is taking the most refugees. So I felt it was important to come here to thank them.
Nearly 400,000 refugees have crossed Moldova's border with Ukraine since the war began, and 120,000 of those remain in the country of only about 2.5 million people. Each one of them with a story, a history, a life abruptly uprooted and left behind.
What messages do you want me to carry out?
Like 19-year-old Nina Mincheva, she and her mother left her home in Mykolaiv nearly 1 month ago, leaving behind her grandmother and boyfriend.
It's been almost a month since you left.
Yes.
What has it been like for you?
It's been so challenging because like my first emotions, I didn't really have them because everything was so fast and quickly. I couldn't really understand myself. But then I thought that maybe I shouldn't have left. Why? Because I don't have any children and I'm young and I can help more. I could have helped more if I stayed in Ukraine.
We also met 74-year-old grandmother Valentina from the nearby port city of Odessa. She left behind her daughter and grandson who refused to leave the country. She worries about the recent Russian bombing in Odessa, but also says that she's so appreciative of how Moldova has opened its borders and arms to people like her. What Moldova doesn't have to offer is much financial assistance, which is one of the reasons for the ambassador's visit.
We will be announcing an additional $50 million in support to Moldova for their efforts supporting refugees here.
But Moldova needs more than just financial support.
What more can the U.S. do and is willing to do to support this country, not just financially, but its own security?
You know, I will be meeting with the President and the Prime Minister later today, and that will be part of the discussion I will have with them in terms of what else can we do to give you more confidence about your security, to address the problems that you might foresee in the future. And I will take that back to Washington and share it with other cabinet officials to see how we can better support them.
Moldova's prime minister acknowledged Russia's presence along the breakaway region of Transnistria, but says that for now, their intelligence shows no signs of additional Russian troop buildup. Thomas Greenfield's final stop was in Romania, where some 600,000 Ukrainian refugees have come through the main train station in the city's capital of Bucharest since Russia's invasion. Unlike Moldova, Romania is a member of NATO and thus is protected by the organization's Article 5 charter. Still, signs of concern and vulnerability are becoming increasingly evident.
Starting this month, I just read that here in Romania, those under the age of 40 will be given iodine in anticipation. This is Romania, a NATO nation protected under NATO, member of the EU. What does that tell you about the trepidation and fear among your
It just tells you how much fear people have and what they know Putin is capable of. And so that's why we have to stay unified in our efforts to stop him
And John, as you mentioned earlier, President Zelensky will be addressing the UN Security Council later this morning. One thing of note, though, Russia is a permanent member, right? And so we're not expecting Russia to acknowledge any of the atrocities that we see with our own eyes. But I would expect to see a very emotional and defiant President Zelensky, as we've seen. And just to go back to that Romanian story of people being given iodine pills, I met a woman, a reporter there, who was talking to me, who just opened her purse and showed me her pills in her bag. I mean, this is the world they're dealing with right now.
What a world it is. Diana Villariga, also very special. You got to go back to the country you were born in with the U.S. ambassador. Thank you so much for that report. The Pentagon issuing a very specific and candid warning about where Vladimir Putin is heading next and how long this war could last, plus why Putin may actually be winning the propaganda war inside Russia.
Sometimes the most compelling stories aren't based on a true story. They are true stories. Implement a digital escape with custom deep sea signage. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Whether your workspace is at home or in the office, Very is the fastest way to furnish it. Fast, flexible office furniture. Find your space at Very.com.
Consuma Sayula has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is ridiculous.
The same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get top text and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online. When you're a small business owner, there's no such thing as 9 to 5. Days are longer, and business hours, well, they're anything but predictable, especially when you have clients like ours. When I consider payroll providers for my business, I looked for a solution that fit into my busy schedule. Sure Payroll, returning payroll easy, and its US-based customer service is there for me when I have questions, after hours, and even Saturdays.
Visit SurePayroll.com for a 2-month free trial, because small business is our business.
Fact, we all love video doorbells. Voice assistants have changed our lives. We now control our home with a touch. And you know what's better than all these things by themselves? All these things together from the most trusted name in security, ADT.
It's the hottest seller's market in years. If you're thinking of selling your home, your first step is to find out how much it's worth today. Where do you start? Introducing HomeLight, the essential real estate platform for selling your home. HomeLight will give you a free home valuation and match you with top local real estate agents in your neighborhood who will provide you a complimentary market analysis. HomeLight uses the same tools banks and lenders use, and HomeLight is backed by the nation's best real estate experts. Find out how much your home is worth for free at HomeLight.com.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We meant so much to so many people.
DirecTV brings you the best of live and on demand.
This is going to be exciting.
Watching what you want has never been easier. Press the dash button on your remote and find shows and movies faster with Smart Search. Press the bottom right enter button. See what else is on. Now to see what's on now. Push the up arrow and get to your favorites with QuickTip. Or customize your guide to feature all your favorite channels. I got your attention. Having the best keeps getting better. Bravo! With DirecTV. Entertaining new love.
Hi, this is Lisa from 4M Friends. Yes, I like 50 welcome miles, 300 customer, I love it, and 200 team member, oh yeah, certainly. You know, we got some brand new, woohoo! I love the wow factor with promotional products from 4M. We specialize in awesome items that are certain to awe and guaranteed to deliver some ooh, yeah. From apparel, backpacks, drinkware to high-tech items. Wow, I love it. Go to
Putin's forces may be hitting roadblocks on the ground in Ukraine, but our next guest argues he may be winning the propaganda war at home. I want to bring in Julia Ioffe, founding partner, Washington correspondent of Pop. And Julia, I'm so excited you're here because I was reading your reporting along with that of Russian journalist Rita Rustamova last week. I actually had a chance to speak with her. And I think it paints a different picture that Americans might think of what's happening inside Russia, or at least hope what's happening inside Russia. I think people would like to believe, oh, the Russians must understand that this is an unjust war. That's not what's happening at this point, is it, Julia?
No, it's not. And the reason for it is, on one hand, quite simple. This is what happens when you monopolize, when the Russian government monopolizes the entire media space. There is no more independent journalism in Russia. There was very little left before the war. Now there's basically none. And so this caps off 22 years of Vladimir Putin and his government taking over the media directly or pushing any media that disagrees with them to the margins where fewer and fewer people can see it. And normal people, if this is all you're hearing and you have no counter messaging, it's very natural to start to believe it, especially if it's happening for years and years and years.
One of the things we're seeing is this approval rating is up in the polls. People think that Russia is on the right track. Those numbers going up as well. How else is it manifesting itself among the Russian people right now?
Well, it's hard to trust the polls because we saw a similar effect in 2014 when the situation was significantly freer, but at the time felt terrifying to a lot of Russians who disagreed with Russia's invasion of Ukraine then and the annexation of Crimea. And what happened, according to a lot of pollsters, is that people who disagreed with the government's position would just duck out of participating in polls. I mean, polls have problems here in the States as well, and we have a pretty fair or pretty open society, maybe not as fair as we'd like. But what they said was people who disagreed would just, not answer the phone or just say, no, I don't want to participate. Whereas people who did agree, who were very much on board with what the government was doing, were happy to share their enthusiasm with pollsters. So it skewed the numbers a bit. And it seems like we're seeing that effect now, as well as a kind of rallying around the flag in wartime, plus the fact that sanctions often have this effect of, when outsiders destroy your economy, people tend to blame the outsiders and not the actions of the government that brought the punishment to begin with.
Julie, you said at the beginning of the conflict, I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt, but at the beginning of the conflict, there were the anti-war protests in Russia that maybe should have rattled Putin a little bit. But you suggest now what he probably fears most is pro-war demonstrators. Why?
There's still, to be clear, there's still anti-war protesters going out in the streets. And over 15,000 Russians have been arrested, which is very brave given the extreme punishments they're facing. But the reason people say that Putin might be worried about pro-war protests is because he has been so successful in brainwashing and propagandizing to his people. He has been telling them for months that the goal of Russia is to dismember Ukraine, to change its government, to win back land to Russia, to make it cease existing in the form it existed before the war. And now that it seems like Russia may be dropping some of its demands, we'll see if they really are, but there were hints of it at last week's negotiations. There were huge outcry, including among people who were very public, very loyal, very important, including the head of Chechnya, the head of Russia Today, saying publicly that we shouldn't stop until total victory. That this is unacceptable, that, if we're fighting Nazis, we have to go all the way.
It is something to behold at this point. Julia Ioffe, we're so glad to have you on to help us understand what is happening inside Russia. We'll speak to you again soon. Right, the breaking news, a nitric acid tank hit by Russian forces in eastern Ukraine. Residents now being advised to stay inside. Plus torture rooms, executions, kidnapping with villagers of the southern city of Mykolaiv were saying about the Russian occupation of that city.
Carvana's had a lot of firsts. 100% online car buying, car vending machines, and now putting you in control of your financing. At Carvana, get personalized terms, browse for cars that fit your budget, and customize your down payment and monthly payment. And these aren't made up numbers. It's what you'll really pay, right down to the penny. Whether you're shopping or just looking. It only takes a few seconds and it won't affect your credit score. Finally, a totally different way to finance your ride. Only from Carvana.
We believe is an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
Will you help an animal who's starving today? An animal who's been left with no hope and never-ending pain? Go online, call, or scan the QR code right now. Because hunger hurts, and no animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and care they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help an animal in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
President Biden calling for a war crimes trial against Russian President Vladimir Putin after images of atrocities allegedly committed by Russian forces surfaced from the Ukrainian city of Bucha. John Avlon joins us with a reality check.
We need to talk about war crimes. That's what President Biden accused Russia of committing, is horrific images of civilians and mass graves and bodies strewn along the streets of Bucha come to light. Let's be clear, the deliberate targeting of unarmed civilians is a war crime by any definition. The evidence being collected could one day lead to a war crimes trial at The Hague for Vladimir Putin and his commanders. But, true to form, the Kremlin is trying to say that it's all fabricated, a false flag operation. Satellite images prove otherwise. Truth is always a target in Russia's way of war. Now, some people think that prosecuting war crimes is like giving out tickets at the Indy 500, as Captain Willard says in Apocalypse Now. But the rules of war exist for a reason. They've been hard won. And it might surprise you to learn that they were handed down to us by none other than this guy, Abraham Lincoln. It's true. He issued the first modern rules of war, known as General Orders 100, in the spring of 1863, as the Civil War was turning to its bloodiest chapter. Now, the drafting was done by a Prussian immigrant law professor named Francis Lieber, who believed that warring soldiers do not cease to be moral beings, responsible to one another and to God. His rules proposed protections for prisoners and unarmed civilians, prohibiting the wanton destruction of whole districts. They prohibited the use of poison, torture, rape, assassination. He called them war crimes. Now, Lincoln and Lieber understood that without a battlefield code of conduct, healing the wounds of war would be even more difficult. These rules endured to inform the Geneva Conventions, as well as the Nuremberg trials, imposing law on the lawless. Evidence presented to the world aiming to make denial of war crimes more difficult in the future. Now, the
those denials are being pushed by Putin's apparatchiks in a world where many thought that a land-borne Europe was a thing of the past. But this brutal invasion has been a wake-up call. It's a reminder of just why the international organizations established by America and its allies after the Second World War are so necessary. That doesn't mean they all work as intended. And here's where it's worth taking a clear-eyed look at the UN Human Rights Council. It's an important sounding body, right? Given that the UN Charter is dedicated to the defense of human rights. But in their attempt to be inclusive, the Council has a record of letting some countries with extensive alleged human rights abuses sit on the Council. This includes Venezuela, China, Cuba, and, you guessed it, Russia. Now, the Biden administration is pushing to suspend the Kremlin from the Human Rights Council. Its participation is just too sick a joke to sustain. Some folks will look at this and Russia's permanent seat on the Security Council and say that the United Nations itself is hopelessly compromised. That's short-sighted. For all its flaws, the world is far better off with the UN than without it. That doesn't mean that America shouldn't look to build additional alliances between democracies or Atlantic trading partners. In this contrast between democracy and autocracy, we need the combined strength of liberal democracies to stand up for them. Because that's what's also been assaulted in Putin's invasion of Ukraine. This is a live-fire test of whether fear and brute force will determine the trajectory of the 21st century, or whether we will insist on the standard that Lincoln gave us, daring to live up to the faith that right makes might. And that's your reality check.
All right, John Avalon, thank you so much for that. And New Day continues right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning to viewers in the U.S. and around the world. It is Tuesday, April 5th. I'm Brianna Keeler in Lviv, Ukraine, with John Berman in New York. Street by street, town by town, Russia's atrocities in Ukraine are mounting. The savagery that we have seen in Bucha, which is a Kyiv suburb that Russian forces turned into a killing field, may only be the beginning of this horror. We want to warn you that the images you're about to see are disturbing. They are important to show. A CNN team witnessed the removal of 5 bodies from a basement in Bucha. They were in an advanced state of decomposition in an area that was held by the Russian military. A Ukrainian official says that they were tortured and executed. And the death toll in Bucha alone is believed to be well over 300. The Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine told me that casualties could be even worse in other areas.
Borodanka was also fully occupied for a while and we had no access. We could not see what was happening there. Therefore, we are inviting journalists, criminal experts, and anybody with relevant experience to come and witness what we will discover in Borodanka, because we know that the animals in military uniform, there's no other way to call them, were torturing women and children. But yes, because there are witness accounts, and we know that women were raped and civilians were killed just for walking in the street or hiding in the basement. Thousands of such people have been tortured and killed.
This morning, President Zelensky will speak to the United Nations Security Council. Of course, Russia is a permanent member of that council. Breaking overnight, the Russians on the attack in eastern Ukraine, the Donbass region over here. The Ukrainian military official calls the situation there difficult, with heavy Russian bombardment, ambulances, rescue teams unable to reach some districts where civilians are now being buried in their yards. And this just into CNN. The governor of Luhansk, which is part of the Donbass region, tells residents to stay inside and close the windows and doors after a Russian strike in a nitric acid tank in the area. That happened just moments ago. Nitric acid is toxic. It can cause chemical burns and lead to serious injuries if inhaled. I want to talk about the overall situation we're seeing in some different regions. CNN's reporters stand out across the entire country. I want to begin with CNN's Ed Lavandera, who is in the port city of Odessa. Ed, give us a sense of what you're seeing.
Good morning, John. Well, just before daybreak here in Odessa, there was a round of air raid sirens blasting throughout the city for a long time, perhaps one of the longest stretches of air raid sirens here in the city that I've heard since we've arrived. And then there was a barrage of gunfire of some sort. We haven't been able to pinpoint exactly the details of what exactly is going on. Military officials here have not released any information. But remember, it was that time of day just 2 days ago when Russian forces unleashed a missile strike on an oil refinery and fuel storage facilities here in the city. And one of the things that stood out in our reporting from that scene were various residents who told us that in the days leading up to the attack on that oil refinery and storage facility, that they had been hearing reconnaissance drones flying around the area. And so that is something to be on the lookout for. That is something that residents here are aware of. Whether or not the gunfire we heard this morning is related to anything like that, we just don't know at this point. But this comes as the southern region of Ukraine, John, comes into focus as Russian forces regroup, refocus on the east of Ukraine. There has always been a great deal of concern that reaching down here to Odessa and along the coast of the northern Black Sea is the ultimate prize here for Russian forces, and that could still very well be the case. John?
And what is the mood there among residents and among members of the Ukrainian military? Are they fearful? Are they optimistic that they could hold off a Russian advance?
Well, in various activists and volunteers that are helping military forces here and the overall kind of demeanor of Ukrainian forces, incredibly defiant. I think they're emboldened by what they have seen their countrymen do in the north of Ukraine around Kyiv and pushing back the forces there. So there is definitely a great deal of feeling emboldened and confident about what the forces here can do. But it's still, a question of what exactly is going to happen. How is this attack going to unfold? And in the streets, when you talk to people, even though this is a city that has enjoyed relative quiet for several in the week leading up to Sunday morning's attack here, the overwhelming sense here is that everyone knows that all of this could change in a moment's notice and could change drastically.
All right, Arlen Lavandera, who is in Odessa, and thank you very much. Just so everyone knows, we're trying to establish contact with our Frederick Pleiken, who is in Makariv right here. You can see not far from Kyiv, one of these towns that was under Russian occupation that Ukrainian forces now control, an area where they are expecting to find more evidence of atrocities. Our Fred Pleiken hopefully will be on the ground for us there very shortly. Brianna?
Yeah, that's the case, right? We've been seeing these areas where the most important stories are to be told, these stories that we don't know would have been happening for the last month. They're in areas where communications have been severely affected. So we're working through that, but we're going to bring that up as soon as we can. In Mykolaiv, in southern Ukraine, one person was killed and 5 others were injured in early morning missile strikes yesterday. CNN's Ben Wiedemann and his team narrowly escaped the artillery fire.
Down here, John, down here. Keep on rolling. You see it over there?
And joining me now from Mykolaiv is Isabel Kershudian, a foreign correspondent for the Washington Post. She has been documenting the atrocities taking place in Mykolaiv. Isabel, you've been telling incredible stories, including this one in particular of some of the villages around Mykolaiv. You talk about when the Russian forces couldn't get through Mykolaiv, they went to these small villages outside. And I was just hoping that you could first share with us the story of Sergei, who is the husband of Tatiana Bojiko, there in one town. Tell us what happened to him.
Yeah, so he kind of had the most pro-Ukrainian views in town, and everybody knew it. Everybody knew he was kind of the most ardent pro-Ukrainian. But Sergei was just a math teacher. He never served, never kind of fought in the military or anything like that. But when the Russians occupied this town of Lutskina, about an hour northeast of Mykolaiv, they came for him. He was 59 years old. They took him and detained him. His wife looked for him everywhere. Eventually, she found him at one of the soldiers' headquarters. And at that point, he was already badly beaten. He had been shot through the arm, through the elbow.
And they told her, oh, he'll be home by, this evening. He'll be home this evening. And then, a couple hours passed. She went to kind of get some, ointment, things of that sort, things to treat his wounds, so that it wouldn't be infected. When she tried to find him again, she couldn't. The soldiers were telling her, oh, he's not here, or oh, come back later. That night, Ukrainian forces were kind of approaching, and the Russians ended up just leaving in the middle of the night. There was still kind of no sign of where Sergei was, and the next morning, some neighbors found his body buried. He'd been shot multiple times. The body was so badly mangled that his wife wasn't even allowed to see him. So just, there's a belief that, he was obviously tortured before he was killed. He had broken limbs. And it kind of shows that this isn't just happening in Bucha, this is happening in other areas. We just don't know about it yet. Kind of the atrocities. We don't know how many Buchas there are at this point.
And it seems like you found a couple, in a way, in the story that you were telling. You were also in Kashpro Mykolaiivka, where it sounds like they turned a school into a torture center.
Yeah, the way the school was described to me was more of like a prison, right? They took every single man in town. This was a town of, 700 people. All of a sudden, there's thousands of Russians there. So they were way outnumbered. They took every man in town, made them line up, facing the wall, eyes down, hands behind their backs, interrogated people over and over. Who has guns? Whoever had unregistered guns was beaten. They kept asking, where are the Nazis, or where are the Banderites, which is kind of a term for a Ukrainian nationalist group formed in World War II. So it just kind of shows the level of Kremlin, false propaganda of, that was drilled into these soldiers, that they really thought they would come to Ukraine and find, Nazis in every single neighborhood. And the people in these towns kept telling them, there are no Nazis here. We have no people like that. All we want is peace. People told us about how, their chickens were killed for food, their cars were stolen. They were repeatedly threatened at gunpoint. That the Russians would try to use these villagers as human shields. Every time Ukrainian forces might kind of launch an attack or get close, they would move all of their vehicles. They would kind of position themselves between the houses in the driveways, because they knew the Ukrainians wouldn't be able to attack them because they could, potentially hurt civilians. So, some of the stories were just absolutely crazy and really scary.
And look, Isabel, as you put in your story, they were afraid they wouldn't be believed. But there you are telling these important stories. Isabel Pershugian, we do appreciate you sharing them with us. And Brian, I think also one of the things we're getting a sense of, Isabel reports that Isabel reports that the Russian troops would go door to door, take the cell phones, take the SIM cards, and so there was no way for people to communicate with the outside.
Yeah, it's something we're hearing town to town. That breaking news you just saw, we now have established contact with our Frederick Blanken, who is on the ground in Makarov right here. One of these towns that was under Russian occupation, now the Ukrainians under control. Fred, you moved locations. Why don't you give us a sense of what you're seeing now?
Hi there, John. Yeah, sorry. It's difficult to establish communication in some of these places that we're going, because obviously there's a lot of places communications were knocked out, so we kind of have to move to where we get some sort of signal. But we're not actually in central Makarov. You can see there's still a destroyed armored vehicle back there. That's actually a Ukrainian armored vehicle. We saw that by the camouflage that you can still see on the side, and it also has some flowers that were put on the back of it, obviously by local folks here after the Ukrainians won this town back. But we were speaking in the last hour, and I was at that car that was picking up the bodies. And in the time since the last time that we spoke, which is a little less than an hour ago, I think about 55 minutes ago, we with them actually picked up another 2 dead bodies on their roof. There was a person that was badly burned, seemed to be sort of hit by some sort of artillery strike, and another person who had severe gunshot wounds, where they said they believed that it was someone who was gunned down by the Russian military when they were here. And I spoke a little more to the people who were collecting those bodies, and civilians. And it really obviously hurts them as they do this because they say they really don't understand why these people were shot, why these people were killed in other ways. It really is a tragic sight that we're witnessing here. And I just think one of the things that's so remarkable is that just in less than an hour, as they did their tour, they picked up 3 bodies just that we saw while we're doing live shots with you guys. So definitely devastating scenes that we've been seeing as we move along in a lot of these towns that were taken back by the Ukrainian military right now in Makar. And again, this is one of those places where the Russians were confronted by the Ukrainian military. You can see it from that destroyed armored personnel carrier, the fighting vehicle, really. It also has a cannon on top. Confronted by the Russians here, big battle that took place here. They say one of the biggest battles in the region around Kiev, and certainly one that was devastating. But they also said the occupation when the Russians were here was absolutely awful. John.
Yeah, and we're just hearing that as Russian troops were going through these towns, they would take away phones or SIM cards of people. They were going door to door, which is part of the reason, Fred, that we're just having these stories revealed now as you are physically moving through these towns. Tell us about where you're headed next.
Yeah, so the next place that we're going to head after this is a town called Borodyanka. That's the one that the Ukrainian president was speaking about yesterday when he said, look, Bucha, which is obviously that place we were yesterday, is absolutely awful, and there were lots of civilians who were killed in Bucha, but he fears that there's other places that could be just as bad or even worse. Borodyanka was the one that he was talking about. I've actually been in Borodyanka already this weekend, and we're going to be there, I think, in about 45 minutes or so. The scene there is absolutely awful. There's absolute massive destructions, full buildings that have collapsed. And when we were there, the authorities there were telling us that they believe a lot of people, dead people, are still buried under the buildings there because they simply had no chance to escape. A lot of them tried to take shelter inside some of these bigger structures, but then even these larger buildings were completely destroyed in the fighting that took place. And one of the other things that we saw there as well is that the Russian occupation there was much more prominent. You have the letter V painted on almost all the buildings there, which is of course what the Russian military used in the invasion of this part of Ukraine. That's what they painted on their vehicles. It is everywhere there. It looks almost like that place was taken over by some sort of cult or something like that. That's how much of these letters they painted there. It's a really grim sight. And we're going to go back there now and see what the situation is like. But I can tell you from having been there for a very short time only this weekend, almost everything in that town is completely destroyed.
What a chilling sight that must be, Fred. And I know I asked you this last hour, but I do think it bears repeating. Where you are is in a town that was under Russian occupation like days ago. And people can see on this map, this area in yellow is the area that Ukrainian counteroffensives have regained this territory. The Russians are fully gone at this point. You're not getting shelled by artillery, airstrikes, the like not happening at this point where you are.
No, you're absolutely right. And the sort of the most dangerous thing for us is when we go around these military vehicles or go around destroyed buildings, that there could be munitions that might still be left over. That's something that could be a danger for us. But other than that, you're absolutely right. The Russians are completely gone. What they leave behind, though, is all of the destroyed vehicles that the Ukrainians managed to destroy while the Russians were trying to move on to Kiev. And I think it's one of the big things that we're going to find out in the next couple of days, and we are already finding out, is that the Russians claiming that this was some sort of orderly withdrawal and that this was always the plan for them to march onto Kiev, to bind down the Ukrainian army, to then be able to advance to the east. And that is definitely a lie. If it's not a lie, if that was really what they tried to do, then they have absolutely no regard for the lives of their own soldiers, because many Russian soldiers died here, and some of them were literally incinerated in their vehicles. If you see some of these vehicles, having been in that must also have been awful. And also one of the things that we saw is that the Russians really, a lot of their troops, they lived in a really bad way here. There were certain houses that we saw where they ransacked the inside, but some of them also just slept under their tanks because they had no other place to be. And they were in the elements for about a month as they were here inside Ukraine, guys.
And as you said, they leave behind the shells of these vehicles that are destroyed, but they're leaving behind more than that too. They're leaving behind the horror, the atrocities committed against the civilian population, which is why you were there to document it. Frederick Blegenhart, thank you to you and your team. Stay safe. We look forward to more reports of you as you move your way through this territory. Moments from now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will address the United Nations Security
As a Main Street bank, PNC has helped over 7 million kids develop their passion for learning through our Grow Up Great initiative. And now we're providing billions of dollars for affordable home lending programs as part of $88 billion to support underserved communities, including loans for small businesses in low and moderate income areas. So everyone has a chance to move forward financially. PNC Bank, see how we can make a difference for you.
Where do you find the perfect designer? Well, we found her in Austin, between a fresh bowl of matcha and fresh batch of wireframes. But you can find her in millions of other talented pros right now on Upwork.
Stay tuned to get a free night set from Granite Stone.
It's not sticking at all. Wow, this is a big skill. We're screwed up with this pen.
We took the #1 Granite Stone pen on the road to answer the burning question, does it stick?
There's no sticking at all. You can do that on a normal nonstick. It's not sticking to anything. No use of butter, no oil.
What? It goes up. There's no expense. Granite Stone is the professional, durable, ultra non-stick pan, cooking in kitchens all over the USA. No butter or oil needed. Granite Stone will be the last pan you'll ever need because it's constructed from a solid aluminum disc for even heat conduction and coated 3 times with our durable, ultra non-stick Granite Stone finish. It's so slick, virtually nothing sticks.
It's not sticking at all. It's very easy for it to move around. Nothing's sticking.
It's turning into almost like it's on an ice rink.
Milford cheese just doesn't stick and cleans up quick.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at the whistle.
And burnt on sugar can ruin any other pan, but not Granite Stone.
Sliding. You can see it. It's sliding. Oh, look at that. Holy cow, that is amazing. But it just doesn't stick.
Granite Stone is middle utensil safe and takes the heat because it's oven rated up to 500 degrees. Plus, it's PFOA free and 100% dishwasher safe.
That's clean. That is a clean pan.
There's nothing in there. It doesn't stick.
Call or go online to get your Granite Stone pan for just $19.99. Granite Stone is so durable, it comes with a 10-year warranty. And with every order, you're going to get a 6-piece non-stick knife set, yours absolutely free. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. Here's how to order. To order, call 1-800-844-0208. That's 1-800-844-0208. Or order online at buygranitestone.com.
I needed an anchor. Awesome speaks was the anchor for me. Freaking new part of it is the workforce of everything because humanity simply can't wait. Are you happy? Yep, I'm happy.
He is a war criminal. We have to get all the details so this can be an actual have a wartime trial. This guy is brutal. And what's happening to Bucha is outrageous.
Heightened remarks from President Biden calling Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal after reports of hundreds of civilians being killed in the Ukrainian city of Bucha. With us now is Special Advisor for Communications at the White House National Security Council, Matthew Miller. Matt, thank you so much for being with us. It seems like our reporters who are just moving through these towns, they're just witnessing atrocity after atrocity. What is the U.S. hearing about more towns besides Bucha?
Well, one of the things I think we should be clear about, since before this invasion, we have released information predicting that the Russians would behave in this manner. We released information before the invasion showing that in our assessment, the Russians would engage in systematic targeted killings, torture, kidnappings, and other acts of repression against dissidents or anyone who's a threat to their occupation. So sadly, that is in fact what we're seeing, of course, with the images in Bucha, and we expect that we will see that as the Russians withdraw from areas in the north. And we think it'll be another facet of their military campaign as they seek to redeploy and conquer the east. Unfortunately, this is the way that the Russian military has decided to conduct its invasion
actions, and number two, continuing to flow military assistance into the Ukrainians so they can defend their country.
So the president stopped short of calling this genocide. I wonder, what about what we're seeing does not constitute genocide?
Well, with respect to genocide in particular, there is a specific legal definition for crimes that rise to that level, and it's something the United States assesses after a full review that is conducted by the State Department. We are just beginning to collect evidence of what's happening in Bucha and analyze that evidence. It's not the kind of assessment we can make overnight. The president did make very clear that these were horrific, ghastly war crimes. And I think the point is, no matter what name you apply to these atrocities, it's clear that's exactly what they are. They're atrocities, and the Russians deserve to be held accountable to them, and that's what we're accountable for them, and that's what we're committed to do.
The president is calling for a war crimes tribunal. Would that go through the ICC?
The ICC is one venue through which you can hold a war crimes tribunal. There are other venues that have been used in conflicts in the past. We're going to consult with our allies and partners about what the appropriate venue for any trials or tribunals would be. That's something that we'll do in private with them. But I would say those are the kinds of things that would take place down the road. It's not something that's going to start today or tomorrow or this week. I think as we continue to assess this evidence and analyze it and collect it and talk to our allies and partners about what the appropriate mechanisms of accountability are, we can't lose focus on the moment. What the most important thing we can do in the moment is to respond to these atrocities. And that's to continue to flow weapons capabilities into the Ukrainians so they can defend themselves, so they can repel the Russians from the north, and they can defend against the Russian offensives in the south and in the east.
With the consideration of more sanctions coming forward, what else is left? I mean, at this point, it seems Vladimir Putin has been pretty impervious, at least personally, to the impacts of the sanctions. What else is left to throw at him?
We do have additional sanctions that we can apply and that we will apply. We're consulting with our allies on that question now. I think you'll see new measures rolled out this week. I will say the sanctions so far have had an enormous impact on the Russian economy. The Russian economy is expected to contract by 15% this year. Inflation is expected to come in around 15%. And we have targeted key sectors of the economy to try to, number one, limit President Putin's ability to finance this war, and number two, to limit his ability to project power abroad. But I should say, the sanctions were never a strategy by themselves. The sanctions were always one part of our strategy, where we have a strategy to, number one, put pressure on the Russian economy, put pressure on the Russian leadership through targeted sanctions that have a broad impact, and number two, to flow military assistance and economic assistance and humanitarian assistance into Ukraine. And we think it's those two things together that will have the most dramatic impact and will strengthen the Ukrainians' hands on the battlefield and strengthen their hands ultimately on the negotiating table.
You mentioned that military assistance. Lawmakers and, of course, Ukrainian officials feel that it's not getting to Ukraine fast enough. How much of it have you been able to get here?
We've delivered over $350 billion of military assistance just in the past few weeks. We've committed over $1.6 billion just since the invasion, $2.3 billion since President Biden came into office. We are always looking to flow the assistance in quicker. We have deliveries going in every day. And I would add, we're always identifying new capabilities. So, of course, we've been delivering the Javelins and the Stingers that we can all see on social media, the Ukrainian army using to such great impact. But we're continuing to identify new systems that the Ukrainians can use, either that we have in our stocks or that we can identify in our ally stocks. So things like coastal defense systems, things like air defense systems that they can use to target Russian aircraft and get those into Ukraine so the Ukrainian military can use them as quickly as possible.
All right, Matthew Miller with the NSC. Do appreciate you being with us this morning. Thank you. And this just in, the Kremlin issuing a warning that expulsion of Russian diplomats will inevitably lead to retaliatory steps. So what are those? And more on the breaking news, a nitric acid tank hit by Russian forces in eastern Ukraine, unleashing a cloud of toxic chemicals covering the area. We'll have more of our live coverage on the ground in Ukraine next.
Lactate is 100% real milk, just without the lactose. Tastes great in our iced coffees, too, which makes waking up at 5 a.m. to milk the cows a little easier.
Mabel says for you, it's more like 5:15.
Wow, really?
Will you help an animal who's starving today? An animal who's been left with no hope and never-ending pain? Go online, call, or scan the QR code right now. Because hunger hurts, and no animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and care they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help an animal in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt, because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
Hiring can be extremely time consuming. I couldn't keep up until I found ZipRecruiter.
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate on the first day.
ZipRecruiter helps me do my business right.
Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/choice.
Being a must is here.
We've been watching Mystery Unfold. Here are 5 things you need to know.
April 16th. One of the top fighters on the planet, undefeated world champion Errol Spence Jr. takes on title holder Dennis Ugas. On the epic stage, 2 dominant champions win world titles on the line. Time to put up or shut up. Spence versus Ugas for the unified welterweight world championship Saturday, April 16th, live on pay-per-view.
AT&T is America's most reliable 5G network, so now you'll never miss a moment. Great. Can you imagine what you do if the game just cut out in the middle of the action?
I can. We would immediately start tearing out our hair and screaming at the top of our lungs.
Real animalistic, primal scream that defaults into full-on stalking. Well, that sounds very specific, like it's happened before. God, no.
That's why we switched. It's not complicated. AT&T 5G is fast, reliable, and secure. America's most reliable 5G network.
I'm Fred Pleitgen in Kiev, Ukraine, and this is CNN.
The latest from Ukraine reports that Russia is focusing on taking control, trying to, of the Donbass region in eastern Ukraine, this area in the eastern part of the country, and they want to do it by next month. Joining me now, General Wesley Clark, CNN military analyst, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. As we talk about the battle that will very much get heated in the coming days in the Donbass region, Matthew Miller of the NSC just said something to Brianna, and your ears perked up. He talked about the U.S. effort to help the Ukrainians repel the Russians here in the east, not eject. Repel, he didn't use the word eject. Why did your ears perk up there?
I perked up because what's the objective of the campaign at this point? At first, we thought this is going to be over in 3 days. We'll give the Ukrainians some weapons. That way, they can try to defend themselves, and maybe it'll turn into Afghanistan and block the Russians down. But the Ukrainians are fighting back. They're actually beating the Russians man for man on the battlefield. So, what's the policy? Where are we going? Are we going to try to reward Putin for aggression by giving him the legal control of this through negotiations and maybe all of this? Or are Are we going to say to the Ukrainians, here's what you need, go get it, and let them have all of the things they're asking for? Right now, we're not. They need 500 tanks, a couple thousand tubes of artillery and rockets. They need hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. Our former Warsaw Pact, now NATO allies, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, they have that. We haven't actually told them to release it yet. We've got to get that moving if we're going to break this system right here. Vladimir Putin is a disruptive agent in world history. We don't want him rewarded for having started a war and committed all these crimes. We don't want to now say, okay, well, you keep what you've got and let's be nice from now on. He's not going to be nice from now on. So we need to rethink our policy. Where is this going? What's the objective?
So if this war is now set in eastern Ukraine and the Donbass, with the Russians trying to take it, maybe encircle the Ukrainians, how do the Ukrainians fight back here?
So the Ukrainians have got to go now into mobile armored warfare. They need air cover, of course, to do this. So we need to get those bigs into them in the Sukhois so they can protect their forces. But they need tanks. They need self-propelled artillery. They need thousands of rounds of ammunition. So when the Russians come down to try to encircle the Ukrainian forces are here. The Russians want to come up this way, seize the crossing, out this way, create a pocket, and then annihilate the forces that are in there. We've got to give the Ukrainians the ability to fight back. They've got to block the Russians here, block here, go back this way, retake this ground. This is major maneuver warfare.
This is not the guerrilla warfare. This is not the insurgent warfare.
Absolutely not. You're not going to have these villages that we're seeing around Kyiv. There's not these kinds of villages, wide open territory. This is where tank armies moved in World War II. They can still move. You've got places out here where you can see 4,000, 5,000, 7,000 meters across totally open ground. There's no place for a javelin launcher to hide in that. I mean, this is for tanks and helicopters and mobile warfare and lots of artillery.
The supply will be key. General Wesley Clark, thank you for coming in and helping us understand this. Russia claims the Ukrainians faked the video showing bodies of the street in Bucha. We saw the video, we saw the bodies with our own eyes. Satellite images also prove that they've been there for weeks. Plus, back in the United States, 2 more Republican senators say they will vote for President Biden's Supreme Court nominee, one of them attacking her own party.
With Armor All, a little bit of this protects you from a lot. Armor All, minimum effort, maximum protection. You gotta tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. You gotta do it fast.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Blendjet spring sale is on now. Spring brings an incredible deal from Blendjet Spring. It has the power of a big blender on the go, and it crushes right through ice. Just drop in your favorite ingredients, even frozen fruit, and make a smoothie anytime, anywhere. Blendjet cleans itself, so just add a drop of soap, water, and blend. Recharge quickly with any USB. Order now on blendjet.com and get our best deal ever.
Copperfit. The harder you push, the better we get. Introducing Copperfit Ice, the world's first compression sleeve to include the cooling sensation of methanol.
housing market can be tricky. But don't worry, renting updates listings every 5 minutes, and you can take the same day tour. So I'll see those first. Yep, check it out. Dibs! Dibs! Wanna win? Choose Redfin.
With the timeless protection of ADT, it's safe to say, hey Google, unlock the front door. With ADT and the new battery-powered Google Nest doorbell, your front door is safer and smarter. Join the millions of people who choose an ADT to help keep them safe.
It was almost never about push. I think it was about Tony learning how to be a better person.
Grab hold of a legendary DR brush mower and put it to the task on your property. Get a DR Field and Brush mower and get the job done right.
Go online to drfieldbrush.com to request your free product catalog. All models are now on sale and free shipping is in effect. Hurry, this offer won't last.
ChemDry has been a trusted name in carpet cleaning for over 45 years, and for good reason. ChemDry uses the perfect combination of nature's chemistry, along with our core cleaner and natural, to provide a deeper, longer-lasting clean to your carpet's area rugs and upholstery. Millions of carbonating bubbles remove the dirt, allergens, and stains from deep within your surfaces, giving you a healthier home. Call 1-800-ChemDry or visit chemdry.com. ChemDry, the healthier, deeper carpet cleaner.
I'm Kim Law in Warsaw, Poland, and this is CNN.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is expected to be confirmed as a Supreme Court justice this week, which will make her the first African-American woman to serve on the country's highest court. In the Senate, 3 Republicans now, Susan Collins and now Mitt Romney and Lisa Murkowski, joined all 50 Democrats in a procedural vote to advance the nomination after initially stalled in a partisan deadlock Judiciary Committee. Joining me now is Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware. He is on the Judiciary Committee. Senator Coons, thank you so much for being with us. Mitt Romney and Lisa Murkowski, 2 more Republicans, joining the Democrats to vote to confirm, or will vote to confirm, Judge Brown Jackson. Now, what's your reaction to that?
Well, John, great to be on with you again. I think the American people, as this week unfolds, as the hearings unfolded last week, have come to realize that not only is Judge Jackson an historic pick, she's an exceptionally qualified pick. She's someone who showed her judicial temperament during aggressive, at times I think harassing questioning last week. And those who've taken the time to read into her record, to understand what she will bring to the court, recognize that her long career as a lawyer, as a judge, the 570 opinions she's written, and the balanced and measured way in which she handled herself through the confirmation process demonstrates that she will be a great contributor as a Supreme Court justice, and I very much look forward to her confirmation later this week.
I have to ask, if the standard is judicial qualifications and experience on the bench, you did not vote to confirm Justice Gorsuch, for instance.
That's right. In the case of Justice Gorsuch, as you may remember, John, my questioning really focused in on 2 landmark decisions that he wrote and ways in which I thought his judicial philosophy, his approach to decision-making, his ideas on church-state, on the status of corporations, was well outside the mainstream. There are some colleagues of mine on the committee who dug into her record, who pressed her on questions, and wanted to get to know her judicial methodology. There's others who, frankly, I thought were just grandstanding for the TV cameras. My hope is that we can get back to confirmation hearings like the confirmation for Justice Gorsuch, where we are principally focused on the judicial philosophy, the experience, the character, the insights of the person in front of us. I did reject Justice Gorsuch because of his judicial writings and his philosophy, and I think some of his decisions since then have demonstrated my concerns.
But so you do think Republicans opposing Judge Brown Jackson on those grounds, that's a legitimate concern?
Look, over the last decade, what we are looking at, considering in judicial confirmations, has moved. from merely advice and consent based on judicial experience and qualifications into, for the Supreme Court, judicial philosophy, where we think they will take the country, the court, and our understanding of the Constitution. And while I think it's regrettable that we've moved into more and more politicized confirmations, I think it's appropriate that we look hard at what kind of an approach to judging a nominee will bring to the court.
Senator Cruz, there's an agreement to pass this COVID relief bill. A lot of money here. And I know you're going to vote in support of it, but you're very disappointed as well. Why?
John, I'm very upset that we are failing to provide critically needed funding for vaccinations and therapeutics. There's three quick reasons. First, there's 2.8 billion people out in the world who haven't yet benefited from a vaccine against this pandemic. And I know we are all tired. We are all ready to be done with this pandemic, but it's not ready to be done with us. And the best way to protect the American people from the emergence of the next variant is to make sure that the vaccines that we now have available in abundant supply are provided to the developing world, where I will remind you the last two variants, Delta and Omicron, emerged from. It's also a great chance for us to show dozens of countries around the world that rely on Chinese and Russian vaccines that are not working, that we can be a better public health partner. And frankly, last, John, it's a long tradition of the American people that when we can save lives in the developing world at low cost to us, we do. So while I will support this package that's urgently needed for the American people to have therapeutics and vaccines, I really think this was a hugely missed opportunity, and we will have to come back and spend even more if there is another variant that emerges. Frankly, public health officials, John, are saying to me, it's not if, but when.
Senator Chris Coons, I appreciate you being with us this morning. Thanks very much.
Thank you, John.
This morning, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky set to address the United Nations Security Council. Russia sits on that as a permanent member, as he warns that atrocities taking place in cities other than Bucha may be even worse than the ones we have seen there. We will bring that speech to you live. Plus,
The game is over, and Kansas completes the biggest championship comeback.
this was beyond a comeback. History made. The Kansas Jayhawks, the new NCAA men's champion, Rex Chapman, joins us live.
We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now. I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare coverage helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-539-0900. That's 1-800-539-0900 now.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done. an animal who's starving today, an animal who's been left with no hope and never-ending pain. Go online, call, or scan the QR code right now, because hunger hurts, and no animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and care they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help an animal in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt, because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
Here we go. Panic circle around the slip underneath. They go to Love. Love's going to be the one to take it. Puts up the shot. It's off. The game is over. And Kansas completes the biggest championship.
I mean, this was history. A comeback for the ages. The Kansas Jayhawks, they beat North Carolina 72-69 in last night's men's NCAA final. Kansas trailed by 16 points in the first half and was down 15 at halftime. According to the NCAA, the 16-point comeback is the largest in title game history. Joining me now, former NBA player and University of Kentucky superstar, Rex Chapman. He has a new show on CNN Plus called Rex Chapman. It's a great name.
Thanks, man.
So, just very quickly, the game last night.
Oh my gosh. I had written off Kansas at halftime, pretty much. Plus, I don't like Kansas. But now they supplanted Kentucky, my school, as the all-time winningest program, and then they win the title last night. So I'm kind of licking my wounds today.
Though you respect it, no doubt.
No doubt. What a game. Hubert Davis, terrific job with Carolina in his first year at the helm. Bill Self, Hall of Famer. What a win.
All right, I want to talk about your show, which looks just amazing. And people know you as a basketball star in college and in the pros, but also because of your Twitter account, which is just so wonderfully positive, like relentlessly sunny, right? And so I love the fact that your first guest is Jason Sudeikis from Ted Lasso, which is a relentlessly sunny show. Let me just play a little clip of your chat with him when you throw shade on him.
I've got something for you. I've got some T-shirts for the kids. Some Kentucky T-shirts.
Oh,
and I know.
come on, man.
But this is only because we beat the out of you guys. Like,
Come on. Where am I going to? I don't even have a car to use to wash, to use these to wash it with.
and I just wanted to welcome you to the Wildcat family.
This is gonna. My kids are gonna hate these Rex.
I wanted to welcome you to the Wildcat family.
Is that how you spell Kansas?
No.
I would have played here had they asked.
Would you?
Had they asked. Had they asked.
And I don't know if you knew this. But Ted Lasso, played, of course, he played sports as kids, and he also wore number 30. He did.
Oh, we got okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. That's good. Yeah, that's good. This is perfect.
Yeah.
This is. I mean, literally, I could not want anything less than this. I mean, this is absolute.
You
might as well hand it to me in a garbage can.
You're welcome.
Sudeikis is a huge Kansas fan, and that's hilarious. But talk to me about why the aggressive positivity works.
I don't know. I really don't. I know that over the last couple of years, what a scary time the whole world's been in with this pandemic. Social media can be such a toxic place at times. I'm not the most naturally positive, uplifting guy all the time. My friends would happily tell you that. So I'm just trying to put a little positivity out there. If you can take your mind off something for a minute, that might make you feel a little different, change your mood, then why not?
I mean, you're more than a little positive. It's a lot positive. Do you think your own personal struggles have made it